and we will be live in about 5 seconds. Or more than 5 seconds. And we are live. Okay, welcome everybody to Read for the Globe. Thank you so much for being here. Thanks for being here. It is 7:03 p.m. British summertime right now. We are coming to you from my East London bedroom. And today we're going to be starting with the play Cymbeline, but before we start with that, I just want to remind you all why we're here. So thank you to everyone who's watching from across the globe. We are raising money today for Shakespeare's Globe in London. Shakespeare's Globe is an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. It is currently in dire straits due to the financial pressures that the COVID-19 pandemic has put on it. With a team of over 200 volunteers, we are reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness of these difficulties at the Globe across British theatre. We are on Twitter at Globe Read, and we encourage you to share your thoughts with the hashtag Read for the Globe, and for this play, hashtag RFTGCymbeline. Of course, please, please, please donate anything that you feel you can to our GoFundMe page. That should be in the description of the YouTube video any second now. All the money raised from this one-off event will be going straight to Shakespeare's Globe. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you for watching if you're watching. Before we kick off, we have a special guest who's going to be sending us off with our first play. He is an award-winning actor who has performed across the stage and screen. From London to New York City, he's performed at the National Theatre, the Royal Shakespeare Company, and the Public Theatre in roles such as Henry VI, Othello, and Hamlet. We're absolutely delighted that he's going to kick off our 48-hour readathon for the Globe with a speech from Hamlet now. So please, as soon as I can unmute him, welcome Chakwudi Iwuji. Technical difficulty.
Is that better? Can you hear me now? Excellent, okay. How all occasions do inform against me and spur my dull revenge. What is a man, if his chief good and market of his time be but to sleep and feed, a beast, no more? Sure, he that made us with such large discourse, looking before and after, gave us not that capability and godlike reason to fast in us unused. Now, whether it be bestial oblivion or some craven scruple of thinking too precisely on the event, a thought which quartered hath but one part wisdom and ever 3 parts coward, I do not know why yet I live to say these things to do, sith I have cause and will and strength and means to do it. Examples gross as earth exhort me. Witness this army of such mass and charge, led by a delicate and tender prince, whose spirit with divine ambition puffed, makes mouths at the invisible event, exposing what is mortal and unsure to all that fortune, death, and danger dare, even for an eggshell. Rightly to be great is not to stir without great argument, but greatly to find quarrel in a straw when honor's at the stake. How stand I then, that have a father killed, a mother stained, excitements of my reason and my blood, and let all sleep while to my shame I see the imminent death of 20,000 men that for a fantasy and trick of fame go to their graves like beds, fight for a plot whereon the numbers cannot try the cause, which is not tomb enough and continent to hide the slain. Oh, from this time forth, my thoughts be bloody, or be nothing worth. Thank you so much.
Very, very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. What an excellent way to start us off. Thank you very, very much. So without further ado, we're going to begin the casting of Cymbeline. So this is going to be tricky, but we're going to try and do it as quickly as possible. So the way this casting is going to work, just so you know, readers, you're all currently on mute. If you're watching the stream at the moment on your computer, please mute it because we'll get feedback otherwise. So we are live. You can be seen by everyone who is watching. So please don't do anything you wouldn't let your granny see. On a serious note, if you do anything illegal, etc., one of our admins will remove you. So we wouldn't like that to happen. Please have fun. Be kind to one another. A lot of you I know are trained actors. A lot of us, including myself, are not trained actors. This isn't a professional performance. It's just a charity event. We just want to raise money for the Globe. Things may go wrong. I want to say things will go wrong, but that does not matter. So please don't let your great performance get in the way of the fact that we have to do 16 plays in 48 hours. We want you to ham it up, but keep it brisk if you can. We're very, very tight on time. So keep the ad-libs and the pauses to a minimum if possible. Actors, readers, there is a mute button on the bottom left of your screen. So you'll be able to mute yourself if you're not speaking, if you're not in a scene. That way there won't be extra noise. You can also stop your video by hovering over your own picture and clicking on the blue button in the corner, just if you don't want to be seen for a bit. Please stay with your computer throughout the play whenever possible. If you have to go to the bathroom, don't worry. Don't need to interrupt to ask. Just mute yourself and leave. All that we ask is that when you come back, try and get back up to speed with the script. Don't worry if one of your lines comes up when you need to go to the bathroom. If I see that someone's line's coming up and they're not there, I will step in and read the line. So that's totally fine if you need to step away for a moment. So before I start casting, just like to say thank you for being here. So one person will have to do the most important job, in my opinion, and that is reading the stage directions and act and scene numbers. Do I have a volunteer to do that? You can volunteer by clicking the React button on your Zoom, which should raise a little hand. Not seeing one. I'm seeing Luke Prose Baldwin. Are you happy to be our stage direction? Great. For this play, you'll be playing stage directions, but you will also be playing the second senator, if that's all right. Second senator says I at one point. So watch out for that line. Please note down your parts because I will not remember them. You can also change your own name in Zoom by clicking the 3 dots beside your name if you want to change your name to your part, if that makes it easier. So after that, we have about 5 big roles in this play. I'll be casting them fairly randomly based on who I see first indicate. So if you would like one of the big roles, can you please react now? Okay, first name I saw was Valerie. Valerie, you're going to be our Imogen. The next person I saw was, is that Melina? Melina, you are going to be Cymbeline. I think the next one I saw, sorry guys, can you react again? Okay, the next person, oh, that is Alex. So you're going to be Giacomo. Keep the reacting going. Actually, just looking through my cast list. React. Sophie, you're going to be Cloten. Or Cloten. React again, guys. Kat, Katrina Bolt, you are going to be the Queen. And another big role. Is that Artemis? Artemis, you are going to be playing Arpostumus. And another one. I see Joseph. Joseph Clayton. Hi, Joseph. Joseph, you're going to be playing Pisanio. Another big part, please. I see Freya. Hi, Freya. Freya, you're going to be playing Belarius. And another big part, oh, Madeline, straight in there. Madeline, you're going to be playing the one part I can never pronounce, which is Aviragus. Did I get that right? Who is next? Okay, another big part. I see Elaine Klein. Hi. Elaine, you are going to be our Guidarius. And keep reacting if you want a big part. I see Fergus. Hi, Fergus. Fergus, you're going to be our Caius Lucius. Great. And we've got one more big part. So who's it going to be? I see Zach. Hi, Zach. You are going to be our Cornelius. Great. So we're down to smaller parts now. Some of the parts will be doubled. So can I get a react if you don't already have a part and you'd like a smaller part? Grace. Hi, Grace. Grace, you're going to be our Philario. Ben. Benjamin King Cox, I know you. You're going to be our first jailer. And Katrina Allen, you're going to be second jailer and second gentleman. Got it? Another small part. Hannah Love. Hi, Hannah Love, you are going to be first lord. Anne Charlotte. Hi, Anne Charlotte, you are going to be Cecilius Leonatus. Great names in this play. Valentina. Hi, Valentina. You are going to be Frenchman. Anyone else for a small part? Hannah Bristow. Do you have a part already? No. Yes. No. Great. Hannah, you're going to be the soothsayer. Who else doesn't have a part? Hannah, is that Lieberman? Hannah Lieberman, you're going to be Jupiter. And Livy Parrott, you are going to be British captain and first brother. Anyone else for a part? Elizabeth Champion. Hi. You're going to be second British captain and second brother. More parts. Rachel Johnsky. Hi, Rachel. You are going to be lady and first lady. These are different parts at different times. And someone else. Please react if you need a part. Anyone left without a part? I'm not seeing any reactions. Is that Kate? Kate, I don't think you have a part. Hi, Kate. You are going to be Lord and second Lord, and these are two different lords. Anyone who doesn't have a part and whose react function isn't working, can you wave at me? Regine Vital. Hello. You're going to be the messenger. And does anyone still not have a part? Wave at me if you don't. Nope, keep waving. Keep waving. I'm not seeing anyone. Okay, so I'm going to start giving out, we've got a couple of extra parts left. So what I'm going to do is if you have a small part and you'd like another small part, please wave or react now. Okay, so I got Jupiter and Katrina Allen first. So Jupiter, you're going to be playing attendant as well. And Katrina Allen, you're going to be playing first senator. Anyone else with a small part who wants another one? Soothsayer. Hi, Soothsayer, you're going to be playing first tribune or tribune. And first lord, I see you there. You are also going to be playing mother. And Valentina, Frenchman, you'll be playing Roman captain. With that, I think we have cast a play. So without further ado, I will hand over to our stage direction reader, who will be starting us off. If you can read the acts and scenes of the play and any stage directions that are important. You don't need to read entrances and exits, but just anything that comes up. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to allow you to unmute yourselves. So unmute yourself when you need to speak. And we will start. So you can now unmute yourself.
Act 1, Scene 1. Britain, the garden of Cymbeline's palace. Enter 2 gentlemen.
Waiting on a first gentleman. Okay.
Be the first gentleman.
You do not meet a man but frowns. Our bloods no more obey the heavens than our courtiers still seem as does the king.
But what's the matter?
His daughter and the heir of his kingdom, who he purposed to his wife's sole son, a widow, that late he married, hath referred herself unto a poor but worthy gentleman. She's wedded, her husband banished, she imprisoned, all is outward sorrow. Though I think the king be touched at the very heart.
None but the king.
He that had lost her too, so is the queen, that most desired the match, but not a courtier, although they wear their faces to the bent. Of the king's look hath a heart that is not, glad at the king they scowl at.
And why so?
He that hath missed the princess is a thing too bad for a bad report. And he that hath her, I mean that married her, alack, the good man, and therefore banished, is a creature such as seek through regions of the earth for one of his like. There would be something failing in him that should compare. I do not think so fair and outward, and such stuff within endows a man but he.
You speak him far.
I do extend him, sir, within himself, crush him together, rather than unfold his measure duly.
What's his name and birth?
I cannot delve him to the root. His father was called Cecilius, who did join his honor against Romans with but has titles by Tenacious, who he served with glory and admired success. So gain the Sir Addition Leonatus, and had beside this gentleman in question 2 other sons, who in the wars of the time died with their swords in hand, for which the father, then old and fond of issue, took such sorrow that he quit being, and his gentle lady, big of his gentlemen our theme, deceased as he was born. The king, he takes the babe to his protection, calls him Posthumus Leonatus, breeds him, and makes him of his bedchamber, puts to him all the learnings that this time could make him the receiver of, which he took, as we do err, fast as 'twas ministered. And in spring became a harvest, lived in court, which rare it is to do, most praised, most loved, a sample to the youngest, to the more mature, a glass that feted them, and to the graver, a child that guided doctards, to his mistress, for whom he now is banished, her own prince proclaims how she esteemed him and his virtue, by her election may truly read what kind of man he is.
I honour him, even out of your report, but pray you, tell me, is she sole child to the king?
His only child. He had 2 sons, if this be worth your hearing, mark it, the eldest of them at 3 years old, in the swaddling clothes, the other from their nursery were stolen, and to this hour no guess and knowledge which they went.
How long is this ago?
Oh, some 20 years.
That a king's children should be so conveyed, so slackly guarded, and the search so slow that it could not trace them?
Howsoever 'tis strange, or that the negligence may well be laughed at. Yet it is true, sir.
I do well believe you.
We must forbear. Here comes the gentleman, the queen, and princess.
No, be assured you shall not find me, daughter, after the slander of most stepmothers, evil-eyed unto you. You're my prisoner, but your jailer shall deliver you the keys that lock up your restraint. For you, Posthumus, so soon as I can win the offended king, I will be known your advocate. Marry, yet the fire of rage is in him, and 'twere good you leaned unto his sentence with what patience your wisdom may inform you.
Please your highness, I will from hence today.
You know the peril. I'll fetch a turn about the garden, pitying the pangs of barred affections, though the king hath charged you should not speak together.
Oh, dissembling courtesy! How fine this tyrant can tickle where she wounds. My dearest husband, I something fear my father's wrath, but nothing always reserved my holy duty. What his rage could do to me, you must be gone, and I shall here abide the hourly shot of angry eyes, not comforted to live, but that there is this jewel in the world that I may see again.
My queen, my mistress, O lady, weep no more, lest I give cause to be suspected of more tenderness than doth become a man. I will remain the loyalest husband that did e'er plight troth. My residence in Rome at one Philario's, who to my father was a friend, to me, known but by letter, thither write my queen, and with mine eyes I'll drink the words you send, though ink be made of gall.
Be brief, I pray you. If the king come, I shall incur I know not how much of his displeasure. Yet I'll move him to walk this way. I never do him wrong, but he does by my injuries to be friends, pays dear for my offences.
Should we be taking leave as long a term as yet we have to live, the loathing to depart would grow. Adieu.
Nay, stay a little. Were you but riding forth to air yourself, such parting were too petty. Look here, love, this diamond was my mother's, take it, heart. But keep it till you woo another wife when Imogen is dead.
How, another? You gentle gods, give me but this I have, and see on my embracements from the next with bonds of death. Remain thou here, while sense can keep it on, and sweetest, fairest, as I my poor self did exchange for you, to your so infinite loss, so in our trifles, I still win of you. For my sake wear this. It is a manacle of love. I'll place it upon this fairest prisoner.
Putting a bracelet upon her arm.
Oh, the gods! When shall we see again?
Alack, the king!
Thou basest thing, avoid! Hence from my sight! If after this command thou fraught the court with thy unworthiness, thou diest. Away! Thou art poison to my blood.
The gods protect you, and bless the good remainders of the court. I am gone.
There cannot be a pinch in death more sharp than this.
O disloyal thing, that shouldst repair my youth, thou heapst the year's age on me.
I beseech you, sir, harm not yourself with your vexation. I am senseless of your wrath. A touch more rare subdues all pangs, all fears.
Past grace, obedience,
Past hope, and in despair, that way past grace.
that mightst have had the sole son of my queen.
Oh, blessed, that I might not. I chose an eagle and did avoid a puttock.
Thou tookst a beggar, wouldst have made my throne a seat for baseness.
No, I rather added a luster to it.
Oh, thou vile one.
Sir, it is your fault that I have loved Posthumus. You bred him as my playfellow, and he is a man worth any woman. Overbuys me almost the sum he pays.
What, art thou mad?
Almost, sir. Heaven restore me. Would I were a neat herd's daughter, and my Leonatus our neighbor shepherd's son.
Thou foolish thing. They were again together. You have done not after our command. Away with her, and pen her up.
Beseech your patience. Peace, dear lady daughter, peace. Sweet sovereign, leave us to ourselves, and make yourself some comfort out of your best advice.
Nay, let her languish a drop of blood a day, and being aged, die of this folly.
Fie, you must give way. Here is your servant. How now, sir, what news?
My lord your son drew on my master.
Ha! No harm, I trust, is done.
There might have been, but that my master rather played than fought, and had no help of anger. They were parted by gentlemen at hand.
I am very glad on't.
Your son's my father's friend. He takes his part. To draw upon an exile, oh brave sir, I would they were in Afric both together, myself by with a needle that I might prick the goer back. Why came you from your master?
On his command, He would not suffer me to bring him to the haven, left these notes of what commands I should be subject to, were it to please you to employ me.
This hath been your faithful servant. I dare lay mine honour he will remain so.
I humbly thank your highness.
Pray, walk a while.
About some half hour hence, I pray you speak with me. You shall at least go see my lord aboard. For this time, leave me.
Act 1, Scene 2. The same, a public place.
Sir, I would advise you shift a shirt. The violence of action has made you reek as a sacrifice. Where air comes in, air comes out. There's none abroad so wholesome as that you vent.
If my shirt were bloody, then to shift it. Have I hurt him?
No, Faith, not so much as his patience.
Hurt him? Or his body's a passable carcass, if he be not hurt. It is thoroughfare for steel, if it be not hurt.
His steel was in debt. It went off over the backside of the town.
The villain would not stand me.
No, but he fled forward still toward your face.
Stands you? You have land enough of your own, but he added to your having some ground.
As many inches as you have oceans, puppies.
I would they had not come between us.
So would I, till you had measured how long a fool you were upon the ground.
And that she should love this fellow and refuse me.
If it be a sin to make a true election, she is damned.
Sir, as I told you always, her beauty and her brain go not together. She's a good sign, but I have seen small reflection of her wit.
Well, she shines not upon fools, lest the reflection should hurt her.
Come, I'll to my chamber. Would there had been some hurt done?
I wish not so, unless it had been the fall of an ass, which is no great hurt.
You'll go with us?
I'll attend your lordship.
Nay, come, let's go together.
Well, my lord.
Act 1, Scene 3. A room in Cymbeline's palace.
I would thou grewst unto the shores of the haven, and questionedst every sail. If he should write and not have it, 'twere a paper lost, as offered mercy is. What was the last that he spake to thee?
It was his queen,
Then waved his handkerchief?
and kissed it, madam.
Senseless linen. Happier therein than I. And that was all?
No, madam. For so long as he could make me with this eye or ear distinguish him from others, he did keep the deck with glove or hat or handkerchief still waving, as the fits and stirs of his mind could best express how slow his soul sailed on, how swift his ship.
Thou shouldst have made him as little as a crow, or less, ere left to after I him.
Madam, so I did.
I would have broke mine iron strings, cracked them, but to look upon him, till the diminution of space had pointed him sharp as my needle, nay, followed him till he had melted from the smallness of a gnat to air, and then have turned mine eye and wept. But good Pisanio, when shall we hear from him?
Be assured, madam, with his next vantage.
I did not take my leave of him, but had most pretty things to say, ere I could tell him how I would think on him at certain hours, such thoughts and such, or I could make him swear the sheaves of Italy should not betray mine interest and his honor, or have charged him at the 6th hour of morn, at noon, at midnight, to encounter me with orisons, for then I am in heaven for him, or ere I could give him that parting kiss, which I had set betwixt two charming words, comes in my father, and like a tyrannous breathing of the north, shakes all our buds from growing.
The Queen, madam, desires your highness's company.
Those things I bid you do, get them dispatched. I will attend the Queen.
Madam, I shall.
Act 1, Scene 4. Rome, Philario's house.
Believe it, sir. I have seen him in Britain. He was then of a crescent note, expected to prove so worthy as since he hath been allowed the name of, but I could then have looked on him without the help of admiration, though the catalogue of his endowment had been tabled by his side, and I to peruse him by items.
You speak of him when he was less furnished, and now he is with that which makes him both without and within.
I have seen him in France. We had very many there could behold the sun with as firm eyes as he.
This matter of marrying his king's daughter, wherein he must be weighed rather by her value than his own, words him, I doubt not, a great deal from the matter.
And then his banishment.
Aye, and the approbation of those that weep this lamentable divorce under her colours are wonderfully to extend him. Be it but to fortify her judgment, which else an easy battery might lay flat, for taking a beggar without less quality. But how comes it he is to sojourn with you? How creeps acquaintance?
His father and I were soldiers together, to whom I have been often bound for no less than my life. Here comes a Briton, let him be so entertained amongst you as suits, with gentlemen of your knowing to a stranger of his quality. I beseech you all, be better known to this gentleman, whom I commend to you as a noble friend of mine. How worthy he is, I will leave to appear hereafter, rather than story him in his own hearing.
Sir, we have known together in Orleans.
Since when I have been debtor to you for courtesies, which I will be ever to pay, and yet pay still.
Sir, you o'errate my poor kindness. I was glad I did atone my countrymen and you. It had been pity you should have been put together with so mortal a purpose as then to each poor, that upon importance of so slight and trivial a nature.
By your pardon, sir, I was very young traveller, rather shunned to go even with what I heard than in my every action to be guided by others' experiences. But upon my mended judgment, if I offend not to say it is mended, my quarrel was not altogether slight.
Fate, yes, to be put to the arbitrament of swords, and by such too that would by all likelihood have confounded one another, who have fallen both.
Can we, with manners, ask what was the difference?
Safely, I think. 'Twas a contention in public, which may, without contradiction, suffer the report. It was much like an argument that fell out last night, where each of us fell in praise of our country mistress. This gentleman at that time vouching, and upon warrant of bloody affirmation, he is to be more fair, virtuous, wise, chaste, constant, qualified, and less attemptable than any the rarest of our ladies in France.
That lady is not now living, for this gentleman's opinion by this worn out.
She holds her virtue still, and I my mind.
You must not so prefer her for ours of Italy.
Being so far provoked as I was in France, I would abate her nothing, but I profess myself her adorer, not her friend.
As fair and as good, a kind of hand-in-hand comparison, had been something too fair and too good for any lady in Britain. If she went before others I have seen, as that diamond of yours outlustered many I have beheld, I could not believe she excelled many. But I have not seen the most precious diamond that is, nor you, the lady.
I praised her as I rated her, so do I my stone.
What do you esteem it at?
More than the world enjoys.
Either your unparagoned mistress is dead, or she's outprized by a trifle.
You are mistaken. One may be sold or given if there were wealth enough for a purchase or merit for the gift, but others not a thing for sale, and only the gift of the gods.
Which the gods have given you.
Which by their graces I will keep.
You may wear her in title yours, but you know strange fowl light upon neighbouring ponds. Your ring may be stolen too, so your brace of unprizable estimations. The one is but frail, and the other casual. A cunning thief, or a that way accomplished courtier, would hazard the winning both of first and last.
Your Italy contains none so accomplished a courtier to convince the honour of my mistress, if, in the holding or loss of that, you term her frail. I do nothing doubt you have store of thieves, notwithstanding, I fear not my ring.
Let us leave here, gentlemen.
So, with all my heart, this worthy signor, I thank him, makes no strange of me. We are familiar at first.
With 5 times so much conversation I should get ground of your fair mistress, make her go back, even to the yielding, had I admittance and opportunity to friend.
No, no.
I dare thereupon pawn the moiety of my estate to your ring, which, in my opinion, overvalues it something. But I make my wager rather against your confidence than her reputation, and, to bar your offence herein too, I durst attempt it against any lady in the world.
You are a great deal abused and too bold a persuasion, and I doubt not you sustain what you're worthy of by your attempt.
What's that?
Of a pulse, though your attempt, as you call it, deserve more, a punishment too.
Gentlemen, enough of this. It came in too suddenly. Let it die as it was born, and I pray you be better acquainted.
Would I had put my estate and my neighbours on the approbation of what I have spoke.
What lady would you choose to assail?
Yours, whom in constancy you think stands so safe. I will lay you 10,000 ducats to your ring that commend me to the court where your lady is, with no more advantage than the opportunity of a second conference, and I will bring from thence that honour of hers which you imagine so reserved.
I will wage against your gold. Gold to it. My ring I hold dear as my finger, 'tis part of it.
You are afraid, and therein the wiser. If you buy lady's flesh at 1,000,000 a dram, you cannot preserve it from tainting. But I see you have some religion in you that you fear.
This is but a custom in your tongue. You bear a graver purpose, I hope.
I am the master of my speeches, and would undergo what's spoken, I swear.
Will you? I shall but lend my diamond till your return. Let there be covenants drawn between. My mistress exceeds in goodness the hugeness of your unworthy thinking. I dare you to this match.
I will have it no lay.
By the gods, it is one. If I bring you no sufficient testimony that I have enjoyed the dearest bodily part of your mistress, my 10,000 ducats are yours, so is your diamond too. If I come off and leave her in such honour as you have trust in, she your jewel, this your jewel, and my gold are yours, provided I have your commendation for my more free entertainment.
I embrace these conditions. Let us have articles betwixt us. Only thus far you shall answer. If you make your voyage upon her, and give me directly to understand you prevailed, I am no fear of your enemy, she is not worth our debate. If she remain unseduced, you not making it appear otherwise, your ill opinion of the assault you have made to her chastity, you shall answer me with your sword.
Your hand, a covenant. We will have these things set down by lawful counsel, and straight away for Britain, lest the bargain should catch cold and starve. I will fetch my gold, and have our 2 wagers recorded.
Agreed.
Will this hold, think you?
Signor Iachimo will not from it. Pray, let us follow him.
Act 1, Scene 5. Britain, a room in Cymbeline's palace.
While yet the dew's on ground, gather those flowers. Make haste. Who has the note of them?
I, madam.
Dispatch. Now, Master Doctor, have you brought those drugs?
This is your highness. Hey. Here they are, madam. But I beseech your grace without offence. My conscience bids me ask, wherefore have you commanded me of those most poisonous compounds? Which other movies a language death, but thou slow deadly?
I wonder, Doctor, thou askest me such a question. Have I not been thy pupil long? Hast thou not learned me how to make perfumes, distill, preserve? Yea, so that our great king himself doth woo me oft for my confections. Having thus far proceeded, unless thou think'st me devilish, is't not meet that I did amplify my judgment in other conclusions. I will try the forces of these thy compounds on such creatures as we count not worth the hanging, but none human, to try the vigour of them, and apply allayments to their act, and by them gather their several virtues and effects.
Your highness, shall from this practice but make hard for your heart, besides, seeing these effects will be both noisome and infectious.
Oh, content thee. Here comes a flattering rascal. Upon him will I first work. He's for his master, an enemy to my son. How now, Pisanio? Doctor, your service for this time is ended. Take your own away.
I do not suspect you, madam, but you shall do no harm.
Hark thee, a word.
I do not like her, She doth think that she has strange lingering poison. I do not know her city, and will not trust one of her malice with a drug of such damage. Those she has will stoop by, and the dull sense a while, which first perchance she'll prove on cats and dogs, then afterwards up higher, but there is no danger in what show of death it makes, more than locking up the spirits a time to be more fresh, reviving. She is foolish with more false effect. I true her, so to be false.
No further service, doctor, until I send for thee.
I humbly take my leave.
Weeps she still, sayest thou? Dost thou think in time she will not quench and let instructions enter where folly now possesses? Do thou work. When thou shalt bring me word she loves my son, I'll tell thee on the instant thou art then as great as is thy master. Greater, for his fortunes all lie speechless, and his name is at last gasp. Return he cannot, nor continue where he is. To shift his being is to exchange one misery with another, and every day that comes to decay a day's work in him. What shalt thou expect to be depender on a thing that leans, who cannot be new built, nor has no friends, so much as but to prop him?
The Queen drops the box. Pisanio takes it up.
Thou takest up thou knowest not what, but take it for thy labour. It is a thing I made which hath the king 5 times redeemed from death. I do not know what is more cordial. Nay, I prithee take it. It is an earnest of a further good that I mean to thee. Tell thy mistress how the case stands with her. Do it as from thyself. Think what a chance thou changest on, but think thou hast thy mistress still, to boot, my son, who shall take notice of thee. I'll move the king to any shape of thy preferment, such as thou desire, and then myself, I chiefly, that set thee on to this desert, am bound to load thy merit richly. Call my women, think on my words. A sly and constant knave, not to be shaked, the agent for his master and the remembrancer of her to hold the hand fast to her lord. I have given him that which, if he take, shall quite unpeople her of lieges for her suite, and which she after, except she bend her humour, shall be assured to taste of too. So, well done, well done. The violets, cowslips, and the primroses bear to my closet. Fare thee well, Pisanio. Think on my words.
And shall do. But when to my good lord I prove untrue, I'll choke myself. There's all I'll do for you.
Act 1, Scene 6. The same. Another room in the palace.
A father cruel, and a stepdame false. A foolish suitor to a wedded lady that hath her husband banished. Oh, that husband! My supreme crown of grief, and those repeated vexations of it. Had I been thief stolen, as my 2 brothers, happy, but most miserable is the desire that's glorious. Blessed be those, how mean soe'er, that have their honest wills, which seasons comfort. Who may this be? Fie!
Madam, a noble gentleman of Rome comes from my lord with letters.
Change you, madam. The worthy Leonatus is in safety and greets your highness dearly.
Presents a letter.
Thanks, good sir. You're kindly welcome.
All of her that is out of door most rich, if she be furnished with a mind so rare, she has learned the Arabian bird, and I have lost the wager. Boldness, be my friend. Arm me audacity from head to foot, or like the Parthian I shall flying fight, rather directly fly.
He is one of the noblest note, to whose kindnesses I am most infinitely tied. Reflect upon him accordingly, as you value your trust. Leonatus. So far I have read aloud, but even in the very middle of my heart is warmed by the rest, and takes it thankfully. You are welcome, worthy sir, as I have words to bid you, and shall find it so in all that I can do.
Thanks, fairest lady. What, are men mad? Hath nature given them eyes to see this vaulted arch, and the rich crop of sea and land, which can distinguish twixt the fiery orbs above and the twin stones upon the numbered beach? And can we not partition make with spectacles so precious, twixt foul and fair?
What makes your admiration?
It cannot be the eye. For apes and monkeys twixt two such sheaths would chatter this way and contemn with mouths the other, nor in the judgment, for idiots in this favour would be wisely definite, nor in the appetite. Sluttery to such neat excellence opposed should make desire vomit emptiness, not so allured to feed.
What is the matter, Tro?
The cloyed will, that satiate yet unsatisfied desire, that tub both filled and running, ravening first, the lamb longs after for the garbage.
What, dear sir, thus raps you? Are you well?
Thanks, madam. Well, beseech you, sir, desire my man's abode where I did leave him. He is strange and peevish.
I was going, sir, to give him welcome.
Continues well, my lord. His health beseech you?
Well, madam.
Is he disposed to mirth? I hope he is.
Exceeding pleasant. None a stranger there so merry and so gamesome. He is called the Britain Reveller.
When he was here, he did incline to sadness, and oft times not knowing why.
I never saw him sad. There is a Frenchman, his companion, an eminent monsieur, that it seems much loves a gallant girl at home. He furnishes the thick sigh from him, while the jolly Briton, your lord, I mean, laughs from free lungs, cried, "Oh, can my side hold to think that man who knows by history, report, or his own proof what woman is, yea, what she cannot choose but must be, will his free hours languish for assured bondage?"
Will my lord say so?
Aye, madam, with his eyes in flood with laughter. It is a recreation to be by, and hear him mock the Frenchman. But heaven, no, some men are much to blame.
Not he, I hope.
Not he. But yet heaven's bounty towards him might be used more thankfully. In himself, 'tis much. In you, which I account is beyond all talents, whilst I am bound to wonder, I am bound to pity too.
What do you pity, sir?
Two creatures, heartily.
Am I one, sir? You look on me. What wreck discern you in me deserves your pity?
That others do. I was about to say, enjoy your, but it is an office of the gods to venge it, not mine to speak on it.
You do seem to know something of me, or what concerns me, pray you, since doubling things go ill often hurts more than to be sure they do for certainties. Either are past remedies, or timely knowing the remedy then born. Discover to me what both you spur and stop.
Had I this cheek to bathe my lips upon, this hand whose every touch would force the feeler's soul to the oath of loyalty, this object which takes prisoner the wild motion of mine eye, fixing it only here. Should I, damned then, slaver with lips as common as the stairs that mount the Capitol, join gripes with hands made hard with hourly falsehood as with labour, then by peeping in an eye base and unlustrous as the smoky light that's fed with stinking tallow, it were fit that all the plagues of hell should at one time encounter such revolt.
My lord, I fear, has forgot Britain.
And himself. Not I, inclined to this intelligence, pronounce the beggary of his change, but 'tis your graces that from pay mutus conscience to my tongue charms this report out.
Let me hear no more.
Oh, dearest soul, your course doth strike my heart with pity that doth make me sick. A lady so fair and fastened to an empery would make the greatest king double. To be partnered with tomboys hired with that self-exhibition which your own coffers yield, with diseased adventures that play with all infirmities for gold, which rottenness can lend nature. Such boiled stuff as well might poison, be revenged, or she that bore you was no queen, and you recoil from your great stock.
Revenged? How should I be revenged? If this is true, as I have such a heart that both mine ears must not in haste abuse, if it be true, how should I be revenged?
Should he make me live like Diana's priest betwixt cold sheets, whilst he is vaulting variable ramps in your despite upon your purse? Revenge it! I dedicate myself to your sweet pleasure, more noble than that runagate to your bed, and will continue fast to your affection, still close as shore.
What ho, Pisanio!
Let me my service tender on your lips.
Away! I do condemn mine ears that have so long attended thee. If thou wert honourable, thou wouldst have told this tale for virtue, not for such an end thou seek'st. As base as strange, thou wrong'st a gentleman who is as far from thy report as thou from honour, and solicitest here a lady that disdains thee and the devil alike. What ho, Pisanio! The king my father shall be made acquainted of thy assault. If he shall think it fit, a saucy stranger in his court to mart in a Romish stew and to expound his beastly mind to us. He hath a court he cares little for, and a daughter who he not respects at all. What ho, Pisanio!
Oh, happy Leonatus. I may say the credit that thy lady hath of thee deserves thy trust, and that most perfect goodness her assured credit. Blessed you live you long, a lady to the worthiest heir that ever country called his, and you, his mistress, only for the most worthiest fit. Give me your pardon. I have spoke this to know if your affiance were deeply rooted, and shall make your lord that which he is, new o'er, and he is one the truest mannered, such a holy witch, that he enchants societies into him. Half of all men's hearts are his.
You make amends.
He sits amongst men like a descended god. He hath a kind of honour sets him off, more than a mortal seeming. Be not angry, most mighty princess, that I have adventured to try your taking a false report, which hath honoured with confirmation your great judgment in the election of a sir so rare, which you know cannot err. The love I bear him made me to fan you thus, but the gods made you, unlike all others, chaffless. Play your pardon.
All's well, sir. Take my power in the court for yours.
My humble thanks. I had almost forgot to entreat your grace, but in a small request, and yet a moment too, for it concerns your lord. Myself and other noble friends are partners in the business.
Pray, what is it?
Some dozen Romans of ours and your lord, the best feather of our wing, have mingled some to buy a present for the emperor, which I, the factor for the rest, have done in France. 'Tis plate of rare device and jewels of rich and exquisite form, their values great. And I am something curious, being strange to have them in safe stowage. May it please you to take them in protection?
Willingly, and pawn mine honour for their safety. Since my lord hath interest in them, I will keep them in my bedchamber.
They are in a trunk, attended by my men. I will make bold to send them to you, only for this night. I must aboard tomorrow.
Oh, no, no, no.
Yes, I beseech, or I shall short my word by lengthening my return. From Gallia I cross the seas on purpose and on promise to see your grace.
I thank you for your pains, but not away tomorrow.
Oh, I must, madam. Therefore I shall beseech you, if you please, to greet your lord with writing. Do it tonight. I have outstood my time, which is material to the tender of our present.
I will write. Send your trunk to me. It shall be safe kept and truly yielded you. You are very welcome.
Act 2, Scene 1. Britain, before Cymbeline's palace.
Man had such luck. When I kissed the jack upon an upcast to be hit away, I had £100 on't, and then a horse and jackanapes must take me up for swearing, as if I borrowed mine oaths of him, and might not spend them at my pleasure.
Got he by that? You have broke his pate with your bowl.
If his wit had been like him that broke it, it would have run all out.
What a gentleman is disposed to swear is it is not for any standers-by to curtail his oaths, huh?
No, my lord, nor crop the ears of them.
Horse and dog, I give him satisfaction. Would he had been of my rank?
To have smelt like a fool.
I am not vexed more than anything in the earth. Approximate, I had rather not be so noble as I am. They dare not fight with me because of the queen my mother. Every jack slave have his belly full of fighting, and I must go up and down like the cock that nobody can match.
You are a cock and capon too, and you crow cock with your comb on.
Sayest thou?
It is not fit your lordship should undertake every companion that you give offence to.
No, I know that, but it is fit I should commit offence to my inferiors.
Aye, it is fit for your lordship only.
Why, so I say.
Did you hear of the stranger that's come to court tonight?
A stranger? And I not know on't.
He's a strange fellow himself and knows it not.
There's an Italian come, and 'tis thought one of Leonatus's friends.
Leonatus, a banished rascal, and he's another whatever so he be. Who told you of this stranger?
One of your lordship's pages.
Is it fit if I went to look upon him? Is there no derogation in it?
You cannot derogate, my lord.
Not easily, I think.
You are a fool, granted. Therefore your issues being foolish do not derogate.
Come, I'll go see this Italian. What I have lost today at bowls, I'll win tonight at him. Come on.
I'll attend your lordship. That such a crafty devil as his mother should yield the world this ass, a woman that bears all down with her brain, and this her son cannot take 2 from 20 for his heart and leave 18. Alas, poor princess, thou divine Imogen, what thou endurest betwixt a father by thy stepdame governed, a mother hourly coining plots, a wooer more hateful than the foul expulsion is of thy dear husband, than that horrid act of the divorce he'd make. The heavens hold firm the walls of thy dear honour. Keep unshaked that temple, thy fair maid, that thou mayst stand to enjoy thy banished lord and this great land.
Act 2, Scene 2. A trunk in one corner of it. Imogen's bedchamber in Cymbeline's palace.
Who's there? My woman Helen?
Please you, madam.
What hour is it?
Almost midnight, madam.
I've read 3 hours then. Mine eyes are weak. Fold down the leaf where I have left. To bed, take not away the taper, leave it burning. And if thou canst awake by 4 of the clock, I prithee call me. Sleep hath seized me wholly. To your protection I commend me, gods. From fairies and the tempers of the night, guard me, beseech ye.
Sleeps. The chemo comes from the trunk.
The crickets sing, and man's o'er-laboured sense repairs itself by rest. Our Tarquin thus did softly press the rushes ere he wakened the chastity he wounded. Cytherea, how bravely thou becomest thy bed, fresh lily, and whiter than the sheets, that I might touch, but kiss, one kiss. Rubies unparagoned, how dearly they do it. 'Tis her breathing that perfumes the chamber thus. The flame of the taper bows toward her, and would underpeep her lid to see the enclosed lights now canopied under these windows, white and azure laced with blue of heaven's own tint. For my design, to note the chamber, I will write all down, such and such pictures there, the window, such the adornment of her bed, the arras, figures, why, such, and the contents of the story are, for some natural notes about her body, some above 10,000 meaner movables would testify to enrich mine inventory. Oh, sleep thou, ape of death, lie dull upon her, and be her centre but a monument, thus in a chapel lying. Come off, As slippery as the Gordian knot was hard, 'tis mine, and this will witness outwardly as strongly as the conscience does within, to the madding of her lord. On her left breast a mole sinks spotted, like the crimson drops in the bottom of a cowslip. Here's a voucher, stronger than ever law could make. This secret will force him think I have picked the lock and ta'en the treasure of her honour. No more. To what end? Why should I write this down that's riveted, screwed to my memory? She hath been reading late the tale of Tereus. Here the leaf's turned down where Philomel gave up. I have enough. To the trunk again, and shut the spring of it. Swift, swift, you dragons of the night, that dawning may bear the raven's eye. I lodge in fear. Though this a heavenly angel, hell is here.
Clock strikes.
1, 2, 3. Time.
Goes into trunk. The scene closes. Act 2, Scene 3. An antechamber adjoining Imogen's apartments.
Your lordship is the most patient man in Lost, the most coldest that ever turned up ace.
It would make any man cold to lose.
But not every man patient after the noble temper of your lordship. You are most hot and furious when you win.
Winning will put any man into courage. If I could get this foolish Imogen, I should have gold enough. It's almost morning, if not.
Stay, my lord.
I would this music would come. I'm advised to give her music a morning. They say it will penetrate. Oh, come on, tune. If you can penetrate her with your fingering, so we'll try with tongue too. If none will do, let her remain. But I'll never give her. First, a very excellent, good conceited thing. After, a wonderful sweet air, with admirable rich words to it. And then let her consider. Hark, hark, the lark at heaven's gate sing, and Phoebus gins rise. He speeds to water at those springs, on chaliced flowers that lies, and wrinkling Maybuds begin to ope their golden eyes, with everything that pretty is. My lady sweet, arise, arise. So, get you gone. If this penetrate, I will consider your music the better. If it do not, it is her voice in her ears, which horsehairs and calves guts, nor the voice of unpaved eunuch to boot, can never amend.
Here comes the king.
I am glad I was up so late, for that's the reason I was up so early. He cannot choose but take this service I had done fatherly. Good morrow to your majesty, and my gracious mother.
Attend you here the door of our stern daughter. Will she not forth?
I have assailed her with music, but she vouchsafes no notice.
The exile of her minion is too new. She hath not yet forgot him. Some more time must wear the print of his remembrance out, and then she's yours.
You are most bound to that king who lets go by no vantages that may prefer you to his daughter. Frame yourself to order soliciting, and be friended with aptness of the season. Make denials, increase your services, so seem as if you were inspired to do those duties which you tender to her, that you in all obey her, save when commands to your dismission tends, and therein you are senseless.
Senseless? Not so.
So like you, sir, ambassadors from Rome. The one is Caius Lucius.
A worthy fellow, albeit he comes on angry purpose now. But that's no fault of his. We must receive him according to the honor of his sender. And towards himself, his goodness forspent on us, we must extend our notice. Our dear son, when you have given good morning to your mistress, attend the queen and us. We shall have need to employ you towards this Roman. Come, our queen.
If she be up, I'll speak with her. If not, let her lie still and dream. By your leave, ho! I know her women are about her. What if I do lie in one of their hands? 'Tis gold which buys admittance. Oft it doth, yea, and makes Diana's rangers false themselves, yield up their deer to the stand of the stealer, and 'tis gold which makes the true man killed and save the thief. Nay, sometimes hangs both the thief and true man. What can it not do and undo? I will make one of her women lawyer to me, for I yet not understand the case myself. By your leave.
Who's there that knocks?
A gentleman.
No more.
Yes, and a gentlewoman's son.
That's more than some, whose tailors are as dear as yours, can justify boast of. What's your lordship's pleasure?
Your lady's person. Is she ready?
Aye, to keep her chamber.
There is gold for you. Tell me your good report.
How? My good name? Or to report of you what I shall think is good? The princess.
Good morrow, fairest sister, your sweet hand.
Good morrow, sir. You lay out too much pains for purchasing but trouble. The thanks I give is telling you that I am poor of thanks and scarce can spare them.
Still, I swear I love you.
If you but said so, 'twere as deep with me. If you swear still, your recompense is still that I regard it not.
This is no answer.
But that you shall not say I yield being silent, I would not speak. I pray you spare me. Faith, I shall unfold equal discourtesy to your best kindness. One of your great knowing should learn, being taught, forbearance.
To leave you in your madness, 'twere my sin. I will not.
Fools are not mad folks.
Do you call me fool?
As I am mad, I do. If you'll be patient, I'll no more be mad. That cures us both. I am much sorry, sir. You put me to forget a lady's manners by being so verbal, and learn now, for all, that I, which know my heart, do here pronounce the very truth of it. I care not for you, and am so near the lack of charity to accuse myself. I hate you, which I had rather you felt than makes my boast.
You sin against obedience, which you owe your father. For the contract you pretend with that base wretch, one bred of arms and fostered with cold dishes, with scraps of the court. It is no contract, none. And though it be allowed in meaner parties, yet who than he more mean, to knit their souls on whom there is no more dependency but brats and beggary, in self-figured knot. Yet you are curbed from the enlargement by the consequences of the crown, and must not soil the precious note of it with a base slave, a hilding for a livery, a squire's cloth, a pantler, not so eminent.
Profane fellow, wert thou the son of Jupiter, and no more but what thou art besides, thou wert too base to be his groom. Thou wert dignified enough, even to the point of envy, if 'twere made comparative for your virtues, to be styled the underhangman of his kingdom, and hated for being preferred so well.
The South folk rot him.
He never can meet more mischance than come to be but named of thee. His meanest garment that ever hath but clipped his body is dearer in my respect than all the hairs above thee, were they all made such men. How now, Pisanio?
His garment, now the devil!
To Dorothy, my woman, hide thee presently.
His garment!
I am spirited with a fool. Frighted and angered worse, go bid my woman search for a jewel that too casually hath left mine arm. It was thy master's. Shrew me if I would lose it for a revenue of any kings in Europe. I do think I saw it this morning. Confident I am last night 'twas on my arm. I kissed it. I hope it be not gone to tell my lord that I kiss aught but he.
Will not be lost.
I hope so. Go and search.
Go and search.
You have abused me, his meanest garment.
I said so, sir. If you will make it an action, call witness to it.
I will inform your father.
Your mother, too. She's my good lady, and will conceive, I hope, but the worst of me. So I leave you, sir, to the worst of discontent.
I'll be revenged. His meanest garment. Well.
Act 2, Scene 4. Rome, Philario's house.
Fear her not, sir. I would I were so sure to win the king as I am bold her honour will remain hers.
What means do you make to him?
Not any, but abide the change of time, quake in the present winter state, and wish that warmer days would come. In these seared hopes I barely gratify your love. They failing, I must die much your debtor.
Your very goodness and your company overpays all I can do. By this your king hath heard of great Augustus. Caius Lucius will do's commission thoroughly, and I think he'll grant the tribute, send the arrearages, or look upon our Romans, whose remembrance is yet fresh in their grief.
I do believe, statist though I am none, nor like to be, that this will prove a war. And you shall hear the legions now in Gallia sooner landed in our not fearing Britain, than have tidings of any penny tribute paid. Our countrymen are men more ordered than when Julius Caesar smiled at their lack of skill, but found their courage. Worthy his frowning at, their discipline, now mingled with their courages, will make known to their approvers that they are people such as mend upon the world.
See, Iachimo.
The swiftest hearts have posted you by land, and winds of all the corners kissed your sails to make your vessel nimble.
Welcome, sir.
I hope the briefness of your answer made the speediness of your return.
Your lady is one of the fairest that I have looked upon.
And fair with all the best, or let her beauty look through a casement to lure false hearts and be false with them.
Here are letters for you.
Their tenor good, I trust?
'Tis very like.
Was Caius Lucius in the Britain court when you were there?
He was expected then, but not approached.
All is well yet. Sparkles the stone as it won't? Or is't not too dull for your good wearing?
If I had lost it, I should have lost the worth of it in gold. I'll make a journey twice as far to enjoy a second night of such sweet shortness which was mine in Britain. For the wing is won.
The stone's too hard to come by.
Not to wit, your lady being so easy.
Make not, sir, you'll lost your sport. I hope you know that we must not continue friends.
Good sir, we must, if you keep your covenant. Had I not brought the knowledge of your mistress home, I grant we were to question further, but I now profess myself the winner of her honour, together with your ring, and not the wronger of her or you, having proceeded by both of your wills.
If you can make to parent that you have tasted her in bed, my hand and the ring is yours. If not, the foul opinion you had of her pure honour gains or loses, your sword or mine, or masterless leaves both to who shall find them.
Sir, my circumstances being so near the truth that I will make them, must first induce you to believe me, whose strength I will confirm with oath, which I doubt not you'll give me leave to spare, when you shall find you need it not.
Proceed.
First, her bedchamber, where I confess I slept not, but profess that was well worth watching. It was hanged with tapestry of silk and silver, the story proud Cleopatra, when she met her ermine and stoodness swelled above the banks, or for the press of boats or pride. A piece of work so bravely done, so rich that it did strive in workmanship and value, which I wondered could be so rarely and exactly brought, since the true life on it was.
This is true, and this you might have heard of here by me or by some other.
More particulars must justify my knowledge.
So they must, or do your honour injury.
The chimney is south the chamber, and the chimney piece chased dying bathing. Never saw I figures so likely to report themselves. The cutter was of another nature, dumb outwent her, motion and breath left out.
This is a thing which you might from relation likewise reap, being as it is much spoke of.
The roof of the chamber with golden cherubims is fretted, her andirons, I had forgot them, were two winking cupids of silver, each on 1 foot standing, nicely depending on their brands.
This is her honour. Let it be granted you have seen all this, and praise be given to your remembrance. The description of what is in her chamber nothing saves the wager you have laid.
Then, if you can.
Showing the bracelet.
Be pale. I beg but leave to air this jewel. See, and now 'tis up again. It must be married to that your diamond. I'll keep them.
Jove! Once more let me behold it. Is that it which I left with her?
Sir, I thank her. That she stripped it from her arm. I see her yet. Her pretty action did outsell her gift, and yet enriched it too. She gave it me, and said she prized it once.
Maybe she plucked it off to send to me.
She writes so to you, does she?
Oh, no, 'tis true. Here, take this too. It is a basilisk unto mine eye, kills me to look on't. Let there be no honour, when there is beauty truth, where semblance love, when there's another man, the vows of woman of no more bondage be, to where they are made, than they are to their virtues, which is nothing, oh, above measure false.
Have patience, sir, and take your ring again. 'Tis not yet won. It may be probable she lost it, or who knows if it was one of her women, being corrupted, who hath stolen it from her.
Very true. And so I hope he came by it. Back my ring. Render to me some corporal sign about her, more evident than this, for this was stolen.
By Jupiter, I had it from her arm.
Hark you, he swears by Jupiter, he swears. 'Tis true, nay, keep the ring, 'tis true, I am sure she will not lose it. Her attendants are all sworn and honourable. They induced to steal it, and by a stranger. No, he hath enjoyed her. The cognizance of her inconstancy is this. She hath bought the name of whore thus dearly. There, take thy hire, and all the fiends of hell divide themselves between you.
Sir, be patient. This is not strong enough to be believed of one persuaded well of...
Never talk on't. She hath been culted by him.
If you seek for further satisfying, under her breast, worthy the pressing, lies a mole, right proud of that most delicate lodging. By my life, I kissed it, and it gave me present hunger to feed again, though full. You do remember the stain upon her?
Aye, and it doth confirm another stain, as big as hell can hold, with her no more but it.
Will you hear more?
Spare your arithmetic. Never count for turns. Once and a million.
I'll be sworn.
No swearing. If you will swear you have not done, you lie, and I will kill thee. If thou dost deny, thou'st made me cuckold.
I'll deny nothing.
Oh, that I had her here to tear her limb meal. I will go there and do it. The court before her father. I'll do something.
Quite besides, the government of patience. You have won. Let's follow him and pervert the present wrath he hath against himself.
With on my heart.
Act 2, Scene 5. Another room in Philario's house.
Is there no way for men to be but women? Must be half workers. We are all bastards. And that most venerable man, which I did call my father, was I know not where, when I was stamped, some coiner with his tools made me a counterfeit. Yet my mother seemed for Diane at that time, so doth my wife for non-parallel this. Oh, vengeance, vengeance! Me of my lawful pleasure she restrained, and prayed me off forbearance did it with. A pudency so rosy the sweet flew on, might well have warmed old Saturn, but I thought her as chaste as unsun snow. Oh, all the devils! This yellow Echimo in an hour was not, or less, at first. Perchance he spoke not, but like a foal a corned bear, a German one cried, oh, and mounted. Found no opposition, but what he looked for should oppose, and she should encounter God. Could I find out that woman's part in me? For there's no motion that tends to vice in man, but I affirm it is the woman's part, be it lying, note it. The woman's flattering, hers deceiving, hers lust and rank thoughts, hers revenge, hers ambitions, covetings, change of pride's disdain, nice longings, slanders, mutability, all faults that may be named, neither hell knows. Why hers in part or all, but rather all, for even to vice, they are not constant but changing still. One vice but of a minute old, for one not half so old as that. I'll write against them, detest them, curse them. Yet 'tis greater skill and a true hate to pray that they have their will. The very devils cannot plague them better.
Act 3, Scene 1. Britain, a hall in Cymbeline's palace. Enter in state Cymbeline, Queen Cloten, and lords at one door, and another Caius, Lucius, and attendants.
Now say, what would Augustus Caesar with us?
When Julius Caesar, whose remembrance yet lives in men's eyes, and yet will to ears and tongues be theme and hearing ever, was in this Britain and conquered it. Cymbeline, thine uncle, famous in Caesar's praise, no whit less than in his feats deserving it. For him and his succession granted Rome a tribute, yearly 3,000 pounds, which by thee lately is left untendered.
And to kill the marvel shall be so ever.
There be many Caesars ere such another Julius. Britain is a world by itself, and we will nothing pay for wearing our own noses.
That opportunity, which then they had to take from's, to resume we have again. Remember, sir, my liege, the kings your ancestors, together with the natural bravery of your isle, which stands as Neptune's park, ribbed and paled in with rocks unscalable and roaring waters, with sands that will not bear your enemies' boats, but suck them up to the topmast. A kind of conquest Caesar made here, but made not here his brag of came and saw and overcame, with shame, the first that ever touched him. He was carried from off our coast, twice beaten, and his shipping, poor ignorant baubles, upon our terrible seas, like eggshells moved upon their surges, cracked as easily against our rocks. For joy whereof, the famed Cymbeline, who was at once at point, oh giglo fortune, to master Caesar's sword, made Ludstown with rejoicing fires bright, and Britons strut with courage.
Come, there's no more tribute to be paid. Our kingdom is stronger than it was at that time, and, as I said, there is no more such Caesars. Other of them may have crooked noses, but to owe such straight arms, none.
Son, let your mother end.
We have yet many among us can gripe as hard as Cymbeline. I do not say I am one, but I have a hand. Why tribute? Why should we pay tribute? If Caesar can hide the sun from us with a blanket, or put the moon in his pocket, we will pay him tribute for light. Else, sir, no more tribute. Pray you no.
You must know, till the injurious Romans did extort this tribute from us, we were free. Caesar's ambition, which swelled so much that it did almost stretch the size of the world, against all colour here, did put the yoke on us, which to shake off becomes a warlike people, whom we reckon ourselves to be.
We do.
Say then to Caesar, our ancestor was that Malmasius which ordained our laws, whose use the sword of Caesar has too much mangled, whose repair and franchise shall, by the power we hold, be our good deed, though Rome be therefore angry. Malmasius made our laws, who was the first of Britain which did put his brows within a golden crown and called himself a king.
I am sorry, Cymbeline, that I am to pronounce Augustus Caesar, Caesar that had more kings his servants than thyself domestic officers, thine enemy. Receive it from me then. War and confusion in Caesar's name pronounce I against thee. Look for fury not to be resisted. Thus defied, I thank thee for myself.
Thou art welcome, Caius. Thy Caesar knighted me. My youth I spent much under him. Of him I gathered honour, which he to seek of me again, perforce, behoves me keep at utterance. I am perfect, that the Pannonians and Dalmatians for their liberties are now in arms, a precedent which not to read would show the Britons cold. So Caesar shall not find them.
Let proof speak.
His Majesty bids you welcome. Make pastime with us a day or two, or longer. If you seek us afterwards in other terms, you shall find us in Saltwater Girdle. If you beat us out of it, it is yours. If you fall in the adventure, our crows shall fare the better for you, and there's an end.
So, sir.
I know your master's pleasure, and he mine. All that remain is welcome.
Act 3, Scene 2. Another room in the palace. Enter Pisanio, with a letter.
How of adultery? Wherefore write you not what monsters her accuser? Leonatus, O master, what a strange infection is fallen into thy ear! What false Italian, as poisonous tongued as handed, hath prevailed on thy too ready hearing? Disloyal? No, she's punished for her truth, and undergoes more goddess-like than wife-like, such assaults as would take in some virtue. O my master, thy mind to her is now as low as were thy fortunes. How that I should murder her? Upon the love and truth and vows which I have made to thy command, I, her blood, if it be so to do good service, never let me be counted serviceable. How look I that I should seem to lack humanity so much as this fact comes to? Do it. The letter that I have sent her by her own command shall give thee opportunity. Oh, damned paper, black as the ink that's on thee. Senseless bauble, art thou a feudary for this act, and lookst so virgin-like without? Lo, here she comes. I am ignorant in what I am commanded.
How now, Pisanio?
Madam, here is a letter from my lord.
Who, thy lord? That is my lord, Leonatus? Oh, learned indeed were that astronomer that knew the stars as I his characters. He'll lay the future open. You good gods, let what is here contained relish of love, of my lord's health, of his content, yet not that we two are asunder. Let that grieve him. Some griefs are medicinable, that is one of them. For it doth physic love, of his content. But in that, good wax thy leave. Blessed be you bees that make these locks of counsel. Lovers and men in dangerous bonds pray not alike. Though forfeiters you cast in prison, yet you clasp young Cupid's tables. Good news, gods!
Reads.
Justice and your father's wrath, should he take me in his dominion, could not be so cruel to me as you, oh, the dearest of creatures, would even renew me with your eyes. Take notice that I am in Cambria at Milford Haven. What your own love will out of this advise you, follow. So he wishes you all happiness, that remains loyal to his vow, and your increasing in love, Leonatus Posthumus. Oh, for a horse with wings! Hearest thou, Pisanio? He is at Milford Haven. Read, and tell me how far 'tis thither. If one of mean affairs may plot it in a week, why may not I glide thither in a day? Then, true Pisanio, who longst, like me, to see thy lord, who longst, let me bait, but not like me, yet longst, but in a fainter kind, oh, not like me, for mine's beyond. Say, and speak thick. Love's counselor should fill the bores of hearing to the smothering of the sense. How far it is to this same blessed Milford. And by the way, tell me how Wales was made so happy as to inherit such a haven. But first of all, how we may steal from hence, and for the gap that we shall make in time from our hence going and our return to excuse. But first, how get hence? Why should excuse be born or e'er begot? We'll talk of that hereafter. Prithee, speak. How many store of miles may we well rid twixt hour and hour?
1 twixt sun and sun, madam's enough for you, and too much too.
Why, one that rode to his execution, man, could never go so slow. I have heard of riding wagers where horses have been nimbler than the sands that run in the clock's behalf. But this is foolery. Go bid my woman feign a sickness. Say she'll home to her father and provide me presently a riding suit, no costlier than would fit a Franklin's housewife.
Madam, your best consider.
I see before me, man, nor hear, nor what ensues, but have a fog in them. I cannot look through. Away, I prithee, do as I bid thee. There's no more to say. Accessible is none but Milford way.
Act 3, Scene 3. Wales. A mountainous country with a cave. Enter from the cave Belarius, Guiderius, and Arviragus following.
A goodly day not to keep house, with such whose roofs as low as ours. Stoop, boys, this gate instructs you how to adore the heavens, and vows you to a morning's holy office. The gates of monarchs are arched so high that giants may jet through and keep their impetus turbans on, without good morrow to the sun. Hail, thou fair heaven! We house ere the rock, yet use thee not so hardly as prouder livers do.
Hail, heaven!
Hail, heaven!
Now for our mountain sports. Up to yond hill. Your legs are young, I'll tread these flats. Consider, when you above perceive me like a crow, that it is a place with which lessons and sets off. And you may then revolve what tales I have told you of courts, of princes, of the tricks in war. This service is not service, so being done, but being so allowed, to apprehend thus, draws us a profit from all things we see. And often, to our comfort, shall we find the sharded beetle in a safer hold than is the full-winged eagle. Oh, this life is nobler than attending for a check, richer than doing nothing for a bauble, prouder than rusting in unpaid-for silk. Such gain the cap of him that makes them fine, yet keeps his book uncrossed. No life to ours.
Out of your proof you speak. We, poor unfledged, have never winged from view of the nest, nor know not what airs from home. Haply this life is best, if quiet life be best, sweeter to you, that have a sharper known, well corresponding with your stiff age. But unto us it is a cell of ignorance, travelling abed, a prisoner for a debtor, that not dares to stride a limit.
Should we speak on when we are as old as you? When we shall hear the rain and wind beat dark December? How in this our pinching cave shall we discourse the freezing hours away? We have seen nothing. We are beastly, subtle as the fox for prey, like warlife as the wolf for what we eat. Our valor is to chase what flies. Our cage we make a choir, as doth the prisoned bird, and sing our bondage freely.
How you speak! Did you but know the city's usuries and felt them knowingly, the art of the court is heard to leave us keep, whose top the climb is certain falling, or so slippery that to fears as bad as falling, the toil o' the war, a pain that only seems to seek out danger in the name of fame and honour, which dies ere the search, and hath as oft a slanderous epitaph as record of their act. Nay, many times, doth I'll deserve by doing well, what's worse, most courtsy at the censure. Oh, boys, this story the world may read in me. My body's marked with Roman swords, and my report was once first the best of those. Cymbeline loved me, and when a soldier was the theme, my name was not far off. Then was I as a tree whose boughs did bend with fruit. But in one night, a storm or robbery, call it what you will, shook down my mellow hangings, nay, my leaves, and left me bare to weather.
Uncertain favour!
My fault being nothing, as I have told you oft, but that two villains, whose false oaths prevailed before my perfect hour, swore to Cymbeline I was confederate with the Romans. So followed my banishment, and this 20 years, this rock and these demences have been my world, where I have lived at honest freedom, paid my piteous debts to heaven that than in all the forend of my time. But up to the mountains, this is not hunter's language. He that strikes the venison first shall be the lord of the feast. To him the other two shall minister, and we will fear no poison, which attends in place of greater safe. I'll meet you in the valleys. How hard it is to hide the sparks of nature. These boys know little they are sons to the king, nor Cymbeline dreams that they are alive. They think they are mine, and though trained up thus meanly, I, the cave wherein they bow, their thoughts do hit to roof the palaces, and nature prompts them from simple and low things to prince it much beyond the trick of others. 'Tis Polydore, the heir of Cymbeline and Britain, who the king's father called Wearidus, Jove. When on the 3-foot stool I sit and tell the warlike feats I have done, his spirits fly out into my story. Say, thus mine enemy fell, and thus I set my foot on his neck. Even then the princely blood flows in his cheek. He sweats, strains his young nerves, and puts himself in posture that acts my words. The younger brother, Cadmul, once of Viragus, in as like a figure, strikes life into my speech and shows much more his own conceiving. Hark, the game is roused. O Cymbeline, heaven and my conscience knows thou didst unjustly banish me, whereon at 3 and 2 years old I sold these babes, thinking to bar thee of succession, as thou reft'st me my lands. Euryphile, thou wast their nurse, they took thee for their mother, and every day do honour to her grave. Myself, Belarius, that am Morgan called, they take for natural father. The game is up.
Act 3, Scene 4. Country near Milford Haven.
Thou toldst me, when we came from horse, the place was near at hand. Ne'er longed my mother so to see me first, as I have now. Pisanio, man, where is Posthumus? What is in thy mind that makes thee stare thus? Wherefore breaks that sigh from the inward of thee? One, but painted thus, would be interpreted a thing perplexed beyond self-explication. Put thyself into a havior of less fear, ere wildness vanquish my stater senses. What's the matter? Why tenderest thou that paper to me with a look untender? If it be summer news, smile to it before. If winterly, thou needst but keep that countenance still. My husband's hand? That drug-damned Italy hath outcraftied him, and he's at some hard point. Speak, man. Thy tongue may be off some extremity, to which to read would be even mortal to me.
Please you read, and you shall find me, wretched man, a thing most disdained of fortune.
Reads.
Thy mistress, Pisanio, hath played the strumpet in my bed, the testimonies whereof lie bleeding in me. I speak not out of weak surmises, but from proof as strong as my grief, as certain as I expect my revenge. That part thou, Pisanio, must act for me. If thy faith be not tainted with the breach of hers, let thine own hands take away her life. I shall give thee opportunity at Milford Haven. She hath my letter for the purpose, where, if thou fear to strike and make me certain it is done, thou art the pander to her dishonor, and equally to me disloyal.
What shall I need to draw my sword? The paper hath cut her throat already. No, 'tis slander, whose edge is sharper than the sword, whose tongue outvenoms all the worms of Nile, whose breath rides on the posting winds and doth belie all corners of the world. Queens, kings, and states, maids, matrons, nay, the secrets of the grave, this viperous slander enters. What cheer, madam?
False to his bed? What is it to be false? To lie in watch there and to think on him? To weep twixt clock and clock? If sleep charge nature, to break it with a fearful dream of him and cry myself awake, that's false to his bed, is it?
Alas, good lady.
Aye, false. Thy conscience, witness, Iachimo. Thou didst accuse him of inconstancy. Thou then didst look like a villain. Now methinks thy favour's good enough. Some jay of Italy, whose mother was her painting, hath betrayed him. Poor I am in stale, a garment out of fashion. And, for I am richer than to hang by the walls, I must be ripped to pieces with me. Oh, men's vows are women's traitors. All good seeming by thy revolt, O husband, shall be thought put on for villainy, not born where it grows, but worn a bait for ladies.
Good madam, hear me.
True honest men being heard, like false Aeneas, were in his time thought false, and Sinon's weeping did scandal many a holy tear, took pity from most true wretchedness. So thou, Posthumus, wilt lay the leaven on all proper men, goodly and gallant shall be false and perjured from thy great fall. Come, fellow, be thou honest. Do thou thy master's bidding. When thou seest him, a little witness my obedience. Look, a little, I draw the sword myself. Take it and hit the innocent mansion of my love, my heart. Fear not, 'tis empty of all things but grief. Thy master is not there, who was indeed the richest of it. Do his bidding. Strike. Thou mayst be valiant in a better cause, but now thou seemst a coward.
Hence, vile instrument, thou shalt not damn my hand.
Why, I must die. And if I do not by thy hand, thou art no servant of thy master's. Against self-slaughter there is a prohibition so divine that cravens my weak hand. Come, here's my heart. Something's afort. Soft, soft will no defense. Obedient as the scabbard. What is here? The scriptures of the loyal Leonatus all turned to heresy. Away, away, corrupters of my faith. You shall no more be stomachers to my heart. Thus may poor fools believe false teachers, though those that are betrayed do feel the treason sharply, yet the traitor stands in worse case of woe. And thou, Posthumus, thou didst set up my disobedience against the king my father, and make me put into contempt the suits of princely fellows, shall hereafter find it is no act of common passage, but a strain of rareness. And I grieve myself to think, when thou shalt be disedged by her that now thou tirest on, how thy memory will then be panged by me. Prithee dispatch. The lamb entreats the butcher. Where's thy knife? Thou art too slow to do thy master's bidding when I desire it too.
Oh, gracious lady, since I received command to do this business, I have not slept one wink.
Do't, and to bed then.
I'll wake mine eyeballs blind first.
Wherefore then didst undertake it? Why hast thou abused so many miles with a pretense? This place, mine action and thine own? Our horses' labor, and time inviting thee, the perturbed court for my being absent, whereunto I never purpose to return. Why hast thou gone so far to be unbent when thou hast tamed thy stand, the elected deer before thee?
But to win time, to lose so bad employment, in the which I have considered of a course. Good lady, hear me with patience.
Talk thy tongue weary, speak. I have heard I am a strumpet, and mine ear therein false struck, can take no greater wound, nor tent to bottom that, but speak.
Then, madam, I thought you would not back again.
Most like, bringing me here to kill me.
Not so, neither. But if I were as wise as honest, then my purpose would prove well. It cannot be but that my master is abused. Some villain, aye, and singular in his art, hath done you both this cursed injury.
Some Roman courtesan.
No, on my life. I'll give but notice you are dead, and send him some bloody sign of it, for 'tis commanded I should do so. You shall be missed at court, and that will well confirm it.
Why, good fellow, what shall I do the wear? Where bide? How live? Or in my life, what comfort when I am dead to my husband?
If you'll back to the court.
No court, no father, nor no more ado with that harsh, noble, simple nothing, that Cloten, whose love suit hath been to me as fearful as a siege.
If not at court, then not in Britain must you bide.
Where then hath Britain all the sun that shines? Day, night, are they not but in Britain? In the world's volume, our Britain seems of it, but not in it. In a great pool, a swan's nest. Prithee, think there's livers out of Britain.
I am most glad you think of other place. The ambassador, Lucius the Roman, comes to Milford Haven tomorrow. Now, if you could wear a mind as dark as your fortune is, and but disguise that which to appear itself must not yet be but by self-danger, you should tread a course pretty and full of view, yea, haply near the residence of Posthumus, so nigh at least that though his actions were not visible, yet report should render him hourly to your ear as truly as he moves.
Oh, for such means, though peril to my modesty, not death on't I would adventure.
Well then, here's the point. You must forget to be a woman, change command into obedience, fear and niceness, the handmaids of all women, or more truly woman its pretty self, into a waggish courage, ready in gibes, quick answered, saucy, and as querulous as the weasel. Nay, you must forget that rarest treasure of your cheek, exposing it, but oh, the harder heart, alack no remedy, to the greedy touch of common kissing Titan, and forget your laboursome and dainty trims wherein you made great Juno angry.
Nay, be brief. I see into thy end, and am almost a man already.
First, make yourself but like one. For thinking this, I have already fit, 'tis in my cloak bag, doublet, hat, hose, all that answer to them. Would you in their serving, and with what imitation you can borrow from youth of such a season, for noble Lucius present yourself, desire his service, tell him wherein you're happy, which you'll make him know, if that his head have ear in music, doubtless with joy he will embrace you, for he's honourable, and doubling that most holy. Your means abroad, you have me rich, and I will never fail, beginning nor supplement.
Thou art all the comfort the gods will diet me with. Prithee, away. There's more to be considered, but will even all that good time will give us. This attempt I am soldier to, and will abide it with a prince's courage. Away, I prithee.
Well, madam, we must take a short farewell, lest being missed I be suspected of your courage from the court. My noble mistress, here is a box. I had it from the queen. What's in't is precious. If you are sick at sea or stomach qualmed at land, a dram of this will drive away distemper to some shade and fit you to your manhood. May the gods direct you to the best.
Amen. I thank thee.
Act 3, Scene 5. A room in Cymbeline's palace.
Thus far, and so farewell.
Thanks, royal sir. My emperor hath wrote, I must from hence, and am right sorry that I must report ye my master's enemy.
Our subjects will not endure his yoke, and for ourselves, to show less sovereignty than they, must needs appear unkinglike.
So, sir, I desire of you a conduct overland to Milford Haven. Madam, all joy befall your grace.
And you.
My lords, you are appointed for that office, the due of honour in no point omit. So farewell, noble Lucius.
Your hand, my lord.
Receive it friendly, but from this time forth I wear it as your enemy.
Sir, the event is yet to name the winner. Fare you well.
Leave not the worthy Lucius, good my lords, till he have crossed the 7. Happiness.
He goes hence frowning, but it honours us that we have given him cause.
'Tis all the better. Your valiant Britons have their wishes in it.
Lucius hath wrote already to the emperor how it goes here. It fits us therefore ripely, our chariots and our horsemen be in readiness. The powers that he already hath in Gallia will soon be drawn to head, from whence he moves his war for Britain.
'Tis not sleepy business, but must be looked to speedily and strongly.
Our expectation that it would be thus hath made us forward. But my gentle queen, where is our daughter? She hath not appeared before the Roman, nor to us hath tendered the duty of the day. She looks us like a thing more made of malice than of duty. We have noted it. Call her before us, for we have been too slight in sufferance.
Royal sir, since the exile of Posthumus, most retired hath her life been, the cure whereof, my lord, 'tis time must do. Beseech your majesty, forbear sharp speeches to her. She's a lady so tender of rebukes that words are strokes, and strokes death to her.
Where is she, sir? How can her contempt be answered?
Please you, sir, her chambers are all locked, and there's no answer that will be given to the loudest noise we make.
My lord, when last I went to visit her, she prayed me excuse her keeping close, whereto constrained by her infirmity, she should that duty leave unpaid to you, which daily she was bound to proffer. This she wished me to make known, but our great court made me to blame in memory.
Her doors locked, not seen of late. Grant heavens that which I fear prove false.
Son, I say, follow the king.
That man of hers, Pisanio, her old servant, have not seen these 2 days.
Go, look after. Pisanio, thou that standst so for Posthumus, he hath a drug of mine. I pray his absence proceed by swallowing that, for he believes it is a thing most precious. But for her, where is she gone? Haply despair hath seized her, or winged with fervour of her love, she's flown to her desired Posthumus. Gone she is, to death or to dishonour, and my end can make good use of either. She being down, I have the placing of the British crown. How now, my son?
'Tis certain she hath fled. Go in and cheer the king. He rages. None dare come near him.
All the better. May this night forestall him of the coming day.
I love and hate her, for she's fair and royal, and she hath all courtly parts more exquisite than ladies, women. From every one the best she hath, and she, of all compounded, outsells them all. I love her therefore, but, disdaining me and throwing favours on the low Posthumus, slanders so her judgment, that what else rare is choked, and in that point I shall conclude to hate her, nay, indeed, to be revenged upon her. For when fools shall... Who is here? What, are you packing, sirrah? Come hither. Ah, you precious pander. Villain, where is thy lady? In a word, or less, thou art straightway with the fiends.
Oh, good my lord.
Where is thy lady? Or, by Jupiter, I will not ask again. Close, villain. I have this secret from thy heart, or rip thy heart to find it. Is she with Posthumus, from whose so many weights of baseness cannot a dram of worth be drawn?
Alas, my lord, how can she be with him? When was she missed? He is in Rome.
Where is she, sir? Come nearer. No further halting. Satisfy me home. What is become of her?
Oh, my all-worthy lord.
All-worthy villain! Discover where thy mistress is at once, and the next word, no more of worthy lord, speak, or thy silence on the instant is thy condemnation and thy death.
Then, sir, this paper is the history of my knowledge touching her flight.
Let's
Presenting a letter.
I will pursue her even to Augustus's throne.
Or this or perish. She's far enough, and what he learns by this may prove his travel, not her danger.
Come.
I'll write to my lord she's dead. O Imogen, safe mayst thou wander, safe return again.
Sirrah, is this letter true?
Sir, as I think.
It is in Posthumus's hand, I know it. Sirrah, if thou wouldst not be a villain, but do me true service, undergo those employments wherein I should have cause to use thee with a serious industry, that is, what villainy soe'er I bid thee do, to perform it directly and truly. I would think thee an honest man. Thou shouldst neither want my means for thy relief, nor my voice for thy preferment.
Well, my good lord.
Wilt thou serve me? For since patiently and constantly thou hast stuck to the bare fortune of that beggar Posthumus, thou canst not, in the course of gratitude, but be a diligent follower of mine. Wilt thou serve me?
Sir, I will.
Give me thy hand. Here's my purse. Hast any of thy late master's garments in thy possession?
I have, my lord, at my lodging, the same suit he wore when he took leave of my lady and mistress.
The fur service thou dost me, fetch that suit hither. Let it be thy lint service. Go.
I shall, my lord.
Meet thee at Milford Haven. I forgot to ask him one thing, I'll remember it anon. Even there, thou villain Posthumus, will I kill thee. I would these garments were come. She said upon a time, the bitterness of it now belch from my heart, that she held the very garment of Posthumus in more respect than my noble and natural person together with the adornment of my qualities. With that suit upon my back will I ravish her. First kill him, and in her eyes, and then she shall see my valour, which will then be a torment to her contempt. He on the ground, my speech of instalment ended on his dead body, and when my lust hath dined, which, as I say, to vex her I will execute in the clothes that she so praised, to the court I'll knock her back, foot her home again. She hath despised me rejoicingly, and I'll be merry in my revenge. Be those the garments?
Aye, my noble lord.
How long is't since she went to Milford Haven?
She can scarce be there yet.
Bring this apparel to my chamber. That is the second thing that I have commanded thee. The third is, and thou wilt be a voluntary mute to my design, be but duteous, and true preferment shall tender itself to thee. My revenge is now at Milford. Would I had wings to follow it. Come and be true.
Thou bidst me to my loss, for true to thee were to prove false, which I will never be, to him that is most true. To Milford go, and find not her whom thou pursuest. Flow, flow, you heavenly blessings on her. This fool's speed be crossed with slowness. Labour be his meed.
Act 3, Scene 6. Wales, before the cave of Belarius. Enter Imogen in boy's clothes.
I see a man's life is a tedious one. I have tired myself, and for 2 nights together have made the ground my bed. I should be sick, but that my resolution helps me. Milford, when thou from the mountaintop Pisanio showed thee, thou wast within a ken. O Jove, I think foundations fly the wretched, such, I mean, where they should be relieved. 2 beggars told me I could not miss my way. Will poor folks lie that have afflictions on them, knowing 'tis a punishment or trial? Yes, no wonder. When rich ones scarce tell true, to lapse in fullness is sorer than to lie in need, and falsehood is worse in kings than beggars. My dear Lord, thou art one of the false ones. Now I think on thee, my hunger's gone. But even before, I was at point to sink for food. What is this? Here's a path to it. 'Tis some savage hold. I were best not call. I dare not call. Yet famine ere clean it o'erthrow nature, makes it valiant. Plenty and peace breeds cowards. Hardiness ever of hardiness is mother. Ho! Who's there? If anything that's civil, speak. If savage, take or lend. Ho! No answer? Then I'll enter. Best draw my sword. And if mine enemy but fear the sword like me, he'll scarcely look on't. Such a foe, good heavens.
You, Polydote, have proved best woodman and are master of the feast. Cadwal and I will pay the cook and servant. 'Tis our match. The sweat of industry would dry and die, but for the end it works to. Come, our stomachs will make what's homely savoury. Weariness can snore upon the flint, when resty sloth finds the down pillow hard. Now, peace be here. Poorhouse, that keepest thyself.
I am thoroughly weary.
I am weak with toil, yet strong in appetite.
There is cold meat in the cave. We'll browse on that, whilst what we have killed be cooked.
Looking into the cave.
Say, come not here, but that it eats our victuals. I should think here we are a fairy.
What's the matter, sir?
By Jupiter, an angel, or, if not, an earthly paragon. Behold divineness no elder than a boy.
Good masters, harm me not. Before I entered here I called, and thought to have begged or bought what I have took. Good troth, I have stolen naught, nor would not, though I had found gold strewn in the floor. Here's money for my meat. I would have left it on the board so soon as I had made my meal, and parted with prayers for the provider.
Money, youth?
All gold and silver rather turn to dirt, as 'tis no better reckoned, but of those who worship dirty gods.
I see you're angry. No, if you kill me for my fault, I should have died had I not made it.
Whither bound?
To Milford Haven.
What's your name?
Fideli, sir. I have a kinsman who is bound for Italy. He embarked at Milford, to whom, being going almost spent with hunger, I am fallen to this offence.
Prithee, fair youth, think us no churls, nor measure our good minds by this rude place we live in. Well encountered. 'Tis almost night. You shall have better cheer ere you depart, and thanks to stay and eat it. Boys, bid him welcome.
Were you a woman, youth, I should woo hard, but be your groom. In honesty, I bid for you as I buy.
I'll make it my comfort he is a man. I'll love him as my brother, and such a welcome as I'd give to him after long absence, such as yours. Most welcome. Be sprightly, for you fall amongst friends.
Amongst friends, if brothers. Would it had been so that they had been my father's sons, then had my prize been less, and so more equal ballasting to thee, Posthumus.
He rings at some distress.
Would I could free it!
Or I, whate'er it be, what pain it cost, what danger. Gods!
Hark, boys!
Great men that had a court no bigger than this cave, that did attend themselves, and had the virtue with their own conscience sealed them, laying by that nothing gift of differing multitudes could not outpeer these twain. Pardon me, gods. I'd change my sex to be companion with them, since Leonatus is false.
It shall be so. Boys, we'll go dress our hunt. Fair youth, come in. Discourse is heavy, fasting. When we have supped, we'll mannerly demand thee of thy story, so far as thou wilt speak it.
Pray, draw near.
The night to the owl and the moon to the lark less welcome.
Thanks, sir.
Pray, draw near.
Act 3, Scene 7. Rome, a public place.
This is the tenor of the emperor's writ, that since the common men are now anxious against the Panions and Dalmatians, that the legions now in Gallia are full weak to undertake our wars against the fallen off Britons, that we do incite the gentry to this business. He creates Lucius Proconsulis, and to you, the tribunes, for this immediate levy, he commends his absolute commission. Long live Caesar.
Is Lucius general of the forces?
Aye.
Remaining now in Gallia?
With those legions which I have spoke of, whereunto your levy must be suppliant. The words of your commission will tie you to the numbers of the time of their dispatch.
We will discharge our duty.
Act 4, Scene 1. Wales, near the cave of Belarius.
I am near to the place where they should meet. If Pisanio have mapped it truly, how fit his garment serve me? Why should his mistress, who is made by him that made the tailor, not fit it too? The rather, saving reference of the word, for 'tis said a woman's fitness comes by fits.
Therein I must play a workman. I dare speak it to myself. For it is not vainglory for a man in his glass to confer with his own chamber. I mean, the lines of my body are as well drawn as his, no less young, more strong, not beneath him in fortunes, beyond him in the advantage of time, above him in birth, alike conversant in the general services, and more remarkable in single oppositions. Yet this imperseverant thing loves him in my despite. What mortality is! Posthumus, thy head, which is now growing upon thy shoulders, shall within this hour be off, thy mistress enforced, thy garments cut to pieces before thy face. And all this done, spurn her home to her father, who may haply be a little angry for my so rough usage, but my mother, having power of his testiness, shall turn all into my commendations. My horse is tied up safe, outsword, and to a sore purpose. Fortune, put them into my hand. This is the very description of their meeting place, and the fellow dares not deceive me.
Act 4, Scene 2. Before the cave of Belarius.
You are not well. Remain here in the cave. We'll come to you after hunting.
Brother, stay here. Are we not brothers? So man and man should be, but clay and clay differs in dignity, whose dust is both alike. I am very sick.
Go you to hunting. I'll abide with him.
So sick I am not, yet I am not well, but not so citizen a wanton as to seem to die ere sick, so please you leave me. Stick to your journal course. The breach of custom is breach of all. I am ill, but your being by me cannot amend me. Society is no comfort to one not sociable. I am not very sick, since I can reason of it. Pray you, trust me here. I'll rob none but myself, and let me die, stealing so poorly.
I love thee. I have spoke it, how much, the quantity, the weight, as much as I do love my father.
What? How? How?
If it be not sin to say so, I yoke me in my brother's good fault. I know not why I love this youth, and I have heard you say love's reasons without reason. The beer adore and demand who is shall die. I'd say, my father, not this youth.
O noble strain, O worthiness of nature, breed of greatness. Cowards father cowards, and base things sire base. Nature hath meal and bran, contempt and grace. I'm not their father, yet who this should be, doth miracle itself, loved before me. 'Tis the 9th hour of the morn.
Brother, farewell.
I wish you sport.
You health, so please you, sir.
These are kind creatures. Gods, what lies I have heard. Our courtiers say all savage but at court. Experience, oh, thou disprovest report. The imperious seas breed monsters, for the dish pour tributary rivers as sweet as fish. I am sick still, heart sick, Pisanio. I'll now taste of thy drug.
Swallow some.
I could not stir him. He said he was gentle, but unfortunate, dishonestly afflicted, but yet honest.
Thus did he answer me, yet said, hereafter I might know more.
To the field, to the field. We'll leave you for this time. Go in and rest.
Will not be long away.
Pray, be not sick, for you must be our housewife.
Well or ill, I am bound to you.
And shalt be ever. This youth, however distressed, appears he hath had good ancestors.
How angel-like he sings.
But his neat cookery! He cut our roots in characters and sauced our broths as Juno had been sick and he her dieter.
Nobly he yokes a smiling with a sigh, as if the sigh was that it was. and not for being much smile. The smiling mocking the sigh, that it would fly from so divine a temple to commix with winds that sailors rail at.
I do note that grief and patience rooted in him both mingle their spurs together.
Grow patience, and let the stinking elder grief untwine his perishing root with the increasing vine.
It is a great morning. Come, away. Who's there?
I cannot find those renegades. That villain hath mocked me. I am faint.
Those renegades? Means he not us? I partly know him. 'Tis Cloten, the son of the queen. I fear some ambush. I saw him not these many years, and yet I know 'tis he. We are held as outlaws. Hence.
He is but one. You and my brother search what companies are near. Pray you, away. Let me alone with him.
Soft, what are you that flies me thus? Some villain mountaineers? I have heard of such. What slave art thou?
A thing more slavish did I ne'er than answering, a slave without a knock.
Thou art a robber, a lawbreaker, a villain. Yield thee, thief.
To who? To thee. What art thou? Have not I an arm as big as thine? A heart as big? Thy words, I grant, are bigger, for I wear not my dagger in my mouth. Say what thou art. Why should I yield to thee?
Thou villain base, know'st me not by my clothes?
No, nor thy tailor, rascal. Who is thy grandfather? He made these clothes, which, as it seems, make thee.
Thou precious varlet, my tailor made them not.
Hence, then, and thank the man that gave them thee. Thou art some fool, I am loath to beat thee.
Thou injurious thief, hear but my name and tremble.
What's thy name?
Cloten, thou villain.
Cloten, thou double villain, be thy name. I cannot tremble at it. Were it toad or adder, spider, 'twould move me sooner.
To thy further fear, nay, to thy mere confusion, thou shalt know, I am son to the queen.
I am sorry for it, not seeming so worthy as thy birth.
Art not afeard?
Those that I reverence, those I fear, the wise. At fools I laugh, not fear them.
Die the death! When I have slain thee with my proper hand, I'll follow those that even now fled hence, and on the gates of Ludstown set your heads. Yield, rustic mountaineer.
Exeunt. Fighting.
No companies abroad?
None in the world. You did mistake him, sure.
I cannot tell. Long is it since I saw him. But time hath nothing blurred those lines of favour which then he wore. The snatches in his voice and burst of speaking were as his. I am absolute, 'twas very Cloten.
In this place we left them. I wish my brother make good time with him. You say he is so fell.
Being scarce made up, I mean, to man, he had not apprehension of roaring terrors, for the effect of judgment is oft the cause of fear. But see thy brother.
Re-enter Guiderius with Cloten's head.
This Cloten was a fool. An empty purse. There was no money in it. Not Hercules could have knocked out his brains, for he had none. Yet I not doing this, the fool had borne my head as I do his.
What hast thou done?
I am perfect what? Cut off one Cloten's head, son to the queen after his own report, who called me traitor, mountaineer, and swore with his own single hand he'd take us in, displace our heads where, thank the gods, they grow, and set them on Ludstown.
We are all undone.
Why, worthy father, what have we to lose, but that he swore to take our lives? The law protects not us. Then why should we be tender to let an arrogant piece of flesh threat us, play judge and executioner all himself, for we do fear the law? What company discover you abroad?
No single soul can we set eye on, but in all safe reason he must have some attendance. Though his humour was nothing but mutation, aye, and that from one bad thing to worse, not frenzy, not absolute madness, could so far have raved to bring him here alone. Although perhaps it may be heard at court that such as we cave here, hunt here, are outlaws, and in time may make some stronger head, the which he hearing, as it is like him, might break out, and swear he'd fetch us in. Yet is't not probable to come alone, either he so undertaking, or they so suffering. Then on good ground we fear. If we do fear this body hath a tail more perilous than the head.
Let ordinance come as the gods foresay it. Howsoe'er, my brother hath done well.
I had no mind to hunt this day. The boy Fideli's sickness did make my way long forth.
With his own sword, which he did wave against my throat, I have ta'en his head from him. I'll throw it into the creek behind our rock, and let it to the sea, and tell the fishes he's the queen's son, Cloten. That's all I reck.
I fear 'twill be revenged. Would, Polydote, thou hast not done't, thou valour becomes to thee well enough.
Would I had done't, so the revenge alone pursued me. Polydore, I love thee brotherly, but envy much thou hast robbed me of this deed. I would revenges, that possible strength might meet, would seek us through and put us to our answer.
Well, 'tis done. We'll hunt no more today, nor seek for danger where there's no profit. I prithee to our rock. You and Fidel play the cooks. I'll stay till hasty Polydote's return, and bring him to dinner presently.
Poor sick Fidel, I'll wearingly to him. To gain his colour I'd let a perish of Cloten's blood, and praise myself for charity.
O thou goddess, thou divine nature, how thyself thou blazonest in these two princely boys. They are as gentle as zephyrs blowing below the violet, not wagging his sweet head, and yet as rough, their royal blood enchafed as the rudest wind, that by the top doth take the mountain pine, and make him stoop to the vale. 'Tis wonder that an invisible instinct should frame them to royalty unlearned, honour untaught, civility not seen from other, valour that wildly grows in them, but yields a crop as if he had been sowed. Yet still it's strange what Cloten's being here to us portends, or what his death will bring us.
Where's my brother? I have sent Cloten's clot pole down the stream, an embassy to his mother, his body's hostage for his return.
Solemn music.
My ingenious instrument! Hark, Polydore, it sounds. But what occasion hath Cadwal now to give it motion? Hark!
Is he at home?
He went hence even now.
What does he mean? Since death of my dearest mother, it would not speak before. All solemn things should answer solemn accidents. The matter? Triumphs for nothing and lamenting toys is jollity for apes and grief for boys. Is Cadwal mad?
Look, here he comes, and brings the dire occasion in his arms of what we blame him for.
Re-enter Arviragus, with Imogen as dead, bearing her in his arms.
The bird is dead, that we have made so much on. I had rather skipped from 16 years of age to 60 to have turned my leaping time into a crutch than to have seen this.
O sweetest, fairest Lily! My brother wears thee not the one half so well as when thou grewest thyself.
Oh, melancholy! Whoever yet could sound thy bottom? Find the ooze, to show what coast thy sluggish crare might easiest harbour in. Thou blessed thing, Jove knows what man thou mightiest might have made, but thou diest a most rare boy of melancholy. How found you him?
Stark as you see, thus smiling, as some fly had tickled slumber, not as death's dart being laughed at, his right cheek reposing on a cushion.
Where?
On the floor, his arms thus leagued. I thought he slept, and put my clouded brogues from off my feet, whose rudeness answered my steps too loud.
Why, he but sleeps. If he be gone, He'll make his grave a bed. With female fairies will his tomb be haunted, and worms will not come to thee.
With fairest flowers whilst summer lasts, and I live here, Fidel, I'll sweeten thy sad grave. Thou shalt not lack the flower that's like thy face, pale primrose, nor the azured harebell like thy veins, no, nor the leaf of eglantine, whom not to slander, outsweetened not thy breath. The ruddock wood with charitable bill, oh, bill, sore shaming the rich left heirs that let their fathers lie without a monument, bring thee all this, yea, and furred moss besides, when flowers are none, to winter ground thy course.
Prithee, have done, and do not play in wench-like words with that which is so serious. Let us bury him, and not protract with admiration what is now due debt. To the grave.
Say, where shall's lay him?
By good Euryphil, our mother.
Be it so. And let us, Polydor, though now our voices have got the mannish crack, sing him to the ground, as once our mother. Use like notes and words, save that Euryphile must be Fidel.
Cadwal, I cannot sing. I'll weep and word it with thee. For notes of sorrow out of tune are worse than priests and fanes that lie.
We'll speak it then.
Great griefs I see, medicine the less, for Cloten is quite forgot. He was a queen's son, boys, and though he came our enemy, remember he was paid for that. Though mean and mighty, rotting together, have worn dust, yet reverence. That angel of the world doth make distinction of place between high and low. Our foe was princely, and though you took his life as being our foe, yet bury him as a prince.
Pray you, fetch him hither. Thersites' body is as good as Ajax's, when neither are alive.
If you'll go fetch him, we'll say our song the whilst. Brother, begin.
Nay, Cadwal, we must lay his head to the east. My father hath a reason for it.
Oh, 'tis true.
Come on then, and remove him.
So, begin.
Fear no more the heat of the sun, nor the furious winter's rages. Thou thy worldly task hast done, home art gone and taken thy wages. Golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust.
Fear no more the frown of the great, thou art past the tyrant's stroke. Care no more to clothe and eat, to thee the reed is as the oak. The scepter, learning, physic must all follow this and come to dust.
Fear no more the lightning flash,
nor the all-dreaded thunderstone.
Fear not slander, censure rash.
Thou hast finished joy and moan.
All lovers young, all lovers must consign to thee and come to dust. No exerciser harm thee,
nor no witchcraft charm thee.
Ghost unlaid forbear thee,
nothing ill come near thee. Quiet consummation have, and renowned be thy grave.
Thy grave.
Re-enter Belarius with the body of Cloten.
We have done our obsequies. Come, lay him down.
Here's a few flowers, but 'bout midnight more. The herbs that have on them cold dew of the night are strewings fittest for graves. Upon their faces you were as flowers now withered, even so these harblets shall, which we upon you strew. Come on, away, apart upon your knees. The ground that gave them first has them again. Their pleasures are here are past, so is their pain.
Oh, yes, sir. To Milford Haven, which is the way? I thank you. Beyond bush? Pray, how far thither? Odds pitikins, could it be 6 mile yet? I have gone all night. Faith, I'll lie down and sleep, but soft. No bedfellow. Oh, gods and goddesses!
Seeing the body of Cloten.
These Flowers are like the pleasures of the world. This bloody man, the care on't. I hope I dream, for so I thought I was a cave keeper and cook to honest creatures. But 'tis not so. 'Twas but a bolt of nothing, shot at nothing, which the brain makes of fumes. Our very eyes are sometimes, like our judgments, blind. Good faith, I tremble stiff with fear. But if there be yet left in heaven as small a drop of pity as a wren's eye, feared gods, a part of it. The dream's here still. Even when I wake, it is without me, as within me, not imagined, felt. A headless man. The garments of Posthumus? I know the shape of his leg. This is his hand. His foot mercurial, his martial thigh, the bronze of Hercules. But his jovial face, murder in heaven, how? 'Tis gone, Pisanio. All curses madded Hecuba gave the Greeks, and mine to boot be darted on thee. Thou conspired with that irregulous devil, Cloten, hast here cut off my lord. To write and read be henceforth treacherous. Damned Pisanio hath with his forged letters, damned Pisanio, from this most bravest vessel of the world struck the maintop, O Posthumus. Alas, where is thy head? Where's that? Ay me, where's that? Pisanio might have killed thee at the heart and left this head on. How should this be, Pisanio? 'Tis he and Cloten, malice, and looser not in them have laid this woe here. Oh, 'tis pregnant, pregnant. The drug he gave me, which he said was precious and cordial to me, have I not found it murderous to the senses? That confirms it home. This is Pisanio's deed. And Cloten's, oh, give colour to my pale cheek with thy blood, that we the horrider may seem to those which chance to find us. Oh, my lord, my lord.
Falls on the body.
To them the legions garrisoned in Gallia, after your will, have crossed the sea, attending you here at Milford Haven with your ships. They are in readiness.
What from Rome?
The Senate hath stirred up the confiners and gentlemen of Italy, most willing spirits that promise noble service, and they come under the conduct of bold Iachimo, Sienna's brother.
When expect you them?
With the next benefit of the wind.
This forwardness makes our hopes fair. Command our present numbers, be mustered, bid the captains look to it. Now, sir, what have you dreamt of late of the war's purpose?
Last night, the very gods showed me a vision. I fast and prayed for their intelligence thus. I saw Jove's bird, the Roman eagle, winged from the spongy south to this part of the west, there vanished in the sunbeams, which portends, unless my sins abuse my divination, success to the Roman host.
Dream often so and never false. Soft toe. What trunk is here without his top? This ruin speaks that sometime was worth a building. How, a page or dead, or sleeping on him? But dead rather, for nature doth abhor to make his bed with this defunct or sleep upon the dead. Let's see the boy's face.
He's alive, my lord.
He'll then instruct us of his body. Young one, inform us of thy fortunes, for it seems thou crave to be demanded. Who is this thou makest thy bloody pillow? Or who is he that, otherwise than noble nature did, hath altered the good picture? What's thy interest in this sad wreck? How came it? Who is it? What art thou?
I am nothing, or if not nothing, to be were better. This was my master, a very valiant Briton, and a good that here by mountainers lie slain. Alas, there is no more such masters. I may wander from east to occident, cry out for service, try many, all good, serve truly, never find such another master.
Lack, good youth, thou movest no less than thy complaining than thy master in bleeding. Say his name, good friend.
Richard Duchamp. If I do lie and do no harm by it, though the gods hear, I hope they'll pardon it. Say you, sir?
Thy name?
Fidele, sir.
Thou dost approve thyself the very same. The name well fits thy faith thy name. Wilt thou take thy chance with me? I will not stay, thou shalt be so well mastered, but be sure no less beloved. The Roman Emperor's letters sent by a consul to me should not sooner than thine own worth prepare thee. Go with me.
I'll follow, sir. But first, and please the gods, I'll hide my master from the flies as deep as these poor pickaxes can dig, and when with wildwood leaves and weeds I've strewn his grave, and on it said a century of prayers, such as I can, twice o'er I'll weep and sigh, and leaving so his service follow you. So please you entertain me.
Aye, good youth, and rather father thee than master thee. My friend, the boy hath taught us manly duties. Let us find out the prettiest day's plot we can, and make him, with our pikes and partisans, a grave. Come, arm him. Boy, he is preferred by thee to us, and he shall be interred as soldiers can. Be cheerful, wipe thine eyes. Some falls or means that the happier to arise.
Act 4, Scene 3. A room in Cymbeline's palace.
Again, and bring me word how 'tis with her. A fever with the absence of her son, a madness of which her life's in danger. Heavens, how deeply you at once do touch me. Imogen, the greatest part of my comfort gone, my queen upon a desperate bed, and in a time when fearful wars point at me, her son gone, so needful for this present. It strikes me past the hope of comfort. But for thee, fellow, who needs must know of her departure, and dost seem so ignorant, will enforce it from thee by a sharp torture.
Sir, my life is yours. I humbly set it at your will, but for my mistress, I know nothing where she remains, why gone, nor when she purposes return. Beseech your highness, hold me your loyal servant.
Good, my liege, the day that she was missing, he was here. I dare be bound he's true and shall perform all parts of his subjection loyally. For Cloten, there wants no diligence in seeking him, and will no doubt be found.
This time is troublesome. We'll slip you for a season, but our jealousy does yet depend.
So please, your majesty, the Roman legions, all from Gallia drawn, are landed on your coast, with a supply of Roman gentlemen by the Senate sent.
Now for the counsel of my son and queen. I am amazed with matter.
Good, my liege, your preparation can affront no less than what you hear of. Come more, for more you're ready. The want is but to put those powers in motion that long to move.
I thank you. Let's withdraw and meet the time as it seeks us. We fear not what can from Italy annoy us, but we grieve at chances here. Away!
I heard no letter from my master since I wrote him Imogen was slain. 'Tis strange, nor hear I from my mistress, who did promise to yield me often tidings. Neither know I what is betid to Cloten, but remain perplexed in all. The heavens still must work. Wherein I am false, I'm honest, not true to be true. These present wars shall find out my country, even to the note of the king, or I'll fall in them. All other doubts, by time let them be cleared. Fortune brings in some boats that are not steered.
Act 4, Scene 4. Wales, before the cave of Belarius.
The noise is round about us.
Let us from it.
What pleasure, sir, find we in life to lock it from action and adventure?
Nay, what hope have we in hiding us this way? The Romans must, or for Britons, slay us, or receive us for barbarous and unnatural revolts during their use, and slay us after.
Sons, we'll hire to the mountains, there secure us. To the king's party there's no going. Newness of Cloten's death, we being not known, not mustered among the bands, may drive us to a render where we have lived, and so extort from that which we have done, whose answer would be death drawn on with torture.
This is, sir, a doubt, in such a time nothing becoming you, nor satisfying us.
It is not likely that when they hear the Roman horses neigh, behold their quartered fires, have both their eyes and ears so cloyed and portly as now, that they will waste their time upon our note, to know from whence we are.
Oh, I am known of many in the army, many years, though Cloten then but young, you see, not wore him from my remembrance. And, besides, the king hath not deserved my service, nor your loves, who find in my exile the want of breeding, the certainty of this hard life, hopeless to have the courtesy your cradle promised, but to be still hot summer's tamings, and the shrinking slaves of winter.
Then be so. Better to cease to be. Pray, sir, to the army. I and my brother are not known. Yourself, so out of thought, and thereto so o'ergrown, cannot be questioned.
By this sun that shines all thither, what thing is it that I never did see man die? Scarce ever looked on blood, but that of the coward hares and hot goats and venison. Never bestrid a horse, save one that had a rider like myself, who never wore a rowel nor iron on his heel. I am ashamed to look upon the holy sun, to have the benefit of his blessed beams, remaining so long a poor unknown.
By heavens, I'll go. If you will bless me, sir, and give me leave, I'll take the better care. But if you will not, the hazard therefore do fall on me by the hands of Romans.
So say I. Amen.
No reason I, since your lives you set so slight a valuation, should reserve my cracked one to more care. Have with you, boys. If in your country wars you chance to die, that is my bed too, lads, and there I'll lie. Lead, lead. The time seems long, their blood thinks scorn, till it fly out and show them princes born.
Act 5, Scene 1. Britain, the Roman camp. Enter Posthumus with a bloody handkerchief.
Ye bloody cloth, I'll keep thee, for I wished thou shouldst be coloured thus. You married ones, if each of you should take this course, how many must murder wives much better than themselves, providing but a little? O Pisanio, every good servant does not all commands. No bond to do just ones. Gods, if you should have taken vengeance on my faults, I never have lived to put on this. So had you saved the noble Imogen to repent, and struck me, wretch, more worth your vengeance. But alack, you snatch them hence for little faults. That's love, to have them fall no more. You some permit to second ills with ills of elder worse, and make them dread it to do us thrift. But Imogen is your own. To your best wills, and make me blessed to obey. I am brought hither among the Italian gentry, and to fight against my lady's kingdom. 'Tis enough that Britain I have killed my mistress. Peace, I'll give no wound to thee. Therefore, good heavens, hear patiently my purpose. I'll disrobe myself of these Italian weeds, and suit myself as does Britain peasant. So I'll fight against the part I come with. So I'll die for thee, O Imogen, even for whom my life is every breath a death. And thus unknown, pitied nor hated to the face of peril, myself I'll dedicate. Let me make men no more valour in me than my habits show. Gods, put the strength of the Leonati in me. To shame the guise of the world, I will begin, for fashion, less without and more within.
Act 5, Scene 2. Field battle between the British and Roman camps. Enter from one side Lucius, Achimo, and the Roman army. From the other side, the British army. Posthumus Leonatus following like a poor soldier. They march over and go out, then enter again in skirmish. Iachimo and Posthumus Leonatus, he vanquisheth and disarmeth Iachimo, and then leaves him.
The heaviness and guilt within my bosom takes off my manhood. I have belied a lady, the princess of this country, and the air on it revengingly enfeebled me. Or could this Carl, a very grudge of nature's, have subdued me in my profession? Knighthoods and honours, born as I wear mine, are titles but of scorn. Is that thy gentry, Britain? Go before this lout as he exceeds our lords. The odds is that we scarce are men and you are gods.
The battle continues. The Britons fly. Cymbeline is taken. Then enter to his rescue Belarius, Guiderius, and Arviragus.
Stand, stand! We have the advantage of the ground. The lane is guarded. Nothing routs us but the villainy of our fears.
Stand! Stand and fight!
Re-enter Posthumus Leonatus and seconds the Britons. They fight Cymbeline and Exeunt. Then re-enter Lucius, Iachimo with Imogen.
Away, boy, from the troops and save thyself. For friends kill friends, and the disorders such as war were hoodwinked.
'Tis their fresh supplies.
It is the day turns strangely, or betimes let's reinforce or fly.
Act 5, Scene 3. Another part of the field.
Camest thou from where they made the stand?
I did, though you, it seems, comes from the flyers.
I did.
No blame be to you, sir, for all was lost, but that the heavens fought, the king himself of his wings destitute, the army broken, and but the backs of Britain seen, all flying through a straight lane, the enemy full-hearted, lolling the tongue of slaughtering, having work more plentiful than tools to do, struck down some mortally, some slightly touched, some falling merely through fear, that the straight pass was damned, with dead men hurt behind and cowards living, to die with lengthened shame.
Where was this lane?
Close by the battle, ditched and walled with turf, which gave advantage to an ancient soldier, an honest one, I warrant, who deserved so long a breeding as his white beard came to, in doing this for countries. Athwart the lane he, with two stripling lads more like to run, the country baseman to commit such slaughter, with faces fit for masks, or rather fairer than those for preservation, caste or shame, made good for passage, cried to those that fled, our Britain's hearts die flying, not our men. To darkness fleet souls that fly backwards, stand, or we are Romans, and will give you that, like beasts which you shun beastly may save. But look back and frown, stand, stand. These 3,000 confident and actors many, for 3 performers of a file when all the rest do nothing. With this word, stand, stand, accommodated by the place, more charming with own nobleness, which could have turned a distaff to a lance, gilded pale looks, part shame, part spirit renewed, that some turned coward. But by example, oh, a sin and more, damned in the first beginners, gan to look the way that they did, and to grin like lions upon the pikes over hunters. Then began a stop of a chaser, a retire, anon, a rout confusion thick, forthwith they fly. Chickens, the way which they stooped eagles, slaves, the strides they victors made, and now our cowards, like fragments in hard voyages, became the life over need. Having found the back door open of the unguarded hearts, heavens, how they wound! Some slain before, some dying, some their friends who were born in the former wave 10, chased by one, and now each one the slaughter man of 20. Those that would die or you resist a groan for mortal bugs over field.
This was a strange chance. A narrow lane, an old man, and 2 boys.
Nay, do not wonder at it. You are made rather to wonder at the things you hear than to work any. Will you rhyme upon't, invent it for mockery? Here is one. 2 boys, an old man twice a boy, a lane, preserved for Britons, was the Romans' bane.
Nay, be not angry, sir.
Black to what end? Who dares not stand his foe, I'll be his friend. For if he'll do as he is made to do, I know he'll quickly fly my friendship too. You've put me into rhyme.
Farewell, you're angry.
Still going. This is a lord. O noble misery, to be ever field and ask what news of me? Today how many would have given their honours to save their carcasses, to kill to do it, and yet died too. I in mine own woe charmed, could not find death where I did hear him groan, nor feel him where he struck. Being an ugly monster, 'tis strange he hides in fresh cups, soft beds, sweet words, or have more ministers than we that draw his knives ere the war. Well, I will find him, for being now a favourite for Britain, no more a Briton, I have resumed again the part I came in. Fight I will no more, but yield me to the veriest hand that shall once touch my shoulder. Great the slaughter is here made by the Roman. Great the answer be Britons must take. For me my ransom's death, on either side I come to spend my breath, which neither here I'll keep nor pair again, but ended by some means for Imogen.
Great Jupiter be praised, Lucius is taken. 'Tis thought the old man and his sons were angels.
There was a 4th man in a silly habit that gave the affront with them.
So 'tis reported, but none of them can be found. Stand, who's there?
A Roman, who had not now been drooping here, if seconds had answered him.
Lay hands on him, a dog! A leg of Rome shall not return to tell what crows have pecked them there. He brags his service as if he were of note. Bring him to the king.
Enter Cymbeline, Belarius, Guiderius, Arviragus, Pisanio, soldiers, attendants, and Roman captives. The captains present posthumous Leonatus to Cymbeline, who delivers him over to the Gauler. Then exeunt omnes. Act 5, Scene 4. A British prison.
You shall not now be stolen. You have locks upon you. So graze as you find pasture.
Aye, or a stomach.
Most welcome bondage, for thou art away, think, to liberty, yet am I better than one that's sick of the gout, since he had rather grown so imperpetually than be cured. By the sure physician death, who is the key to unbar these locks. My conscience, thou art fettered more than my shanks and wrists. You good gods, give me the penitent instrument to pick that bolt, then free for ever. Is it enough I am sorry? So children temporal fathers do appease. Gods are more full of mercy. Must I repent? I cannot do it better than Ingives, desired more than constrained to satisfy of my freedom, 'tis the main part. Take no stricter render of me than my all. I know you're more clement than vile men, who of a broken debtors take a third, a sixth, a tenth, letting them thrive again. Of their abatement, that's not my desire. For Imogen's dear life take mine, and though 'tis not so dear, it is a life you coined it. Between man and men they weigh not every stamp. Though light take pieces for the figure's sake, you rather mine being yours and so great powers. If you will take this order to take this life and cancel these cold bonds, O Imogen, I'll speak to thee in silence.
Sleeps. Solemn music. Enter as in apparition.
No more to thunder master show, despite our motor flies. With mouth fall out, we do not chide, that be adulteries, rates and revenges. Have my poor boy done aught but well, whose face I never saw? I died, whilst in the warm estates, high tending nature's law, whose father then, as men report, through orphan father's heart, who should have been and chided him from his earth vexed smarts.
Lucina lent me not her aid, but took me in my throes,
that from me was Posthumus ripped, came crying mongst his foes, a thing of pity.
Great nature, like his ancestry, moulded the stuff so fair that he deserved the praise of the word, her grace Cecilia's hair.
And once he was mature for man, in Britain where was he that could stand up to his parallel, or fruitful object be in eye of Imogen, that best could deem his dignity?
With marriage wherefore was he mocked, to be exiled and thrown from Leonati's seat, and cast from her his dearest one? Sweet Imogen?
Why did you suffer Iachimo, slight things of Italy, to taint his nobler heart and brain with needless jealousy, and to become the geek and scorns her other's villainy?
From stiller seats we came, our parents and us twain, that striking in our country's cause fell bravely and were slain. Our fealty and tenacious is right, with honour to maintain.
Like hardiment Posthumus hath to Cymbeline performed. Then, Jupiter, thou king of gods, why hast thou thus adjourned the graces for his merits due, being all to dollars turned?
The crystal window hope, look out, no longer exercise upon a valiant ray the harsh and potent injuries.
Since, Jupiter, our son is good, take off his miseries.
Peep through this marble mansion, help, or we, poor ghost, we cry to the shining synod of the rest against the deity.
Help, Jupiter, or we appeal and from thy justice fly.
Jupiter descends in thunder and lightning. Sitting upon an eagle, he throws a thunderbolt. The apparitions fall on their knees.
No more, you petty spirits of region low, offend our hearing. Hush! How dare you ghosts accuse the thunderer, whose bolt, you know, sky-planted batters all rebelling coasts? Poor shadows of Elysium, hence, and rest upon your never-withering banks of flowers. Be not with mortal accidents oppressed. No care of yours it is, you know 'tis ours. Whom best I love, I cross, to make my gift the more delayed, delighted. Be content, your low-laid son our Godhead will uplift. His comforts thrive, his trials well are spent. Our jovial star reigned at his birth, and in our temple was he married. Rise and fade. He shall be lord of Lady Imogen, and happier much by his affliction made. This tablet lay upon his breast, wherein our pleasure his full fortune doth confine. And so away, no further with your din express impatience, lest you stir up mine. Mount, eagle, to my palace crystalline.
Ascends.
He came in thunder. His celestial breath was sulphurous to smell. The holy eagle stooped as to foot us. His ascension is more sweet than our blessed fields. His royal bird pruned the immortal wing and closed his beak, as when his God is pleased.
Thanks, Jupiter!
Thanks, Jupiter!
Jupiter!
The marble pavement closes. He is entered his radiant roots. Away, and to be blessed, lest we care perform his great behests.
The apparition. Waking.
Oh, sleep, thou hast been a grandsire and begot a father to me, and thou hast created a mother and two brothers. But oh, scorn! Gone! They went hence so soon as they were born, and so I am awake. Poor wretches that depend on greatness' favour dream as I have done, wake and find nothing. But alas, I swerve. Many dream not to find, neither deserve, yet are steeped in favours. So am I, that have this golden chance and know not why. What fairies haunt this ground? A book? Oh, rare one! Be not as is our fangled world, a garment nobler than it covers. Let thy effects so follow, to be most unlike our courtiers, as good a promise.
Reads.
When as a lion's whelp shalt himself unknown road seeking find, and be embraced by a piece of tender air, and when from a stately cedar shall be lopped branches, which being dead many years shall after revive, be joined into the old stock and freshly grow. Then shall Posthumus end his miseries, Britain be fortunate and flourish in peace and plenty. 'Tis still a dream, or else Such stuff as madmen, tongue and brain not, either both or nothing, or senseless speaking, or the speaking such as sense cannot untie. Be what it is, the action of my life is like it, which I'll keep, if but for sympathy.
Come, sir, are you ready for death?
Over roasted rather, ready long ago.
Hanging is the word, sir. If you be ready for that, you are well cooked.
So if I prove a good repast for spectators, the dish pays the shot.
A heavy reckoning for you, sir, but the comfort is, you shall be called to no more payments. Fear no more tavern bills, which are often the sadness of parting, as the procuring of mirth. You come in flint for want of meat, depart reeling with too much drink, sorry that you have paid too much, and sorry that you are paid too much. Purse and brain both empty, the brain the heavier for being too light, the purse too light, being drawn of heaviness. Of this contradiction you shall now be quit. Oh, the charity of a penny cord, it sums up thousands in a trice. You have no true debitor and creditor but it. Of what's past is, and to come the discharge. Your neck, sir, is pen, book, and counters. So the acquittance follows.
I am merrier to die than thou art to live.
Indeed, sir, he that sleeps feels not the toothache, but a man that were to sleep in your sleep, and a hangman to help him to bed, I think he would change places with his officer. For look you, sir, I know not which way you shall go.
Yes, indeed do I, fellow.
Your death has eyes in's head, then. I have not seen him so pictured. You must either be directed by some that take upon them to know, or do take upon yourself that which I am sure you do not know, or jump the after inquiry on your own peril. And how you shall speed in your journey's end, I think you will never return to tell one.
I tell thee, fellow, that none want eyes to direct the way I am going, but such as wink and will not use them.
What an infinite mock is this, that a man should have the best use of eyes to see the way of blindness. I am sure hanging's the way of winking.
Knock off his manacles, bring your prisoner to the king.
Thou bringest good news. I am called to be made free.
I'll be hanged then.
Thou shalt be then freer than I get, Gala, no bolts for the dead.
Unless a man would marry a gallows and beget young gibbets, I never saw one so prone. Yet on my conscience there are very knaves desire to live, for all he be a Roman. And there be some of them too that die against their wills, so should I, if I were one. I would were all of one mind, and one mind good. Oh, there were desolation of jailers and gallowses. I speak against my present profit, but my wish hath a preferment in it.
Act 5, Scene 5. Cymbeline's tent.
And by my side, you whom the gods have made preservers of my throne. Woe is my heart that the poor soldier that so richly fought, whose rags shamed gilded arms, whose naked breast stepped before largess of proof, cannot be found. He shall be happy that can find him, if our grace can make him so.
I never saw such noble fury in so poor a thing, such precious deeds in one that promises naught but beggary and poor looks.
No tidings of him.
He hath been searched among the dead and living, but no trace of him.
To my grief, I am the heir of his reward, which I will add to you, the liver, heart, and brain of Britain, by whom I grant she lives. 'Tis now the time to ask of whence you are. Report it.
Sir, in Cambria are we born, and gentlemen. Further to boast we're neither true nor modest, unless I add we are honest.
Bow your knees. Arise, my knights of the battle. I create you companions to our person, and will fit you with dignities becoming your estates. There's business in these faces. Why so sadly greet you our victory? You look like Romans, and not of the court of Britain.
Hail, great king! To tell your happiness I must report, the queen is dead.
Who worse than a physician would this report become? But I consider By medicine, life may be prolonged, yet death will seize the doctor too. How ended she?
With horror, sadly dying like her life, which being cruel to the world concluded, most cruel herself, she confessed, I will report. So please you, these her women can trip me, if I e'er who wet cheek were present.
Prithee, say.
First, she confessed that she never loved you, only affected greatness got by you, not you. Well, married for royalty, was your wife to your place, or porridge your person.
She alone knew this, but she spoke it dying. I would not believe her lips in opening it. Proceed.
Your daughter, whom she bore in hand to love with such integrity, she did confess, was cruelty into her sight, whose life, but that her flight prevented it, she had ta'en off.
O most delicate fiend, who is it can read a woman? Is there more?
More, sir, and worse. She did confess that she had for you an immortal mineral which, being took, should be the meed on life lingering by inches, waste you, in which time she purposed by attendants kissing to come with you her show in time, when she had fitted you with her craft to work her son into the adoption of the crown. But failing of her end by this strange absence, grew shameless, opened in despite of heaven and men. Her purposes repented, the evils she hatched were not effected, so sparing.
Heard you all this, her women?
We did, so please your highness.
Mine eyes were not in fault, for she was beautiful. Mine ears that heard her flattery, nor my heart that thought her like her seeming. It had been vicious to have mistrusted her, yet, O my daughter, that it was folly in me, thou mayst say, and prove it in thy filling. Heaven mend all. Roman prisoners guarded. Thou comest not, Caius, now for tribute that the Britons have raised out, though with the loss of many a bold one, whose kinsmen had made suit that their good souls may be appeased with slaughter of you, their captives, which ourselves have granted. So think of your estate.
Consider, sir, the chance of war. The day was yours by accident. Had it gone with us, we should not, when the blood was cool, have threatened our prisoners with the sword. But since the gods will have it thus, that nothing but our lives may be called ransom, let it come. Sufficeth a Roman with a Roman's heart can suffer. Augustus lives to think on it, and so much for my peculiar care. This one thing only I will entreat. My boy, a Briton born, let him be ransomed. Never master had a page so kind, so duteous, diligent, so tender over his occasion, true, so feat, so nurse-like. Let his virtue join with my request, which I make bold with your highness cannot deny. He hath done no Briton harm, though he hath served a Roman. Save him, sir, and spare no blood besides.
I have surely seen him. His favour is familiar to me. Boy, thou hast looked thyself into my grace, and art mine own. I know not why, wherefore, to say, live, boy, ne'er thank thy master. Live, and ask of Cymbeline what boon thou wilt. Fitting my bounty and thy estate, I'll give it. Yea, though thou do demand a prisoner, the noblest taken.
I humbly thank your highness.
I do not bid thee beg my life, good lad, and yet I know thou wilt.
No, alack, there is other work in hand. I see a thing bitter to me as death. Your life, good master, must shuffle for itself.
The boy disdains me, he leaves me, scorns me. Briefly die their joys that place them on the truth of girls and boys. Why stands he so perplexed?
What wouldst thou, boy? I love thee more and more. Think more and more what's best to ask. Know'st him thou look'st on? Speak. Wilt have him live? Is he thy kin, thy friend?
He is a Roman, no more kin to me than I to your highness, who, being born your vassal, am something nearer.
Wherefore iced him so?
I'll tell you, sir, in private, if you please to give me hearing.
Aye, with all my heart, and lend my best attention. What's thy name?
Fidele, sir.
Thou art my good youth, my page. I'll be thy master. Walk with me, speak freely.
Cymbeline and Imogen converse apart.
Is not this boy revived from death?
Sorry. One say and another no more resembles that sweet rosy lad who died, and was Fidel. What think you?
The same dead thing alive.
Peace, peace. See further. He eyes us not, forbear. Creatures may be alike. Weren't he, I am sure he would have spoke to us.
But we saw him dead.
Be silent. Let's see further.
It is my mistress. Since she is living, let the time run on to good or bad.
Cymbeline and Imogen come forward.
Come, stand thou by our side. Make thy demand aloud. Sir, step you forth. Give answer to this boy and do it freely, or by our greatness and the grace of it, which is our honor, bitter torture shall winnow the truth from falsehood. On, speak to him.
My boon is that this gentleman may render of whom he had this ring.
What's that to him?
That diamond upon your finger. Say, how came it yours?
Thou torture me to leave unspoken that which to be spoke would torture thee.
How? Me?
I am glad to be constrained to utter that which cruel meant me to conceal. By villainy I got this ring. 'Twas Leonatus' jewel, whom thou didst banish, and which more may grieve thee as it doth me, a nobler sir ne'er lived twixt sky and ground. Wilt thou hear more, my lord?
All that belongs to this.
That paragon, thy daughter, for whom my heart drops blood and my full spirit quail to remember. Give me leave, I faint.
My daughter, what of her? Renew thy strength. I had rather thou shouldst live while nature will than die ere I hear more. Strive, man, and speak.
Upon a time, unhappy was the clock that struck the hour. It was in Rome. Accursed the mansion where 'twas at a feast. Oh, would our viand had been poisoned, or at least those which I heaved to head. The good Posthumus, what should I say? He was too good to be where ill men were, and was the best of all amongst the rarest of good ones. Sitting sadly, hearing us praise our loves of Italy, for beauty that made barren the swelled boast of him that best could speak, for feature, laming the shrine of Venus, or straight-piped Minerva, postured beyond brief nature, for condition, a shop of all the qualities that man loves woman for, besides that hook of wiving, fairness which strikes the eye.
I stand on fire. Come to the matter.
All too soon I shall, unless thou wouldst grieve quickly. This Posthumus, most like a noble lord in love and one that had a royal lover, took his hint, and not dispraising whom we praised, therein he was as calm as virtue. He began his mistress's picture, which by his tongue being made, and then a mind put in it, either our brags were cracked of kitchen trolls, or his description proved as unspeaking sots.
Nay, nay, to the purpose.
Your daughter's chastity. There it begins. He spake as her as Dian had hot dreams, and she alone were cold. Whereat I, wretch, made scruple of his praise, and wagered with him pieces of gold against this which then he wore upon his honoured finger, to attain in suit the place of his bed, and win this ring by hers and mine adultery. He, true knight, no lesser of her honour confident than I did truly find her, stakes this ring, and would so had it been a carbuncle of Phoebus' wheel, and might so safely had it been all the worth of his car. Away to Britain, post I in this design. Well, may you, sir, remember me at court, where I was taught of your chaste daughter the wide difference twixt amorous and villainous. Being thus quenched of hope, not longing, mine Italian brain gan in your duller Britain operate most vilely. For my vantage, excellent, and to be brief, my practice so prevailed, that I returned with similar proof enough to make the noble Leonatus mad, by wounding his belief in her renown with tokens thus and thus, averting notes of chamber hanging, pictures, this her bracelet, of cunning, how I got it, nay, some marks of secret on her person, that he could not but think her chastity quite cracked, by I have obtained the forfeit. Whereupon methinks I see him now.
Advancing.
I so thou dost, Italian fiend. I, me most credulous fool, a gracious murder, thief, anything that's due to all the villains in the past, being to come. Oh, give me cord or knife or poison some upright justice. Thou king, sent out for torturers ingenious. It is I that all the abhorred things of the earth amend by being worse than they. I am Posthumus that killed thy daughter. Villain-like, I lie. That caused a lesser villain than myself, a sacrilegious thief, to do it. The temple of virtue was she, and she herself, spit and throw stones, cast mire upon me, set the dogs of the street to bay me. Every villain be called Posthumus Leonatus, and be villainy less than 'twas. O Imogen, my queen, my life, my wife. O Imogen, Imogen, Imogen.
Peace, my lord. Here, here.
Shalt have a play of this, thou scornful page. There lie thy part.
Striking her. She falls.
Oh, gentlemen, help! Mine and your mistress. Oh, my lord Posthumus. You ne'er killed Imogen till now. Help, help, mine honoured lady.
Does the world go round?
How come these staggers on me?
Wake, my mistress.
If this be so, the gods do mean to strike me to death with mortal joy.
How fares my mistress?
Oh, get thee from my sight. Thou gavest me poison. Dangerous fellow, hence! Breathe not where princes are.
The tune of Imogen.
Lady, the gods throw stones of sulphur on me if that box I gave you was not thought by me a precious thing. I had it from the queen.
New matter still?
It poisoned me.
Oh God. I left out one thing which the queen confessed, which must have proved thee honest if Bassanio have said she'd given his mistress that confession as which I gave him for cordial. She served as I would serve a rat.
What's this, Cornelius?
The queen, sir, very oft important me to temper poisons for her, still pretending the satisfaction of her knowledge only in killing creatures vile as cats and dogs of no esteem. I dreading that her purpose of no esteem. I dreading that her purpose was of more danger, did not compound for her a certain stuff, which being ta'en, would cease the present power of life, but in short time all offices of nature should again, due to their function. Have you ta'en of it?
Most like I did, for I was dead.
My boys, there was our error.
This is sure, Fidel.
Why did you throw your wedded lady from you? Think that you were upon a rock and now throw me again?
Embracing him.
Hang there like a fruit, my soul, till the tree die.
How now, my flesh, my child? What, makest thou me a dullard in this act? Will thou not speak to me?
Kneeling.
Your blessing, sir.
To Guiderius and Arviragus.
Though you did love this youth, I blame you not. You had a motive for it.
My tears that fall prove holy water on thee. Imogen, thy mother's dead.
I am sorry for it, my lord.
Oh, she was not. And long of her it was that we meet here so strangely. But her son is gone. We know not how nor where.
My lord, now fear is from me, I'll speak troth. Lord Cloten, upon my lady's missing, came to me with his sword drawn, foamed at the mouth, and swore, if I discovered not which way she was gone, it was my instant death. By accident, I had a feigned letter of my master's then in my pocket, which directed him to seek her on the mountains near to Milford, where in a frenzy in my master's garments, which he enforced from me, away he posts with unchaste purpose and with oath to violate my lady's honour. What became of him, I further know not.
Let me end the story. I slew him there.
Marry, the gods forfend. I would not thy good deeds should from my lips pluck a barred sentence. Prithee, valiant youth, deny it again.
I have spoke it, and I did it.
He was a prince.
A most incivil one. The wrongs he did me were nothing prince-like, for he did provoke me with language that would make me spurn the sea. If it could so roar to me, I cut off's head, and am right glad he is not standing here to tell this tale of mine.
I am sorry for thee. By thine own tongue thou art condemned, and must endure our law. Thou art dead.
That headless man I thought had been my lord.
Bind the offender, and take him from our presence.
Say, Sir King, this man is better than the man he slew, as well descended as thyself, and hath more of thee merited than a band of Clotons had ever scar for.
To the guard.
Let his arms alone. They were not born for bondage.
Why, old soldier, wilt thou undo the worth that thou art unpaid for by tasting of our wrath? How of descent as good as we?
In that he spake too far.
And thou shalt die for it.
We will die all three, but I will prove that two ones are as good as I have given out him. My sons, I must, for mine own part, unfold a dangerous speech, though haply well for you.
Your danger's ours.
And our good his.
Have it at it then, by leave. Thou hadst, great king, a subject who was called Belarus.
What of him? He is a banished traitor.
He it is that hath assumed this age. Indeed, a banished man, I know not how a traitor.
Take him hence. The whole world shall not save him.
Not too hot. First pay me for the nursing of thy sons, and let it be confiscate all, so soon as I have received it.
Nursing of my sons?
I am too blunt and saucy. Here's my knee. Ere I arise, I will prefer my sons. Then spare not the old father. Mighty sir, these two young gentlemen that call me my father and think they are my sons are none of mine. They are the issue of your loins, my liege, and blood of your begetting.
How? My issue?
So sure as you your fathers. I, old Morgan, am the Belarius whom you sometime banished. Your pleasure was my mere offence, my punishment itself, and all my treason that I suffered was all the harm I did. These gentle princes, for such and so they are, these 20 years have trained up. Those arts they have as I could put into them. My breeding was, sir, as your highness knows. Their nurse Eurifle, whom for the theft I wedded, stole these children upon my banishment. I moved her to it. Having received the punishment before for that which I did then, beaten for loyalty, excited me to treason. Their dear loss. The more of you 'twas felt, the more it shaped unto my end of stealing them. But, gracious sir, here are your sons again, and I must lose two of the sweetest companions in the world. The benedictions of these covering heavens fall on their heads like dew, for they are worthy to inlay heaven with stars.
Thou weepst and speakst. The service that you three have done is more unlike than this thou tell'st. I lost my children. If these be they, I know not how to wish a pair of worthier sons.
Be pleased a while. This gentleman whom I call Polydore, most worthy prince as yours, is true Guiderius. This gentleman, my Cadwal Arvigarius, your younger princely son, he, sir, was lapped in a most curious mantle, wrought by the hand of his queen mother, which for more probation I can with ease produce.
Guiderius had upon his neck a mole, a sanguine star. It was a mark of wonder.
This is he, who hath upon him still the natural stamp. It was wise nature's end in the donation to be his evidence now.
Oh, what, am I a mother to the birth of three? Ne'er mother rejoiced deliverance more. Blessed pray you be, that after this strange starting from your orbs may reign in them now. O Imogen, thou hast lost by this a kingdom.
No, my lord. I have got 2 worlds by it. Oh, my gentle brothers, have we thus met? Oh, never say hereafter, but I am truest speaker you'd called me brother when I was but your sister. You brothers, when yea, we were so indeed.
Did you meet?
Aye, my good lord.
And at first meeting loved, continued so until we thought he died.
By the queen's dram, he swallowed.
O rare instinct, when shall I hear all through? This fierce abridgment hath to its circumstantial branches, which distinction should be rich in. Where? How lived you? And when came you to serve our Roman captive? How parted with your brothers? How first met them? Why fled you from court? And whither? These and your 3 motives to the battle, with I know not how much more should be demanded, and all the other by dependencies from chance to chance. But nor the time nor place will serve our long interrogatories. See, Posthumus anchors upon Imogen, and she, like harmless lightning, throws her eye on him, her brother, me, her master, hitting each object with a joy. The counterchange is severally in all. Let's quit this ground and smoke the temple with our sacrifices.
To Belarius.
Thou art my brother, so will hold thee ever.
You are my father too, and did relieve me to see this gracious season.
All overjoyed, save these in bonds. Let them be joyful too, for they shall taste our comfort.
My good master, I will yet do you service.
Happy be you.
The forlorn soldier that so nobly fought, he would have well become this place and graced the thankings of a king.
I am service soldier that did company these 3 in poor beseeming. 'Twas a fitment for a purpose I then followed. But I was he, speak, Iachmo. I had you down and might have made you finish.
Kneeling.
I am down again, but now my heavy conscience sinks my knee, as then your force did. Take that life, beseech you, which I so often owe. Put your ring first, and hear the bracelet of the truest princess that ever swore her faith.
Kneel not to me. The power that I have on you is to spare you, the malice towards you to forgive you. Live and deal with others better.
Nobly doomed, we'll learn our freeness of a son-in-law. Pardon's the word to all.
You hope us, sir, as you did mean indeed to be our brother. Joyed are we that you are.
Your servant, princes, good my lord of Rome, call forth your soothsayer. As I slept, methought great Jupiter upon his eagled back appeared to me, with other sprightly shows of mine own kindred. When I waked, I found this label on my bosom, whose containing is so from sense and hardness that I can make no collection of it. Let him show his skill in the construction.
Philarmonius.
Here, my lord.
Read and declare the meaning.
Reads.
Where, as a lion whelp shall, to himself unknown, without seeking find, and be embraced by a piece of tender air, and when from a stately cedar shall be lopped branches, which, being dead many years, shall after revive, be jointed to the old stock and freshly grown. Then shall Posthumus end his miseries, Britain be fortunate and flourish in peace and plenty. Thou, Leonatus, art the lion's whelp, the fit and apt construction of thy name being Leonatus doth import so much.
To Cymbeline.
The piece of tender air, thy virtuous daughter, which we call mollis era, and mollis era we term it mulia, which mulia I divine is the most constant wife, who even now, answering the letter of the oracle, unknown to you, unsought, were clipped about with the most tender air.
This hath some seeming.
The lofty cedar, royal Cymbeline, personates thee, and thy lopped branches point thy two sons forth, who, by Belarius stolen for many years, thought dead, are now revived, to the majestic cedar joined, whose issue promises Britain peace and plenty.
Well, my piece we will begin. And Caius Lucius, although the victor, we submit to Caesar and to the Roman Empire, promising to pay our wonted tribute, from the which we were dissuaded by a wicked queen, whom heaven's injustice both on her and hers have laid most heavy hand.
The fingers of the powers above do tune the harmony of this piece. This vision, which I made known to Lucius ere the stroke of this yes scarce old battle, at this instant is full accomplished. For the Roman eagle, from south to west on wing soaring aloft, lessened herself, and in the beams of the sun so vanished, which foreshadowed our princely eagle, the imperial Caesar, should again unite his favour with the radiant Cymbeline, which shines here in the west.
Laud we the gods, and let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils from our blessed altars. Publish we this peace to all our subjects. Set we forward, let a Roman and a British ensign wave friendly together. So through Lud's town march, and in the temple of great Jupiter, our peace will ratify. Seal it with feasts. Set on there. Never was a war did cease, ere bloody hands were washed with such a peace.
Excellent.
And that was Cymbeline. Thank you very, very much, everybody who read. Give yourselves a round of applause silently. Yeah, I'd like to say a massive thank you to everyone. That was incredible. Really unbelievable. Very, very well done. A couple of shout outs to give. There's a poll on Twitter going right now as to what was the best prop. Was it the hat or was it the head? We just can't decide. Honorable mention definitely goes to the bloody handkerchief, which really just came out of nowhere. So well done for the props, for the impromptu props. Also, Twitter is absolutely obsessed with you, Luke. Twitter loves you. The Read for the Globe account is now just a Luke fan account. So if I could ask you just one more time, can you give us solemn music, please?
solemn music.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you all for reading. It was just an exceptional play, and we're so happy that it went off so well. Just to update you on where we are with our fundraising, as of about 3 minutes ago, we've just passed £4,000. So 1 play down, 15 plays to go, and we've already raised 4/5 of our fundraising goal so far. So well done. It really is down to you and your performances. So that's really, really amazing. Thank you to everyone who's watching at home, who's donating. Just done an absolutely excellent job. Before I let you go, some of you to watch the stream, I'm sure, some of you to go to bed. I just want to remind everyone why we're here. So we are here for Shakespeare's Globe, which we all love. Shakespeare's Globe in London is an unsubsidized space. It relies mostly on audiences for its income, and it is currently in dire straits due to the financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. With a team of over 200 volunteers, we are currently reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness for these difficulties at the Globe and across the British theatre industry. For those following along at home, you can follow us at Globe Read, and we encourage you to share your thoughts with the hashtag Read for the Globe and hashtag RFTG Cymbeline, and next RFTGAsYouLikeIt. Our next play will be As You Like It. So please keep donating, donate anything you can. There's been some great comments of people saying that they've donated a £5 because that's what you pay for a grounding ticket. I think that's a lovely idea. So if you're watching and you're not sure how much to donate, go for it. All the money raised is going straight to Shakespeare's Globe, and we hope that it will help them through this tough time. So I'd like to say thank you very, very much to everyone who's read in this play. Our next play will be As You Like It, and I'd like to ask you to make your exit from the virtual stage now. Thank you very much. Great, we've got a few people left. So we found ourselves in quite an interesting position here in that we did not plan to be early. We planned to be late, but we did not plan to be early. So what you've got left with you here on the stream is the members of the Read for the Globe team. Wave, everybody. So we are the group of MA students who all met in Shakespeare's Globe last year, literally inside the building, and decided to put this event on. So as we're running a little bit early, and we don't want to start As You Like It before it's time, because none of the readers are ready, what we're going to do is read through some of Shakespeare's sonnets. So you're actually getting more Shakespeare than you paid for. So I'm going to start us off with sonnet 1. And then I'll hand over and we will read through a few sonnets before As You Like It starts. So stick around, or if this is your time you want to get a coffee break, go ahead. But they're good sonnets, so stick around. So we're going to start with sonnet 1 in just a second. Sonnet 1. From fairest creatures we desire increase, that thereby beauty's rose might never die. But as the riper should by time decease, his tender air might bear his memory. But thou, contracted to thine own bright eyes, feeds thy light's flame with self-substantial fuel, making a famine where abundance lies, thyself a foe, thy too sweet self too cruel. Thou that art now the world's flesh ornament, and only herald to the gaudy spring, within thine own bud buriest thy content, and tender churl makest waste and niggardling. Pity the world, or else this glutton be, to eat the world's due by the grave and thee. That was sonnet 1. I'm now going to pass over to Elise, who has by the way, been behind the scenes adminning for this whole thing. So while she didn't speak in the last play, if you read any tweets or if anything techie happened, that was Elise. So silent round of applause to her. Passing to Elise for Sonnet 2.
Sonnet 2. When 40 winters shall besiege thy brow, and dig deep trenches in thy beauty's field, thy youth's proud livery, so gazed on now, will be a tattered weed of small worth held. Then being asked where all thy beauty lies, where all the treasure of thy lusty days, to say, within thine own deep sunken eyes, or an all-eating shame and thriftless praise. How much more praise deserved thy beauty's use, if thou couldst answer, this fair child of mine shall sum my count and make my old excuse, proving his beauty by succession thine. This were to be new made when thou art old, and see thy blood warm when thou feelst it cold. That was Sonnet 2. Regine, are you able to read Sonnet 3?
I can do Sonnet 3. Just one moment. Sonnet 3. Look in thy glass and tell the face thou viewest, now is the time that face should form another, whose fresh repair is now thou not renewest. Thou dost beguile the world, unbless some mother. For where is she so fair whose uneared womb disdains the tillage of thy husbandry? Or who is he so fond will be the tomb of his self-love to stop posterity? Thou art thy mother's glass, and she in thee calls back the lovely April of her prime. So thou through windows of thine age shalt see, despite of wrinkles, this thy golden time. But if thou live, remembered not to be, die single, and thine image dies with thee. I'm going to tag Kat in next for Sonnet 4.
I think we're passing over to Madeline because she's waiting for the next one. You there, Madeline? Yeah. Hi guys. We got a request, I think on Twitter, that somebody read Sonnet 130, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Sonnet 130. My mistress' eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, why then her breasts are dun. If hair be wires, black wires grow on her head. I have seen roses damasked red and white, but no such roses see I in her cheeks. And in some perfumes there is more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go. My mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground. And yet, by heaven, I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare. Just kidding, I'm still here. I'm gonna head out and prepare for our next play, which is gonna be As You Like It, or hashtag RFTGAsYouLikeIt. But I'm gonna pass it on to Kat to read Sonnet 4.
Thank you, Madeline. So we're on Sonnet 4 now. I will start. Unthrifty loveliness, why dost thou spend upon thyself thy beauty's legacy? Nature's bequest gives nothing but doth lend, and being frank she lends to those are free. Then, beauteous niggard, why dost thou abuse the bounteous largess given thee to give? Profitless usurer, why dost thou use so great a sum of sums, yet canst not live? For having traffic with thyself alone, thou of thyself thy sweet self dost deceive. Then how, when nature calls thee to be gone? What acceptable audit canst thou leave? Thy unused beauty must be tombed with thee, which, used, lives the executor to be. I'm going to tag on Ben. First jailer.
I'm going to be first jailer for the whole weekend, I think. Sonnet 5. Those hours that with gentle work did frame the lovely gaze where every eye doth dwell, will play the tyrants to the very same, and that unfair which fairly doth excel. For never resting time leads summer on to hideous winter, and confounds him in there. Sap checked with frost and lusty leaves quite gone, beauty o'ersnowed and bareness everywhere. Then were not summer's distillation left, a liquid prisoner pent in walls of glass. Beauty's effect with beauty were bereft, nor it nor no remembrance what it was, but flowers distilled, though they with winter meet, lease but their show, their substance still lives sweet. Beautiful. Sonnet 5. Alex, is that you waving? Okay, go tag in Alex.
All right. Sonnet 6. Then let not winter's ragged hand deface in thee thy summer, ere thou be distilled. Make sweet some vial, treasure thou some place with beauty's treasure, ere it be self-killed. That use is not forbidden usury, which happy's those that pay the willing loan. That's for thyself, to breed another thee, or 10 times happier, be it 10 for 1. 10 times thyself were happier than thou art, if 10 of thine 10 times refigured thee. Then what could death do, if thou shouldst depart, leaving thee living in posterity? Be not self-willed, for thou art much too fair to be death's conquest and make worms thine heir. Think I'm gonna tag in Sophie now.
Okay, we're on Sonnet 7. Low in the orient, when the gracious light lifts up his burning head, each under eye doth homage to his new appearing sight, serving with looks his sacred majesty, and having climbed the steep up heavenly hill, resembling strong youth in his middle age, yet mortal looks adore his beauty still, attending on his golden pilgrimage. But when from highmost pitch, with weary car like feeble age, he reeleth from the day, the eyes, fore duteous, now converted are, from his low tract and look another way. So thou thyself, outgoing in thy noon, unlooked undayest, unless thou get a sun. That was Sonnet 7. Who hasn't gotten? I'm gonna pass over to Kath for Sonnet 8.
Thank you, Sophie. Sonnet 8. Music to hear, why hear'st thou music sadly? Sweets with sweets warn not, joy delights in joy. Why lovest thou that which thou receivest not gladly, or else receivest with pleasure thine annoy? If the truth concord of well-tuned sounds, by unions married do offend thine ear. They do but sweetly chide thee, who confounds in singleness the parts that thou shouldst bear. Mark how one string, sweet husband to another, strikes each and each by mutual ordering, resembling sire and child and happy mother, who all in one pleasing note do sing, whose speechless song, being many, seeming one, sings this to thee, thou single wilt prove none. And that was Sonnet 8. And now I'm gonna tag on over to Livy.
For Sonnet 9. Is it for fear to wet a widow's eye that thou consumest thyself in single life? Ah, if thou issueless shalt hap to die, the world will wail thee like a mateless wife. The world will be thy widow and still weep that thou no form of thee hast left behind. when every private widow well may keep by children's eyes her husband's shape in mind. Look, what an unthrift in the world doth spend shifts but his place, for still the world enjoys it. But beauty's waste hath in the world an end, and kept unused, the user so destroys it. No love towards others in that bosom sits, that on himself such murderous shame commits. I shall now pass back to Jamie.
Thank you very much, Livy. We're doing the rounds again. We're on to Sonnet 10. Great sonnet reading so far, guys. Thank you very much for this impromptu poetry recital. So to carry on with Sonnet 10. For shame, deny that thou bearest love to any, who for thyself art so unprovident. Grant, if thou wilt, thou art beloved of many, but that thou none lovest is most evident. For thou art so possessed with murderous hate, that gainst thyself thou stickest not to conspire, seeking that beauteous youth to ruinate, which to repair should be thy chief desire. Oh, change thy thought, that I may change my mind. Shall hate be fairer lodged than gentle love? Be, as thy presence is, gracious and kind, or to thyself at least kind-hearted prove. Make thee another self, love, for love of me, that beauty still may live in thine or thee. All right, hands up, who wants to go next? I think it should be Elise again, right? There we go.
Jamie. Sonnet 11. As fast as thou shalt wane, so fast thou growest in one of thine, from that which thou departest. And that fresh blood which youngly thou bestowest, thou mayst call thine when thou from youth convertest. Herein lives wisdom, beauty, and increase. Without this, folly, age, and cold decay. If all were minded so, the times should cease, and 80 years would make the world away. Let those whom nature hath not made for store, harsh, featureless, and rude, barrenly perish. Look, whom she best endowed, she gave the more, which bounteous gift thou shouldst in beauty cherish. She carved thee for her seal, and meant thereby thou shouldst print more, not let that copy die. And I am going to pass it back to Regine.
Thank you, Elise. Sonnet 12. When I do count the clock that tells time, and see the brave day sunk in hideous night, when I behold the violet past prime, and sable curls all silvered o'er with white, when lofty trees I see barren of leaves, which erst from heat did canopy the herd, and summer's green all girded up in sheaves, borne on the bier with white and bristly beard, then of thy beauty do I question make, that thou among the wastes of time must go, since sweets and beauties do themselves forsake, and die as fast as they see others grow. And nothing 'gainst time's scythe can make defense, save breed to brave him when he takes thee hence. And with that, I think I will pass it to Madeline, if she's still with us.
I'm still here. I ate an apple very quickly. I just want to say, well, it's just the few of us. I feel like we won't get too much feedback if we all go off mute for a second and just clap for the people that that came before us. So, little round of applause to you guys.
Well done, everyone.
Thank you. So well done. Just a quick note to everyone watching at home. We are taking requests for sonnets for in-between plays. We'll try and see them as fast as we can. But if you have any favorite sonnets, if you really want us to sound like, I don't know, Kate Winslet and Sense and Sensibility, just hit us up on Twitter and we will, yeah, you can all laugh at me, it's fine. Yeah, so I will go ahead and read sonnet 14. Nope, we're on
12.
12, sorry.
I just read 12. We're on
13. Yeah.
Oh, that you were yourself. But love, you are no longer yours than you yourself here live. Against this coming end you should prepare, and your sweet semblance to some other give. So should that beauty which you hold in lease find no determination, then you were yourself again after yourselves decease, when your sweet issue from your sweet form should bear. Who let so fair a house fall to decay, which husbandry and honor might uphold against the stormy gusts of winter's day and barren rage of death's eternal cold? No, none but unthrifts. Dear my love, you know you had a father. Let your son say so. Kat, you want to read the next one?
That is such a beautiful sonnet, sonnet 13, but we are doing sonnet 14, which is also lovely. Not from the stars do I my judgment pluck, and yet methinks I have astronomy, but not to tell of good or evil luck, of plagues, of deaths, or seasons' quality. Nor can I fortune to brief minutes tell, pointing to each his thunder, rain, and wind, or say with princes, if it shall go well, I oft predict that I in heaven find, but from thine eyes my knowledge I derive, and constant stars, in them I read such art as truth and beauty shall together thrive, if from thyself to store thou wouldst convert, or else of thee this I prognosticate, thy end is truth's and beauty's doom and date. So I think we are about ready to start As You Like It. So I'm going to transfer over to Madeline, wishing everyone good luck. And
thank you.
Yeah, have a great time.
Thanks so much. Oh, I'm so excited for this next play. I think a couple of you are sticking around, which I'm delighted about. And then we have a whole new cast, some from the last play, some from the new play that are coming in. So I'll just wait until we can add all of those cast in.
While you do that, through the magic of the internet, I will hand over the virtual gauntlet to you, which will involve some computer magic, at which point I will take my leave and leave Madeline as your incredibly capable host to guide us through As You Like It. And I will be seeing you again on Monday evening for The Tempest.
Ooh.
Because we'll still be doing this then.
Yes, we will.
Here you are.
Oh, cool. I'm the host now. Great.
Excellent. Should we go for another sonnet or shall we leave?
Don't leave, guys.
We've got a few minutes. I think we can do at least.
Yeah, you can all hang out. Yeah.
Great. What sonnet are we on?
I believe we're on 15.
Sonnet 15.
So it would have been Kat up next. So if Kat's ready to take it on.
You still here, Kat? Yeah.
No, I just read 14. So who did I pass it to last time? I passed it to Ben. Dreamy first jailer.
Right, one last sonnet, I guess, or maybe a couple more. I don't know.
It's like a bedtime story. Just one more.
When I consider everything that grows, holds in perfection but a little moment, that this huge stage presenteth naught but shows, whereon the stars in secret influence comment. When I perceive that men as plants increase, cheered and checked, even by the selfsame sky, vaunt in their youthful sap, at height decrease, and wear their brave state out of memory. Then the conceit of this inconstant stay sets you most rich in youth before my sight, where wasteful time debateth with decay, to change your day of youth to sullied night, and all in war with time for love of you, as he takes from you, I engraft you new. That was sonnet 15. We thinking a couple more?
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah, we can have a couple more just while we wait, because people aren't quite sure whether they're coming in directly at 6 o'clock in the evening for me. So just to welcome all of you guys who are in the cast of As You Like It, welcome. You're here a little early, that's perfect. In just a minute, when we hit 6 o'clock my time, I think 11 o'clock your time, I'm gonna go over just the basics of how this works. But in the meantime, for the next few minutes, where the Read for the Globe team is gonna continue reading sonnets, just so we make it an even 48 hours. So Ben, go ahead and pass it off to the next person.
Alex next. Not listening.
Was that me? Sorry.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry.
I'm coming. We're sonnet 16, I think we are.
16.
Yes, please.
Yeah. What? 16? Yeah. Okay. But wherefore do you not a mightier way make war upon this bloody tyrant time, and fortify yourself in your decay, which means more blessed than my barren rhyme? Now stand you on the top of happy hours, and many maiden gardens yet unset, with virtuous wish would bear your living flowers, much liker than your painted counterfeit. So should the lines of life that life repair, which this time's pencil or my pupil pen, neither in inward worth nor outward fair, can make you live yourself in eyes of men. To give away yourself keeps yourself still, and you must live drawn by your own sweet skill. I think we got a little bit more time, so I'm gonna tag in Sophie now for another sonnet.
Okay, great. And Sophie, you're going to be the last one, and then we're going to start at the Ailey.
What an honor. Okay, sonnet 17. Who will believe my verse in time to come, if it were filled with your most high deserts? Though yet, heaven knows, it is but a tomb which hides your life and shows not half your parts. If I could write the beauty of your eyes, and in fresh numbers number all your graces, the age to come would say, this poet lies, such heavenly touches ne'er touched earthly faces. So should my papers yellowed with their age be scorned like old men of less truth than tongue, and your true rights be termed a poet's rage and stretched meter of an antique song. But were some child of yours alive that time, you should live twice, in it and in my rhyme.
Beautifully read, Sophie. Thank you so much. So anyone who's on our team who's staying in this production, you're welcome to stay. And the rest of you, see you on the live stream. Bye. I have a couple of people still joining us, but while we are getting people to join, I'm just going to say hi. I'm Madeline. I'm the admin for As You Like It, which is one of my favorite plays. I'm delighted. And I'm so excited to see this cast of wonderful people, some of whom I saw in Cymbeline and some of whom are new. So welcome and thank you all so much for joining us. It's 6 p.m. my time. I'm in New York City. I'm in Brooklyn, actually. And just so you know, we are all live on YouTube right now. We're all live streaming, but I've just left you all on mute just for a second so I can run through. And just so you know, when we start the play, we're going to keep everybody, if it's okay, we're going to mostly stay on mute unless you're in a scene, and then you can unmute yourself on the bottom left-hand corner, and that way there isn't too much feedback. Just to remind everybody why we're here, we are watching from across the globe, and I just want to take the opportunity to say hi and alert you to the fact that Shakespeare's Globe in London is an unsubsidized space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. It's in dire straits right now due to the financial pressures of COVID-19. And with a team of over 200 volunteers, we are reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness of the difficulties of the globe and across British theater and American theater. We're on Twitter at GlobeRead, and we encourage you to share your thoughts and with the hashtags Read for the Globe and RFTG as you like it. This play is going to be RFTG as you like it. And of course, please donate anything you feel you can to our GoFundMe page, which is at the link below our live stream. So if you're watching us on our live stream right now, it should be right there. And a couple of people have been donating £5 for the price of a groundling ticket, which I think is a really lovely idea. All of the money raised from this one-off live event will go to Shakespeare's Globe. So thank you so much. All right, I'm gonna put you guys into gallery view. And in a minute, oh, hi. In a minute, I know a couple of you just did this, so apologies for repeating, but in a minute, we are going to cast this play. I've got it set up so that there are a couple of double casted roles. So really there aren't too many very small roles in this live stream production. But if you do want a really big role, I'm gonna name those first. So what I just wanna have everybody try a reaction, like a clap. You see the reaction button down there? Fabulous. So I'm gonna say a name, and if you want the role of the name that I say, Julia, I see you. If you wanna just wave when you hear a name, that's okay too. Oh, sorry, Julia, not Julia. Julia, I see you. So I'm just gonna say the name of a character or a series of characters. If you'd like it, do a reaction. I'm just gonna choose the first person whose my eye falls on. All right, just a quick little note. Remember, we're live, you can be seen. Please don't do anything that you wouldn't want to be seen on a live stream. And then be fun and have fun and be kind. Some of you are trained actors, some of us aren't, I'm not. So we're all just here to have fun and to raise money for the Globe. Okay, are we ready? We've got one big character. We know we all want to play it. Who would like to play? I wish I could just be like Adam right now. No, who would like to play Rosalind? All right, is that Kate? I saw Kate first. There you go. What about Orlando? Sorry, do that one more time. Who'd like to be Orlando? Julia, I saw you. We've got a comedian for Touchstone. Ivy, is that you? Great. Who wants to do the big speech for Jacques? Oh, Julia. Julia is waving at me and I see her. Great. We need a Celia. Katie Jones, I saw you. Please just remember your roles if that's okay. I'm sorry, I'll try to keep remembering, but just in case. We need a wrestler for Oliver. Elena Martin, is that you clapping? No? No wrestlers? Okay, we'll leave Oliver, and then if anybody doesn't have a role that they want later, we can add him in. How about Audrey? What is that? Nat Graham? Is that you, Nat Graham? Yeah, for Audrey. Sorry, just say hi, just because
Hi, sorry, it was a mistake, but I'll play it if you want.
No worries, I'll do it again. All right, ready? Audrey. There we go. Daniela. Thank you. Phoebe. I saw Solon first. Okay, we need a Silvius. Cynthia, that'd be great. And Adam. Is that Julie? Fabulous. Okay, now we have a couple of parts that are like conglomerated. So we've got Corin and Dennis, two very distinct and fun characters. Gregory, that'd be lovely. Duke Frederick, the evil Duke. Ooh, Nicholas, I love your beard. It'll be wonderful. We have Charles and the First Lord. Should we leave that one for the end too? Okay. Sir Oliver Martext. Oh, wait. Okay, Nat, you'll be Sir Oliver Martext, and the first page as well. And Melissa LaJoyce, did I just see you for Charles? Great, so it's Charles and the First Lord, and Nat, you're Sir Oliver Martext and first page. We need an Amiens and Son Jacques. Okay, brilliant. Caroline Vella. And all of these parts are about the same size right now. So I'm just gonna say next part. So next part. Great, Elena, you are going to be Duke Senior. Next part. Does anybody not have a part yet? Okay, great. Tom, you're going to be LeBeau and William. Who else doesn't have a part? Alex, right? You're going to be the second page and the second Lord. Okay, I need 2 more people. I think there are 2 more people who don't have parts. Anybody else? Kath, do you have a part? Okay, Kath, I'm gonna give you Oliver. I mean, not Oliver. Yeah, Oliver. And I'll play Hyman and Lord and Sage Directions. Great. So we've all got parts. Thank you so much. I know that takes a minute, but then we're all set up for the whole play to start. So shall we begin? Oops, give me 1 second.
Hold on, I have a question. Like, I'd be Celia on page what?
Sorry? Oh,
I'd be Celia on page.
So if you're on your open source Shakespeare, which is the email, the link in the email that we sent you of where our script is, you can just start at the beginning and follow along with us. Okay, so we're going to start at the top. Act 1, Scene 1, the orchard of Oliver's house. Enter Orlando and Adam.
As I remember, Adam, it was upon this fashion bequeathed me, by will but poor 1,000 crowns, and, as thou sayest, charged my brother, on his blessing, to breed me well. And there begins my sadness. My brother Jakes he keeps at school, and report speaks goldenly of his profit. For my part, he keeps me rustically at home, or, to speak more properly, stays me here at home unkept. For call you that keeping for a gentleman of my birth, that differs not from the stalling of an ox. His horses are bred better, for besides that they are fair with their breeding, they are taught their manage, and to that end riders dearly hired. But I, his brother, gain nothing under him but growth. For the which his animals on his dunghills are as much bound to him as I. Besides, this nothing that he so plentifully gives me, the something that nature gave me his countenance, seems to take from me. He lets me feed with his hinds, bars me the place of a brother, and as much as in him lies, minds my gentility with my education. That is it, Adam, that grieves me. And the spirit of my father, which I think is within me, begins to mutiny against this servitude. I will no longer endure it, though yet I know no wise remedy how to avoid it.
Yonder comes my master, your brother.
Go apart, Adam, and thou shalt hear how he will shake me up.
Adam retires.
Now, sir, what make you here?
Nothing. I am not taught to make anything.
What mar you then, sir?
Marry, sir, I am helping you to mar that which God made. A poor unworthy brother of yours, with idleness.
Marry, sir, be better employed and be naught a while.
Shall I keep your hogs and eat husks with them? What prodigal portion have I spent that I should come to such penury?
Know you where you are, sir?
Oh, sir, very well. Here, in your orchard.
Know you before whom, sir?
Aye, better than him I am before knows me. I know you are my eldest brother, and in the gentle condition of blood, you should know me. The courtesy of nations allows you my better in that you are the firstborn, but the same tradition takes not away my blood. We're the 20 brothers betwixt us. I have as much of my father in me as you, albeit I confess your coming before me is nearer to his reverence.
What boy?
Come, come, elder brother. You are too young in this.
Wilt thou lay hands on me, villain?
I am no villain. I am the youngest son of Sir Roland de Boys. He was my father, and he is thrice a villain that says such a father begot villains. Wert thou not my brother, I would not take this hand from thy throat till this other hand pulled out thy tongue for saying so. Thou hast railed on thyself.
Sweet masters, be patient. For your father's remembrance, be it accord.
Let me go, I say.
I will not, till I please. You shall hear me. My father charged you in his will to give me good education. You have trained me like a peasant, obscuring and hiding me from all gentlemanlike qualities. The spirit of my father grows strong in me, and I will no longer endure it. Therefore, allow me such exercises as may become a gentleman, or give me the poor allottery my father left me by testament. With that, I will go buy my fortunes.
And what wilt thou do? Beg when that is spent? Well, sir, get you in. I will not long be troubled with you. You shall have some part of your will. I pray you leave me.
I no further offend you than becomes me for my good.
Get you with him, you old dog.
Is old dog my reward? Most true, I have lost my teeth in your service. God be with my old master. It would not have spoke such a word.
Exeunt, Orlando and Adam.
Is it even so? Begin you to grow upon me? I will physic your rankness, and yet give no 1,000 crowns neither. Holla, Dennis!
Enter Dennis. Oh, I think we've lost to Dennis. Who was playing Corin? It was Gregory. Am I wrong? All right. Calls, your worship?
Was not Charles, the Duke's wrestler, here to speak with me?
So please you, he is here at the door and importunes access to you.
Call him in. 'Twill be a good way, and tomorrow the wrestling is.
Good morrow to your worship.
Good morning to your Charles. What's the new news at the new court?
There's no news at the court, sir, but the old news. That is, the old Duke is banished by his younger brother, the new Duke, and 3 or 4 loving lords have put themselves into voluntary exile with him, whose lands and revenues enrich the new Duke. Therefore, he gives them good leave to wander.
Can you tell if Rosalind, the Duke's daughter, be banished with her father?
Oh, no, for the Duke's daughter, her cousin, so loves her, being ever from their cradles bred together, that she would have followed her exile, or have died to stay behind her. She is at the court, and no less beloved of her uncle than his own daughter, and never 2 ladies loved as they do.
Where will the old Duke live?
They say he is already in the forest of Arden, and many merry men with him, and there they live like the old Robin Hood of England. They say many young gentlemen flock to him every day and fleet the time carelessly as they did in the golden world.
Are we having technical difficulties here? We've got Oliver.
Charles, I thank thee for thy love to me, which thou shalt find I will most kindly requite. I had myself notice of my brother's purpose herein, and have by underhand means laboured to dissuade him from it, but he is resolute. I'll tell thee, Charles, it is the stubbornest young fellow of France, full of ambition, an envious emulator of every man's good parts, a secret and villainous contriver against me, his natural brother. Therefore, use thy discretion. I had as lief thou didst break his neck as his finger, and thou wert best look to it. For if thou dost him any slight disgrace, or if he do not mightily grace himself on thee, he will practice against thee by poison, entrap thee by some treacherous device, and never leave thee till he have taken thy life by some indirect means or other. For I assure thee, and almost with tears I speak it, there is not one so young and so villainous this day living. I speak but brotherly of him. But should I anatomize him to thee as he is, I must blush and weep, and thou must look pale and wonder.
I am heartily glad I came hither to you. If he come tomorrow, I'll give him his payment. If ever he go alone again, I'll never wrestle for prize more. And so God keep your worship.
Farewell, good Charles. Now will I stir this gamester. I hope I shall see an end of him, for my soul, yet I not know why, hates nothing more than he. Yet he's gentle, never schooled and yet learned, full of noble device, of all sorts enchantingly beloved, and indeed so much in the heart of the world, and especially of my own people, who best know him, that I am altogether misprized. But it shall not be so long, this wrestler shall clear all. Nothing remains but that I kindle the boy thither, which now I'll go about.
Act 1, Scene 2, a lawn before the Duke's palace. Enter Rosalind and Celia.
I pray thee, Rosalind, sweet my cause, be merry.
Katie, I think you're still muted.
Try that again. Dear Celia, I show more mirth than I am mistress of, and would you yet I were merrier? Unless you could teach me to forget a banished father, you must not learn me how to remember any extraordinary pleasure.
Herein I see thou lovest me not with the full weight that I love thee. If my uncle, thy banished father, had banished thy uncle, the Duke my father, so thou hadst been still with me. I could have taught my love to thy father for mine, so wouldst thou, if the true of thy love to me were so righteously tempered as mine is to thee.
Well, I will forget the condition of my estate to rejoice in yours.
You know my father hath no child but I, nor none is like to have, and truly when he dies thou shalt be his heir, for what he hath taken away from thy father perforce. I will render thee again in affection, by my honor I will, and when I break that oath, let me turn monster. Therefore, my sweet Rose, my dear Rose, be merry.
From henceforth I will, coz, and devise sports. Let me see. What think you of falling in love?
Marry, I prithee do to make sport withal, but love no man in good earnest, nor no further in sport, neither than with safety or a pure blush thou mayest in honor come off again.
Well, what shall be our sport then?
Let us sit and mock the good housewife, Fortune, from her wheel, that her gifts may henceforth be bestowed equally.
I would we could do so, for her benefits are mightily misplaced, and the bountiful blind woman doth most mistake in her gifts to women.
'Tis true, for those she makes fair, she scarce makes honest, and those she makes honest, she makes ill favorably.
Nay, now thou goest from Fortune's office to Nature's. Fortune reigns in gifts of the world, not in the lineaments of nature.
No, when nature hath made a fair creature, may she not bid Fortune fall into the fire? Though nature hath give us wit to flout at Fortune, hath not Fortune sent in this fool to cut off the argument?
Indeed, there is Fortune too hard for nature, when Fortune makes nature's natural the cutter off of nature's wit.
Peradventure this, it's not Fortune's work neither, but nature's who perceiveth our wits too dull to reason of such a goddess, and hath sent this natural for our whetstone, for always the dullness of the fool is the whetstone of wits. How now, wit? Whither wander you?
Mistress, you must come away to your father.
Were you made the messenger?
No, by mine honour, but I was bid to come for you.
Where learned you that oath, fool?
Of a certain knight that swore by his honour they were good pancakes, and swore by his honour the mustard was not. Now I'll stand to it, the pancakes were not, and the mustard was good, and yet was not the knight forsworn.
How prove you that in the great heap of your knowledge?
Aye, marry, now unmuzzle your wisdom.
Stand you both forth now, stroke your chins, and swear by your beards that I am a knave.
By our beards, if we had them, thou art.
By my knavery, if I had it, then I were. But if you swear by that that is not, you are not forsworn. No more was this knight swearing by his honour, for he never had any. Or if he had sworn it away before ever he saw those pancakes or that mustard.
Prithee, who isn't it thou meanest?
One that old Frederick your father loves.
My father's love is enough to honour him. Enough. Speak no more of him. You'll be whipped for taxation one of these days.
The more pity that fools may not speak wisely what wise men do foolishly.
By my troth, thou sayest true, for since the little wit that fools hath with silenced, the little foolery that wise men have makes a great show. How here comes Monsieur Lebleu?
With his mouth full of news.
Which he will put us on as pigeons feed their young.
Then we shall be news-crowned.
All the better, we shall be the more marketable. Bonjour, Monsieur Lebeau, what's the news?
Fair princess, you have lost much good sport.
Sport? Of what colour?
What colour, madam? How shall I answer you?
As wit and fortune will.
Or as the destinies decrees.
Well said, that was laid on with a trowel.
Nay, if I keep not my rank.
Thou losest thy own smell.
You amaze me, ladies. I would have told you of good wrestling, which you have not lost sight of.
Yet tell us the manner of the wrestling.
I will tell you the beginning, and if it please your ladyships, you may see the end. For the best is yet to do, and here, where you are, they are coming to perform it.
Well, the beginning, that is dead and buried.
There comes an old man and his 3 sons.
I could match this beginning with an old tale.
3 proper young men of excellent worth and excellent growth and presence.
With bills on their necks, be it known unto all men by these presents.
The eldest of the 3 wrestled with Charles, the Duke's wrestler, which Charles in a moment threw him and broke 3 of his ribs, that there is little hope of life in him. So he served the 2nd, and so the 3rd. Yonder they lie. The poor old man, their father, making such pitiful dole over them that all the beholders take his part with weeping.
Alas.
But what is the sport, monsieur, that the ladies have lost?
Why, this that I speak of.
Thus men may grow wiser every day. It is the first time that ever I heard breaking of ribs was sport for ladies.
Or I promise thee.
But is there any else longs to see this broken music in his sides? Is there yet another dotes upon rib breaking? Shall we see this wrestling, cousin?
Oh, you must, if you stay here, for here is the place appointed for the wrestling, and they are ready to perform it.
Yonder sure they are coming. Let us now stay and see it.
A flourish. Enter Duke Frederick, lords, Orlando, Charles, and attendants. Do we have a Frederick?
Frederick Nicholas?
I can read it to you. Come on, since that Jude who's not the enter, his own pearl on his forwardness.
Is yonder the man?
Even he, madam.
Alas, he's too young, yet he looks successfully.
How now, daughter and cousin, are you crept hither to see the wrestling?
Aye, my liege, so please you give us leave.
You will take little delight in it, I can tell you. There is such odd sin demand, in pity of the challenger's youth. I will fain dissuade him, but he will not be entertained. Speak to him, ladies. See if you can move him.
Call him hither, good Monsieur Lebeau.
Do so. I'll not be by.
Monsieur the Challenger, the princess calls for you.
I attend them with all respect and duty.
Young man, have you challenged Charles the wrestler?
No, fair princess. He is the general challenger. I come but in, as others do, to try with him the strength of my youth.
Young gentlemen, your spirits are too bold for your years. You have seen cruel proof of this man's strength. If you saw yourselves with your own eyes, or knew yourself with your judgment, the fear of your adventure would counsel you to a more equal enterprise. We pray you, for your own sake, to embrace your own safety and give over this attempt.
Do, young sir. Your reputation shall not therefore be misprized. We will make it our suit to the Duke that the wrestling might not go forward.
I beseech you, punish me not with your hard thoughts. Were I confess me much guilty to deny so fair and excellent ladies anything. But let your fair eyes and gentle wishes go with me to my trial. Wherein, if I be foiled, there is but one shamed that was never gracious. If killed, but one dead that is willing to be so. I shall do my friends no wrong, for I have none to lament me. The world no injury, for in it I have nothing. Only in the world I fill up space, a place, which may be better supplied when I have made it empty.
The little strength that I have, I would it were with you.
And mine to eke out hers.
Fare you well. Pray heaven I be deceived in you.
Your heart's desires be with you.
Come, where is this young gallant that is so desirous to lie with his mother earth?
Ready, sir, but his will hath in it a more modest working.
You shall try but one fall.
No, I warrant your grace, you shall not entreat him to a second, that have so mightily persuaded him from a first.
You mean to mock me after? You should not have mocked me before. But come your ways.
Now, Hercules be thy speed, young man.
I would I were invisible to catch the strong fellow by the leg.
Oh, excellent young man.
If I had a thunderbolt in my eyes, I could tell who should be down.
Charles
No
is
more,
thrilled.
no more.
Shout.
No more, no more.
Yes, I beseech your grace. I am not yet well breathed.
How doth suit, Charles?
He cannot speak, my lord.
Bear him away. What is thy name, young man?
Orlando, my liege, the youngest son of Sir Roland de Boys.
I will still have been son to some man else. The world schemes thy father honorable, but I did find him still mine enemy, who should have better placed me with his deed, had two descended from another house, but first he well to art a gallant youth. I will who had told me of another father.
Exeunt Duke, Train, and LeBeau.
Were I my father, cause would I do this?
I am more proud to be Sir Roland's son, his youngest son, and would not change that calling to be adopted heir to Frederick.
My father loved Sir Roland as his soul, and all the world was of my father's mind. Had I before known this young man his son, I should have given him tears unto entreaties ere he should have thus ventured.
Gentle cousin, let us go thank him and encourage him. My father's rough and envious of disposition sticks me at heart. Sir, you have well deserved. If you keep your promises in love, but justly as you've exceeded all promise, your mistress shall be happy.
Gentlemen, wear this for me. One out of suits with fortune that could give more, but that her hand lacks means. Shall we go, coz?
Aye, fare you well, fair gentlemen.
Can I not say I thank you? My better parts are all thrown down, and that which here stands up is but a quintin, a mere lifeless block.
He calls us back. My pride fell with my fortunes. I'll ask him what he would. Did you call, sir? So you have wrestled well and overthrown more than your enemies.
Will you go, coz?
Have with you. Fare you well.
What passion hangs these weights upon my tongue? I cannot speak to her, yet she urged me conference. Oh, poor Orlando, thou art overthrown, or Charles, or something weaker masters thee.
Enter.
Good sir, I do in friendship counsel you to leave this place. Albeit you have deserved high commendation, true applause, and love, yet such is now the Duke's condition that he misconstrues all that you have done. The Duke is humorous. What he is indeed more suits you to conceive than I to speak of.
I thank you, sir, and pray you tell me this. Which of the two was daughter of the Duke that here was at the wrestling?
Neither his daughter, if we judge by manners, but yet, indeed, the smaller is his daughter. The other is daughter to the banished Duke, and here detained by her usurping uncle to keep his daughter company, whose loves are dearer than the natural bond of sisters. But I can tell you that of late this Duke hath ta'en displeasure against his gentle niece, grounded upon no other argument but that the people praise her for her virtues, pity her for her good father's sake. And on my life, his malice against the lady will suddenly break forth. Sir, fare you well. Hereafter, in a better world than this, I shall desire more love and knowledge of you.
I rest much bounden to you. Very well. Thus must I from the smoke into the smother, from tyrant Duke unto tyrant brother. But heavenly Rosalind.
Act 1, Scene 3, the Duke's Palace. Enter Celia and Rosalind.
Why, cousin, why, Rosalind, Cupid have mercy, not a word?
Not one to throw at a dog.
No, thy words are too precious to be cast away upon curs. Throw some at me, come, lame me with reasons.
Then there were two cousins laid up, when the one should be lamed with reasons, and the other mad without any.
But is this all for your father?
No, some of it is for my child's father. Oh, how full of briars is this working day world.
They are but burrs, cousin, thrown upon thee in holiday foolery. If we walk not in the trodden parts, our very petticoats will catch them.
I could shake them off my coat. These burrs are in my heart.
Hem them away.
I would try if I could cry hem and have him.
Come, come, wrestle with thy affections.
Oh, they take the part of a better wrestler than myself.
Oh, a good wish upon you. You try in time and despite of a fall, but turning these jests out of service, let us talk in good earnest. Is it possible, on such a sudden, you should fall into so strong a liking of old Sir Rowland's youngest son?
The Duke, my father, loved his father dearly.
Doth it therefore ensue that you should love his son dearly? By this kind of chase I should hate him, for my father hated his father dearly. Yet I hate not Orlando.
No, faith, hate him not, for my sake.
Well, why should I not? Doth he not deserve it?
Enter Duke Frederick with lords.
Let me love him for that, and do you love him because I do? Look, here comes the Duke.
With eyes full of anger.
Mistress, dispatch you with your safest haste, and get you from our court.
Me, uncle?
You, cousin. Within these 10 days, you back to be found, so near a public court as 20 miles, to die for it.
I do beseech your grace, let me the knowledge of my fault bear with me. If with myself I hold intelligence, or have acquaintance with mine own desires, or if that I do not dream, or be not frantic, as I do trust I am not, then, dear uncle, never so much as in a thought unborn did I offend your highness.
Thus do all traitors. If their purgation did consist in words, they are as innocent as grace itself. Let it suffice thee, that I trust thee not.
Yet your mistrust cannot make me a traitor. Tell me whereon the likelihood depends.
Thou art thy father's daughter. There is enough.
So was I when your highness took his dukedom. So was I when your highness banished him. Treason is not inherited, my lord. Or if we did derive it from our friends, what's that to me? My father was no traitor. Then, good my liege, mistake me not so much to think my poverty is treacherous.
Dear sovereign, hear me speak.
Ah, Celia, we stayed here for your sake, else had she with her father run along.
I did not then entreat to have her stay. It was your pleasure and your own remorse. I was too young that time to value her, but now I know her. If she be traitor, why so am I? We still have slept together, rose at an instant, learned, played, eat together, and whereso we went like Juno's swans, still we went coupled and inseparable.
She is too subtle for thee, and her smoothness, her very silence and her patience. Speak to the people, do they pity her? You are a fool. She robs you of thy name, and she will show more bright and seem more beautiful when she's gone. Then open not thy lips. Firm and irrevocable is my doom, which I have passed upon her. She is banished.
Pronounce that sentence then on me, my liege. I cannot live without her company.
You are a fool. You, meet, provide yourself. If you outstay the time upon mine honor, and in the greatness of my word, you die.
Exeunt Duke and Lords.
Oh, my poor Rosalind, whither wilt we go? Wilt thou change fathers? I will give thee mine. I charge thee, be not thou more grieved than I am.
I have more cause.
Thou hast not, cousin. Prithee be cheerful. Knowest thou not the Duke hath banished me, his daughter?
Well, that he hath not.
No, hath not. Rosalind lacks then the love which teacheth thee thou, that thou and I am one. Shall we be sundered? Shall we part, sweet girl? No, let my father seek another heir. Therefore devise me how we may fly, whither to go, and what to bear with us. And do not seek to take your charge upon you, to bear your griefs yourself and leave me out. For by this heaven now our sorrows pale. Say what thou canst, I'll go along with thee.
Why, whither shall we go?
Seek my uncle in the forest of Arden.
Alas, what danger will it be to us, maids as we are, to travel forth so far? Beauty provoketh thieves sooner than gold.
I'll put myself in poor and mean attire, and with a kind of umber smirch on my face, the like do you, so shall we pass along, and never stir assailants.
Were it not better, because that I am more than common tall, that I did suit me all points like a man? A gallant curtalax upon my thigh, a boar spear in my hand, and in my heart lie there what hidden woman's fear there will have a swashing and a martial outside, and many other mannish cowards have that do outface it with their semblances.
What should I call thee when thou art a man?
I'll have no worse a name than Joe's own page, and therefore, look you, call me Ganymede. But what will you be called?
Something that hath a reference to my state. No longer Celia, but Elena.
But cousin, what if we essayed to steal the clownish fool out of your father's court? Would he not be a comfort to our travel?
He'll go along o'er the wide world with me. Leave me alone to woo him. Let's away and get our jewels and our wealth together. Devise the fittest time and the safest way to hide us from pursuit that will be made. After my flight, now go we in content to liberty and not banishment.
Act 2, Scene 1, the Forest of Arden. Enter Duke Senior, Amiens, and 2 or 3 lords like foresters.
Now, my co-mates and brothers in exile, hath not old custom made this life more sweet than that of painted pomp? Are not these woods more free from peril than the envious court? Here feel we not the penalty of Adam, the season's difference as the icy fang and churlish chiding of the winter's wind, which when it bites and blows upon my body, even till I shrink with cold, I smile and say, this is no flattery, these are no counsellors, that feeling persuade me what I am. Sweet are the uses of adversity, which like the toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in his head. And this our life, exempt from public haunt, finds tongues in trees, books in the running brooks, sermons in stones, and good in everything. I would not change it.
Happy is your grace that can translate the stubbornness of fortune into so quiet and so sweet a style.
Come, shall we go and kill us venison? And yet it irks me, the poor dappled fools, being native burghers in this desert city, should in their own confines with forked heads have their round haunches gored.
Indeed, my lord, the melancholy Jacques grieves at that, and in that kind swears you do more usurp than doth your brother that has banished you. Today, my lord of Amiens and myself did steal behind him as he lay along under an oak, whose antique root peeps out upon the brook that brawls along this wood. To the which place a poor sequestered stag, that from the hunter's aim had ta'en a hurt, did come to languish. And indeed, my lord, the wretched animal heaved forth such groans that their discharge did stretch his leathern coat almost bursting, and the big round tears coursed one another down his innocent nose in piteous chase. And thus the hairy fool, much marked of the melancholy Jacques, stood on the extremest verge of the swift brook, augmenting it with tears.
But what said Jacques? Did he not mortalize this spectacle?
Oh yes, into 1,000 similes. First, for his weeping into the needless stream. Poor dear, quoth he, thou makest a testament as worldlings do, giving thy sum of more to that which had too much. Then, being there alone, left and abandoned of his velvet friends, 'tis right, quoth he, thus misery doth part the flux of company. Anon, a careless herd, full of the pasture, jumps along by him and never stays to greet him. Ay, quoth Jacques, sweep on, you fat and greasy citizens, 'tis just the fashion. Wherefore do you look upon that poor and broken bankrupt there? Thus most invectively he pierceth through the body of the country, city, court, yea, and of this our life, swearing that we are mere usurpers, tyrants, and what's worse, to fright the animals and to kill them up in their assigned and native dwelling place.
Did you leave him in this contemplation?
We did, my lord, weeping and commenting upon the sobbing deer.
Show me the place. I love to cope him in these sudden fits, for then he's full of matter.
I'll bring you to him straight.
Act 2, Scene 2, the Duke's Palace. Enter Duke Frederick with lords.
Can it be possible that no man saw them? It cannot be. Some brilliants of my court are of constant and sufferance in peace.
I cannot hear of any that did see her. The ladies, her attendants of her chamber, saw her abed, and in the morning early they found the bed untreasured of their mistress.
My lord, the royalish clown, at whom so oft your grace was wont to laugh, is also missing. Hesperia, the princess's gentlewoman, confesses that she secretly overheard your daughter and her cousin much commend the parts and graces of the wrestler that did but lately foil the sinewy Charles. And she believes, wherever they have gone, that youth is surely in their company.
Send to his brother, fetch that gallant hither. If he be absent, bring his brother to me. I'll make him find him. Do this suddenly, and let no searching inquisition fail to bring against these foolish runners.
Act 2, Scene 3, before Oliver's house. Enter Orlando and Adam meeting.
Who's there?
What? My young master? Oh, my gentle master! Oh, my sweet master! Oh, you memory of old Sir Roland! Why, what make you here? Why are you virtuous? Why do people love you? And wherefore are you gentle, strong, and valiant? Why would you be so fond to overcome the bonny prizer of the humorous Duke? Your praise has come too swiftly home before you. Know you not, master, to some kind of men their graces serve them but as enemies? No more do yours. Your virtues, gentle master, are sanctified and holy traitors to you. Oh, what a world is this, when what is comely envenoms him that bears it.
Why, what's the matter?
Oh, unhappy youth, come not within these doors. Within this roof the enemy of all your graces lives. Your brother, no brother, yet the son of him I was about to call his father, hath heard your praises, and this night he means to burn the lodging where you used to lie, and you within it. If he fail of that, he will have other means to cut you off. I overheard him and his practices. This is no place. This house is but a butchery. Abhor it, fear it, do not enter it.
Why, whither, Adam, wouldst thou have me go?
No matter whither, so you come not here.
What? Wouldst thou have me go and beg my food? Or with a base and boisterous sword enforce a thievish living on the common road? This I must do, or know not what to do. Yet this I will not do. Do how I can. I rather will subject me to the malice of a diverted blood and bloody brother.
But do not so. I have 500 crowns, the thrifty hire I saved under your father, which I did store to be my foster nurse, when service should in my old limbs lie lame, and unregarded age in corners thrown. Take that, And he that doth the ravens feed, yea, providently caters for the sparrow, be comfort to my age. Here is the gold. All this I give you. Let me be your servant. Though I look old, yet I am strong and lusty. For in my youth I never did apply hot and rebellious liquors in my blood, nor did not with unbashful forehead woo the means of weakness and debility. Therefore my age is as lusty winter, frosty, but kindly. Let me go with you. I'll do the service of a younger man in all your business and necessities.
Oh, good old man, how well in thee appears the constant service of the antique world, when service sweat for duty, not for meed. Thou art not for the fashion of these times, where none will sweat but for promotion, and having that do choke their service up, even with the having. It is not so with thee. But, poor old man, thou prunest a rotten tree that cannot so much as a blossom yield in lieu of all thy pains and husbandry. But come thy ways, we'll go along together, and ere we have thy youthful wages spent, we'll light upon some settled low content.
Master, go on, and I will follow thee to the last gasp, with truth and loyalty. From 17 years till now, almost 80 here I lived, but now live here no more. At 17 years, many their fortune seek, but at 80 it is too late a week. Yet fortune cannot recompense me better than to die well and not my master's debtor.
To Scene 4, the Forest of Arden. Enter Rosalind as Ganymede, Celia as Aliena, and Clown, alias Touchstone.
Did it again. Oh, Jupiter, how weary are my spirits.
I care not for my spirits if my legs were not weary.
I could find in my heart to disgrace my man's apparel and to cry like a woman, but I must comfort the weaker vessel, as doublet and hose ought to show itself courageous to petticoat. Therefore, courage, good Alina.
I pray you bear with me, I can go no further.
For my part, I had rather bear with you than bear you. Yet I should bear no cross if I did bear you, for I think you have no money in your purse.
Well, this is the Forest of Arden.
Aye, now am I in Arden, the more fool I. When I was at home, I was in a better place, but travelers must be content.
Aye.
Enter Corin and Silvius. Sorry, Katie.
That's right. Be so, good Touchstone. Look you, who comes here? A young man and an old in solemn talk.
I think we lost our Corin/Dennis, so I'll be Corin as well. That is the way to make her scorn you still.
Oh, Corin, that's good news, how I do love her.
I partly guess, for I have loved ere now.
No, Corin, being old, who can't not guess. Corin thy youth, who was true lover, as ever sat upon a midnight billow. But if thy love were ever like to mine, as sure I think did never man love so. How many actions most ridiculous hast you been drawn to by thy fantasy?
Into 1,000 I have forgotten.
Oh, who did then never love so heartily, if thou rememberest not the slightest folly that ever love did not to run into, who has not loved, or if thou hast not so as I do now, wearing thy hair and mistress praise, who has not loved, or if thou hast not broke from me abruptly, as my passion now makes me, who has not loved. Oh, Phoebe, Phoebe, Phoebe.
Alas, poor shepherd, searching of thy wound, I have by hard adventure found mine own.
And I mine. I remember, when I was in love, I broke my sword upon a stone, and bid him take that for coming a night to Jane's smile. And I remember the kissing of her batier, and the cow's dugs that her pretty chapped hands had milked. And I remember the wooing of Peascod instead of her, from whom I took 2 cods, and giving her them again, said with weeping tears, wear these for my sake. We that are true lovers run into strange keepers, but as all is mortal in nature, so is all nature in love, mortal in folly.
Thou speakst wiser than thou art ware of.
Nay, I shall ne'er be ware of mine own wit till I break my shins against it.
Jove, Jove, this shepherd's passion is much upon my fashion.
And mine, but it grows something stale with me.
I pray you, one of you question yon man, if he for gold will give us any food. I faint almost to death.
Holla, you clown!
Peace, fool, he's not thy kinsman.
Who calls?
Your betters, sir.
Else they are very wretched.
Peace, I say. Good even to you, friend.
And to you, gentle sir, and to you all.
I prithee, shepherd, if that love or gold can in this desert place by entertainment, bring us where we may rest ourselves and feed. Here's a young maid with travel much oppressed and faints for succor.
Fair sir, I pity her, and wish for her sake more than mine own, my fortunes were more able to relieve her. But I am shepherd to another man, and do not shear the fleeces that I graze. My master is of churlish disposition, and little recks to find the way to heaven by doing deeds of hospitality. Besides, his coat, his flocks, and bounds of feed are now on sale, and at our sheepcote now, by reason of his absence, there is nothing that you will feed on. But what is, come see, and in my voice most welcome shall you be.
What is he that shall buy his flock and pasture?
That young swain that you saw here but erewhile, that little cares for buying anything.
I pray thee, if it stand with honesty, buy thou the cottage, pasture, and the flock, and thou shalt have to pay for it of us.
And we will mend thy wages. I like this place, and willingly could waste my time in it.
Assuredly, the thing is to be sold. Go with me. If you like upon report the soil, the profit, and this kind of life, I will your very faithful feeder be, and buy it with your gold right suddenly. Act 2, Scene 5, another part of the forest. Enter Amiens, Jacques, and others.
Under the greenwood tree, who loves to lie with me, and turns his merry note unto the sweet bird's throat. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Here shall he see no enemy but winter and rough weather. More, Lord, more. I prithee more. It will make you melancholy, Monsieur Jacques. I thank it more. I prithee more. I can suck melancholy out of the song as a weasel sucks eggs. More. I prithee more. My voice is ragged. I know I cannot please you. I do not desire you to please me. I do desire you to sing. Come, more. Another stanza. Call you stanzas? What you will, Monsieur Jacques. Nay, I care not for their names. They owe me nothing. Will you sing? More at your request than to please you. Well then, if ever I thank any man, I'll thank you. But that they call compliment is like the encounter of two dog apes. And when a man thanks me heartily, methinks I've given him a penny, and he renders me the beggarly thanks. Come, sing, and you that will not, hold your tongues. Well, I'll end the song, sirs. Cover the while, the Duke will drink under the tree. He hath been all this day to look you, and I have been all this day to avoid him. He is too disputable for my company. I think of as many matters as he, but I give heaven thanks, and he make no boast of them. Come, warble, come. Who doth ambition shun and loves to live in the sun, seeking the food he eats and pleased with what he gets. Come hither, come hither, come hither. Here shall he see no enemy but winter and rough weather. I'll give you a verse to this note that I made yesterday in despite of my intention, and I'll sing it. Thus it goes. If it do come to pass that any man turn us, leaving his wealth and ease, a stubborn will to please, dudacum, ducatum, it shall he see gross fools as he, and if he will come to me, what's that dukedom 'Tis a Greek invocation to call fools into a circle. I'll go sleep if I can. If I cannot, I'll rail against all the firstborn of Egypt. And I'll go seek the Duke, his banquet is prepared.
They exit separately, or in this case, together. Act 2, Scene 6, The Forest. Enter Orlando and Adam.
Dear master, I can go no further. Oh, I die for food. Here lie I down, and measure out my grave. Farewell, kind master.
Why, how now, Adam? No greater heart in thee? Live a little, comfort a little, cheer thyself a little. If this uncouth forest yield anything savage, I will either be food for it or bring it food to thee. Thy conceit is nearer death than thy powers. For my sake, be comfortable. Hold death a while at the arm's end. I will here be with thee presently, and if I bring thee not something to eat, I will give thee leave to die. But if thou diest before I come, thou art a mocker of my labor. Well said, thou lookst cheerily, and I'll be with thee quickly. Yet thou liest in the bleak air. Come, I will bear thee to some shelter, and thou shalt not die for lack of a dinner, if there live anything in this desert. Cheerily, good Adam.
Act 2, Scene 7, The Forest. A table is set out. Enter Duke Senior, Amiens, and lords like outlaws.
Think he be transformed into a beast, for I can nowhere find him like a man.
My lord, he is but even now gone hence. Here was he merry, hearing of a song.
If he, compact of jars, grow musical, we shall have shortly discord in the spheres. Go seek him, tell him I would speak with him.
He saves my labour by his own approach.
Why, how now, monsieur? What a life is this, that your poor friends must rue your company? What, you look merrily?
Oh, a fool. A fool. I met a fool in the forest. A motley fool. A miserable world. As I do live by food, I met a fool who laid him down and basked him in the sun and railed on Lady Fortune in good terms, in good set terms, and yet a motley fool. Good morrow, fool, quoth I. No, sir, quoth he, call me not fool till heaven hath sent me fortune. And then he drew a dial from his poke and looked on it with a lacklustre eye. Says very wisely, 'tis 10 o'clock. Thus we may see, quoth he, how the world wags. 'Tis but an hour ago since it was 9, and after 1 hour more 'twill be 11. And so from hour to hour we ripe and ripe, and then from hour to hour we rot and rot, and thereby hangs a tale. When I did hear the motley fool thus moral on the time, my lungs began to crow like chanticleer, that fools should be so deep contemplative. And I did laugh sans intermission, an hour by his dial. Oh, noble fool, oh, worthy fool, motley's the only wear.
What fool is this?
Oh, worthy fool, one that hath been a courtier, and says, if ladies be but young and fair, they have the gift to know it. And in his brain, which is as dry as the remainder biscuit after a voyage, he hath strange places crammed with observation, the which he vents in mangled forms. Oh, that I were a fool! I am ambitious for a motley coat.
Thou shalt have one.
It is my only suit, provided that you weed your better judgments of all opinion that grow rank in them, that I am wise. I must have liberty withal, as large a charter as the wind, to blow on whom I please, for so fools have. And they that are most galled with my folly, they most must laugh. And why, sir, must they so? The why is plain as way to parish church. He that a fool doth very wisely hit, doth very foolishly, although he's smart, not to seem senseless of the bob. If not, the wise man's folly is anatomized, even by the squandering glances of the fool. Invest me in my motley, give me leave to speak my mind, and I will through and through cleanse the foul body of the infected world, if they will patiently receive my medicine.
Fie on thee, I can tell what thou wouldst do.
What for a counter would I do but good?
Most mischievous foul sin, in chiding sin, for thou thyself hast been a libertine, as sensual as the brutish sting itself, and all the embossed sores and headed evils that thou will license of free foot hast caught, wouldst thou disgorge into the general world?
Why, who cries out on pride that can therein tax any private party? Doth it not flow as hugely as the sea, till that the wearer's very means do ebb? What woman in the city do I name, when that I say the city woman bears the cost of princes on unworthy shoulders? Who can come in and say that I mean her, when such a one as she, such is her neighbour? Or what is he of basest function, that says his bravery is not on my cost, thinking what I mean him, but therein suits his folly to the metal of my speech? There then, how then? What then? Let me see wherein my tongue hath wronged him. If it do him right, then he hath wronged himself. If he be free, why then my taxing like a wild goose flies unclaimed of any man. But who comes here?
Enter Orlando with a sword.
Forbear and eat no more.
Why, I have eat none yet.
Nor shalt not, till necessity be served.
Of what kind should this cock come off?
Art thou thus bolden, man, by thy distress, or else a rude despiser of good manners, in that in civility thou seemst so empty?
You touched my vein at first. The thorny point of bare distress hath taken from me the show of smooth civility. Yet am I inland bred, and know some nurture, but forbear, I say, he dies that touches any of this fruit, till I and my affairs are answered.
And you will not be answered with reason. I must die.
What would you have? Your gentleness shall force, more than your force move us to gentleness.
I almost die for food, and let me have it.
Sit down and feed, and welcome to our table.
Speak you so gently? Pardon me, I pray you. I thought that all things had been savage here, and therefore put I on the countenance of stern commandment. But whate'er you are, that in this desert inaccessible, under the shade of melancholy boughs, lose and neglect the creeping hours of time, if ever you have looked on better days, if ever been where bells have knolled to church, if ever sat any good man's feast, if ever from your eyelids wiped a tear, and know it is to pity and be pitied, let gentleness my strong enforcement be, in the which hope I blush and hide my sword.
True it is that we have seen better days, and have with holy bell been knolled to church, and sat at good men's feasts and wiped our eyes of drops that sacred pity hath engendered, and therefore sit you down in gentleness, and take upon command what help we have, that to your wanting may be ministered.
Then but forbear your food a little while, whilst, like a doe, I go to find my fawn and give it food. There is an old poor man who after me hath many a weary step limped in pure love, till he be first sufficed, oppressed with two weak evils, age and hunger. I will not touch a bit.
Go find him out, and we will nothing waste till your return.
I thank ye, and be blessed for your good comfort.
Thou seest we are not all alone and happy. This wide and universal theatre presents more woeful pageants than the scene wherein we play in.
All the world's a stage, and all the men and women merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in his time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. At first, the infant, mewling and puking in the nurse's arms, then the whining schoolboy with his satchel and shining morning face creeping like a snail unwillingly to school, and then the lover, sighing like furnace with a woeful ballad made to his mistress's eyebrow, then a soldier, full of strange oaths and bearded like the pard, jealous in honour, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth, and then the justice, in fair, round belly, with good capon lined, with eyes severe, and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances, and so he plays his part. The sixth age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side. His youthful hose, well saved, a world too wide for his shrunk shank, and his big manly voice turning again towards childish treble pipes and whistles in his sound. Last scene of all, that ends this strange eventful history in second childishness and mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything.
We enter Orlando with Adam.
Welcome, set down your venerable burden and let him feed.
I thank you most for him.
So had you need. I can scarce speak to thank you for myself.
Welcome, fall to. I will not trouble you, as yet to question you about your fortunes. Give us some music, and good cousin, sing. Blow, blow, thou winter wind, thou art not so unkind as man's ingratitude. Thy tooth is not so keen, because thou art not seen, although thy breath be rude. Hey ho, sing hey ho unto the green holly. Most friendship is feigning, most loving mere folly. Then hey ho, the holly. This life is most jolly. Freeze, freeze, thou bitter sky. Thou dost not bite so nigh, as benefits forgot. Though thou the waters warp, thy sting is not so sharp, as friend remembered not hey ho. If that you were the good Sir Roland's son, as you have whispered faithfully you were, and as mine eye doth in effigies witness, most truly limbed and living in your face, be truly welcome hither, and the Duke that loved your father, the residue of your fortune, go to my cave and tell me, good old man, thou art right welcome as thy master is. Support him by the arm, give me your hand, and let me all your fortunes understand.
Act 3, Scene 1, the palace. Enter Duke Frederick, Oliver, and lords.
Not see him sin, sir, that cannot be. But were not the better part made mercy, I should not seek an abstention of my revenge to present. But look to it, find out thy brother, where sore he is. Shift him with candle, bring him dead or living, within the 12 month or turn to no more, to seek a living in our territory. Thy lands and all things that thou dost consign. Word seizure, do we seize into our hands, till two cans quit thee by thy brother's mouth, of what we think against thee.
Oh, that your highness knew my heart in this. I never loved my brother in my life.
More villain too, well push him out of doors, and let my officers of such a nature make an extent upon his house and land. Do this expediently, and turn him going.
Act 3, Scene 2, the forest. Enter Orlando with a paper.
Hang there my verse, in witness of my love, and thou thrice crowned queen of night, survey with thy chaste eye from thy pale sphere above thy huntress name that my full life doth sway. Oh, Rosalind, these trees shall be my books, and in their barks my thoughts I'll character, that every eye which in this forest looks shall see thy virtue witnessed everywhere. Run, run, Orlando, carve on every tree the fair, the chaste, and unexpressive she.
Enter Corin and Touchstone. And how like you this shepherd's life, Master Touchstone?
Truly shepherd in respect of itself, it is a good life. But in respect that it is a shepherd's life, it is not. In respect that it is solitary, I like it very well. But in respect that it is private, it is a very vile life. Now, in respect it is in the fields, it pleaseth me well. But in respect it is not in the court, it is tedious. As it is a spare life, look you, it fits my humor well. But as there is no more plenty in it, it goes much against my stomach. Hast any philosophy in thee, shepherd?
No more than, but that I know, the more one sickens, the worse it is he is. Let me try that again. And that he that wants money, means, and content is without three good friends. That the want of property is, the property of rain is to wet, and fire is to burn. That good pasture makes fat sheep, and that a great cause of the night is lack of sun. That he that hath learned no wit by nature nor art may complain of good breeding, or comes of a very dull kindred.
Such a one is a natural philosopher. Wast ever in court, shepherd?
No, truly.
Then thou art damned.
Nay, I hope.
Truly, thou art damned like an ill-roasted egg, all on one side.
For not being at court? Your reason.
Why, if thou never wast at court, thou never saw'st good manners. If thou never saw'st good manners, then thy manners must be wicked, and wickedness is sin, and sin is damnation. Thou art in a parlous state, shepherd.
Not a whit, Touchstone. Those that are good manners at the court are as ridiculous in the country as the behavior of the country is most mockable at the court. You told me, you salute not at the court, but kiss your hands. That courtesy would be uncleanly if courtiers were shepherds.
Instance, briefly. Come, instance.
Why, we are still handling our ewes, and their fells, you know, are greasy.
Why, do not your courtiers' hands sweat? And is not the grease of a mutton as wholesome as the sweat of a man? Shallow, shallow. A better instance, I say, come.
Besides, our hands are hard.
Your lips will feel them the sooner. Shallow again. A more sounder instance, come.
And they are often tarred over with the surgery of our sheep. And would you have us kiss tar? The courtiers' hands are perfumed with civet.
Most shallow man, thou worm's meat in respect of a good piece of flesh indeed. Learn of the wise and perpend. Civet is of a baser birth than tar, the very uncleanly flux of a cat. Mend the instance, shepherd.
You have too courtly a wit for me. I'll rest.
Wilt thou rest damned? God help thee, shallow man. God make incision in thee, thou art raw.
Sir, I am a true laborer. I earn that I eat, get that I wear, owe no man hate, envy no man's happiness. Glad of other men's good, content with my harm, and the greatest of my pride is to see my ewes graze and my lambs suck.
That is another simple sin in you, to bring the ewes and the rams together, and to offer to get your living by the copulation of cattle, to be bawd to a bellwether, and to betray a she-lamb of a 12-month to crooked, pated, old, cuckoldy ram out of all reasonable match. If thou beest not damned for this, the devil himself will have no shepherds. I cannot see else how thou shouldest escape.
Here comes my master Ganymede, my new mistress's brother. Enter Rosalind holding a paper. Katie, are you?
From the east to western Ind, no jewel is like Rosalind. Her worth being mounted on the wind, through all the world bears Rosalind. All the pictures fairest lined are but black to Rosalind. Let no face be kept in mind but the fair of Rosalind.
I'll rhyme you so 8 years together, dinners and suppers and sleeping hours expected. It is the right butterwoman's rank to market.
Out, fool.
For a taste, if a hart do lack a hind, let him seek out Rosalind. If the cat will after kind, so be sure will Rosalind. Winter garments must be lined, so must slender Rosalind. Sweetest nut hath sourest rind, such a nut is Rosalind. He that sweetest rose will find must find love's prick and Rosalind. This is the very false gallop of verses. Why do you infect yourself with them?
Peace, you dull fool, I found them on a tree.
Truly, the tree yields bad fruit.
I'll graff it with you, and then I shall graff it with a meddler. Then it will be the earliest fruit in the country, for you'll be rotten ere you be half ripe, and that's the right virtue of the meddler.
You have said, but whether wisely or no, let the forest judge.
Peace.
Enter Celia with a I'm sorry.
Here
Enter
comes
Celia
my-
with her writing.
Here comes my sister reading. Stand aside.
Why should this a desert be? For it is unpeopled? No. Tongues I'll hang on every tree that shall civil saying show. Some, how brief the life of man runs his erring pilgrimage, that the stretching of a span buckles in his sum of age. Some of violet vows twixt the souls of friend and friend, but upon the fairest boughs, or at the every sentence end, will I, Rosaline, write, teaching all that I read to know the quintessence of every sprite, heavenward in little show. Therefore heaven nature charged that one body should be filled with all graces wide enlarged. Nature presently distilled, Helen's cheek but not her heart, Cleopatra's majesty, Atlanta's better part, sad Lucretia's modesty, thus Rosalind of many parts, by heavenly synod was devisest of many faces, eyes and hearts, to have the touches dearest prized. Heaven would that she these gifts should have, and I to live and die her slave.
Oh, most gentle Jupiter, what tedious homily of love have you wearied your parishioners withal, and never cried, have patience, good people?
How now, back friend, shepherd, go off a little, go with him, sirrah.
Come, shepherd, let us make an honorable retreat, though not with bag and baggage, yet with scrip and scrippage.
Didst thou hear these verses?
Oh, yes, I heard them all, and more too, for some of them had in them more feet than the verses could bear.
That's no matter, the feet might bear the verses.
Aye, but the feet were lame and could not bear themselves without the verse, and therefore stood lamely in the verse.
But didst thou hear without wondering how thy name should hangeth and carved upon these trees?
I was 7 of the 9 days out of the wonder before you came, for look here what I found on a palm tree. I was never so behymned since Pythagoras' time that I was an Irish rat, which I can hardly remember.
Trow you hath done this?
Is it a man?
And a chain that you once wore about his neck? Change you color?
I prithee, who?
O Lord, it is a hard matter for friends to meet, but mountains may be removed with earthquakes, and so encounter.
Nay, but who is it?
Is it possible?
Nay, I prithee thou, with most petitionary vehemence, tell me who it is.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful, most wonderful, wonderful, and yet again wonderful, and after that, out of all whooping.
Good my complexion, dost thou think, though I am comparisoned like a man, I have a doublet and hose in my disposition? 1 inch of delay more is a South Sea of discovery. I prithee, tell me who it is quickly, and speak apace. I would thou couldst stammer that thou mightst pour this concealed man out of my mouth, as wine comes out of narrow-mouthed bottle, either too much at once or not at all. I prithee, take the cork out of thy mouth, so that I may drink thy tidings.
So you may put a man in your belly?
Is he of God's making? What manner of man? Is his head worth a hat, or his chin worth a beard?
Nay, he hath but a little beard.
Why, God will send more if the man will be thankful. Let me stay the growth of his beard, if thou delay me not the knowledge of his chin.
It is young Orlando that trippeth up rustler's heels, and your heart both in an instant.
Nay, but the devil take mocking. Speak sad brow and true, maid.
I faith, cause 'tis he.
Orlando?
Orlando.
Alas the day. What shall I do with my doublet and hose? What did he when thou sawest him? What said he? How looked he? Where and went he? And what makes he here? Did he ask for me? Where remains he? How parted he with thee? And when shalt thou see him again? Answer me in 1 word.
You must borrow me Gargantua's mouth first. 'Tis a word too great for any mouth of this age's size, and to say I, and no to these particulars, is more than to answer in a catechism.
But doth he know that I am in this forest, and in man's apparel? Look he as freshly as he did the day he wrestled?
It is as easy to count anatomies as to resolve the propositions of a lover, but take a taste of my finding him, and relish it with good observance. I found him under a tree, like a dropped acorn.
It may well be called Jove's tree when it drops forth such fruit.
Give me audience, good madam.
Proceed.
There lay he. Sorry. There lay he, stretched along like a wounded knight.
Though it be a pity to see such a sight, it well becomes the ground.
Cry hollow to thy tongue, I prithee, it curvets unseasonably. He was furnished like a hunter.
Oh, ominous, he comes to kill my heart.
I would sing my song without a burden, thou springest me out of tune.
Do you not know I am a woman? When I think I must speak, sweet, say on.
Bring me out, soft, comes he not here?
Enter Orlando and Jakes.
'Tis he. Slink by and note him.
I thank you for your company, but good faith I had as lief have been myself alone.
And so had I, but yet for fashion's sake. I thank you too for your society.
God by you, let's meet as little as we can.
I do desire we may be better strangers.
I pray you mar no more trees with writing love songs in their barks.
I pray you mar no more of my verses with reading them ill-favouredly.
Oh, Rosalind is your love's name?
Yes, just.
I do not like her name.
There was no thought of pleasing you when she was christened.
What stature is she of?
Just as high as my heart.
You are full of pretty answers. Have you not been acquainted with goldsmiths' wives and conned them out of rings?
Not so, but I answer you right painted cloth, from whence you have studied your questions.
You have a nimble wit. I think 'twas made of Atalanta's heels. Will you sit down with me? And we two will rail against our mistress the world and all our misery.
I will chide no breather in the world but myself, against whom I know most faults.
The worst fault you have is to be in love.
'Tis a fault I will not change for your best virtue. I am weary of you.
By my troth, I was seeking for a fool when I found you.
He is drowned in the brook. Look but in, and you shall see him.
There I shall see mine own figure.
Which I take to be either a fool or a cipher.
I'll tarry no longer with you. Farewell, good Signor Love.
I am glad of your departure. Adieu, good Monsieur Melancholy.
Exit Jacques.
I will speak to him like a saucy lackey, and under that habit, play the knave with him. Do you hear, Forester?
Very well. What would you?
I pray you, what is 't'clock?
You should ask me what time of day. There is no clock in the forest.
Then there is no true lover in the forest, else sighing every minute and groaning every hour would detect the lazy foot of time as well as a clock.
And why not the swift foot of time? Had not that been as proper?
By no means so. Time travels in diverse paces with diverse persons. I'll tell you who time ambles withal, who time trots withal, who time gallops withal, and who he stands still withal.
I prithee, who doth he troth withal?
Mary, he trots hard with a young maid between the contract of her marriage and the day it is solemnized. If the interim be but a said night, time's pace is so hard that it seems the length of 7 years.
Who ambles time withal?
With a priest that lacks Latin and a rich man that hath not the gout. For the one sleeps easily because he cannot study, and the other lives merrily because he feels no pain. The one lacking the burden of lean and wasteful learning, the other knowing no burden of heavy, tedious penury. These time ambles withal.
Who doth he gallop withal?
With a thief to the gallows. For though he go as softly as foot can fall, he thinks himself too soon there.
Who stays it still withal?
With lawyers in the vacation. For they sleep between term and term, and they perceive not how time moves.
Where dwell you, pretty youth?
With this shepherdess, my sister, here in the skirts of the forest, like a fringe upon a petticoat.
Are you native of this place?
As the coney that you see dwell where she is kindled.
Your accent is something finer than you could purchase in so removed a dwelling.
I have been told so of many, but indeed an old religious uncle of mine taught me to speak, who was in his youth an inland man, one that knew courtship too well, for there he fell in love. I have heard him read many lectures against it, and I thank God I am not a woman to be touched with so many giddy offences as he hath generally taxed their whole sex withal.
Can you remember any of the principal evils that he laid to the charge of women?
There were none principal, they were all like one another as halfpence are, each one fault seeming monstrous till his fellow fault came to match it.
I prithee, recount some of them.
No, I will not cast away my physic, but on those that are sick. There is a man haunts the forest that abuses our young plants with carving Rosalind on their barks, hangs odes upon hawthorns and elegies on brambles, all forsooth deifying the name of Rosalind. If I could meet that fancy monger, I would give him some good counsel, for he seems to have the quotidian of love upon him.
I am he that is so love-shaked. I pray you, tell me your remedy.
There is none of my uncle's marks upon you. He taught me how to know a man in love, in which cage of rushes I am sure you are not prisoner.
What were his marks?
A lean cheek, which you have not. A blue eye and a sunken, which you have not. An unquestionable spirit, which you have not. A beard neglected, which you have not, but I pardon you for that, for simply your having in beard as younger brother's revenue. Then your hose should be ungartered, your bonnet unbanded, your sleeve unbuttoned, your shoe untied, and everything about you demonstrating a careless desolation. But you are no such man. You are rather point device in your accoutrement, as loving yourself than seeming the lover of any other.
Fair youth, I would I could make thee believe I love.
Me believe it. You may as soon make her that you love believe it, which I warrant she is apter to do than confess she does. Which that is one of the points in which women still give the lie to their consciences. But in good sooth, are you he that hangs the verses on the trees wherein Rosalind is so admired?
I swear to thee, youth, by the white hand of Rosalind, I am he, that unfortunate he.
But are you so much in love as your rhymes speak?
Neither rhyme nor reason can express how much.
Love is merely a madness, and I tell you, deserves as well a dark house and a whip as madmen do. And the reason why they are not so punished and cured is that the lunacy is so ordinary that the whippers are in love too. Yet I profess curing it by counsel.
Did you ever cure any so?
Yes, one, and in this manner. He was to imagine me, his love, his mistress, and I set him every day to woo me, at which time would I, being but a moonish youth, grieve, be effeminate, changeable, longing and liking, proud, fantastical, apish, shallow, inconstant, full of tears, full of smiles, for every passion something, and for no passion truly anything, as boys and women are for the most part cattle of this colour, would now like him, now loathe him, then entertain him, and then forswear him, now weep for him, then spit at him, that I drave my suitor from his mad humour of love to a living humour of madness, which was to forswear the full stream of the world and to live in a nook merely monastic. And thus I cured him. In this way will I take upon me to wash your liver as clean as a sound sheep's heart, that there shall not be one spot of love in't.
I would not be cured, youth.
I would cure you if you would but call me Rosalind and come every day to my coast and woo me.
Now, by the faith of my love, I will. Tell me where it is.
Go with me to it, and I'll show it you. And by the way, you shall tell me where in the forest you live. Will you go?
With all my heart, good youth.
Nay, you must call me Rosalind. Come, sister, will you go?
Act 3, Scene 3, The Forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey, with Jack behind.
Come apace, good Audrey. I will fetch up your goats, Audrey. And how, Audrey? Am I the man yet? Doth my simple feature content you?
Do we lose an Audrey? Has anyone not read yet and doesn't know what their part is?
I read it, but I don't know if it came through.
Perfect. Just try it again.
Your features, Lord warrant us, what features?
I am here with thee and thy goats, as the most capricious poet, honest Ovid, was among the Goths.
Oh, knowledge ill inhabited, worse than Jove in a thatched house.
When a man's verses cannot be understood, nor a man's good wit seconded with the forward child understanding, it strikes a man more dead than a great reckoning in a little room. Truly, I would the gods had made thee poetical.
I do not know what poetical is. Is it honest in deed and word? Is it a true thing?
No, truly, for the truest poet is the most feigning, and lovers are given to poetry, and what they swear in poetry may be said as lovers they do feign.
Do you wish then that the gods had made me poetical?
I do, truly, for thou swearest to me thou art honest. Now, if thou wert a poet, I might have some hope thou didst feign.
Would you not have me honest?
No, truly, unless thou wert hard favoured, for honesty coupled to beauty is to have honey a sauce to sugar.
A material fool.
Well, I am not fair, and therefore I pray the gods make me honest.
Truly, and to cast away honesty upon a foul slut were to put good meat into an unclean dish.
I am not a slut, though I thank the gods I am foul.
Well, praised be the gods for thy foulness. Sluttishness may come hereafter, but be it as it may, I will marry thee, and to that end I have been with Sir Oliver Martext, the vicar of the next village, who hath promised to meet me in this place of the forest, and to couple us.
I would fain see this meeting.
Well, the gods give us joy.
Amen. A man may, if he were a fearful heart, stagger in this attempt. For here we have no temple but the wood, no assembly but horn beasts. And what though? Courage. As horns are odious, they are necessary. It is said, many a man knows no end but his goods. Right? Many a man has good horns and knows no end of them. Well, that is the dowry of his wife. 'Tis none of his own getting. Horns? Even so. Poor men alone? No, no. The noblest deer hath them as huge as the rascal. Is the single man therefore blessed? No. As a walled town is more worthier than a village, so is the forehead of a married man more honorable than the bare brow of a bachelor. And by how much defense is better than no skill, by so much is horn more precious than to want. Here comes Sir Oliver. Sir Oliver Martext, you are well met. Will you dispatch us here under this tree, or shall we go with you to the chapel?
Is there none here to give the woman?
I will not take her on gift of any man.
Truly, she must be given, or the marriage is not lawful.
Proceed, proceed, I'll give her.
Good, even good master what-you-call-it. How do you, sir? You are very well met. Godild you for your last company. I am very glad to see you. Even a toy in hand here, sir. Nay, pray be covered.
Will you be married, Motley?
As the ox hath his bow, sir, the horse has his curb, and the falcon her bells, so man hath his desires. And as pigeon's bill, so wedlock would be nibbling.
And will you, being a man of your breeding, be married under a bush, like a beggar? Get you to church and have a good priest that can tell you what marriage is. This fellow will but join you together as they join wainscot. Then one of you will prove a shrunk panel, and like green timber, warp, warp.
I am not in the mind, but I were better to be married of him than of another, for he is not like to marry me well, and not being well married, it will be a good excuse for me hereafter to leave my wife.
Go thou with me and let me counsel thee.
Come, sweet Audrey, we must be married, or we must live in bawdry. Farewell, good Master Oliver, not, oh sweet Oliver, oh brave Oliver, leave me not behind thee, but wind away, begone, I say, I will not to wedding with thee.
Exit Jacques, Touchstone, and Audrey.
'Tis no matter. Ne'er a fantastical knave of them all shall flout me of my calling.
Act 3, Scene 4, The Forest. Enter Rosalind and Celia.
Never talk to me. I will weep.
Do I pray thee yet have the grace to consider that tears do not become a man?
But have I not cause to weep?
As good as cause as one would desire, therefore weep.
His very hair is of the dissembling colour.
Something browner than Judas's? Marry, his kisses are Judas's own children.
Faith, his hair is of a good colour.
Excellent colour. Your chestnut was ever the only colour.
And his kissing is as full of sanctity as the touch of holy bread.
He hath bought a pair of cast lips of Diana. A nun of winter's sisterhood kisses, not more religiously. The very ice of chastity is in them.
But why did he swear he would come this morning and comes not?
Nay, certainly there is no truth in him.
You think so?
Yes, I think he is not a pick-purse, nor a horse stealer. But for his verity in love, I do think him as concave as covered goblet or worm-eaten nut.
Not true in love.
Yes, when he is in, but I think he is not in.
But you have heard him swear downright he was.
Was is not is, besides the oath of a lover is no stronger than a word of a tapster. They are both the confirmer of false reckonings. He attends here in the forest on the Duke, your father.
I met the Duke yesterday and had much question with him. He asked me of what parentage I was. I told him of as good as he, so he laughed and let me go. But what talk we of fathers when there is such a man as Orlando?
Oh, that's a brave man. He writes brave verses, speaks brave words, swears brave oaths, and breaks them bravely. Quite traverse athwart the heart of his lover, as puny a tilter that spurs his horse, but on one side breaks his staff like a noble goose. But all's brave that youth mounts and folly guides. Who comes here?
Mistress and master, you have oft inquired after the shepherd that complained of love, who you saw sitting by me on the turf, praising the proud, disdainful shepherdess that was his mistress.
Well, what of him?
If you will see a pageant truly played between the pale complexion of true love and the red glow of scorn and proud disdain, go hence a little, and I shall conduct you, if you will mark it.
Oh, come, let us remove. The sight of lovers feedeth those in love. Bring us to this sight, and you shall say I'll prove a busy actor in their play.
Act 3, Scene 5, another part of the forest. Enter Silvius and Phoebe.
Sweet Phoebe, do not scorn me, do not, Phoebe. Say that you love me not, but say not so in bitterness. The common executioner whose heart accustomed sight of death makes hard, should not be asked upon the humble neck. But first, beg pardon. Will you sterner be than he that dies and lives by bloody rust?
I would not be thy executioner. I fly thee, for I would not endure thee. Thou tellest me there is murder in my eyes. 'Tis pretty, sure, and very probable, that eyes that are the frailest and softest things, who shut their coward gates on atomies, should be called tyrants, butchers, murderers. Now, I do frown on thee with all my heart, and if mine eyes can wound, now let them kill thee. Now, counterfeit to sworn, why, now fall down. Or if thou canst not, oh, for shame, lie not, to say mine eyes are murderers. Now, show the wound mine eyes hath made in thee. Scratch thee, but with a pin. And there remains some scar of it. Lean upon a rush. The cicatrice and capable impressure thy palm so moment keeps. But now mine eyes, which I have darted at thee, hurt thee not. Nor, I am sure, there is not force in eyes that can do hurt.
Oh, dear Phoebe, if ever, as that ever may be near, you meet in some fret cheek the power of fancy, then shall you know the ones invisible, that love's keen arrows make.
But till that time, come not thou near me. And when that time comes, afflict me with thy mocks, pity me not, as till that time I shall not pity thee.
And why, I pray you? Who might be your mother, that you insult, exult, and all at once over the wretched? What, that you have no beauty, as by my faith I see no more in you than without candle may go dark to bed? Must you be therefore proud and pitiless? Why, what means this? Why do you look on me? I see no more in you than in the ordinary of nature's sail work. Odds my little life, I think she means to tangle my eyes too. No, faith, proud mistress, hope not after it. 'Tis not your inky brows, your silky black silk hair, your bugle eyeballs, nor your cheek of cream that can entame my spirits to your worship. You foolish shepherd, wherefore do you follow her like foggy south puffing with wind and rain? You are 1,000 times a properer man than she a woman. 'Tis such fools as you that make the world full of ill-favoured children. 'Tis not her glass, but you that flatters her. And out of you she sees herself more proper than any of her lineaments can show her. But mistress, know yourself. Down on your knees and thank heaven, fasting for a good man's love. For I must tell you, friendly in your ear, sell when you can. You are not for all markets. Cry the man mercy, love him, take his offer. Foul is most foul, being foul to be a scoffer. So take her to thee, shepherd. Fare you well.
Sweet youth, I pray you chide a year together. I had rather hear you chide than this man who.
He's fallen in love with your foulness, and she'll fall in love with my anger. If it be so, as fast as she answers thee with frowning looks, I'll sauce her with bitter words. Why look you so upon me?
For no ill will I bear you.
I pray you do not fall in love with me, for I am falser than vows made in wine. Besides, I like you not. If you will know my house, 'tis at the tuft of olives here hard by. Will you go, sister? Shepherd, ply her hard. Come, sister. Shepherdess, look on him better and be not proud. Though all the world could see, none could be so abused in sight as he. Come, to our flock.
That shepherd, now I find thy saw of might. Who ever loved that loved not at first sight?
Sweet Phoebe.
What sayest thou, Silvius?
Sweet Phoebe, pity me.
Why, I'm sorry for thee, gentle Silvius.
Wherever sorrow is, relief will be. If you do sorrow at my grieving love, by giving love, your sorrow and my grief were both exterminated.
Thou hast my love. Is not that neighbourly?
I will have you.
Why, that were covetousness. Silvius, the time was that I hated thee, and yet it is not that I bear thee love. But since that thou canst talk of love so well, thy company, which erst was irksome to me, I will endure, and I'll employ thee too. But do not look for further recompense than thine own gladness that thou art employed.
So holy and so perfect is my love, and I am such a poverty of grace that I shall think it a most plenteous crop to glimpse the broken ears of certain man that the main harvest reads. Lose now and then a scattered smile, and that I live upon.
Knowst thou the youth that spoke to me erewhile?
Not very well, but I have met him oft, and he has bought the cottage of the bones that the old Carlot once was master of.
Think not that I love him, though I ask for him. 'Tis but a peevish boy, yet he talks well. But what care I for words? Yet words do well when he that speaks them pleases those that hear. It is such a pretty youth, well, not very pretty, but sure, he's proud, and yet his pride becomes him. He'll make a proper man. The best thing in him is his complexion, and faster than his tongue did make offense, his eyes did heal it up. He's not very tall, yet for his years he's tall. His leg is but so, and yet 'tis well. There was a pretty redness in his lip, a little ripper and more lusty red than that mixed in his cheek. It was just a difference between the constant red and mingled damask. There be some women, Silvius, had they marked him in parcel as I did, would have gone near to fall in love with him, but for my part, I love him not, nor hate him not. And Yet I have more cause to hate him than to love him for what he had to do to chide at me. He said mine eyes were black and my hair black. And now I am remembered, scorned at me. I marvel why I answered not again. But that's all one. Omittance is no quittance. I write to him a very taunting letter, and thou shalt bear it. Wilt thou, Silvius?
Phoebe, with all my heart.
I'll write it straight. The matter's in my head and in my heart. I will be bitter with him and passing short. Go with me, Silvius.
Act 4, Scene 1, The Forest. Enter Rosalind, Celie, and Jacques.
I prithee, pretty youth, let me be better acquainted with thee.
They say you are a melancholy fellow.
I am so. I do love it better than laughing.
Those that are in extremity of either are abominable fellows, and betray themselves to every modern censure worse than drunkards.
Why, 'tis good to be sad and say nothing.
Why then, 'tis good to be a post.
I have neither the scholars' melancholy, which is emulation, nor the musicians', which is fantastical, nor the courtiers', which is proud, nor the soldiers', which is ambitious, nor the lawyers', which is politic, nor the ladies', which is nice, nor the lovers', which is all these, but it is a melancholy of mine own, compounded of many simples, extracted from many objects, and indeed the sundry contemplation of my travels, in which my often rumination wraps me in a most humorous sadness.
A traveller? By my faith, you have great reason to be sad. I fear you have sold your own lands to see other men's. Then to have seen much and to have nothing is to have rich eyes and poor hands.
Yes, I have gained my experience.
Enter Orlando.
And your experience makes you sad. I had rather have a fool to make me merry than experience to make me sad, and to travel for it too.
Good day and happiness, dear Rosalind.
Nay then, God buy you, and you talk in blank verse.
Farewell, monsieur traveller. Look you lisp and wear strange suits, disable all the benefits of your own country, be out of love with your nativity, and almost chide God for making you that countenance you are, or I will scarce think you have swum in a gondola. Why, how now, Orlando? Where have you been all this while? You a lover, and you serve me such another trick, never come in my sight any more?
My fair Rosalind, I come within an hour of my promise.
Break an hour's promise in love. He that will divide a minute into 1,000 parts and break but a part of the 1,000 parts of a minute in the affairs of love. It may be said of him that Cupid hath clapped him o'er the shoulder, but I'll warrant him heart whole.
Pardon me, dear Rosalind.
Nay, and you be so tardy, come no more in my sight. I had as lief be wooed of a snail.
Of a snail?
Aye, of a snail. For though he comes slowly, he carries his house on his head. A better jointer, I think, than you make a woman. Besides, he brings his destiny with him.
What's that?
Why, horns, which such as you are fain to be beholding to your wives for, but he comes armed in his fortune and prevents the slander of his wife.
Virtue is no horn maker, and my Rosalind is virtuous.
And I am your Rosalind.
It pleases him to call you so, but he hath a Rosalind of a better leer than you.
Come, woo me, for now I am in a holiday humour, and like enough to consent. What would you say to me now, and I were your very, very Rosalind?
I would kiss before I spoke.
Nay, you were better speak first, and when you were gravelled for lack of manner, you might take occasion to kiss. Very good orators, when they are out, will spit, and for lovers lacking, God warn us, matter the cleanliest shift is to kiss.
How if the kiss be denied?
Well, then she puts you to entreaty, and there begins new matter.
Who could be out, being before his beloved mistress?
Mary, that should you, if I were your mistress, or I should think my honesty ranker than my wit.
What of my suit?
Not out of your apparel, yet out of your suit. Am I not your Rosalind?
I take some joy to say you are, because I would be talking of her.
Well, in her person, I say I will not have you.
Then in mine own person, I die.
No, Faith, die by attorney. The poor world is almost 6,000 years old, and in all this time there was not any man died in his own person, videlict in a love cause. Troilus had his brains dashed out with a Grecian club, yet he did what he could to die before, and he is one of the patterns of love. Leander, he would have lived many a fair year, though Hero had turned nun, if it had not been for a hot midsummer night. For, good youth, he went but forth to wash him in the Hellespont, and being taken with the cramp was drowned. And the foolish chroniclers of that age found it was Hero of Sestos. But these are all lies. Men have died from time to time, and worms have eaten them, but not for love.
I would not have my right Rosalind of this mine. For I protest, her frown might kill me.
By this hand it will not kill a fly. But come, now I will be your Rosalind in a more coming-on disposition, and ask me what you will, I will grant it.
Then love me, Rosalind.
Yes, faith, will I, Fridays and Saturdays and all.
And wilt thou have me?
I and 20 such.
What sayst thou?
Are you not good?
I hope so.
Why then can one desire too much of a good thing? Come, sister, you shall be priest and marry us. Give me your hand, Orlando. What do you say, sister?
Pray thee, marry us.
I cannot say the words.
You must begin, will you, Orlando?
Go to, will you, Orlando, have to wife this Rosalind?
I will.
Aye, but when?
Why, now, as fast as she can marry us.
Well, then you must say, I take thee, Rosalind, for wife.
I take thee, Rosalind, for wife.
I might ask you for your commission, but I do take thee, Orlando, for my husband. There's a girl goes before the priest, and certainly a woman's thoughts run before her actions.
So do all thoughts. They are winged.
Now, tell me how long you would have her after you have possessed her.
Forever and a day.
Say a day without the ever. No, Orlando. Men are April when they woo, December when they wed. Maids are May when they are maids, but the sky changes when they are wives. I will be more jealous of thee than a Barbary cock pigeon over his hen, more clamorous than a parrot against rain, more newfangled than an ape, more giddy in my desires than a monkey. I will weep for nothing, like Diana in the fountain, and I will do that when you are disposed to be merry. I will laugh like a hyena, and that when you are inclined to sleep.
But will my Rosalind do so?
By my life, she will do as I do.
Oh, but she is wise.
Or else she could not have the wit to do this. The wiser, the waywarder. Make the doors upon a woman's wit, and it will out at the casement. Shut that, and 'twill out at the keyhole. Stop that, 'twill fly with the smoke out of the chimney.
A man that had a wife with such a wit, he might say, wit with a wilt.
Nay, you might keep that check for it till you met your wife's wit going to your neighbour's bed.
And what wit could wit have to excuse that?
Marry, to say she came to seek you there. You shall never take her without her answer, unless you take her without her tongue. Oh, that woman cannot make her fault her husband's occasion. Let her never nurse her child herself, for she will breed it like a fool.
For these 2 hours, Rosalind, I will leave thee.
Well, alas, dear love, I cannot lack thee 2 hours.
I must attend the Duke at dinner. By 2 o'clock, I will be with thee again.
Aye, go your ways, go your ways. I knew what you would prove. My friends told me as much, and I thought no less. That flattering tongue of yours won me. 'Tis but one cast away, and so, come death. 2 o'clock is your hour?
Aye, sweet Rosalind.
By my troth, and in good interest, and so God mend me, and by all pretty oaths that are not dangerous, if you break one jot of your promise, or come 1 minute behind your hour, I will think you the most pathetical break promise, and the most hollow lover, and the most unworthy of her you call Rosalind, that may be chosen out of the gross band of the unfaithful. Therefore beware my censure, and keep your promise.
With no less religion than if thou wert indeed my Rosalind. So, adieu.
Well, time is the old justice that examines all such offenders, and let time try. Adieu.
You have simply misused our sex in your love prate. We must have your doublet and your hose, pluck it over your head, and show the world what the bird hath done to her own nest.
Oh, coz, my pretty little coz, that thou didst know how many fathom deep I am in love. But it cannot be sounded. My affection hath an unknown bottom like the Bay of Portugal.
Or rather, bottomless, that as fast as you pour affection in, it runs out.
No, that same wicked bastard of Venus that was begot of thought, conceived of spleen, and born of madness, that blind, rascally boy that abuses everyone's eyes because his own are out, let him be judge of how deep I am in love. I'll tell thee, Alina, I cannot be out of sight of Orlando. I'll go find a shadow and sigh till he come.
And I'll to sleep.
Act 4, Scene 2, The Forest. Enter Jacques and Lords in the habit of foresters.
Which is he that killed the deer?
Sir, it was I.
Let's present him to the Duke like a Roman conqueror, and it would do well to set the deer's horns upon his head for a branch of victory. Have you no song, Forester, for this purpose?
Yes, sir.
Sing it. 'Tis no matter how it be in tune, so it make noise enough. Oh, my song. What shall he have that killed the deer? His leather skin and horns to wear. The rest shall hear this burden, then sing him home, that take thou no scorn to wear the horn. It was a crest ere thou was born. Thy father's father wore it, and thy father bore it. The horn, the lusty horn, is not a thing to laugh to scorn.
Act 4, Scene 3, The Forest. Enter Rosalind and Celia.
How say you now? Is it not past 2 o'clock? And here much Orlando?
I warrant you with pure love and troubled brain, he hath taken his bow and arrows and is gone forth to sleep. Look, who comes here?
My errand is to you, Sir Duke. My general chiefly did bid me give you this. I know not the contents, but as I guess by the term proud and wise distraction, which she did use as she was writing of it burst an angry tenor. Pardon me, I am but as a giftless messenger.
Patience herself would startle this letter and play the swaggerer. Bear this, bear all. She says I am not fair, that I lack manners. She calls me proud, and that she could not love me were man as rare as phoenix. What's my will? Her love is not the hare that I do hunt. Why writes she so to me? Well, shepherd, well, this is a letter of your own device.
No, I protest, I know not the contents. Phoebe did write it.
Come, you are a fool, and turned into the extremity of love. I saw her hand. She has a leathern hand, a freestone-coloured hand. I verily did think that her old gloves were on, but 'twere her hands. She has a housewife's hand, but that's no matter. I say she never did invent this letter. This is a man's invention and his hand.
Sure, it is hers.
Why, 'tis a boisterous and cruel style, a style for challengers. Why, she defies me like Turk to a Christian. Women's gentle brain could not drop forth such giant rude invention, such Ethiop words blacker in their effect than in their countenance. Will you hear the letter?
So please you, for I never heard it yet, and heard of Phoebe's cruelty.
She feeds me. Mark how the tyrants write. Art thou God to shepherd turned, that a maiden's heart hath burned? Can a woman rail thus?
Called you this railing?
Why, the god had laid apart, warst thou with the woman's heart. Did you ever hear such railing? Whiles the eye of man did woo me, that could do no vengeance to me, meaning me, a beast. If the scorn of your bright eyne have power to raise such love in mine, alack, in me what strange effect would they work in mild aspect? Whiles you chid me, I did love, how then might your prayers move? He that brings this love to the little knows this love in me, and by him seal up thy mind, whether that thy youth and kind will the faithful offer take, of me and all that I can make, or else by him my love deny, and then I'll study how to die.
Call you this cheating?
Alas, poor shepherd.
Do you pity him? No, he deserves no pity. Wilt thou love such a woman? What, to make thee an instrument and play false strains upon thee? Not to be endured. Well, go your way to her, for I see love hath made thee a tame snake, and say this to her, that if she love me, I charge her to love thee. If she will not, I will never have her unless thou entreat for her. If you be a true lover, hence, and not a word, for here comes more company.
Good morrow, fair ones. Pray you, if you know where in the purlieu of this forest stands a sheepcote fenced about with olive trees?
West of this place, down the neighbor bottom, the rank of oysters by the murmuring stream, left on your right hand brings you to the place. But at this hour the house doth keep itself, there's none within.
If that and I may profit by a tongue, then should I know you by description, such garments and such years. The boy is fair, of female favor, and bestows himself like a ripe sister. The woman low, and browner than her brother. Are not you the owner of the house I did inquire for?
It is no boast being asked to say we are.
Orlando doth commend him to you both. And to that youth he calls his Rosalind. He sends this bloody napkin. Are you he?
I am. What must be understand by this?
Some of my shame. If you will know of me what man I am, and how and why and where this handkercher was stained.
I pray you tell it.
When last the young Orlando parted from you, he left a promise to return again within an hour. And pacing through the forest, chewing the food of sweet and bitter fancy, lo, what befell? He threw his eye aside, and mark what object did present itself under an oak whose boughs were mossed with age and high top bald with dry antiquity. A wretched, ragged man, o'ergrown with hair, lies sleeping on his back. About his neck a green and gilded snake had wreathed itself, who, with her head nimble in threats, approached the opening of his mouth. But suddenly, seeing Orlando, it unlinked itself, and with indented glides did slip away into a bush, under which bush's shade a lioness, with udders all drawn dry, lay couching, head on ground, with cat-like watch, when that the sleeping man should stir, for 'tis the royal disposition of that beast to prey on nothing that doth seem as dead. This seen, Orlando did approach the man, and found it was his brother, his elder brother.
Oh, I have heard him speak of that same brother, and he did render him the most unnatural that lived amongst men.
And well he might do so, for well I know he was unnatural.
But to Orlando, did he leave him there, food to the sucked and hungry lioness?
Twice did he turn his back, and purpose so, but kindness, nobler ever than revenge, and nature, stronger than his just occasion, made him give battle to the lioness, who quickly fell before him, in which hurtling from miserable slumber I awaked.
Are you his brother?
Was 't you he rescued?
Was it you that did so oft contrive to kill him?
'Twas I, but 'tis not I. I do not shame to tell you what I was, since my conversion so sweetly tastes, being the thing I am.
But for the bloody napkin.
Yeah, by and by. When from the first to last, betwixt us two, tears our recountments had most kindly bathed, as how I came into that desert place. In brief, he led me to the gentle Duke, who gave me fresh array and entertainment, committing me unto my brother's love, who led me instantly unto his cave. There stripped himself, and here upon his arm the lioness had torn some flesh away, which all this while had bled, and now he fainted and cried in fainting upon Rosalind. Brief, I recovered him, bound up his wound, and after some small space, being strong at heart, he sent me hither, stranger as I am, to tell this story, that you might excuse his broken promise, and to give this napkin dyed in his blood unto the shepherd youth that he in sport doth call his Rosalind. So I'm just gonna get that.
Why now? How now, Ganymede? Sweet Ganymede?
Many will swoon when they do look on blood.
There is more in it, cousin Ganymede.
Look, he recovers.
I would I were at home.
We'll lead you hither. Pray you, will you take him by the arm?
Be of good cheer, youth. You a man? Ha! You lack a man's heart.
I do so, I confess it. Sirrah, a body would think this was well counterfeited. I pray you, tell your brother how well I counterfeited. Hey-ho!
This was not counterfeit. There's too great a testimony in your complexion that it was a passion of earnest.
Counterfeit, I assure you.
Huh. Well then, take a good heart and counterfeit to be a man.
So I do. But in faith, I should have been a woman by right.
Come, you look paler and paler. Pray you draw homewards. Could sir go with us?
Oh, yeah, that will I. For I must bear answer back how you excuse my brother, Rosalind.
I shall devise something, but I pray you commend my counterfeiting to him. Will you go?
Act 5, Scene 1, The Forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey.
We shall find a time, Audrey. Patience, gentle Audrey.
Faith, the priest was good enough for all the old gentleman's saying.
A most wicked Sir Oliver, Audrey, a most vile Martext. But Audrey, there is a youth here in the forest lays claim to you.
Aye, I know who he is. He hath no interest in me in the world. Here comes the man you mean.
Enter William.
It is meat and drink to me to see a clown. By my troth, we that have good wits have much to answer for. We shall be flouting, we cannot hold.
Good evening, Audrey.
God you good evening, William.
And good evening to you, sir.
Good even, gentle friend. Cover thy head, cover thy head. Nay, prithee be covered. How old are you, friend?
5 and 20, sir.
A ripe age. Is thy name William?
William, sir.
A fair name. Wast born in the forest here?
Aye, sir. I thank God.
Thank God. A good answer. Art rich?
Faith, sir, so.
So is good, very excellent good. And yet it is not, it is but so. Art thou wise?
Aye, sir, I have a pretty wit.
Why, thou sayest well. I do now remember a saying, the fool doth think he is wise, but the wise man knows himself to be a fool. The heathen philosopher, when he had a desire to eat a grape, would open his lips when he put it into his mouth, meaning thereby that grapes were made to eat and lips to open. You do love this maid.
I do, sir.
Give me your hand. Art thou learned?
No, sir.
Then learn this of me. To have is to have, for it is a figure in rhetoric that drink, being poured out of a cup into a glass, by filling the one, doth empty the other. For all your writers do consent that Ipsy is he. Now, you are not Ipsy, for I am he.
Which he, sir?
He, sir, that must marry this woman. Therefore, you clown, abandon, which is in the vulgar, leave, the society, which in the boorish is company, of this female, which in the common is woman, which together is. Abandon the society of this female, or, clown, thou perishest, or, to thy better understanding, diest, or, to wit, I kill thee, make thee away, translate thy life into death, thy liberty into bondage. I will deal in poison with thee, or in bastinado, or in steel. I will ban thee with thee in faction, will o'errun thee with policy. I will kill thee 150 ways. Therefore, tremble and depart.
Do, good William.
God rest you merry, sir.
Our master and mistress seeks you. Come away, away.
Trip, Audrey, I attend, I attend.
Act 5, Scene 2, The Forest. Enter Orlando and Oliver.
Is it possible that on so little acquaintance you should like her? That but seeing you should love her, and loving woo, and wooing she should grant? And will you persevere to enjoy her?
Neither call the giddiness of it in question. The poverty of her, the small acquaintance, my sudden wooing, nor her sudden consenting. But say with me, I love Aliena. Say with her that she loves me. Consent with both that we may enjoy each other. It shall be to your good. For my father's house and all the revenue that was old Sir Rowland's will I estate upon you, and here live and die a shepherd. Duh.
You have my consent. Let your wedding be tomorrow. Thither will I invite the Duke and all's contented followers. Go you and prepare Aliena, for look you, here comes my Rosalind.
God save you, brother.
And you, fair sister.
Oh, my dear Orlando, how it grieves me to see thee wear thy heart in a scarf.
It is my arm.
I thought thy heart had been wounded with the claws of a lion.
Wounded it is, but with the eyes of a lady.
Did your brother tell you how I counterfeited to swoon when he showed me your handkerchief?
Aye, and greater wonders than that.
Oh, I know where you are. Nay, 'tis true, there was never anything so sudden but the fight of 2 rams and Caesar's thrasonical brag of I came, saw, and overcame. For your brother and my sister no sooner met but they looked, no sooner looked but they loved, no sooner loved but they sighed, no sooner sighed but they asked one another the reason, no sooner knew the reason but they sought the remedy, and in these degrees they have made pair of stairs to marriage, which they will climb incontinent or else be incontinent before marriage. They are in the very wrath of love, and they will together. Clubs cannot part them.
They shall be married tomorrow, and I will bid the Duke to the nuptial. But, oh, how bitter a thing it is to look into happiness through another man's eyes. By so much the more shall I tomorrow be at the height of heart heaviness. By how much I shall think my brother happy in having what he wishes for.
Why, then, tomorrow I cannot serve your turn for Rosalind?
I can live no longer by thinking.
I will weary you then no longer with idle talking. Know of me then, for now I speak to some purpose, that I know you are a gentleman of good conceit. I speak not this, that you should bear a good opinion of my knowledge, insomuch I say I know you are, neither do I labour for a greater esteem than may in some little measure draw a belief from you to do yourself good and not to grace me. Believe then, if you please, that I can do strange things. I have, since I was 3-year-old, conversed with a magician, most profound in his art and yet not damnable. If you do love Rosalind so near the heart as your gesture cries it out, when your brother marries Aliena, shall you marry her? I know into what straits of fortune she is driven, and it is not impossible to me, if it appear not inconvenient to you, to set her before your eyes tomorrow, human as she is, and without any danger.
Speakst thou in sober meaning?
By my life I do, which I tender dearly, though I say I am a magician. Therefore, put you in your best array. Bid your friends, for if you will be married tomorrow, you shall, and to Rosalind, if you will.
Enter Silvius and Phoebe.
Here comes a lover of mine and a lover of hers.
Youth, you have done me much ungentleness to show the letter that I wrote to you.
I care not if I have. It is my study to seem despiteful and ungentle to you. You are there followed by a faithful shepherd. Look upon him, love him, he worships you.
Good shepherd, tell this youth what 'tis to love.
To be all made of sighs and tears, and so am I for Phoebe.
And I for Ganymede.
And I for Rosalind.
And I for no woman.
It is to be all made of faith and service, and so am I for Phoebe.
And I for Ganymede.
And I for Rosalind.
And I for no woman.
It is to be all made of fantasy, all made of passion, and all made of wishes, all adoration, duty and observance, all humbleness, all patience and impatience, all purity, all trial, all obedience. And so am I for Phoebe.
And so am I for Ganymede.
And so am I for Rosalind.
And so am I for no woman.
If this be so, why blame you me to love you?
If this be so, why blame you me to love you?
If this be so, why blame you me to love you?
Why do you speak too? Why blame you me to love you?
To her that is not here, nor doth not hear.
Pray you, no more of this. 'Tis like the howling of Irish wolves against the moon. I will help you if I can. I would love you if I could. Tomorrow meet me all together. I will marry you if ever I marry woman, and I'll be married tomorrow. I will satisfy you if ever I satisfied man, and you shall be married tomorrow. I will content you if what pleases you contents you, and you shall be married tomorrow. As you love Rosalind, meet. And as you love Phoebe, meet. And as I love no woman, I'll meet. So fare you well, I have left you commands.
I'll not fail if I leave.
Nor I.
Nor I.
Act 5, Scene 3, The Forest. Enter Touchstone and Audrey.
Tomorrow is the joyful day, Audrey. Tomorrow will we be married.
I do desire it with all my heart, and I hope it is no dishonest desire to be a woman of the world. Here come two of the banished Duke's pages.
Well met, honest gentleman.
By my troth, well met. Come, sit in a song.
We are for you. Sit in the middle.
Shall we clap into it roundly without hawking or spitting or saying we are hoarse, which are the only prologues to a bad voice?
If faith, and both in a tune, like two gypsies on a horse. Oh, Lord. It was a lover and his lass, with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no, that o'er the green cornfield did pass. In the springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding ding, sweet lovers love the spring. Between the acres of the rye, with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no, these pretty country folks would lie. In the springtime, the only pretty ring time, this carol they began that hour, with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no. How that life was but a flower in the springtime, the only pretty ring time, and therefore take the present time with a hey and a ho and a hey nonny no. For the love is crowned with the prime in the springtime, the only pretty ring time, when birds do sing, hey ding a ding ding, sweet lovers love the spring.
Truly, young gentleman, though there was no great matter in the ditty, yet the note was very untunable.
You are deceived, sir. We kept time. We lost not our time.
By my troth, yes, I counted, but time lost to hear such a foolish song. God buy you, and God mend your voices. Come, Audrey.
Act 5, Scene 4, The Forest. Enter Duke Senior, Amiens, Jacques, Orlando, Oliver, and Celia.
Dost thou believe, Orlando, that the boy can do all this that he hath promised?
I sometimes do believe, and sometimes do not. As those that fear they hope, and know they fear.
Enter Rosalind, Silvius, and Phoebe.
Patience once more, whilst our compact is urged. You say, if I bring in your Rosalind, you will bestow her on Orlando here?
That would I, had I kingdoms to give with her.
And you say you will have her when I bring her?
That would I, were I of all kingdoms king.
You say you'll marry me if I be willing?
That will I, should I die the hour after.
But if you do refuse to marry me, you'll give yourself to this most faithful shepherd.
So is the bargain?
And you'll say that you'll have Phoebe if she will?
To have her and death were both one thing.
I have promised to make all this matter even. Keep you your word, O Duke, to give your daughter, you yours, Orlando, to receive his daughter. Keep your word, Phoebe, that you'll marry me, or else, refusing me, to wed this shepherd. Keep your word, Silvius, that you'll marry her if she refuse me. And from hence I go to make these doubts all even.
Exit Rosalind and Celia.
Do you remember in this shepherd boy some lively touches of my daughter's favour?
My lord, the first time that I ever saw him, methought he was a brother to your daughter. But my good lord, this boy is forest born and hath been tutored in the rudiments of many desperate studies by his uncle, whom he reports to be a great magician, obscured in the circle of this forest.
Enter Touchstone and Audrey.
There is sure another flood toward, and these couples are coming to the ark. Here comes a pair of very strange beasts, which in all tongues are called fools.
Salutation and greeting to you all.
Good, my lord, bid him welcome. This is the motley-minded gentleman that I have so often met in the forest. He hath been a courtier, he swears.
If any man doubt that, let him put me to my purgation. I have trod a measure, I have flattered a lady, I have been politic with my friend, smooth with mine enemy. I have undone 3 tailors, I have had 4 quarrels, and like to have fought 1.
And how was that ta'en up?
Faith, we met and found the quarrel was upon the 7th cause.
How 7th cause? Good, my lord, like this fellow.
I like him very well.
God ild you, sir, I desire you of the like. I press in here, sir, amongst the rest of the country copulatives, to swear and to forswear, according as marriage binds and blood breaks. A poor virgin, sir, an ill-favoured thing, sir, but mine own. A poor humour of mine, sir, to take that man else will. Rich honesty dwells like a miser, sir, in a poor house, as your pearl in your foul oyster.
By my faith, he is very swift and sententious.
According to the fool's bolt, sir, and such dulcet diseases.
But for the 7th cause, how did you find the quarrel on the 7th cause?
Upon a lie 7 times removed, bear your body more seeming, Audrey, as thus, sir. I did dislike the cut of a certain courtier's beard. He sent me word, if I said his beard was not cut well, he was in the mind it was. This is called the retort courteous. If I sent him word again it was not well cut, he would send me word he cut it to please himself. This is called the quip modest. If again it was not cut well, he disabled my judgment. This is called the reply churlish. If again it was not well cut, he would answer, I spake not true. This is called the reproof valiant. If again it was not well cut, he would say, I lie. This is called the counter-check quarrelsome. And so to the lie circumstantial and the lie direct.
How oft did you say his beard was not well cut?
I durst go no further than the lie circumstantial, nor he durst not give me the lie direct. And so we measured swords and parted.
Can you nominate in order now the degrees of the lie?
Oh, sir, we quarrel in print by the book, as you have books for good manners. I will name you the degrees. The first, the retort courteous. The second, the quip modest. The third, the reply churlish. The fourth, the reproof valiant. The fifth, the counter-check quarrelsome. The sixth, the lie and circumstance. The seventh, the lie direct. All these you may avoid but the lie direct, and you may avoid that too with an if. I knew when 7 justices could not take up a quarrel, but when the parties were met themselves, one of them thought but of an if, as if you said so, then I said so. And they shook hands and swore brothers. Your if is the only peacemaker. Much virtue in if.
Is not this a rare fellow, my lord? He's as good at anything, and yet a fool.
He uses his folly like a stalking horse, and under presentation of that he shoots his wit.
Enter.
There is the...
Enter Hymen, Rosalind, and Celia. Still music. Then there is mirth in heaven, when earthly things made even atone together. Good Duke, receive thy daughter. Hymen from heaven brought her, yea, brought her hither, that thou mightst join her hand with his, whose heart within his bosom is.
To you I give myself, for I am yours. To you I give myself, for I am yours.
If there be truth in sight, you are my daughter.
If there be truth in sight, you are my Rosalind.
If sight and shape be true, why then, my love, adieu.
I'll have no father if you be not he. I'll have no husband if you be not he. Nor wed woman if you be not she.
Peace, how I bar confusion. 'Tis I must make conclusion of these most strange events. There's 8 that must take hands to join in Hymen's bands, if truth holds true contents. You and you, no cross shall part. You and you are heart and heart. You to his love must accord, or have a woman to your lord. You and you are sure together, as the winter to foul weather. Whiles a wedlock hymn we sing, feed yourselves with questioning, that reason wonder may diminish, how thus we met, and these things finish. Wedding is great Juno's crown, O blessed bond of board and bed. 'Tis Hymen peoples every town, high wedlock then be honored. Honor, high honor, and renown to Hymen, god of every town.
O my dear niece, welcome thou art to me, even daughter, welcome in no less degree.
I will not eat my word, now thou art mine. Thy faith my fancy to thee doth combine.
Enter Jack de Boys.
Let me have audience for a word or two. I am the second son of old Sir Roland that bring this fair tidings to this fair assembly. Duke Frederick, hearing how that every day men of great worth resorted to this forest, addressed a mighty power, which were on foot in his own conduct, purposely to take his brother here, and put him to the sword, and to the skirts of this wild wood he came, where, meeting with an old religious man, after some question with him, he was converted both from his enterprise and from the world, his crown bequeathing to his banished brother, and all their lands restored to them again that were with him exiled. This to be true, I do engage my life.
Welcome, young man, thou offerest fairly to thy brother's wedding, this one his lands withheld, and to the other a land itself at large, approaching dukedom. First in this forest let us do those ends that here were well begun and well begot, and after every of this happy number that have endured shrewd days and nights with us, shall share the good of our returned fortune, according to the measure of their states. Meantime, forget this new fallen dignity, and fall into our rustic revelry, play music, and you, brides and bridegrooms all, with measure heaped in joy to the measure's fall.
Sir, by your patience, if I heard you rightly, the Duke hath put on a religious life and thrown into neglect the pompous court.
He hath.
To him will I. Out of these convertites, there is much matter to be heard and learned. You, to your former honour, I bequeath your patience and your virtue well deserves it. You, to a love that your true faith doth merit. You, to your land and love, and great allies. You, to a long and well-deserved bed. And you, to wrangling, for thy loving voyage is but for 2 months victualled. So, for your pleasures. I am for other than for dancing measures.
Stay, Jacques, stay.
To see no pastime, I. What you would have, I'll stay to know at your abandoned cave.
Proceed, proceed. We will begin these rites, as we do trust they'll end in true delights.
It is not the fashion to see the lady the epilogue, but it is no more unhandsome than to see the lord the prologue. If it be true that good wine needs no bush, 'tis true that a good play needs no epilogue. Yet to good wine they do use good bushes, and good plays prove the better by the help of good epilogues. What a case am I in then, that am neither a good epilogue, nor cannot insinuate with you in the behalf of a good play? I am not furnished like a beggar, therefore to beg will not become me. My way is to conjure you, and I'll begin with the women. I charge you, O women, for the love you bear to men, to like as much of this play as please you. And I charge you, O men, for the love you bear to women, as I perceive by your simpering none of you hates them, that between you and the women the play may please. If I were a woman, I would kiss as many of you as had beards that pleased me, complexions that liked me, and breaths that I defied not. And I am sure as many as have good beards or good faces or sweet breaths will, for my kind offer, when I make curtsy, bid me farewell.
Yay, well done. This was such a wonderful cast. I'm so proud of you and just had the best time watching that. I have two quick announcements for a good epilogue. One is that we were exactly on time, which is very exciting. And the second is that during our play, we hit our goal of £5,000 within our first night of reading, which is very, very exciting. So we have made the decision as a group to try and double it by the end of our read-a-thon on Monday. So we're going to try and hit £10,000, which is a lot of money, and it would be great to be able to donate that directly to Shakespeare's Globe. Thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful night. I hope those of you that just stayed here for 2 plays get to sleep a little bit and enjoy. All right, I'm going to invite in a couple, I'm going to invite in a couple more people so that we can get started on the next play. Bye, Caroline. Thank you so much. Bye, Ivy. Bye.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Should we just start? Bye. Bye. You were wonderful. Just hit the leave button. All right, I'm going to start admitting people. Hi to all the people watching on live stream for our transfer of powers. The next play is, I'm just saying it slowly, I do know, is Julius Caesar.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. I was like, who is our admin? It's you. Brilliant.
Ready to take the baton.
Gorgeous. So I will pass this on to you.
Thank you.
If I can. Maybe I can't. Do you want to start? Oh, I'll start letting people in while that's happening as well.
Thank you very much.
Just gonna text. While I'm letting people in, Kath, do you want to start talking about stuff? And I will.
Absolutely. So with the absolutely fantastic news of reaching our £5,000 target, we're going to carry on smoothly into Julius Caesar, which is particularly exciting because obviously it's considered the first play that was performed at the original Globe back in 1599. So we're obviously doing a very modern version since then by being online. Right, so we've got, looks like most of our participants are here with us now. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us, in particular at this ungodly early hour, well, here for the UK anyway. Nice to see you all, and everyone I was anticipating to attend is here, which is fantastic. Right, so just to give you some housekeeping rules and whatnot, because I think a lot of you didn't read in the last 2 plays. So yeah, like I said, it's 1:35 here in the UK AM. This is our 3rd play that we're doing, Julius Caesar, for Read for the Globe. So readers, just so you know, we are live, but you're currently on mute at the moment. If you're watching the YouTube stream up at the moment as well, just make sure that you turn it off now so we don't get any feedback, because there's a slight delay in that as well, or if you mute it as well. And to everyone at home who is viewing us, thank you so much for watching from across the globe on behalf of our globe. So yeah, just to take an opportunity to remind us all why we are here. So Shakespeare's Globe in London is an unsubsidised space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. As such, it's in dire straits due to the financial pressures of the COVID-19 pandemic. With a team of over 200 volunteers, including my lovely friends here for Julius Caesar, we are reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to raise awareness of these difficulties at the Globe and across British theatre. We are on Twitter at Globe Read, and we encourage you to share your thoughts with the hashtags Read for the Globe and hashtag RFTG, followed by Julius Caesar. And of course, please donate anything you feel you can to our GoFundMe page. As we've said, we've reached our goal thus far, so any more donations are still greatly appreciated. And all money raised from this one-off live event will go to Shakespeare's Globe, so thank you. So in a minute, we will start casting for Julius Caesar, during which I'm going to keep you all on silent for the moment. So yeah, again, just a couple of things to run through. We're live. You can be seen now by everyone that is watching. So please don't do anything you wouldn't want your granny to know about. But yeah, if there's any inappropriate behaviour or disruption to the reading, we will remove you from the call, but I'm sure that won't happen. Please have fun and be kind. This isn't a professional performance by any means. This is a charity event, and we're all here to have fun. If you've caught any of the last 2 plays thus far, we've definitely been having a lot of fun with it. So I hope that continues into our 3rd round. Also, please don't let your performances take away from the fact that we are on a time limit. We are due to finish Julius Caesar at 4 AM, and we're hoping for that to remain the case. So if we read articulately but swiftly, no sort of too long pauses, etc. I'm sure we're all fantastic thespians. There is a mute button at the bottom left of your screen. You'll be able to mute yourself when you're not speaking. And again, this will reduce a bit of feedback that we could get for the other speakers. So just make sure you keep an eye on unmuting yourself when it's your line. You can also stop your video by hovering over your own picture and clicking the blue button in the top right corner if you need to take any breaks. So in terms of breaks, please stay with your computer as much as possible throughout the event. We haven't planned any breaks, but obviously if you need to remove yourself, toilet break or whatever for the moment, just try and do so when it's unlikely that you'll be reading, and you'll be responsible for picking back up where we left off when you return to the call. Yeah, but don't panic if you have any moments where Wi-Fi freezes or anything like that. We've got myself and the lovely Ben, who's here as well, who's hosting the admin with me, and we will be here to smooth over any wrinkles. Right, so we've got Julius Caesar is nearly 50 character roles. So what we've done is we have amalgamated some of the roles together. So we've got some bigger parts and some smaller parts. We've tried to divide it so even the smaller parts will sort of have lines running through the play with different characters, which we've done our best to do. Obviously, there could be a scenario where you might have to end up talking to yourself a little bit, but if we could just run for it, that would be fantastic. Once we've made the casting decisions, which I'm going to do on a very random basis, that's the decision made. So that's the character once it's assigned. I'm going to literally do it randomly on a first come, first serve basis. So if you could hover over the bottom panel of your Zoom call, there's a little reactions tab. And in that, you've got a little clapping hands or a thumbs up, as Maisie's demonstrating, thank you. So if we do that, or if you just wave at me if you'd like a role, and I'm just going to base it, obviously I've got a lot of you on my screen, but I'll just base it immediately who I see first. And yeah, so to explain to our audience as well, no one's been pre-assigned a role in this play, so we're all taking it as we go. Right, so to go through casting then, sorry, bear with me. So if we can start with, if you can wave at me if you would like a main character, which is a longer part. So there's 5 main characters. Oh, here. Okay, so the first part I saw Alistair up first. Alistair, if you could play Brutus for me, that would be great, thank you. Sorry, just say as well, if you will take note of your characters as well when I say them as well, and you can change your Zoom username to the name of the character, be very helpful as well. So next up we have Cassius, which I saw Anusia. So you can be Cassius, thank you. Anthony, we've got Mirren, I saw you, thank you. And we've got Julius Caesar, Maisie, saw you. Okay, and sorry, and also with Julius Caesar, if you also read Dardanius for me, it's just a very small role. Who's in it after Caesar, that would be great. And Casca, I saw Templar Star here. Is that your use? Sorry.
Yeah, it's Tim.
Tim, sorry, going by your username there, which is very snazzy. Brilliant, thank you, Tim. So on to sort of the next roles. So these are all the ones where there are going to be several roles.
Need stage directions as well.
Oh, and the stage directions, thank you, Ben. Can we have someone for the stage directions then, please? Anyone for the stage directions? Lucy, are you all right to do that for me? Thank you. Brilliant. Next, can we have someone for Soothsayer, First Soldier, Trebonius, which is going to be role. Finley, if you're all right to do that for me, thank you. Next up, we've got the second commoner, Popilius and Volumnius. Livy, if you can do those ones for me, thank you. Next up, we've got fourth citizen, Claudius and the poet. Oh, Philip, are you all right to do that for me? Thank you. Then we've got Messala and the first commoner. Anyone for those two? We've got quite a few. To go. Roles. So someone for Messala and the first commoner, please. All right. Well, all right, Caris. Thank you very much. we've got Cinna the poet, 2 different characters, and the messenger. We got anyone for that? Oh, Lillian, brilliant, thank you. We've got Calpurnia, Pindarus, and Ligarius. Jazz, thank you. We've got Portia and the second citizen, Jennifer. Brilliant, thank you. We've got the first citizen, young Cato, Artemidorus, and Marilus. Linda, brilliant, thank you. We've got Decius Brutus and Titinius. Sophia, brilliant, thank you. We've got Octavius and Flavius. Andrea, you're right to do those, thank you. So Octavius, we've got Lucilius Metellus Cimber, 3rd soldier and the 3rd citizen. Elaine, thank you. Lucius and Cesaro. Anyone for those 2? Emma, thank you. Got Varro, a servant, and Publius. Anyone for those ones?
Does anyone not have parts yet?
Yeah. We've all got parts, okay.
We'll do the last ones then, shall we?
Yeah. Wait, what are the last ones? Oh, if we just read. So we didn't have anyone for Varro, servant, and Publius.
I'll do those.
Okay, brilliant, thank you. Okay, and then we've got if you just go first come first serve again to whatever role you are. We've got Clytus, who's a few lines. Anyone? Lillian, is that you saying? Yeah, brilliant, thank you. Lepidus, Finley, thank you. And then Tim, if you're all right to do the second soldier as well. I saw your hand go up there as well. Brilliant, thank you. Right, fantastic. So
could you just remind me what mine were again? There were 4 and I only got 2 of them.
Yes, of course we can.
I've got you, Linda. First citizen. Young Cato. Artemidorus and Marullus.
Sorry.
Thank you very much.
We're just, hi, sorry, we've got 2 more members that are in the waiting room. Sorry, so if we go, hi, Guy, Karen, Nicole, thank you for joining us. Sorry for the wait there. So we're just doing casting of roles at the moment.
Yeah, I gathered. What's left? Or is there any roles that we can rejig? Because I don't have anything now.
Yes, no, that's what we're doing. So if you just bear with me. Right, so we've got the role of Varro, servant, and Publius, which are 3 characters that I'd like one of you to read, please. And the other one is if I retract from Clytus, Lepidus, and the second soldier that I've just allocated, is that all right? And then we'll have those roles for Nicole or Guy Carr.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you're right to do Varro, servant, and Publius, Garkai, and Nicole, if you can do Clytus and Lepidus and the second soldier.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, sure.
Brilliant, thank you. Right. Now, have we all got the Julius Caesar play text?
Can you just read mine again? I'm sorry, there were 4.
Yeah, mine too, sorry.
Yeah, if you bear with me. If we get started, Ben will write it on the Zoom chat for you for your roles. Is that all right, Ben? Yeah. Brilliant. Okay. And so, if we're all ready to go, then we can get started on Julius Caesar. So if we could begin with Act 1, Scene 1, Flavius.
Hence, home, you idle creatures, get you home. Is this a holiday? What? Know you not, being mechanical, you ought not walk upon a laboring day without the sign of your profession? Speak, what trade art thou?
Why, sir, a carpenter.
Where is thy leather apron and thy rule? What dost thou with thy best apparel on? You, sir, what trade are you? The second commoner. Livy, I have your second commoner.
Sorry. Truly, sir, in respect of a fine workman, I am but, as you would say, a cobbler.
But what trade art thou? Answer me directly.
A trade, sir, that I hope I may use with a safe conscience, which is indeed, sir, a mender of bad souls.
What trade, thou knave, thou naughty knave, what trade?
Nay, I beseech you, sir, be not out with me, yet if you be out, sir, I can mend you.
What meanest thou by that? Mend me, thou saucy fellow.
Why, sir, cobble you.
Thou art a cobbler, art thou?
Truly, sir, all that I live by is with the all. I meddle with no tradesmen's matters, nor women's matters, but with all. I am indeed, sir, a surgeon to old shoes. When they are in great danger, I recover them, as proper men as ever trod upon neat's leather have gone upon my handiwork.
But wherefore art not in thy shop today? Why dost thou lead these men about the streets?
Truly, sir, to wear out their shoes, to get myself into more work. But indeed, sir, we make holiday to see Caesar and to rejoice in his triumph.
Wherefore rejoice? What conquest brings he home? What tributaries follow him to Rome, to grace in captive bonds his chariot wheels? You blocks, you stones, you worse than senseless things. Oh, you hard hearts, you cruel men of Rome, knew you not Pompey? Many a time and oft have you climbed up to walls and battlements, to towers and windows, yea, to chimney tops, your infants in your arms, and there have sat the livelong day, with patient expectation, to see great Pompey pass the streets of Rome. And when you saw his chariot but appear, have you not made a universal shout, that Tiber trembled underneath her banks, to hear the replication of your sounds made in her concave shores? And do you now put on your best attire, and do you now cull out a holiday, and do you now strew flowers in his way, that comes in triumph over Pompey's blood? Begone, run to your houses, fall upon your knees, pray to the gods to intermit the plague that needs must light on this ingratitude.
Go, go, good countrymen, and for this fault assemble all the poor men of your sort. Draw them to the Tiber banks and weep your tears into the channel, till the lowest stream do kiss the most exalted shores of all. See whether their basest metal be not moved. They vanish tongue-tied in their guiltiness. Go you down that way towards the Capitol. This way will I disrobe the images, and if you do find them decked with ceremonies.
May we do so? You know it is the feast of Lupercal.
It is no matter. Let no images be hung with Caesar's trophies. I'll about and drive away the vulgar from the streets. So do you too, where you perceive them thick. These glowing feathers plucked from Caesar's wing will make him fly ordinary pitch. Who else would soar above the view of men and keep us all in servile fearfulness?
Flourish. Enter Caesar, Antony for the course, Calpurnia, Portia, Decius Brutus, Cicero, Brutus, Cassius, and Casca, a great crowd following, among them a soothsayer.
Calpurnia!
Peace ho! Caesar speaks!
Calpurnia! Calpurnia!
Dear my lord.
Stand you directly in Antonius's way when he doth run his course. Antonius!
Caesar, my lord.
Forget not in your speed, Antonius, to touch Calpurnia, for our elders say the baron, touched in this holy chase, shake off their sterile course.
I shall remember. When Caesar says, do this, it is performed.
Set on and leave no ceremony out.
Caesar!
Ha, who calls?
Bid every noise be still, peace yet again.
Who is it in the press that calls on me? I hear a tongue shriller than all the music. Cry, Caesar! Speak, Caesar is turned to hear.
Beware the Ides of March.
What man is that?
A soothsayer bids you beware the Ides of March.
Set him before me, let me see his face.
Fellow, come from the throng. Look upon Caesar.
What sayest thou to me now? Speak once again.
Beware the Ides of March.
He is a dreamer. Let us leave him. Pass.
Senate. Exeunt all except Brutus and Cassius.
Will you go see the order of the course?
Not I.
I pray you do.
I am not gamesome. I do lack some part of that quick spirit that is in Antony. Let me not hinder, Cassius. Your desires I'll leave you.
Brutus, I do observe you now of late. I have not from your eyes that gentleness and show of love as I was wont to have. You bear too stubborn and too strange a hand over your friend that loves you.
Cassius, be not deceived. If I have veiled my look, I turn the trouble of my countenance merely upon myself. Vexed I am of late with passions of some difference, conceptions only proper to myself, which give some soil perhaps to my behaviours. But let not therefore my good friends be grieved, among which number, Cassius, be you one, nor construe any further my neglect than that poor Brutus, with himself at war, forgets the shows of love to other men.
Then, Brutus, I have much mistook your passion, by means whereof this breast of mine hath buried thoughts of great value, worthy cogitations. Tell me, good Brutus, can you see your face?
No, Cassius, for the eye sees not itself, but by reflection by some other things.
'Tis just. And it is very much lamented, Brutus, that you have no such mirrors as will turn your hidden worthiness into your eye, that you might see your shadow. I have heard where many of the best respect in Rome, except immortal Caesar, speaking of Brutus, and groaning underneath this age's yoke, have wished that noble Brutus had his eyes.
Into what dangers would you lead me, Cassius, that you would have me seek into myself for that which is not in me?
Therefore, good Brutus, be prepared to hear, and since you know you cannot see yourself so well as by reflection, I, your glass, will modestly discover to yourself that of yourself which you yet know not of. And be not jealous on me, gentle Brutus. Were I a common laugher, or did use to stale with ordinary oaths my love to every new protester, if you know that I do fawn on men and hug them hard and after scandal them, or if you know that I profess myself in banqueting to all the rout, then hold me dangerous.
What means this shouting? I do fear the people choose Caesar for their king.
Aye, do you fear it? And must I think you would not have it so?
I would not, Cassius. Yet I love him well. But wherefore do you hold me here so long? What is it that you would impart to me? If it be aught toward the general good, set honour in one eye and death in the other, and I will look on both indifferently, for let the gods so speed me as I love the name of honour more than I fear death.
I know that virtue to be in you, Brutus, as well as I do know your outward favour. Well, honour is the subject of my story. I cannot tell what you and other men think of this life, but for my single self, I had as lief not be as live to be in awe of such a thing as I myself. I was born free of Caesar, so were you. We both have fed as well, and we can both endure the winter's cold as well as he. For once, upon a raw and gusty day, the troubled Tiber chafing with her shores, Caesar said to me, "Darest thou, Cassius, now leap in with me into this angry flood and swim to yonder point?" Upon the word, accoutred as I was, I plunged in and bade him follow. So indeed he did. The torrent roared, and we did buffet it with lusty sinews, throwing it aside and stemming it with hearts of controversy. But ere we could arrive at the point proposed, Caesar cried, "Help me, Cassius, or I sink." I, as Aeneas, our great ancestor, did from the flames of Troy upon his shoulder the old Anchises bear, so from the waves of Tiber did I the tired Caesar. And this man is now become a god. And Cassius is a wretched creature and must bend his body if Caesar carelessly but nod on him. He had a fever when he was in Spain, and when the fit was on him, I did mark how he did shake. 'Tis true, this god did shake. His coward lips did from their colour fly, and that same eye, whose bend doth all the world, did lose his lustre. I did hear him groan. Aye, and that tongue of his, that bade the Romans mark him and write his speeches in their books, alas, it cried, "Give me some drink, Titinius," as a sick girl. Ye gods, it doth amaze me a man of such a feeble temper should so get the start of the majestic world and bear the palm alone.
Hey!
Another general shout. I do believe that these applauses are for some new honours that are heaped on Caesar.
Why, man, he doth bestride the narrow world like a colossus, and we petty men walk under his huge legs and peep about to find ourselves dishonourable graves. Men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves that we are underlings. Brutus and Caesar. What should be in that Caesar? Why should that name be sounded more than yours? Write them together, yours is as fair a name. Sound them, it doth become the mouth as well. Weigh them, it is as heavy. Conjure with them, Brutus will start a spirit as soon as Caesar. Now in the names of all the gods at once, upon what meat doth this our Caesar feed that he is grown so great? Age, thou art shamed. Rome, thou hast lost the breed of noble bloods. When went there by an age? Since the great flood, but it was famed with more than with one man. When could they say till now that talked of Rome, that her wide walls encompassed but one man? Now it is Rome indeed, and room enough when there is in it but one only man. Oh, you and I have heard our fathers say, there was a Brutus once that would have brooked the eternal devil to keep his state in Rome as easily as a king.
That you do love me, I am nothing jealous. What you would work me to, I have some aim. I have thought of this, and of these times I shall recount hereafter. For this present I would not. So with love I might entreat you, be any further moved. What you have said I will consider. What you have to say I will with patience hear, and find a time both meet to hear and answer such high things. Till then, my noble friend, chew upon this. Brutus had rather be a villager than to repute himself a son of Rome under these hard conditions as this time is like to lay upon us.
I'm glad that my weak words have struck but thus much show of fire from Brutus.
The games are done. Caesar's returning.
As they pass by, pluck Casca by the sleeve, and he will, after his sour fashion, tell you what hath preceded worthy note today.
Re-enter Caesar and his train.
I will do so. But look you, Cassius, the angry spot doth glow on Caesar's brow, and all the rest look like a chidden train. Calpurnia's cheek is pale, and Cicero looks with such ferret and such fiery eyes as we have seen him in the Capitol, being crossed in conference by some senators.
Casca will tell us what the matter is.
Antonius!
Caesar?
Let me have men about me that are fat. Sleek-headed men, and such as sleep o' nights. Yond Cassius has a lean and hungry look. He thinks too much. Such men are dangerous.
Fear him not, Caesar. He is not dangerous. He is a noble Roman and well given.
Would he were fatter, but I fear him not. Yet if my name were liable to fear, I do know the man I should avoid, so soon as that spare Cassius. He reads much. He is a great observer, and he looks quite through the deeds of men. He loves no plays, as thou dost, Antony. He has no music. Seldom he smiles, and smiles in such a sort as if he mocked himself and scorned his spirit that could be moved to smile at anything. Such men as he be never at heart's ease, whiles they behold a greater than themselves, and therefore are they very dangerous. I rather tell thee what is to be feared than what I fear, for always I am Caesar. Come on my right hand, for this ear is deaf, and tell me truly what thou thinkst of him.
Senate. Exeunt Caesar and all his train, but Casca.
You pulled me, Budcloak. Would you speak with me?
Aye, Casca. Tell us what hath chanced today, that Caesar looks so sad.
What, you were with him, were you not?
I should not then ask Casca what had chanced.
Why, there is the crown offered him, and being offered him, he put it with the back of his hand, thus, and then the people fell a-shouting.
What was the second noise for?
Why, for that too.
They shouted thrice. What was the last cry for?
Why, for that too.
Was the crown offered him thrice?
Aye, marry 'twas, and he put it by thrice, every time gentler than other, and at every putting by, mine honest neighbours shouted.
Who offered him the crown?
Like Antony.
Tell us the manner of it, gentle Casca.
I can as well be hanged as tell the manner of it. It was mere foolery. I did not mark it. I saw Mark Antony offer him a crown, yet 'twas not a crown neither. 'Twas one of those coronets, and as I told you, he put it by once. But for all that, to my thinking, he would fain have that. Then he offered it him again. Then he put it by again. But to my thinking, he was very loath to lay his fingers off it. And then he offered it the third time. He put it the third time by, and still as he refused, the rabblement hooted and clapped their chapped hands and threw up their sweaty nightcaps and uttered such a deal of stinking breath because Caesar refused the crown that it had almost choked Caesar, for he swooned and fell down at it. And for mine own part, I durst not laugh for fear of opening my lips and receiving the bad air.
But soft, I pray you. What, did Caesar swoon?
He fell down in the marketplace and foamed at the mouth and was speechless.
'Tis very like. He hath the failing sickness.
No, Caesar hath it not, but you and I, and honest Casca, we have the falling sickness.
I know what you mean. I do know not what you mean by that, but I'm sure Caesar fell down. If the ragtag people did not clap him and hiss him according as he pleased and displeased them, as they used to do the players in theatre, I am no true man.
What said he when he came unto himself?
Marry, before he fell down, when he perceived the common herd, was glad he refused the crown, he plucked me up his doublet and offered them his throat to cut. And I have been a man of many, of any occupation. If I would have taken him at his word, I might go to hell among the rogues. And so he fell. And when he came to himself again, he said, if he had done or said anything amiss, he desired their worship to think it was his infirmity. 3 or 4 wenches where I stood cried, alas, good soul, and gave him with all their hearts. But there's no heed to be taken of them. If Caesar had stabbed their mothers, they would have done no less.
And after that, he came, the sad away.
Aye.
Did Cicero say anything?
He spoke Greek.
To what effect?
Nay, and I can tell you that I ne'er look him in the face again, and those that understood him smiled at one another and shook their heads. But for mine own part, it was Greek to me. I could tell you more news too. Maurilius and Flavius are pulling scarves of Caesar's images and put to silence. Fare you well. There is more foolery yet, if I could remember it.
Will you sup with me tonight, Casca?
No, I am promised forth.
Will you dine with me tomorrow?
If I be alive, and your mind hold, and your dinner worth the eating.
Good. I will expect you.
Do so. Farewell, both. Exit.
What a blunt fellow is this grown to be. He was quick metal when he went to school.
So is he now in execution of any bold or noble enterprise. However, he puts on this tardy form. His rudeness is a source to his good wit, which gives men stomach to digest his words with better appetite.
So it is. For this time I will leave you. Tomorrow, if you please to speak with me, I will come home to you, or if you will come home to me and I will wait for you.
I will do so. Till then, think of the world.
Exit Brutus.
Well, Brutus, thou art noble, yet I see thy honourable metal may be wrought from that it is disposed. Therefore it is meet that noble minds keep ever with their likes. Who so firm that cannot be seduced? Caesar doth bear me hard, but he loves Brutus. If I were Brutus now, and he were Cassius, he should not humour me. I will this night in several hands in at his windows throw, as if they came from several citizens, writings all tending to the great opinion that Rome holds of his name, wherein obscurely Caesar's ambition shall be glanced at. And after this, let Caesar seat him sure, for we will shake him, or worse days endure.
Good even, Casca. Brought you Caesar home? Why are you breathless, and why stare you so?
Are you not moved when all the sway of earth shakes like a thing infirm? Oh, Cicero, I have seen tempests when the scalding winds have rived the knotty oaks, and I have seen the ambitious ocean swell and rage and foam to be exalted with the threatening clouds. But never till tonight, never till now, did I go through a tempest dropping fire. Either there is civil strife in heaven, or else the world, too saucy with the gods, incenses them to send destruction.
Why, saw you anything more wonderful?
A common slave, you know him well by sight, held up his left hand, which did flame and burn like 20 torches joined, and yet his hand, not sensible of fire, remained unscorched. Beside, I not since put up my sword. Against the Capitol I met a lion, who glared at me and went surly by without annoying me. And there was drawn upon a heap 100 ghastly women, transformed with fear, who swore they saw men all in fire walk up and down the streets. And yesterday the bird of night did sit, even at noonday, upon the marketplace, hooting and shrieking, when these prodigies did so conjointly meet. Let not men say these are reasons, they are natural, for I believe they are portentous things upon the climate that they point upon.
Indeed, it is a strange deposed time, but men may construe things after their fashion, clean from the purpose of the things themselves. Come Caesar to the Capitol tomorrow?
He doth, for he did bid Antonius send word to you he would be there tomorrow.
Good night then, Casca. This disturbed sky is not to walk in.
Farewell, Cicero. Exit Cicero. Enter Cassius.
Who's there?
A Roman.
Casca, by your voice.
Your ear is good, Cassius. What night is this?
A very pleasing night to honest men.
Who ever knew the heavens menace so?
Those that have known the earth so full of faults. For my part, I have walked about the streets, submitting me unto the perilous night, and, thus embraced, Casca, as you see, have bared my bosom to the thunderstone. When the cross-blue lightning seemed to open the breast of heaven, I did present myself even in the aim and very flash of it.
But wherefore did you so much tempt the heavens? It is the part of men to fear and tremble when the most mighty gods of token send such dreadful heavens to astonish us.
You are dull, Casca, and those sparks of life that should be in a Roman you do want, or else you use not. You look pale, and gaze, and put on fear, and cast yourself in wonder to see the strange impatience of the heavens. But if you would consider the true cause, why all these fires? Why all these gliding ghosts? Why birds and beasts from quality and kind? Why old men fool and children calculate? Why all these things change from their ordinance, their natures and preformed faculties to monstrous quality? Why? You should find that heaven hath infused them with these spirits, to make them instruments of fear and warning into some monstrous state. Now could I, Casca, name to thee a man most like this dreadful night, that thunders, lightens, opens graves, and roars as doth the lion in the Capitol. A man no mightier than thyself or me in personal action, yet prodigious grown, and fearful, as these strange eruptions are.
'Tis Caesar that you mean, is it not, Cassius?
Let it be who it is. For Romans now have thews and limbs like to their ancestors. But woe the while, our fathers' minds are dead, and we are governed with our mother's spirits. Our yoke and sufferance show us womanish.
Indeed, they say the senators tomorrow mean to establish Caesar as a king, and he shall wear his crown by sea and land in every place, save here in Italy.
I know where I will wear this dagger then. Cassius from bondage will deliver Cassius. Therein, ye gods, you make the weak most strong. Therein, ye gods, you tyrants do defeat. Nor stony tower, nor walls of beaten brass, nor airless dungeon, nor strong links of iron can be retentive to the strength of spirit. But life, being weary of these worldly bars, never lacks power to dismiss itself. If I know this, know all the world besides, that part of tyranny that I do bear, I can shake off at pleasure.
Thunder still.
So can I. So every bondman in my own hand bears the power to cancel his captivity.
And why should Caesar be a tyrant then? Poor man. I know he would not be a wolf, but that he sees the Romans are but sheep. He were no lion, were not Romans hinds. Those that will haste would make a mighty fire, begin it with weak straws. What trash is Rome? What rubbish and what offal when it serves for the base matter to illuminate so vile a thing as Caesar. Oh grief, where hast thou led me? I perhaps speak this before a willing bondman, then I know my answer must be made. But I am armed and dangers are to me indifferent.
You speak to Casca, and to such a man, that is no fleeing telltale. Hold my hand, be factious for redress of these griefs, and I will set this foot of mine as far as who goes furthest.
There's a bargain made. Now I know you, Casca. I have moved already some certain of the noblest minded Romans to undergo with me an enterprise of honourable dangerous consequence. And I do know by this they stay for me in Pompey's porch. For now, this fearful night, there is no stir or walking in the streets, and the complexion of the element in favours like the work we have in hand, most bloody, fiery, and most terrible.
Stand close a while, for here comes one in haste.
'Tis Cinna. I do know him by his gait. He is a friend.
Enter Cinna.
Cinna, where haste you so?
To find out you. Who's that, Metellus Cimber?
No, it is Casca, one incorporate to our attempts. Am I not stayed for, Cinna?
I am glad on it. What a fearful night is this. There's 2 or 3 of us have seen strange sights.
Am I not stayed for? Tell me.
Yes, you are. Oh, Cassius, if you could but win the noble Brutus to our party.
Be you content. Good Cinna, take this paper, and look you lay it in the praetor's chair where Brutus may but find it. And throw this in at his window. Set this up with wax upon old Brutus' statue. All this done, Repair to Pompey's porch, where you shall find us. Is Decius Brutus and Trebonius there?
All but Metellus Cimber, and he's gone to seek you at your house. Well, I will hie, and so bestow these papers as you bade me.
That done, repair to Pompey's theatre.
Exit Cinna.
Come, Casca. You and I will yet ere day see Brutus at his house. 3 parts of him is ours already, and the man in tower upon the next encounter yields him ours.
Oh, he sits high in all the people's hearts, and that which would appear offence in us, his countenance, like richest alchemy, will change to virtue and to worthiness.
Him and his worth and our great need of him you have right well conceited. Let us go, for it is after midnight, and ere day we will awake him and be sure of him.
Exeunt. Rome, Brutus's orchard. Enter Brutus.
What? Lucius, ho? I cannot by the progress of the stars guess how near today. Lucius, I say! I would it were my fault to sleep so soundly. When, Lucius, when? Awake, I say! What, Lucius?
Enter Lucius.
Called you, my lord?
Give me a taper in my study, Lucius. When it is lighted, come and call me here.
I will, my lord.
Exit.
It must be by his death, and for my part I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general. He would be crowned. How that might change his nature, there's the question. Is the bright day that brings forth the adder, and what craves wary walking, crown him, that and then I grant we put a sting in him, and at this will he may do danger with, to abuse of greatness is, when it disjoins remorse from power, and speak truth to Caesar. I have not known when his affection swayed more than his reason, but 'tis a common proof, that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, where to the climber upward turns his face, but when he once attains the utmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. So Caesar may. Then, lest he may prevent, and since the quarrel will bear no colour for the thing he is, fashion it thus, that what he is, augmented, would run to these and these extremities, and therefore think him as a serpent's egg which, hatched, would, as his kind, grow mischievous, and kill him in the shell.
Re-enter Lucius.
The taper burneth in your closet, sir. Searching the window for a flint, I found this paper thus sealed up, and I am sure it did not lie there when I went to bed.
Gives him the letter.
Get you to bed again. 'Tis not day. 'Tis not tomorrow, boy, the Ides of March.
I know not, sir.
Look in the calendar and bring me word.
I will, sir.
Exit.
The exhalations whizzing in the air give so much light that I may read by them.
Opens the letter and reads.
Brutus, thou sleepst awake and see thyself. Shall Rome speak, strike, redress? Brutus, thou sleepst awake. Such ingestions have been often dropped where I shall Rome, and thus must I piece it out. Shall Rome stand under one man's awe? What Rome? My ancestors did from the streets of Rome the Tarquin drive, and when he was called a king. Speak, strike, redress. Am I entreated to speak and strike? Oh, Rome, I make thee promise, if the redress will follow, thou receivest thy full petition at the hand of Brutus.
Re-enter Lucius.
Sir, March is wasted 14 days.
'Tis good. Go to the gate, somebody knocks.
Exit Lucius.
Since Cassius first did wet me against Caesar, I have not slept. Between the acting of a dreadful thing and the first motion, all the interim is like a phantasma or a hideous dream. The genius and the mortal instruments are then in council, and the state of man, like to a little kingdom, suffers then the nature of an insurrection.
Re-enter Lucius.
Sir, 'tis your brother Cassius at the door, who doth desire to see you.
Is he alone?
No, sir, there are more with him.
Do you know them?
No, sir, their hats are plucked about their ears and half their faces buried in their cloaks, that by no means may I discover them by any mark of favour.
Let him enter.
Exit Lucius.
They are at the faction. O conspiracy, shameless thou to show thy dangerous brow by night, when evils are most free. Oh, then by day, where wilt thou find a cavern dark enough to mask thy monstrous visage? Seek none conspiracy, hide it in smiles and affability, for if thou part, thy native semblance on, not Erebus itself were dim enough to hide thee from prevention.
Enter the conspirators. Cassius, Casca, Decius Brutus, Cinna, Metellus Cimber, and Trebonius.
Think we are too bold upon your rest? Good morrow, Brutus. Do we trouble you?
I have been up this hour, awake all night. Know I these men that come along with you?
Yes, every man of them. And no man here but honours you. And every one doth wish you had but that opinion of yourself which every noble Roman bears of you. This is Trebonius.
He is welcome hither.
This Decius Brutus.
He is welcome too.
This Casca. This Cinna. And this Metellus Cimber.
They are all... What watchful cares to interpose themselves betwixt your eyes and night?
Shall I entreat a word?
Brutus and Cassius whisper.
Here lies the east. Doth not the day break here?
No.
Oh, pardon, sir, it doth. And yon grey lines that fret the clouds are messengers of day.
You shall confess that you are both deceived. Here, as I point my sword, the sun rises, which is a great way growing on the south, weighing the youthful season of the year. Some 2 months hence, up higher towards the north, he first presents his fire, and the high east stands as the capital directly here.
Give me your hands all over, one by one.
And let us swear our resolution.
No, not an oath, not the face of men, the sufferance of our souls, the times abused. If these be motives weak, break off bedtimes, and every man hence to his idle bed. So let high-sighted tyranny range on, till each man drop by lottery. But if these, as I am sure they do, bear fire enough to kindle cowards and to steal with valour the melting spirits of women, then, countrymen, what need we any spur but our own cause to prick us to redress? What other bonds than secret Romans that have spoke the word and will not palter? And what other oath than honesty to honesty engaged than this shall be, or we will fall for it? Swear priests and cowards and men Catulus, old feeble carrions and such suffering souls that welcome wrongs, and to bad causes swear such creatures as men doubt. But do not stain the even virtue of our enterprise, nor the insuppressive metal of our spirits, to think that or our cause or our performance did need an oath, when every drop of blood that every Roman bears, and nobly bears, is guilty of a several bastardy. If he do break the smallest particle of any promise that hath passed from him.
But what of Cicero? Shall we sound him? I think he will stand very strong with us.
Let us not leave him out.
No, by no means.
Oh, let us have him, for his silver hairs will purchase us a good opinion, and by men's voices to commend our deeds. It shall be said his judgment ruled our hands. Our youths in wildness shall no wit appear, but all be buried in his gravity.
Oh, name him not, let us not break with him, for he will never follow anything that other men begin.
Then leave him out.
Indeed, he is not fit.
Shall no man else be touched, but only Caesar?
Decius, well urged. I think it is not meet Mark Antony, so well beloved of Caesar, should outlive Caesar. We shall find of him a shrewd contriver, and, you know, his means, if he improve them, may well stretch so far as to annoy us all, which to prevent, let Antony and Caesar fall together.
Of course will seem too bloody, Caius Cassius, to cut the head off and then hack the limbs, like wrath in death and envy afterwards. For Antony is but a limb of Caesar. Let us be sacrifices, but not butchers, Caius. We all stand up against the spirit of Caesar, and in the spirit of men there is no blood. Oh, that we then could come by Caesar's spirit and not dismember Caesar. But alas, Caesar must bleed for it. And gentle friends, let's kill him boldly, but not wrathfully. Let's carve him as a dish fit for the gods, not hew him as a carcass fit for the hounds. And let our hearts, as subtle masters do, stir up their servants to an act of rage, and after seems to chide them. This shall make our purpose necessary and not envious, which so appearing to the common eyes, we shall be called purgers, not murderers. And for Mark Antony, think not of him, for he can do no more than Caesar's arm when Caesar's head is off.
Yes, I fear him. for in the engrafted love he bears to Caesar.
Alas, good Cassius, do not think of him. If he loved Caesar, all that he can do is to himself take thought and die for Caesar, and that were much he should, for he is given to sports, to wildness, and much company.
There is no fear in him. Let him not die, for he will live and laugh at this hereafter.
Clock strikes. Dum, dum, dum.
Count the clock.
Clock has stricken 3.
'Tis time to part.
It is doubtful yet whether Caesar will come forth today or no, for he is superstitious grown of late, quite from the main opinion he held once of fantasy of dreams and ceremonies. It may be these apparent prodigies, the unaccustomed terror of this night, and the persuasion of his augurers may hold him from the capital today.
Never fear that. If he be so resolved, I can oversway him. For he loves to hear that unicorns may be betrayed with trees, and bears with glasses, elephants with holes, lions with toils, and men with flatterers. But when I tell him he hates flatterers, he says he does, being then most flattered. Let me work, for I can give him his humour the true bent, and I will bring him to the capital.
Nay, we will all of us be there to fetch him.
By the 8th hour, is that the uttermost?
Be that the uttermost, and fail not then.
Caius Ligarius doth bear Caesar hard, who rated him for speaking well of Pompey. I wonder none of you have thought of him?
Now, good Metellus, go along by him. He loves me well, and I have given him reasons. Send him but hither, and I'll fashion him.
The morning comes upon us. We'll leave you, Brutus, and friends, disperse yourselves, but all remember what you've said, and show yourselves true Romans.
Good gentlemen, look fresh and merrily. Let not our looks put on our purposes, but bear it as our Roman actors do, with untired spirits and formal constancy. And so good morrow to you, everyone.
Exeunt all but Brutus.
Boy, Lucius, fast asleep, 'tis no matter. Enjoy the honey-heavy dew of slumber. Thou hast no figures nor no fantasies, which bear busy care draws in the brains of men. Therefore thou sleepst so sound.
Enter Portia.
Brutus, my lord.
Portia, what mean you? Wherefore rise you now? It is not for your health thus to commit your weak condition to the raw cold morning.
Nor for yours neither. You've urgently, Brutus, stole from my bed, and yesternight at supper you suddenly arose and walked about musing and sighing with your arms across. And when I asked you what the matter was, you stared upon me with ungentle looks. I urged you further, then you scratched your head and too impatiently stamped with your foot. Yet I insisted, yet you answered not, but with an angry wafture of your hand gave sign for me to leave you. So I did, fearing to strengthen that impatience which seemed too much enkindled, and withal, hoping it was but effect of humour, which sometime hath his hour with every man. It will not let you eat, nor talk, nor sleep. And could it work so much upon your shape, as it hath much prevailed on your condition, I should not know you, Brutus. Dear my lord, make me acquainted with your cause of grief.
I am not well in health, and that is all.
Brutus is wise, and were he not in health, he would embrace the means to come by it.
Why, so I do. Good Portia, go to bed.
Is Brutus sick? And is it physical to walk embraced and suck up the hubris of the dank morning? What? Is Brutus sick? And will he steal out of his wholesome bed to dare the vile contagion of the night and tempt the roomy and unpurged air to add upon his sickness? No, my Brutus, you have some sick offence within your mind, which by the right and virtue of my place I ought to have known of. And upon my knees I charm you, by my once commended beauty, by all your vows of love and that great vow which did incorporate and make us one, that you unfold to me yourself, your hearth, while you are heavy, and what men tonight have had to resort to you. For here there have been some 6 or 7 who did hide their faces even from darkness.
Kneel not, gentle Portia.
I should not need, if you were gentle, Brutus. Within the bounds of marriage, tell me, Brutus, is it accepted? I should know no secrets that are praying to you. Am I yourself? But as it were, in sort of limitation to keep with you at meals, comfort your bed, and talk to you sometimes. Dwell I but in the suburbs of your good pleasure? If it be no more, Portia is Brutus' harlot, not his wife.
You are my true and honourable wife, as dear to me as are the ruddy drops that visit my sad heart.
If this were true, then should I know this secret. I grant I am woman, but withal a woman that Lord Brutus took to wife. I grant I am woman, but withal a woman well reputed, Cato's daughter. Think you I am no stronger for my sex, being so fathered and so husbanded? Tell me your counsels. I will not disclose them. I've made strong proof of my consistency, giving myself a voluntary wound here in the thigh. Can I bear that with patience and not my husband's secrets?
Oh, ye gods, render me worthy of this noble wife. Hark, hark, one knocks. Portia, go in a while, and by thy bosom shall partake the secrets of my heart. All my engagements I will construe to thee, all the charactery of my sad brows. Leave me with haste.
Exit Portia.
Lucius, who's that who knocks?
Re-enter Lucius with Ligarius.
He is a sick man that would speak with you.
Caius Ligarius, that Metellus spake of. Boy, stand aside. Caius Ligarius, how?
About to say good morrow from a feeble tongue.
Oh, what a time have you chose out, brave Caius, to wear a kerchief. Would you were not sick?
I am not sick. If Brutus have in hand any exploits worthy the name of honour.
Such an exploit have I in hand, Ligarius. Had you a healthful ear to hear of it?
By all the gods that Romans bow before, here I discard my sickness. The soul of Rome, brave son, derived from honourable loins. Thou, like an exorcist, hast conjured up my mortified spirit. Now bid me run, and I will strive with things impossible, yea, get the better of them. What's to do?
A piece of work that will make sick men whole.
Not some whole that we must make sick.
That must we also. What is it, my Caius? I shall unfold to thee, as we are going to whom it must be done.
Set on your foot, and with a heart new fired I follow you, to do I know not what, but to suffice that Brutus leads me on.
Follow me then.
Exeunt. Caesar's house. Thunder and lightning. Enter Caesar in his nightgown.
Nor heaven nor earth have been at peace tonight. Thrice hath Calpurnia in her sleep cried out, "Help, ho, they murder Caesar." Who's within?
Enter a servant.
My lord?
Go bid the priest to present sacrifice and bring me their opinions of success.
I will, my lord.
Exit. Enter Calpurnia.
What mean you, Caesar? Think you walk forth? You shall not stir out of the house today.
Caesar shall forth. The things that threatened me ne'er looked but on my back. When they shall see the face of Caesar, they are vanished.
Caesar, I never stood on ceremonies, yet now they fright me. There is one within, besides the things that we have heard and seen, recounts most horrid sights seen by the watch. A lioness hath whelped in the streets, and graves have yawned and yielded up their dead. Fierce fiery warriors fought upon the clouds in ranks and squadrons and right form of war, which drizzled blood upon the Capitol. The noise of battle hurtled in the air, horses did neigh, and dying men did groan, and ghosts did shriek and squeal about the streets. Oh, Caesar, these things are beyond all use, and I do fear them.
What can be avoided, whose end is purposed by the mighty gods? Yet Caesar shall go forth, for these predictions are to the world in general as to Caesar.
When beggars die, there are no comets seen. The heavens themselves blaze forth the death of princes.
Cowards die many times before their deaths. The valiant never taste of death but once. Of all the wonders that I yet have heard, it seems to me most strange that men should fear, seeing that death, a necessary end, will come when it will come.
Re-enter servant.
What say the augurers?
They will not have you stir forth today. Plucking the entrails of an offering forth, they cannot find a heart within the beast.
The gods do this in shame of cowardice. Caesar should be a beast without a heart, if he should stay at home today for fear. No, Caesar shall not. Danger knows full well that Caesar is more dangerous than he. We are two lions littered in one day, and I, the elder and more terrible, and Caesar shall go forth.
Alas, my lord, your wisdom is consumed in confidence. Do not go forth today. Call it my fear that keeps you in the house and not your own. We'll send Mark Antony to the Senate's house, and he shall say that you are not well today. Let me, upon my knee, prevail in this.
Mark Antony shall say I am not well, and for thy humour I will stay at home.
Enter Decius Brutus.
Here's Decius Brutus, he shall tell them so.
Caesar, or hail, good morrow, worthy Caesar. I come to fetch you to the Senate house.
And you are come in very happy time to bear my greeting to the senators and tell them that I will not come today. Cannot is false, and that I dare not falser. I will not come today. Tell them so, Decius.
Say he is sick.
Shall Caesar send a lie? Have I in conquest stretched mine arm so far to be afraid to tell greybeards the truth? Decius, go tell them Caesar will not come.
Most mighty Caesar, let me know some cause, lest I be laughed at when I tell them so.
The cause is in my will. I will not come. That is enough to satisfy the Senate. But for your private satisfaction, because I love you, I will let you know. Calpurnia here, my wife, stays me at home. She dreamt tonight she saw my statua, which, like a fountain with 100 spouts, did run pure blood, and many lusty Romans came smiling and did bathe their hands in it. And these does she apply for warnings and portents and evils imminent, and on her knee hath begged that I will stay at home today.
This dream is all misinterpreted. It was a vision fair and fortunate. Your statue spouting blood in many pipes, in which so many smiling Romans bathed, signifies that from you great Rome shall suck reviving blood, and that great men shall press for tinctures, stains, relics, and conscience. This by Calpurnia's dream is signified.
In this way you have well expounded it.
I have, when you have heard what I can say, and know it now. The Senate have concluded to give this day a crown to mighty Caesar. If you shall send them word you will not come, their minds may change. Besides, it were a mock apt to be remembered for someone to say, break up the Senate to another time, when Caesar's wife shall meet with better dreams. If Caesar hide himself, shall they not whisper, lo, Caesar is afraid? Pardon me, Caesar, for my dear, dear love to our proceeding bids me to tell you this, and reason to my love is liable.
How foolish do your fears seem now, Calpurnia? I am ashamed I did yield to them. Give me my robe, for I will go.
Enter Publius, Brutus, Ligarius, Metellus, Casca, Trebonius, and Cinna.
And look where Publius has come to fetch me.
Good morrow, Caesar.
Welcome, Publius. What, Brutus, are you stirred so early too? Good morrow, Casca, Caius Ligarius. Caesar was ne'er so much your enemy as that same ague which hath made you lean. What is 'clock?
Caesar, 'tis struck an 8.
I thank you for your pains and courtesy.
Enter Antony.
See, Antony that revels long a night is not withstanding up. Good morrow, Antony.
So to most noble Caesar.
Bid them prepare within. I am to blame to be thus waited for. Now Cinna, now Metellus. What, Trebonius? I have an hour's talk in store for you. Remember that you call on me today. Be near me, that I may remember you.
Caesar, I will. And so near will I be that your best friends shall wish I had been further.
Good friends, go in and taste some wine with me, and we, like friends, will straightway go together.
but every like is not the same. O Caesar, the heart of Brutus yearns to think upon.
Exeunt. A street near the capital. Enter Artemidorus reading a paper.
Caesar, beware of Brutus. Take heed of Cassius. Come not near Casca. Have an eye to Cinna. Trust not Trebonius. Mark well Metellus Cymba. Decius Brutus loves thee not. Thou hast wronged Caius Ligarius. There is but one mind in all these men, and it is bent against Caesar. If thou beest not a mortal, look about you. Security gives way to conspiracy. The mighty gods defend thee, thy lover Artemidorus. Here will I stand till Caesar pass along, and as a suitor I will give him this. My heart laments that virtue cannot live out of the teeth of emulation. If thou readst this, O Caesar, thou mayst live. If not, the fates with traitors do contrive.
Exit. Another part of the same street before the house of Brutus. Enter Portia and Lucius.
I prithee, boy, run to the Senate's house. Stay not to answer me, but get thee gone. Why dost thou stay?
To know my errand, madam.
I would have had thee there and here again, ere I can tell thee what thou shouldst do there. O Constancy, be strong upon my side. Set a huge mountain between my heart and tongue. I have a man's mind, but a woman's might. How hard is it for women to keep counsel? Art thou here yet?
Madam, what should I do? Run to the capital and nothing else, and so return to you and nothing else?
Yes. Bring me word, boy, if thy lord look well, for he went sickly forth, and take good note what Caesar doth, what suitors press to him. Hark. Boy, what noise is that?
I hear none, madam.
Prithee, listen well. I heard a bustling rumour, like a fray, and the wind brings it from the capital.
Sooth, madam, I hear nothing.
Enter the soothsayer.
Come hither, fellow. Which way hast thou been?
At mine own house, good lady.
What is 'clock?
About the 9th hour, lady.
Is Caesar yet gone to the capital?
Madam, not yet. I go to take my stand to see him pass on to the capital.
Thou hast suit to Caesar, hast thou not?
That I have, lady. If it will please Caesar to be so good to Caesar as to hear me, I shall beseech him to befriend himself.
Why, knowst thou any harms intended towards him?
None that I know will be, much that I fear may chance. Good morrow to you. Here the street is narrow. The throng that follows Caesar at the heels of senators, of praetors, common suitors, will crowd a feeble man almost to death. I'll get me to a place more void, and there speak to great Caesar as he comes along.
Exit.
I must go in. Ay me, how weak a thing the heart of woman is. O Brutus, the heavens speed thee in thine enterprise. Sure, the boy heard me. Brutus hath a suit that Caesar will not grant. I grow faint. Run, Lucius, and commend me to my lord. Say I am merry. Come to me again, and bring me word what he doth say to thee.
Exeunt severally. Rome, before the Capitol, the Senate sitting above. A crowd of people, among them Artemidorus and the soothsayer. Flourish. Do-do-do. Enter Caesar, Brutus, Cassius, Casca, Decius Brutus, Metellus Cymba, Trebonius, Cinna, Antony, Lepidus, Popolius, Publius, and others. To the soothsayer.
The Ides of March are come.
Aye, Caesar, but not gone.
Hail Caesar, read this schedule.
Trebonius doth desire you to overread at your best leisure this his humble suit.
Oh, Caesar, read mine first, for mine's a suit that touches Caesar nearer. Read it, great Caesar.
What touches us ourself shall be last served.
Delay not, Caesar, read it instantly.
What is the fellow mad?
Sirrah, give place.
What, urge you your petitions in the street? Come to the capital.
Caesar goes up to the Senate house, the rest following.
I wish your enterprise today may thrive.
What enterprise, Popilius?
Fare you well.
Advances to Caesar.
What said Popilius, Lena?
You wish today our enterprise might thrive. I fear our purpose is discovered.
Look, how he makes to Caesar, mark him.
Casca be sudden, for we fear prevention. Brutus, what shall be done? This be known, Cassius or Caesar never shall turn back, for I will slay myself.
Cassius, be constant. Publius Lena speaks not out of our purposes, for look, he smiles, and Caesar doth not change.
Trebonius knows his time. For look you, Brutus, he draws Mark Antony out of the way.
Exeunt Antony and Trebonius.
Where is Metellus Cimber? Let him go and presently prefer his suit to Caesar.
He is addressed. Press near and second him.
Casca, you are the first that rears your hand.
Are we all ready? What is now amiss that Caesar and his Senate must address?
Most high, most mighty, and most puissant Caesar, Metellus Cimber throws before thy seat an humble heart.
Kneeling.
I must prevent thee, Cimber. These couchings and these lowly curtsies might fire the blood of ordinary men and turn preordinance and first decree into the law of children. Be not fond to think that Caesar bears such rebel blood that will be thawed from the true quality with that which melteth fools. I mean, sweet words, low crooked curtsies and base spaniel fawning, thy brother by decree is banished. If thou dost bend and pray and fawn for him, I spurn thee like a cur out of my way. No, Caesar doth not wrong, nor without cause will he be satisfied.
Is there no voice more worthy than mine own to sound more sweetly in great Caesar's ear for the repealing of my banished brother?
I kiss thy hand, but not in flattery, Caesar, desiring thee but Publius Cimber may have an immediate freedom of repeal.
What, Brutus?
Pardon.
Pardon, Caesar. Caesar, pardon, as low as to thy foot doth Cassius fall to beg enfranchisement for Publius Cimber.
Is it Caesar? It says Cassius on mine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's Cassius again, I think.
Okay.
Oh, I thought it was Caesar, but if you want me to read it, I will. That's fine.
I'll go. I could be well moved if I were as you. If I could pray to move, prayers would move me. But I am constant as the northern star, of whose true fixed and resting quality there is no fellow in the firmament. The skies are painted with unnumbered sparks. They are all fire, and every one doth shine. But there's but one in all doth hold his place. So in the world, 'tis furnished well with men, and men are flesh and blood and apprehensive. Yet in the number I do know but one, that unassailable holds on his rank, unshaken of motion, and that I am he. Let me a little show it, even in this, that I was constant, Cimber should be banished, and constant do remain to keep him so.
Oh, Caesar.
Hence, wilt thou lift up Olympus?
Great Caesar!
Doth not Brutus bootless kneel?
Speak, hands for me.
Casca first, then the other conspirators, and Brutus stab Caesar.
Et tu, Brute, then fall, Caesar.
Caesar dies.
Liberty, freedom, tyranny is dead. Run hence, proclaim, cry it about the streets.
Come to the common pulpits and cry out liberty, freedom, and enfranchisement.
People and senators, be not affrighted, fly not, stand stiff, ambition's debt is paid.
Go to the pulpit, Brutus.
And Cassius too.
Where's Publius?
Here, quite confounded with this mutiny.
Stand fast together, lest some friend of Caesar's should chance.
Talk not of standing. Publius, good cheer, there is no harm intended to your person, nor to no Roman else, so tell them, Publius.
And leave us, Publius, lest that the people rushing on us should do your age some mischief.
Do so, and let no man abide this deed, but we the doers.
Re-enter Trebonius.
Where is Antony?
Fled to his house amazed. Men, wives, and children stare, cry out, and run as it were doomsday.
Faith, we will know your pleasures. That we shall die, we know. 'Tis but the time and drawing days out that men stand upon.
Why, he that cuts off 20 years of life cuts off so many years of fearing death.
Grant that, and then is death a benefit? So are we Caesar's friends that have abridged his time of fearing death. Stoop, Romans, stoop, and let us bathe our hands in Caesar's blood up to the elbows and besmear our swords. Then walk we forth, even to the marketplace, and waving our red weapons o'er our heads, let us all cry, peace, freedom, and liberty.
Stoop then, and wash. How many ages hence shall this our lofty scene be acted over in states unborn and accents yet unknown?
How many times shall Caesar bleed in sport, that now on Pompey's basis lies along no worthier than the dust?
So oft as that shall be, so often shall the not of us be called the men that gave their country liberty.
What, shall we forth?
Aye, every man away. Brutus shall lead, and we will grace his heels with the most boldest and best hearts of Rome.
Enter a servant.
Soft. Who comes here? A friend of Antony's.
Thus, Brutus, did my master bid me kneel. Thus did Mark Antony bid me fall down. And, being prostrate, thus he bade me say, Brutus is noble, wise, valiant, and honest. Caesar was mighty, bold, royal, and loving. Say I love Brutus, and I honour him. Say I feared Caesar, honoured him, and loved him. If Brutus will vouchsafe, that Antony may safely come to him, and be resolved how Caesar hath deserved to lie in death, Mark Antony shall not love Caesar dead so well as Brutus living, but will follow the fortunes and affairs of noble Brutus through the hazards of this untrod state with all truth faith. So says my master Antony.
Thy master is a wise and valiant Roman. I never thought him worse. Tell him, so please him come unto this place, he shall be satisfied, and by my honour depart untouched.
I shall fetch him presently.
Exit.
I know that we shall have him well to friend.
I wish we may. Yet have I a mind that fears him much. My misgiving still falls shrewdly to the purpose.
But here comes Antony.
Re-enter Antony.
Welcome, Mark Antony.
O mighty Caesar, dost thou lie so low? Are all thy conquests, glories, triumphs, spoils, shrunk to this little measure? Fare thee well. I know not, gentlemen, what you intend, who else must be let blood, who else is rank. If I myself, there is no hour so fit as Caesar's death hour, nor no instrument of half that worth as those your swords made rich with the most noble blood of all this world. I do beseech ye, if you bear me hard, now whilst your purpled hands do reek and smoke, fulfill your pleasure. Live 1,000 years. I shall not find myself so apt to die. No place will please me so, no mean of death, as here by Caesar, and by you cut off, the choice and master spirits of this age.
O Antony, beg not your death of us. Thou know we must appear bloody and cruel, as by our hands and by this our present act. You see we do, yet see you but our hands, and this the bleeding business they have done. Our hearts you see not, they are pitiful, and pity to the general wrong of Rome. As fire drives out fire, so pity, pity, hath done this deed on Caesar. For your part, to you our swords have leaden points, Mark Antony. Our arms in strength of malice, and our hearts are of brother's temper, do receive you in with all kind love, good thoughts, and reverence.
Your voice shall be as strong as any man's in disposing of new dignities.
Only be patient till we have appeased the multitude beside themselves with fear, and then we will deliver you the cause, why I, that did love Caesar when I struck him, have thus proceeded.
I doubt not of your wisdom. Let each man render me his bloody hand. First, Marcus Brutus will I shake with you. Next, Caius Cassius, do I take your hand. Now, Decius Brutus, yours. Now, yours. Metellus, yours. Cinna, and my valiant Casca, yours. Though last, not last in love, yours, good Trebonius. Gentlemen all, alas, what shall I say? My credit now stands on such slippery ground, that one of two bad ways you must conceit me, either a coward or a flatterer. That I did love thee, Caesar, oh, 'tis true. If then thy spirit look upon us now, shall it not grieve thee dearer than thy death? To see thy Antony making his peace, shaking the bloody fingers of thy foes, most noble, in the presence of thy corse. Had I as many eyes as thou hast wounds, weeping as fast as they stream forth thy blood, it would become me better than too close in terms of friendship with thine enemies. Pardon me, Julius. Here wast thou bade, brave heart. Here didst thou fall, and here thy hunters stand, signed in thy spoil, and crimson in thy lethe. O world, thou wast the forest to this heart, and this indeed, O world, the heart of thee. And how like a deer, strucken by many princes, dost thou lie here lie.
Mark Antony?
Pardon me, Caius Cassius, the enemies of Caesar shall say this. Then, in a friend, in its cold modesty.
I blame you not for praising Caesar so, but what compact mean you to have with us? Will you be pricked in number of our friends, or shall we on and not depend on you?
Therefore I took your hands, but was indeed swayed from the point by looking down on Caesar. Friends am I with you all, and love you all, upon this hope that you shall give me reasons why and wherein Caesar was dangerous.
Or else were this a savage spectacle? Our reasons are so full of good regard that were you, Antony, the son of Caesar, you should be satisfied.
That's all I seek, and am moreover suitor than I may produce his body to the marketplace, and in the pulpit, as becomes a friend, speak in the order of his funeral.
You shall, Mark Antony.
Brutus, a word with you.
Aside to Brutus.
You know not what you do. Do not consent that Antony speak in his funeral. Know you how much the people may be moved by that which he will utter?
By your pardon, I will myself into the pulpit first, and show the reason of our Caesar's death. What Antony shall speak, I will protest he speaks by leave and by permission, and that we are contented Caesar shall have all true rights and lawful ceremonies. It shall advantage more than do us wrong.
I know not what may fall. I like it not.
Mark Antony here, take you Caesar's body. You shall not in the funeral speech blame us, but speak all good you can devise of Caesar, and say you do it by our permission, else shall you not have any hand at all about this funeral. And you shall speak in the same pulpit whereto I am going, after my speech is ended.
Be it so. I do desire no more.
Prepare the body then, and follow us.
Exeunt all but Antony.
O pardon me, thou bleeding piece of earth, that I am meek and gentle with these butchers. Thou art the ruins of the noblest man that ever lived in the tide of times. Woe to the hand that shed this costly blood. Over thy wounds now do I prophesy, which like dumb mouths do ope their ruby lips to beg the voice and utterance of my tongue. A curse shall light upon the limbs of men. Domestic fury and fierce civil strife shall cumber all the parts of Italy. Blood and destruction shall be so in use, and dreadful objects so familiar, that mothers shall but smile when they behold their infants quartered with the hands of war. All pity choked with customs of fell deeds, and Caesar's spirit, raging for revenge, with 8 by his side come hot from hell, shall in these confines with a monarch's voice cry havoc, and let slip the dogs of war, that this foul deed shall smell above the earth with carrion men, groaning for burial.
Enter a servant.
You serve Octavius Caesar, do you not?
I do, Mark Antony.
Caesar did right for him to come to Rome.
He did receive his letters and is coming, and bid me say to you by word of mouth, O Caesar.
Seeing the body.
Thy heart is big. Get thee apart and weep. Passion I see is catching, for mine eyes, seeing those beads of sorrow stand in thine, begin to water. Is thy master coming?
He lies tonight within 7 leagues of Rome.
Post back with speed, and tell him what hath chanced. Here is a morning in Rome, a dangerous Rome. No Rome of safety for Octavius yet. Hie hence, and tell him so. Yet stay a while. Thou shalt not back till I have borne this course into the marketplace. There shall I try in my oration how the people take the cruel issue of these bloody men, according to the which thou shalt discourse to young Octavius of the state of things. Lend me your hand.
Exeunt with Caesar's body. The forum. Enter Brutus and Cassius and a throng of citizens.
We will be satisfied. Let us be satisfied.
Then follow me and give me audience, friends. Cassius, go you into the other street and part the numbers. Those that will hear me speak, let them stay here. Those that will follow Cassius, go with him, and public reasons shall be rendered of Caesar's death.
I will hear Brutus speak.
I will hear Cassius and compare their reasons, when severely we hear them rendered.
Exit Cassius with some of the citizens. Brutus goes into the pulpit.
The noble Brutus has ascended. Silence!
Be patient till the last. Romans, countrymen and lovers, hear me for my cause and be silent that you may hear. Believe me for mine honour and have respect to mine honour that you may believe. Censure me in your wisdom and awake your senses that you may be the better judge. If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say that Brutus' love to Caesar was no less than his. If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more. Had you rather Caesar were living and die all slaves, than that Caesar were dead to live all free men? As Caesar loved me, I weep for him. As he was fortunate, I rejoice at it. As he was valiant, I honour him. But as he was ambitious, I slew him. There is tears for his love, joy for his fortune, honour for his valour, and death for his ambition. Who is here so base that would be a bondman? If any, speak. For him I have offended. Who is here so rude that would not be a Roman? If any, speak. For him I have offended. Who is here so vile that will not love his country? If any, speak. For him I have offended. I pause for a reply.
None, Brutus.
None, Brutus. None.
None.
Then none have I offended. I have done no more to Caesar than you shall do to Brutus. The question of his death is enrolled in the Capitol, his glory not extenuated wherein he was worthy, nor his offences enforced for which he suffered death.
Enter Antony and others with Caesar's body.
Here comes his body, mourned by Mark Antony, who, though he had no hand in his death, shall receive the benefit of his dying, a place in the commonwealth, as which of you shall not? With this I depart, that as I slew my best lover for the good of Rome, I have the same dagger for myself, when it shall please my country to need my death.
Live,
live,
Brutus,
Live! Bring him with triumph home unto his house.
Give him a statue of his ancestors.
Let him be Caesar.
Caesar's better parts shall be crowned in Brutus.
We'll bring him to his house with shouts and clamours.
My countrymen.
Peace, silence, Brutus speaks.
Peace, ho!
Good countrymen, let me depart alone, and for my sake stay here with Antony. Do grace to Caesar's corpse, and grace his speech tending to Caesar's glory, which Mark Antony, by our permission, is allowed to make. I do entreat you, not a man depart, save I alone, till Antony have spoke.
Exit.
Stay ho and let us hear Mark Antony.
Let him go up into the public chair. We'll hear him. Noble Antony, go up.
For Brutus's sake, I am beholding to you.
Goes into the pulpit.
What does he say of Brutus?
He says, for Brutus's sake, he finds himself beholding to us all.
To a best he speak no harm of Brutus here.
This Caesar was a tyrant.
Nay, that's certain. We are blessed that Rome is rid of him.
Peace. Let us hear what Antony can say.
You gentle Romans.
Peace, oh, let us hear him.
Oh.
Friends, Romans, countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is oft interred with their bones, so let it be with Caesar. The noble Brutus hath told you Caesar was ambitious. If it were so, it was a grievous fault, and grievously hath Caesar answered it. Here, under leave of Brutus and the rest, for Brutus is an honourable man, so are they all honourable men, come I to speak in Caesar's funeral. He was my friend, faithful and just to me, but Brutus says he was ambitious. and Brutus is an honourable man. He hath brought many captives home to Rome, whose ransoms did the general coffers fill. Did this in Caesar seem ambitious? When that the poor have cried, Caesar hath wept. Ambition should be made of sterner stuff, yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and Brutus is an honourable man. You all did see that on the Lupercal I thrice presented him a kingly crown, which he did thrice refuse. Was this ambition? Yet Brutus says he was ambitious, and sure, he is an honourable man. I speak not to disprove what Brutus spoke, but here I am to speak what I do know. You all did love him once, not without cause. What cause withholds you then to mourn for him? O judgment, thou art fled to brutish beasts, and men have lost their reason. Bear with me. My heart is in the coffin there with Caesar, and I must pause till it come back to me.
Methinks there is much reason in his sayings.
If thou consider rightly of the matter, Caesar has had great wrong.
Has he, masters? I fear will a worse come in this place.
Marked he his words? He would not take the crown, therefore 'tis certain he was not ambitious.
If it be found so, some will dear abide it.
Poor soul, his eyes are red as fire with weeping.
There's not a nobler man in Rome than Antony.
Shh, now mark him, he begins again to speak.
But yesterday the word of Caesar might have stood against the world. Now lies he there, and none so poor to do him reverence. O masters, if I were disposed to stir your hearts and minds to mutiny and rage, I should do Brutus wrong, and Cassius wrong, who you all know are honourable men. I will not do them wrong. I rather choose to wrong the dead, to wrong myself and you, than I will wrong such honourable men. But here's the parchment with the seal of Caesar. I found it in his closet. 'Tis his will. Left but the commons hear this testament, which, pardon me, I do not mean to read. And they would go and kiss dead Caesar's wounds and dip their napkins in his sacred blood. Yea, beg a hair of him for memory, and, dying, mention it within their walls, bequeathing it as a rich legacy unto their issue.
We'll hear the will. Read it, Mark Antony.
The will. We will hear
it.
Caesar's
will.
Have patience, gentle friends, I must not read it. It is not meet. You know how Caesar loved you. You are not wood. You are not stones, but men. And being men, bearing the will of Caesar, it will inflame you. It will make you mad. 'Tis good you not know that you are his heirs, for if you should, oh, what would come of it?
Read the will. We'll hear it, Antony. You shall read us the will. Caesar's will.
Will you be patient? Will you stay a while? I have o'ershot myself to tell you of it. I fear I wrong the honourable men whose daggers have stabbed Caesar. I do fear it.
They were traitors, honourable men.
The will, a testament.
They were villains, murderers. The will. Read the will.
You will compel me then to read the will? Then make a ring about the corpse of Caesar, and let me show you him that made the will. Shall I descend, and will you give me leave?
Come down.
Come down, come down.
Descend.
You shall have leave.
Antony comes down.
A ring. Stand round.
Stand from the hearse, stand from the body.
Room for Antony, most noble Antony.
Nay, press not so upon me, stand far off.
Stand back, stand back.
Stand back.
If you have tears, prepare to shed them now. You all do know this is mantle. I remember the first time ever Caesar put it on. 'Twas on a summer's evening in his tent, that day he overcame the Nerval. Look, in this place ran Cassius's dagger through. See what a rent the envious Casca made through this well-beloved Brutus stabbed. And as he plucked his cursed steel away, mark how the blood of Caesar flowed it, as rushing out of doors to be resolved if Brutus so unkindly knocked or no, for Brutus, as you know, was Caesar's angel. Judge, O you gods, how dearly Caesar loved him. This was the most unkindest cut of all. For when the noble Caesar saw him stab, ingratitude, more strong than traitor's arms, quite vanquished him, then burst his mighty heart, and in his mantle muffling up his face, even at the base of Pompey's statue, which all the while ran blood, great Caesar fell. Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen! Then I and you and all of us fell down, whilst bloody treason flourished over us. Oh, now you weep, and I perceive you feel the dint of pity. These are gracious drops. Kind souls, what weep you when but behold our Caesar's vesture wounded? Look you here his himself, marred, as you see, with traitors.
Oh, piteous spectacle.
Oh, noble Caesar.
Oh, woeful day.
Oh, most bloody sight.
Traitors, villains.
We will be revenged.
Revenge.
Burn.
Let not the traitor live.
Let not a traitor
Stay.
live.
Not a traitor live.
Stay, countrymen.
Peace there, hear the noble Antony.
We'll hear him, we'll follow him, we'll die with him.
Good friends, sweet friends, let me not stir you up to such a sudden flood of mutiny. They that have done this deed are honourable. What private griefs they have, alas, I know not, that made them do it. They are wise and honourable and will, no doubt, with reasons answer you. I come not, friends, to steal away your hearts. I am no orator, as Brutus is, but as you know me all, a plain blunt man that love my friend, and that they know full well that gave me public leave to speak of him. For I have neither wit, nor words, nor worth, action, nor utterance, nor the power of speech to stir men's blood. I only speak right on. I tell you that which you yourselves do know. Show your sweet Caesar's wounds, poor dumb mouths, and bid them speak for me. But were I Brutus, and Brutus Antony, there were an Antony would ruffle up your spirits and put a tongue in every wound of Caesar that should move the stones of Rome to rise and mutiny.
Mutiny. We'll burn the house of Brutus.
Away then, come seek the conspirators.
Yet hear me, countrymen, yet hear me speak.
Oh, peace ho, hear Antony.
Most noble Antony.
Why, friends, you go to do you know not what. Wherein hath Caesar thus deserved your loves? Alas, you know not. I must tell you then, you have forgot the will I told you of.
Most true.
The will. Let's
Stay and hear the will.
Here is the will, and under Caesar's seal, to every Roman citizen he gives, to every several man, 75 drachmas.
Most noble Caesar will revenge his death.
Oh, royal Caesar!
Hear me with patience.
Peace ho!
Moreover, he hath left you all his walks, his private arbours and new planted orchards. On this side Tiber he hath left them you, and to your heirs forever common pleasures to walk abroad and recreate yourself. Here was a Caesar, when comes such another.
Never, never. Come, away, away. We'll burn his body in the holy place, and with the brand's fire, the traitors' houses. Take up the body.
Go fetch fire.
Lock down benches.
Block down forms, windows, anything.
Exeunt citizens with the body.
Now let it work. Mischief thou art afoot. Take thou what course thou will.
Enter a servant.
How now, fellow?
Sir, Octavius is already come to Rome.
Where is he?
He and Lepidus are at Caesar's house.
And thither will I straight to visit him. He comes upon a wish. Fortune is merry, and in this mood will give us anything.
I heard him say Brutus and Cassius are rid like madmen through the gates of Rome.
Belike they had some notice of the people, how I had moved them. Bring me to Octavius.
Exeunt. A street. Enter Cinna, the poet.
I dreamt tonight that I did feast with Caesar, and things unlucky charge my fantasy. I have no will to wander forth of doors, yet something leads me forth.
Enter citizens.
What's your name?
Whither are you going?
Where do you dwell?
Are you a married man or a bachelor?
Answer every man directly.
Aye, and briefly.
Aye, and wisely.
Aye, and truly you were best.
What is my name? Whither am I going? Where do I dwell? Am I a married man or a bachelor? Then to answer every man directly and briefly, wisely and truly. Wisely, I say, I am a bachelor.
That's as much as to say they are fools that marry. You'll bear me a bang for that, I fear. Proceed directly.
Directly, I am going to Caesar's funeral.
As a friend or an enemy?
As a friend.
That matter is answered directly.
Or your dwelling, briefly.
Briefly, I dwell by the Capitol.
Your name, sir, truly?
Truly, my name is Cinna.
Tear him to pieces, he's a conspirator.
I am Cinna the poet. I am Cinna the poet.
Tear him for his bad verses. Tear him for his bad verses.
I am not Cinna the conspirator.
Well, it is no matter. His name's Sinner. Pluck but his name out of his heart and turn him going.
Tear him, come, brands, ho! Firebrands, to Brutus's, to Cassius's, burn all. Some to Decius's house, and some to Casca's, some to Ligurus's. Away, go!
Exeunt. A house in Rome. Antony, Octavius, and Lepidus seated at table.
These many then shall die. Their names are pricked.
Your brother too must die. Consent you, Lepidus?
I do consent.
Prick him down, Antony.
Upon condition Publius shall not live, who is your sister's son, Mark Antony.
He shall not live. Look, with a spot I damn him. But Lepidus, go you to Caesar's house, fetch the will hither, and we shall determine how to cut off some charge and legacies.
What, shall I find you here?
Or here, or at the Capitol.
Exit Lepidus.
This is a slight unmeritable man, meet to be sent on errands. Is it fit, the threefold world divided, he should stand one of the three to share it?
So you thought him, and took his voice, who should be pricked to die in our black sentence and prescription.
Octavius, I have seen more days than you, and though we lay these honours on this man, to ease ourselves of divers slanderous loads, he shall but bear them as the ass bears gold, to groan and sweat under the business, either led or driven, as we point the way, and having brought our treasure where we will, then take we down his load and turn him off, like to the empty ass, to shake his ears and graze in commons.
You may do your will, but he is a tried and valiant soldier.
So is my horse, Octavius, and for that I do appoint him store of provender. It is a creature that I teach to fight, to wind, to stop, to run directly on, his corporal motion governed by my spirit, and in some taste is Lepidus but so. He must be taught and trained and bid go forth, a barren spirited fellow, one that feeds on abjects, orts, and imitations, which out of use and staled by other men, begin his fashion. Do not talk of him but as a property. And now, Octavius, listen great things. Brutus and Cassius are levying powers. We must straight make head. Therefore let our lines be combined, our best friends made, our mean stretch, and let us presently go sit in council. How covert matters may be best disclosed, and open perils rest answered.
Let us do so, for we are at the stake and bayed about with many enemies, and some that smile have in their hearts, I fear, millions of mischiefs.
Exeunt. Camp near Sardis, before Brutus's tent.
Stand
Enter
up.
Brutus, Lucius, soldiers, Tinitus, and Pindarius, meeting them.
Stand ho.
Give the word, ho, and stand.
What now, Lucilius? Is Cassius near?
He is at hand, and Pindarus is come to do you salutation from his master.
He greets me well. Your master, Pindarus? Is his own change, or by our officers, hath given me some worthy cause to wish things done, undone. But if he be at hand, I shall be satisfied.
I do not now doubt that my noble master will appear, such as he is, full of regard and honour.
He is not doubted. A word, Lucilius. How he received you, let me be resolved.
With courtesy and with respect enough, but not with such familiar instances, nor with such free and friendly conference as he hath used of old.
Thou hast described a hot friend cooling. Ever note, Lucilius, when love begins to sicken and decay, it useth on enforced ceremony. There are no tricks in plain and simple faith, but hollow men, like horses hot at hand, make gallant show and promise of their mettle. But when they should endure the bloody spur, they fall their crests, and like deceitful jades sink in the trial. Comes his army on?
They mean this night in Sardes to be quartered. The greater part, the horsey general, are come with Cassius.
Hark, he has arrived.
Low march within.
March gently on to meet him.
Enter Cassius and his powers.
Stand, ho.
Stand, ho. Speak the word along.
Stand.
Stand. Stand.
Most noble brother, you have done me wrong.
Judge me, you gods. Wrong I mine enemies? And if not so, how should I wrong a brother?
Brutus, this sober form of yours hides wrongs, and when you do them...
Cassius, be content. Speak your griefs softly, I do know you well. For the eyes of both our armies here, which should perceive nothing but love from us, let us not wrangle, bid them move away. Then my tent, Cassius, enlarge your griefs, and I will give you audience.
Hindrus, bid our commanders lead their charges off a little from this ground.
Lucilius, do you the like, and let no man come to our tent till we have done our conference. Let Lucius and Titinius guard our door.
Exeunt. Brutus's tent. Enter Brutus and Cassius.
That you have wronged me doth appear in this. You have condemned and noted Lucius Pella for taking bribes here at the Sardians, wherein my letters, praying on his side because I knew the man, were slighted off.
You wronged yourself to write in such a case.
In such a time as this, it is not meet that every nice offence should bear his comment.
Let me tell you, Cassius, you yourself are much condemned to have an itching palm to sell and march your offices for gold to undeservers.
Ay, an itching palm! You know that you are Brutus that speaks this, or by the gods this speech were else your last.
The name of Cassius honours the corruption, and chastisement doth therefore hide his head.
Chastisement!
Remember March, the Ides of March, remember. Did not great Julius bleed for justice' sake? What villain touched his body that did stab, and not for justice? What shall one of us that struck the foremost man of this world, but for supporting robbers? Shall we now contaminate our fingers with base bribes, and sell the mighty space of our large honours for so much trass as may be grasped thus? I had rather be a dog, and bay the moon, than such a Roman.
Brutus, bay not me. I'll not endure it. You forget yourself to hedge me in. I am a soldier, I, older in practice, abler than yourself to make conditions.
Go to. You are not Cassius.
I am.
I say you are not.
Urge me no more, I shall forget myself. Have mind upon your health. Tempt me no further.
Away, slight man.
It is possible.
Hear me, for I will speak. Must I give way and room to your rash choler? Shall I be frighted when a madman stares?
Oh, ye gods, ye gods! Must I endure all this?
All this, aye, more. Fret till your proud heart break. Go show your slaves how choleric you are, and make your bondmen tremble. Must I budge? Must I observe you? Must I stand and crouch under your testy humour? By the gods, you shall digest the venom of your spleen, thou it do split you, for from this day forth I'll use you for my mirth, yea, for my laughter, when you are waspish.
Is it come to this?
You say you are a better soldier. Let it appear so. Make your vaunting true, and it shall please me well. For mine own part, I shall be glad to learn of noble men.
You wrong me every way. You wrong me, Brutus. I said an elder soldier, not a better. Did I say better?
If you did, I care not.
When Caesar lived, he durst not thus have moved me.
Peace, peace. You durst not so have tempted him.
I durst not?
No.
What, durst not tempt him?
For your life you durst not.
Do not presume too much upon my love. I may do that I shall be sorry for.
You have done that you should be sorry for. There is no terror, Cassius, in your threats, for I am armed so strong in honesty that they pass by me as the idle wind, which I respect not. I did send to you for certain sums of gold, which you denied me, for I can raise no money by vile means. By heaven, I had rather coin my heart and drop my blood for drachmas than to wring from the hard hands of peasants their vile trash by any indirection. I did send to you for gold to pay my legions, which you denied me. Was that done like Cassius? Should I have answered Caius Cassius so? When Marcus Brutus grows so covetous, so locks such rascal counters from his friends, be ready, gods, with all your thunderbolts, dash him to pieces.
I denied you not.
You did.
I did not. He was but a fool that brought my answer back. Brutus hath rived my heart. A friend should bear his friend's infirmities, but Brutus makes mine greater than they are.
I do not, till you practice them on me.
You love me not.
I do not like your faults.
A friendly eye could never see such faults.
A flatterer's would not, though they do appear as huge as high Olympus.
Come, Antony, and young Octavius, come. Revenge yourselves alone on Cassius, for Cassius is aweary of the world, hated by one he loves, braved by his brother, checked like a bondman, all his faults observed, set in a notebook, learned and conned by rote to cast into my teeth. Oh, I could weep my spirit from mine eyes. There is my dagger, and here my naked breast, within a heart dearer than Plutus mine, richer than gold. If that thou beest a Roman, take it forth. I, that denied thee gold, will give my heart. Strike, as thou didst at Caesar. For I know when thou didst hate him worse, thou lovest him better than ever thou lovest Cassius.
Sheath your dagger. Be angry when you will, it shall have scope. Do what you will, dishonour shall be humour. Oh, Cassius, you are yoked with a lamb that carries anger as the flint bears fire, who much enforced shows a hasty spark and straight is cold again.
Hath Cassius lived to be but mirth and laughter to his Brutus, when grief and blood ill-tempered vexeth him?
When I spoke that, I was ill-tempered too.
You confess so much. Give me your hand.
And my heart too.
Oh, Brutus.
What's the matter?
Have you not love enough to bear with me when that rash humour which my mother gave me makes me forgetful?
Yes, Cassius. And from henceforth, when you are over-earnest with your Brutus, he'll think your mother chides and leave you so.
Within.
Let me go in to see the generals. There is some grudge between them. 'Tis not meet they be alone.
You shall not come to them.
Nothing but death shall stay me.
Enter Poet, followed by Lucilius, Tintinus, and Lucius.
How now? What's the matter?
For shame, you generals. What do you mean? Love and be friends as two such men should be, for I have seen more years, I'm sure, than ye.
How vilely doth this cynic rhyme?
Get you hence, sirrah, saucy fellow, hence.
Bear with him, Brutus, 'tis his fashion.
I'll know his humour when he knows his time. What should the wars do with these jigging fools? Companion, hence.
Away, away, be gone.
Exit Poet.
Lucilius and Tintinnius, bid the commanders prepare to lodge their companies tonight.
And come yourselves, and bring Messala with you immediately to us.
Exit Lucilius and Tintinnius.
Lucius, a bowl of wine.
Exit Lucius.
I did not think you could have been so angry.
Oh, Cassius, I am sick of many griefs.
Of your philosophy you make no use if you give place to accidental evils.
No man bears sorrow better. Portia is dead.
Portia?
She is dead.
How escaped I killing when I crossed you so? Oh, insupportable and touching loss! Upon what sickness?
Impatient of my absence. In grief that young Octavius with Mark Antony had made themselves so strong. For with her death that tidings came. With this, she fell distract, and her attendant's absence swallowed fire.
And died so?
Even so.
Oh, ye mortal gods.
Re-enter Lucius with wine and taper.
Speak no more of her. Give me a bowl of wine. In this I bury all unkindness, Cassius.
My heart is thirsty for that noble pledge. Fill, Lucius, till the wine o'erswell the cup. I cannot drink too much of Brutus' love.
Come in, Tintinnius.
Exit Lucius. Re-enter Tintinnius with Messala.
Welcome, good Messala. Now sit we close about this taper here and call in question of our necessities.
Portia, art thou gone?
No more, I pray you. Messala, I have here received letters that young Octavius and Mark Antony come down upon us with a mighty power, bending their expedition towards Philippi.
Myself have letters of the selfsame tenor.
With what addition?
That by prescription and bills of outlawry, Octavius, Antony, and Lepidus have put to death 100 senators.
Therein our letters do not well agree. Mine speak of 70 senators that died by their prescriptions, Cicero being one.
Cicero won.
Cicero is dead, and by that order of prescription, had you your letters from your wife, my lord?
No, Messala.
Nor nothing in your letters writ of her?
Nothing, Messala.
That, methinks, is strange.
Why, ask you? Hear you aught of her in yours?
No, my lord.
Now, as you are a Roman, tell me true.
Then, like a Roman, bear the truth I tell. For certain she is dead, and by strange manner.
Why, farewell, Portia. We must die, Messala, with meditating that she must die once. I have the patience to endure it now.
Even so, great men, great losses should endure.
I have as much of this in art as you, but yet my nature could not bear it so.
Well, to our work alive. What do you think of marching to Philippi presently?
I do not think it good.
Your reason?
Yes, it is. 'Tis better that the enemy seek us. So shall he waste his means, weary his soldiers, doing himself offence, whilst we, lying still, are full of rest, defence, and nimbleness.
Good reasons must, of force, give place to better. The people twixt Philippi and this ground do stand but in a forced affection, for they have grudged us contribution. The enemy marching along by them shall make a fuller number up, come on refreshed, new added, encouraged. From which advantage shall we cut him off, if at Philippi we do face him there, these people at our back.
Hear me, good brother.
Under your pardon. You must note beside that we have tried the utmost of our friends. Our legions are brimful, our case is ripe. The enemy increaseth every day. We at the height are ready to decline. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which taken at the flood leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures.
Then with your will go on. We'll along ourselves, and meet them at Philippi.
The deep of night is crept upon our talk, and nature must obey necessity, which we will negate with a little rest. No more to say.
No more. Good night. Early tomorrow we will rise, and hence.
Lucius?
Enter Lucius.
My gown.
Exit Lucius.
Farewell, good Messala. Good night, Tintinius. Noble, noble Cassius. Good night, and good repose.
Oh, my dear brother. This was an ill beginning of the night. Never comes such division between our souls. Let it not, Brutus.
Everything is well.
Good night, my lord.
Good night, good brother.
Good night, Lord Brutus.
Farewell, everyone.
Exeunt all but Brutus. Re-enter Lucius with the gown.
Give me the gown. Where is thy instrument?
Here in the tent.
What, thou speakst drowsily? Poor knave, I blame thee not, thou art o'erwatched. Call Claudius and some other of my men. I'll have them sleep on cushions in my tent.
Varro and Claudius.
Enter Varro and Claudius.
Calls my lord?
I pray you, sirs, lie in my tent and sleep. It may be I shall raise you by and by on business to my brother Cassius.
So please you, we will stand and watch your pleasure.
I will not have it so. Lie down, good sirs. It may be I shall otherwise bethink me. Look, Lucius, here's the book I sought for so. Yeah, I put it in the pocket of my gown.
Varro and Claudius lie down.
I was sure your lordship did not give it me.
Bear with me, good boy, I am much forgetful. Canst thou hold up thy heavy eyes a while, and touch the instrument a strain or two?
Ay, my lord, and please you.
It does, my boy. I trouble thee too much, but thou art willing.
It is my duty, sir.
I should not urge thy duty past thy might. I know young bloods look for a time of rest.
I have slept, my lord, already.
It was well done. And thou shalt sleep again. I will not hold thee long. If I do live, I will be good to thee.
Music and a song.
This is a sleepy tune. O murderous slumber, lay'st thou thy leaden mace upon my boy that plays thee music. Gentle knave, good night. I will not do thee so much wrong to wake thee. If thou dost not, thou breakst thy instrument. I'll take it from thee, and good boy, good night. Let me see. Is not the leaf turned down where I left reading? Here it is, I think.
Enter the ghost of Caesar.
How ill this taper burns! Who comes here? I think 'tis the weakness of mine eyes that shapes this monstrous apparition. It comes upon me. Art thou anything? Art thou some god, some angel, or some devil that makes my blood cold and my hair to stare? Speak to me what thou art.
Thy evil spirit, Brutus.
Why comest thou?
To tell thee, thou shalt see me at Philippi.
Well, then I shall see thee again.
Aye, at Philippi.
Why, I will see thee at Philippi then.
Exit Ghost.
Now I have taken heart thou vanishest. O spirit, I would hold more talk with thee. Boy Lucius, Varro, Claudius, sirs awake, Claudius!
The strings, my lord, are false.
He thinks he still is at his instrument. Lucius, awake!
My lord?
Didst thou dream, Lucius, that thou so criedst out?
My lord, I did not know that I did cry.
Yes, that thou didst. Didst thou see anything?
Nothing, my lord.
Sleep again, Lucius. Sirrah, Claudius.
Varro.
Fellow, thou awake.
My lord?
My lord?
Why did you so cry out, sirs, in your sleep?
Did we, my lord?
Aye. Saw you anything?
No, my lord, I saw nothing.
Nor I, my lord.
Go and commend me to my brother Cassius. Bid him set on his powers betimes before, and we will follow.
It shall be done, my lord.
Exeunt. The plains of Philippi. Enter Octavius, Antony, and their army.
Now, Antony, our hopes are answered. You said the enemy would not come down, but keep the hills and upper regions. It proves not so. Their battles are at hand. They mean to warn us at Philippi here, answering before we do demand of them.
Tat, I am in their bosoms, and I know wherefore they do it. They could be content to visit other places, and come down with fearful bravery, thinking by this face to fasten in our thoughts that they have courage. But 'tis not so.
Prepare you, generals. The enemy comes on in gallant show. Their bloody sign of battle is hung out, and something to be done immediately.
Octavius, lead your battle softly on upon the left hand of the even field.
Upon the right hand I, keep thou the left.
Why do you cross me in this exigent?
I do not cross you, but I will do so.
March. Dun, 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 dun. Enter Brutus, Cassius, and their army, Lucilius, Tintinius, Messala, and others.
They stand, and would have parley.
Stand fast, Titinius. We must out and talk.
Mark Antony, shall we give sign of battle?
No, Caesar, we will answer on their charge. Make forth. The generals would have some words.
Stir not until the signal.
Words before blows. Is it so, countrymen?
Not that we love words better, as you do.
Good words are better than bad strokes, Octavius.
In your bad strokes, Brutus, you give good words. Witness the hole you made in Caesar's heart, crying, "Long live, hail Caesar."
Antony, posture of your blows are yet unknown, but for your words, they rob the hive bees and leave them honeyless.
Not stingless, too.
Oh, yes, and soundless, too. For you have stolen their buzzing, Antony, and very wisely threat before you sting.
Villains, you did not so when your vile daggers hacked one another in the sides of Caesar. You'd show your teeth like apes and fawned like hounds and bowed like bondmen, kissing Caesar's feet, while damned Casca, like a cur, behind struck Caesar on the neck. Oh, you flatterers.
Flatterers! Now, Brutus, thank yourself this tongue had not offended so today, if Cassius might have ruled.
Come, come, the cause. If arguing make us sweat, the proof of it will turn to redder drops. Look, I draw a sword against conspirators. When think you that the sword goes up again? Never till Caesar's 33 wounds be well avenged, or till another Caesar have added slaughter to the swords of traitors.
Caesar, thou canst not die by traitors' hands unless thou bringst them with thee.
So I hope. I was not born to die on Brutus' sword.
Oh, if thou wert the noblest of thy strain, young man, thou couldst not die more honourable.
A peevish schoolboy, worthless of such honour, joined with a masker and a reveller.
Old Cassius still.
Come, Antony, away. Defiance, traitors, hurl we in your teeth. If you dare not fight today, come to the field. If not, when you have the stomachs.
Exeunt Octavius, Antony, and their army.
Why now? Blow wind, swell billow, and swim bark. The storm is up, and all is on the hazard.
Ho, Lucilius! Hark a word with you.
Lucilius standing forth. Brutus and Lucilius converse apart.
Messala?
Messala standing forth.
What says my general?
Messala, this is my birthday. As this very day was Cassius born. Give me thy hand, Messala. Be thou my witness that against my will, as Pompey was, am I compelled to set upon one battle all our liberties. You know that I held Epicurus strong, and his opinion. Now I change my mind, and partly credit things that do presage. Coming from Sardis, on our former ensign 2 mighty eagles fell, and there they perched, gorging and feeding from our soldiers' hands, who to Philippi here consorted us. This morning are they fled away and gone, and in their steads do ravens, crows, and kites fly o'er our heads and downward look on us, as we were sickly prey. Their shadows seem a canopy most fatal, under which our army lies ready to give up the ghost.
Believe not so.
I but believe it partly, for I am fresh of spirit and resolved to meet all perils very constantly.
Even so, Lucilius.
Now, most noble Brutus, the gods today stand friendly, that we may, lovers in peace, lead on our days to age. Since the affairs of men rest still uncertain, let's reason with the worst that may befall. If we do lose this battle, then is this the very last time we shall speak together? What are you then determined to do?
Even by the rule of that philosophy by which I did blame Cato for the death which he did give himself, I know not how, but I do find it cowardly and vile for fear of what might fall, so to prevent the time of life, arming myself with patience to stay the providence of some high powers that govern us below.
Then if we lose this battle, you are content to be led in triumph through the streets of Rome.
No, Cassius, no. Think not, thou noble Roman, that ever Brutus will go bound to Rome. He bears too great a mind, but this same day must end that work the Ides of March begun, and whether he shall meet again I know not. Therefore our everlasting farewell take, forever and forever farewell, Cassius. If we do meet again, why we shall smile. If not, why then this parting was well made.
Forever and forever farewell, Brutus. If we do meet again, we'll smile indeed. If not, it is true, this parting was well made.
Why then? Lead on. Oh, that a man might know the end of this day's business ere it comes. But it sufficeth that the day will end, and then the end is known. Come, ho, away.
Exeunt. The same, the field of battle. Enter Brutus and Messala.
Ride, ride, Messala, ride, and give these bills unto the legions on the other side. Let them set on at once, for I perceive but cold demeanour on Octavius' wing, and sudden push give them over the overthrow. Ride, ride, Messala, let them all come down.
Exeunt. Another part of the field. Enter Cassius and Tintinius.
Oh, look, Tintinius, look, the villains fly. Myself have to mine own turned enemy. This ensign here of mine was turning back. I slew the coward and did take it from him.
Oh, Cassius, Brutus gave the word too early, who, having some advantage on Octavius, took it too early, eagerly. His soldiers fell to spoil, whilst we by Antony are all enclosed.
Enter Pindarus.
Fly further off, my lord, fly further off. Mark Antony is in your tent, my lord. Fly, therefore, noble Cassius, fly far off.
This hill is far enough. Look, look, Tintinius, are those my tents where I perceive the fire?
They are, my lord.
Tintinius, if thou lovest me, mount thou my horse and hide thy spurs in him, till he hath brought thee up to yonder troops. And here again, that I may rest assured whether yon troops are friend or enemy.
I will be here again, even with a thought.
Exit.
Go, Pindarus, get higher on that hill. My sight was ever thick. Regard Tintinius, and tell me what thou noticed about the field.
Pindarus ascends the hill.
This day I breathed first. Time has come round. Where I did begin, there shall I end. My life has run his compass. Sirrah, what news?
Oh, my lord.
What news?
Tintinius is enclosed round about with horsemen that make to him on the spur, yet he spurs on. Now they are almost on him. Now, Tintinius, now some light. Oh, he lights too. He's tame. And hark, they shout for joy.
Come down. Behold no more. O coward that I am to live so long, to see my best friend turn before my face.
Pindarus descends.
Come hither, Sirrah. In Parthia did I take thee prisoner, and then I swore thee, saving thy life, that whatsoever I did bid thee do, thou shouldst attempt it. Come now, keep thine oath, now be a freeman. And with this good sword that ran through Caesar's bowels, search this bosom. Then not to answer. Here, take thou the hilt, and when my face is covered, as 'tis now, guide thou the sword.
Pindarus stabs him.
Caesar, thou art revenged even with the sword that killed thee.
Cassius dies.
So I am free. That would not so have been, thus I have done my will. O Cassius, far from this country Pindarus shall run, where never Roman shall take note of him.
Exit. Re-enter Tintinius with Messala.
It is but changed, Tintinius, for Octavius is overthrown by noble Brutus's power, as Cassius's legions are by Antony.
These tidings will well comfort Cassius.
Where did you leave him?
All disconsolate, with Pindarus his bondman on this hill.
Is not that he that lies upon the ground?
He lies not like the living. O my heart.
Is not that he?
No, this was he, Messala, but Cassius is no more. O setting sun, as in thy red rays thou dost sink to night, so in his red blood Cassius's day is set. The sun of Rome is set. Our day is gone. Clouds, dews, and daggers come. Our deeds are done. Mistrust of my success hath done his deed.
Mistrust of good success have done this deed. O hateful error, melancholy's child, why dost thou show to the apt thoughts of men the things that are not? O error, soon conceived, thou never comest unto a happy birth, but kills the mother that engendered thee.
What, Pindarus? Where art thou, Pindarus?
Seek him, Tintinius, whilst I go meet the noble Brutus, thrusting this report into his ears. I may say, thrusting it, for piercing steel and darts and venom shall be as welcome to the ears of Brutus as tidings of this sight.
Hi, you Messala, and I will seek for Pindarus the while.
Exit Messala.
Why didst thou send me forth, brave Cassius? Did I not meet thy friends, and did not they put on my brows this wreath of victory, and bid me give it thee? Didst thou not hear their shouts? Alas, thou hast misconstrued everything. But hold thee, take this garland on thy brow. Thy Brutus bid me give it thee, and I will do his bidding. Brutus, come apace, and see how I regarded Caius Cassius. By your leave, gods, this is a Roman's part. Come, Cassius' sword, and find Tintinius' heart.
Kills himself. Re-enter Messala with Brutus, Cato, Strato, Volumnius, and Lucilius.
Where, Messala, doth his body lie?
Lo, yonder, and Tintinius mourning it.
Tintinius' face is upward.
He is slain.
O Julius Caesar, thou art mighty yet. Thy spirit walks abroad and turns our swords in our own proper entrails.
Brave Tintinius, look whether he have not crowned dead Cassius.
Are yet 2 Romans living such as these? The last of all the Romans, fare thee well. It is impossible that ever Rome should breathe thy fellow. Friends, I owe more tears to this dead man than you shall see me pay. I shall find time, Cassius, I shall find time. Come, therefore, and to Phaethos send his body. His funeral shall not be in our camp, lest it discomfort us. Lucilius, come, and come, young Cato, let us to the field. Labeo and Flavius, set our battles on. 'Tis 3 o'clock, and Romans yet ere night. We shall try fortune in a second fight.
Exeunt. Another part of the field. Enter fighting soldiers of both armies, then Brutus, Cato, Lucilius, and others.
Yet, countrymen, oh, yet hold up your heads.
What bastard doth not? Who will go with me? I will proclaim my name about the field. I am the son of Marcus Cato. Ho, a foe to tyrants and my country's friend. I am the son of Marcus Cato. Ho!
And I am Brutus, Marcus Brutus I, Brutus, my country's friend. Know me for Brutus.
Exit.
O young and noble Cato, art thou down? Why now thou diest as bravely as Tintinius, and mayst be honoured, being Cato's son.
Yield, or thou diest.
Only I yield to die. There is so much thou wilt kill me straight.
Offering money.
Kill Brutus, and be honoured in his death.
We must not. A noble prisoner.
Room, ho! Tell Antony, Brutus is ta'en.
I'll tell the news. Here comes the general.
Enter Antony.
Brutus is ta'en. Brutus is ta'en, my lord.
Where is he?
Safe, Antony. Brutus is safe enough. I dare assure thee that no enemy shall ever take alive the noble Brutus. The gods defend him from so great a shame. When you do find him, or alive or dead, he will be found like Brutus, like himself.
This is not Brutus, friend, but I assure you a prize no less in worth. Keep this man safe. Give him all kindness. I had rather have such men my friends than enemies. Go on and see whether Brutus be alive or dead, and bring us word unto Octavius's tent how everything is chanced.
Exeunt. Another part of the field. Enter Brutus, Dardanius, Clytus, Strato, and Volumnius.
Come, poor remains of friends, rest on this rock.
Titilius showed the torchlight, but my lord, he came not back. He is or ta'en or slain.
Sit thee down, Clytus. Slaying is the word, it is a deed in fashion. Hark thee, Clytus.
Whispers.
What, I, my lord? No, not for all the world.
Peace then, no words.
I'll rather kill myself.
Hark thee, Dardanius.
Whispers.
Shall I do such a deed?
Oh, Dardanius.
Oh, Clytus.
What ill request did Brutus make to thee?
To kill him, Clytus. Look, he meditates.
Now is that noble vessel full of grief, that it runs over even at his eyes.
Come hither, good Volumnius. List a word.
What says my lord?
Why this, Volumnius. The ghost of Caesar hath appeared to me several times by night, at Sardis once, and this last night here in Philippi fields. I know my hour is come.
Not so, my lord.
Nay, I am sure it is, Volumnius. Thou seest the world, Volumnius, how it goes. Our enemies have beat us to the pit. It is more worthy to leap in ourselves than tarry till they push us. Good Volumnius, thou knowst that we two went to school together, even for our love of old. I prithee, hold thou my sword hilts whilst I run on it.
That's not an office for a friend, my lord.
Fly, my lord, there is no tarrying here.
Farewell to you, and you, Volumnius. Strato, thou hast been all this while asleep. Farewell to thee too, Strato. Countrymen, my heart doth joy that yet in all my life I found no man but he was true to me. I shall have glory by this losing day, more than Octavius and Mark Antony by this vile conquest shall attain unto. So fare you well at once, for Brutus' tongue hath almost ended his life's history. Nights hang upon mine eyes. My bones would rest that have laboured to attain this hour.
Fly, fly, fly!
Fly, my lord, fly.
Hence I will follow.
Exeunt Clytus, Dardanius, and Volumnius.
I prithee, Strato, stay thou by thy lord. Thou art a fellow of a good respect. Thy life hath had some smatch of honour in it. Hold then my sword and turn away thy face, while I do run upon it. Wilt thou, Strato?
Give me your hand first. Fare you well, my lord.
Farewell, good Strato.
Runs on his sword.
Caesar, now be still. I killed not thee with half so good a will.
Brutus dies. Retreat. Enter Octavius, Antony, Messala, Lucilius, and the army.
What man is that?
My master's man, Strato. Where is thy master?
Free from the bondage you are in, Messala, the conquerors can but make a fire of him, for Brutus only overcame himself, and no man else hath honour by his death.
So Brutus should be found. I thank thee, Brutus, that thou hast proved Lucilius' saying true.
All that served Brutus, I will entertain them. Fellow, wilt thou bestow thy time with me?
Aye, if Messala will prefer me to you.
Do so, good Messala.
How died my master, Strato?
I held the sword, and he did run on it.
Octavius, then take him to follow thee, that did the latest service to my master.
This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He only, in a general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them. His life was gentle, and the elements so mixed in him that nature might stand up and say to all the world, this was a man.
According to his virtue, let us use him, with all respect and rites of burial. Within my tent his bones tonight shall lie, most like a soldier, ordered honorably. So call the field to rest, and let's away, to part the glories of this happy day.
Exeunt.
And that's a wrap. Well done, everyone. That was absolutely fantastic. I've never seen so much energy for Shakespeare at these early hours of the morning. So congratulations to everyone. Thank you so much for being a part of Read for the Globe. Hope you have enjoyed yourselves, and hopefully we'll be seeing a few more of you over the rest of the weekend, because of course we are still continuing. If you could give yourselves a round of applause.
Well done to all, and to all, well done.
Fantastic. And now if I can ask if everyone now exits the call for me, please, even if you're in the next play, if you exit, and then we'll let you back in if that's the case. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much. That was lovely. Bye, everyone.
And now, before I hand over to the lovely Regine, who's going to be hosting Macbeth, just after Witching Out, I think it's very aptly timed, just to remind everyone that's still viewing with us at 4 a.m, thank you so much first and foremost. But just to give everyone a reminder about what we're doing with Read for the Globe. Shakespeare's Globe is an unsubsidised space that relies mostly on audiences for its income. It's in dire straits due to the financial pressures of the pandemic we're facing. So with a team of over 200 volunteers, who you'll be seeing more of now, we'll be reading Shakespeare for 48 hours straight to increase awareness of these difficulties and to raise some funds. We've already maximised our fundraising goal, which is fantastic, and we hope to raise much more over the coming weekend. Our Twitter handle is Globe Read. We're using the hashtag Read for the Globe, and you can find all other details of donation pages and stuff over there. So yeah, to those troopers that would like to continue with us, I shall now hand over to Regine.
Oh yay, now I have the power. This is wonderful. If you'll just bear with me as we transition. I know we've got some people in the waiting room waiting to come in. I just need a moment. as I find everybody. And as I do that, I definitely just want to say, wonderful job, Kath. That was lovely. And to the rest of the team. And again, the people who just read, everybody who's read over the last 3 plays, you've all been amazing. It's been wonderful to watch all of you. Okay, slowly but surely we'll have some people coming in. They're like, what's going on? Where is everybody? Yes, yes. As I'm admitting you, you'll see that you're muted. That's just so we can keep reverb to a minimum. Let's see who else we've got. Yep, there we go. Ooh, yep. I think we've got almost everybody in. Just one moment. Mm-hmm. We're so close. And okay, I think everybody's in. And we'll keep checking to make sure that nobody's in the waiting room in case somebody might be just a second or two, coming in a second or two after the fact. Wonderful. So Kath has already said a good bit of the script that I was going to start off with. So I'm just going to go straight to the important things that we need to know. So everybody's in, and I think everybody who's due to be reading Macbeth is here. So just again, a quick hello, I'm Regine, part of the Read for the Globe team, one of those folks who was doing an MA a year ago and just cannot stand the thought of the Globe not being around. So we're gonna be up for the next, I don't know, 36 hours, however much longer we've got to go. A huge thank you to everybody who's read for us already, and a massive thank you to those who've donated and put us past our goal. At last checked, we were at about £5,400. We said about 2 plays ago that we doubled our goal to 10,000. So we're hoping that people will help us get to that and maybe just smash that as well. So if you're with us right now, please continue to share, tweet everything out, comment, and just encourage folks to help us out so we can make sure the Globe is here for generations to come. It is about 11:08 over here in Boston, Massachusetts. I believe 4:08 British summertime for you guys. So if you're staying up, you're wonderful troopers and bless your hearts. As Kath said, we're raising money for the Globe because it is an unsubsidized space and it's suffering like other theaters are right now because of the COVID epidemic. So we're gonna keep reading for the next many, many hours. A few house rules in our Zoom theater, just some things that I'd like for you to keep in mind, our players. We will do casting in just a moment, but things to keep in mind. This is live. Please don't do anything you wouldn't want your granny to see. We really would like for you to behave as appropriately as possible. Please try not to disrupt the reading. We're on a bit of a tight schedule, so we'd like to keep the pace going. And so we ask that we try not to interrupt the reading unless absolutely necessary. Please do have fun. This is by no means a professional thing. If you've been with us, you've seen funny hats, there have been props, bloody napkins. It's been wonderful. So please, please have fun. Enjoy your time reading these parts. But remember, not everybody's a trained actor. Everybody's just here to have fun and to support a cause that we really care about. As I said, we're on a bit of a tight schedule. We really want to fit all 16 plays in 48 hours. So we want you to have a great time and to perform to the best of your ability, but please no dramatic pauses. That's just going to kind of slow us down, and we do want to keep up the pace. Right now you're muted when it's time and when you will be allowed to unmute yourself. There's the mute button at the bottom left of your screen. We just ask that when you're speaking, please unmute that so we can hear you. When you're not speaking, please unmute, please put it back on mute so nothing kind of gets in the way of other people speaking. If you've been following the stream on YouTube, we ask that you turn it off now because that's on a bit of a delay, but in the sound will cause some reverb. So if you can turn that off, that would be really, really great. If you need to leave the computer at any time for a particular reason, maybe you've got to go to the toilet, maybe your phone is ringing for some reason in the middle of the night, we just ask that, again, you make sure that the Zoom is on mute. And if you need to, you can also mute your video. You'll see there's a stop video icon at the bottom left of the screen as well. You can just mute that if you need to take a minute to step out. Casting is going to be, for the most part, casting will be pretty open. There's like one thing, and I'll get to that in a minute. When it's time, I'll just ask that you react. There's at the bottom of the screen, there's a reactions tab. And if you want a part, basically, I'll call out the part. First hand that I see, just hit the clap or the thumbs up. First hand that I see, that part will go to that person. We're going to try to do this as fairly as we can, but it's first come, first serve. So just be ready for that. And let me just make sure there's nothing else that I absolutely need to tell you. All right, those are the big rules. So now we'll go to casting. First thing that I would like to tell you is we have a very special guest with us tonight, who will be reading Lady Macbeth. Jessica Warbeck, if you don't know who she is, she's a wonderful actress who is no stranger to the Globe. The last time we saw her, the last time we saw Jessica Warbeck on the Globe stage was in the fall of 2018, playing the role of Desdemona opposite Andre Holland in Othello. I was lucky enough to see the production. It was wonderful and beautiful, and it made me cry. I stood for like 3.5 hours, and it was amazing. And we're very, very excited to have her with us tonight, reading the part of Lady Macbeth. So just wanted to give her a special shout out right off the bat. So thank you so much, Jessica, for being with us. And now we'll get to casting. So we've got one part down, and now it's gonna be pretty much open season on the rest. So here we go. We'll start with the other important person in the play. I've actually split this in two, just because we've got a number of readers and I wanted to make this as fair as possible. So we'll need 2 Macbeths. Lady Macbeth will have 2 husbands tonight. The first Macbeth will read from Act 1 to Act 3. The second Macbeth will read from Act 4 to Act 5. And the first hand that I saw was Harry Boyd. You will be Macbeth number 1. Raise hands again for Macbeth number 2. First hand I saw, I promise you, was Jacob Hutchins. So Jacob Hutchins, you will be Macbeth number 2. So again, Macbeth number 1, you will read in Act 1, 2, and 3. Macbeth number 2, you will read in Acts 4 and 5. Next part that is up is Banquo. First hand I saw was Sam O'Sullivan. You will be Banquo tonight. Thank you so much. Next part up will be Malcolm. First hand that I saw was Eddie Asher. You will be Malcolm. Let's see, next part is Lennox. Who would like to be Lennox? First hand I saw was Barnaby Tobias. You will be Lennox. Next up is, oh, this is a fun one. Who would like to be the porter? Oh, I saw, like, not just the hand, but the face. Alice Bloomer, that's you. Porter is all you. That was great. Next up, alongside the porter, will be the messenger. Who would like to be that character? All right, I see Colin Fuel. You will be the messenger. All right, let's see, just consulting my list. Another fun one, well, depends on how you feel. Who would like to be King Duncan? Do you see anybody? Georgia Figgis, I saw your hand, so you'll be Duncan. Next part up is Ross. Madeline, you will be Ross. That was first hand I saw. Next part up will be Macduff. Julia Jolzetti. Your reaction is amazing. I love it so much. We've got a Macduff. Wonderful. Next part up will be, I just want to make sure I can see everybody when I say this. First Witch. I see a thumbs up from, I see a hand clap from Guy Kailung. I hope I said your name correctly. I apologize if I did not. So Gakai will be the first witch. The second witch will be I see Ellie Zegan. That's all yours. And I'm going to wait for the hands to clear before I say this next part so that I don't mess it up. Clear, hands clear. Get up, go away, go away, go away. All right, and the third witch. All right, I see a Mo O'Hara. She will be witch number 3. Beautiful. We're almost there, folks. All right. So the next part that's up is another witch, Hecate. I saw Nicole's hand go up first. That was the first thumbs up I saw. Next part. So this is from here on out, just about every role except for maybe one, it's combined. So you'll want to make note of 2 or more characters. The first combined part is going to be first murderer and first apparition. Annabelle Fairgrieve, you are the first. The next part is the second murderer and the second apparition. Luke Todd, yours was the first thumbs up that I saw. And then the next part is, ooh, sorry. I want to make sure that I saw that correctly. Okay, the next part is going to be, this is 3 roles, the third murderer, the third apparition, and young Seward. First hand I saw was Steven Seidenberg, that's all yours, my friend. Wonderful. Next up is the doctor who delivers some news. Poppy Lowles, that's all yours. And we're almost there, folks. Next part, this is combined, Lady Macduff and the Gentlewoman. Alice Moore, all yours. And then next is, this will be 2 parts, Macduff's son and, Macduff's son and Seward, the Earl of Northumberland. Ari Oig, sorry if I just massacred your name. That's all yours. Next we have, okay, this will be 3 parts, Angus, Fleance, and the attendant. Imogen Allen, all yours. Okay. Next we have 3 parts again. This will be the sergeant, old man, and servant. Emily Brower, that's all yours. 3 more to go. Next is Donald Bane, One Lord, Menteith, and Menteith. Oops, sorry. Michaela Rogers, there you go. And 2 more things to do. The next part is, this is going to sound a little bit confusing, but there is a part that is the Lords separate, which is Michaela Rogers. Then there's Lords. That's the first part. So Lords, soldiers, Caithness, and Satan. I hope I just said his name correctly and not actual Satan. Do I have a volunteer for that? I definitely need 2 more people. Who am I missing? Kath. Thank you, Kath. And last but most definitely not least, I need somebody who is going to be my first mate on this ride. You will be reading the stage directions and also any lines that are marked all. So you'll be kind of doing double duty, character and basically the voice of God. I've got Casca/Tim. That will be you. Thank you. And is there anybody who doesn't have a part? I feel like I might have planned for more. There are more people in the call that we're meant to have. Is everybody? Okay, it looks like everybody's cool. Beautiful, wonderful. I'm super excited for this to go down. It's going to be so great. So let me make it possible for you to unmute yourselves. All right, and if you're not going to read at the top, please mute yourself now. We will begin with our stage directions person who will read the act the act and setting as well as the stage directions. And with that said, welcome to the tragedy of Macbeth, folks. Break legs. Is my stage direction person ready to go? Ooh, it won't unmute you. Let's fix that. I've just unmuted everybody. Can you mute yourselves again, please?
Okay, that's fine.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
When you're ready. Ooh, okay, hold on one second. Seems like we're having a bit of a technical difficulty.
Check.
Check.
Checkaroo.
There we go. Okay, so let's go ahead and start. Oh, I did not mute anybody. Why are we muting people? There we go. Try this now. Unmute yourself now.
Yep, we're on.
Yeah.
Go, folks. Always a technical problem somewhere.
I'm not
Act one, scene one. A desert place. Thunder and lightning. Enter 3 witches.
When shall we 3 meet again? In thunder, lightning, or in rain?
When the hurly-burly's done, when the battle's lost and won.
That will be ere the set of sun.
Where the place?
Upon the heath.
There to meet Macbeth.
I come, Grey Malkin.
Paddock calls.
Anon.
Fair
is foul.
Fair is foul,
And
and
foul
foul
is
is fair.
Hover through the fog
and filthy air.
Excellent. Act 1, Scene 2, a camp near forest. Alarm! Enter Duncan, Malcolm, Donald Blaine, Lennox, and attendants meeting a bleeding sergeant.
What bloody man is that? He can report, as seemeth by his plight, of the revolt the newest state.
This is the sergeant who, like a good and hardy soldier, fought against my captivity. Hail, brave friend! Say to the king the knowledge of the broil as thou didst leave it.
Doubtful it stood as 2 spent swimmers that do cling together and choke their art. The merciless MacDonald, worthy to be a rebel, for to that the multiplying villainies of nature do swarm upon him. From the western isles of kerns and gallow glasses is supplied, and fortune on his damned quarrel smiling showed like a rebel's whore. But all's too weak for brave Macbeth, while he deserves that name. Disdaining fortune with his brandished steel, which smoked with bloody execution, like valor's minion carved out his passage till he faced the slave, which ne'er shook hands nor bade farewell to him, till he unseamed him from the nave to the chaps and fixed his head upon our battlements.
Oh, valiant cousin, worthy gentleman!
As whence the sun gins his reflection, shipwrecking storms and direful thunders break, so from that spring whence comfort seemed to come, discomfort swells. Mark, King of Scotland, mark, no sooner justice had with valor armed, compelled these skipping kerns to trust their heels, but the Norwegian lord surveying vantage with furbished arms and new supplies of men began a fresh assault.
Dismayed not this our captains Macbeth and Banquo?
Yes, as sparrows eagles or the hare the lion. If I say sooth, I must report they were as cannons overcharged with double cracks, so they doubly redoubled strokes upon the foe. Except they meant to bathe in reeking wounds or memorize another Golgotha, I cannot tell. But I am faint, my gashes cry for help.
So well thy words become thee as thy wounds. They smack of honour both. Go, get him surgeons.
Exit sergeant, attendant.
Who comes here?
Enter Ross.
Worthy Thane of Ross.
What a haste look through his eyes, so should he look that seemed to speak things strange.
God save the king.
Whence camest thou, worthy Thane?
From Fife, great king, where the Norwegian banners flout the sky and fan our people cold. Norway himself, with terrible numbers, assisted by that most disloyal traitor, the Thane of Cawdor, began a dismal conflict, till that Bellona's bridegroom, lapped in proof, confronted him with self-comparisons, point against point rebellions, arm against arm, curbing his lavish spirit, and, to conclude, the victory fell on us.
Great happiness.
That now Sweno, the Norway's king, craves composition, nor would we deign him burial of his ben till he disbursed at St. Colm's Inch $10,000 to our general use.
No more that Thane of Cawdor shall deceive our bosom interest. Go, pronounce his present death, and with his former title, greet Macbeth.
I'll see it done.
What he hath lost, noble Macbeth hath won.
Thunder, enter the three witches.
Where hast thou been, sister?
Killing swine.
Sister, where thou?
A sailor's wife had chestnuts in her lap, and munched and munched and munched. Give me, quoth I, a nightly witch. The rump-fed runyon cries, a husband's to lever gone, master of the tiger. But in a sieve I'll thither sail, and like a rat without a tail, I'll do, and I'll do.
I'll give thee a wind.
Thou art kind.
And I another.
I myself have all the other. And the very ports that lay below, all the quarters that they know in a shipman's cart. I will drain him dry as hay. Sleep shall neither night nor day. Hang upon his penthouse lid. He shall live, man forbid. Weary sad nights, 9 times 9, till he dwindle peak and pine. Though his bark cannot be lost, yet shall it be tempest tossed. Look what I have.
Show me, show me.
Here, I have a pilot's thumb. Wrecked as homeward he did come.
A drum! Macbeth does come.
The weird sisters, hand in hand.
Hostess of the sea and land.
Thus to go about, thrice to
thrice thine, and thrice to mine,
and thrice
again, to make up 9. Peace. The charm's wound up.
Enter Macbeth and Banquo.
So foul and fair a day I have not seen.
Alvarez called to Forres. What are these so withered and so wild in their attire, that look not like the inhabitants of the earth, and yet are on't? Live you, or are you aught that men may question? You seem to understand me, by each at once her chappy finger laying upon her skinny lips. You should be women, and yet your beards forbid me to interpret that you are so.
Speak, if you can. What are you?
All hail, Macbeth! Hail to thee, Thane of Glamis!
All hail, Macbeth. Hail to thee, Thane of Cawdor.
All hail, Macbeth! Thou shalt be king hereafter.
Good sir, why do you start and seem to fear things that do sound so fair? In the name of truth, are ye fantastical, or that indeed which outwardly ye show? My noble partner, you greet with present grace and great prediction of noble having and of royal hope, that he seems rapt withal. To me you speak not. You can look into the seeds of time, and say which grain will grow and which will not. Speak then to me, who neither beg nor fear your favours nor your hate.
Hail.
Hail.
Lesser than Macbeth, and greater.
Not so happy, yet much happier.
Thou shalt get kings, though thou be none. All hail Macbeth and Banquo.
Banquo and Macbeth, all hail.
Stay, you imperfect speakers, tell me more. By Sinel's death I know I am Thane of Glam, but how of Cawdor? The Thane of Cawdor lives, a prosperous gentleman. And to be king stands not within the prospect of belief no more than to be Cawdor. Say when from hence you owe this strange intelligence, or why upon this blasted heath you stop our way with such prophetic greeting. Speak, I charge you.
Witches vanish.
The earth have bubbles, as the water has, and these are of them. Where are they vanished?
Into the air, and what seemed corporeal melted as breath into the wind. Would they have stayed?
Such things here as we do speak about, or have we eaten on the insane root that takes the reason prisoner?
Your children shall be kings.
You shall be king.
And Thane of Cawdor too, went it not so?
To the self-same tune and words. Who's here?
Enter Ross and Angus.
The king hath happily received, Macbeth, the news of thy success, and when he reads thy personal venture in the rebels' fight, he wonders, and his praises do contend, which should be thine or his. Silenced with that, in viewing o'er the rest, he finds thee in the stout Norweyan ranks, nothing afeard of what thyself didst make, strange images of death. As thick as hail came post with post, and every one did bear thy praises in his kingdom's great defense, and poured them down before him.
We are sent from our royal master, thanks, to give thee from our royal master thanks, only to herald thee into his sight, not pay thee.
And, for an earnest of a greater honor, he bade me from him call thee Thane of Cawdor, in which addition, hail, most worthy Thane, for it is thine.
What? Can the devil speak true?
The Thane of Cawdor lives. Why do you dress me in borrowed robes?
Who was the Thane lives yet, but under heavy judgment bears that life which he deserves to lose. Whether he is combined with those of Norway, or did line the rebel with hidden help and vantage, or that with both he laboured in his country's wreck, I know not. But treason's capital, confessed and proved, have overthrown him.
Glamis, and Thane of Cawdor. The greatest is behind. Thanks for your pains. Do you not hope your children shall be kings, when those that gave the Thane of Cawdor to me promised no less to them?
That trusted hope might yet enkindle you onto the crown, besides the Thane of Cawdor. But 'tis strange, and oftentimes to win us to our harm. The instruments of darkness tell us truths, win us with honest trifles, to betrays in deepest consequence. Cousins, a word, I pray you.
Two truths are told, as happy prologues to the swelling act of the imperial theme. I thank you, gentlemen. This supernatural soliciting cannot be ill, cannot be good. If ill, why hath it given me earnest of success, commencing in a truth? I am Thane of Cawdor. If good, why do I yield to that suggestion whose horrid image doth unfix my hair, and make my seated heart knock against them of my ribs, against the use of nature? Present fears are less than horrible imaginings. My thought, whose murder yet is but fantastical, shakes so my single state of man that function is smothered in surmise, and nothing is but what is not.
Look, how our partner's rapt.
If chance will have me king, why, chance may crown me without my stir.
New horrors come upon him. Our strange garments cleave not to their mould, but with the aid of use.
Come what come may, time and the hour runs to the roughest day.
Worthy Macbeth, we stay upon your leisure.
Give me your favour. My dull brain was wrought with things forgotten. Kind gentlemen, your pains are registered where every day I turn the leaf to read them. Let us toward the king. Think upon what hath chanced, and at more time, the interim having weighed it, let us speak, our free hearts each to other.
Very gladly.
Till then, enough. Come, friends.
Exit. Act 1, Scene 4, The Palace. Flourish. Enter Duncan, Malcolm, Donalbain, Lennox, and attendants.
Is execution done on Cawdor? Are not those in commission yet returned?
My liege, they are not yet come back, but I have spoke with one that saw him die, who did report that very frankly he confessed his treasons, implored your highness pardon, and set forth a deep repentance. Nothing in his life became him like the leaving it. He died as one that had been studied in his death to throw away the dearest thing he owed, as 'twere a careless trifle.
There's no art to find the mind's construction in the face. He was a gentleman on whom I built an absolute trust. Oh, worthiest cousin, the sin of my ingratitude even now was heavy on me. Thou art so far before that swiftest wing of recompense is slow to overtake thee. Would thou hadst less deserved that the proportion both of thanks and payment might have been mine. Only I have left to say, more is thy due more than all can pay.
The service and the loyalty I owe in doing it pays itself. Your Highness's part is to receive our duties, and our duties are to your throne and state children and servants, which do but what they should, by doing everything safe toward your love and honour.
Welcome hither. I have begun to plant thee, and will labour to make thee full of growing. Noble Banquo, thou hast no less deserved, nor must be known no less to have done so. Let me unfold thee, and hold thee to my heart.
There if I grow, the harvest is your own.
My plenteous joys, wanton in fullness, seek to hide themselves in drops of sorrow. Sons, kinsmen, thanes, and you whose place are the nearest, know we will establish our estate upon our eldest, Malcolm, whom we name hereafter the Prince of Cymbeline, which honour must, not unaccompanied, invest him only, but signs of nobleness, like stars, shall shine on all deservers, from hence to Inverness, and bind us further to you.
The rest is labour, which is not used for you. I'll be myself the harbinger, and make joyful the hearing of my wife with your reproach. So humbly take my leave.
My worthy Cawdor.
The Prince of Cumberland. That is a step on which I must fall down, or else so a leap, for it in my way it lies. Stars, hide your fires. Let not light see my black and deep desires. The eye wink at the hand, yet let that be, which the eye fears when it is done to see.
True, worthy Banquo, he is full so valiant, and in his commendations I am fed. It is a banquet to me. Let's after him, whose care is gone before to bid us welcome. It is a peerless kinsman.
Flourish, excellent. Act 1, Scene 5, Inverness, Macbeth's castle. Enter Lady Macbeth reading a letter.
They met me in the day of success, and I have learned by the perfectest report they have more in them than mortal knowledge. When I burned in desire to question them further, they made themselves air, into which they vanished. Whilst I stood wrapped in the wonder of it, came missives from the king, who all hailed me Thane of Cawdor, by which title before these weird sisters saluted me and referred me to the coming on of time with Hail King, thou shalt be. This have I thought good to deliver thee, my dearest partner of greatness, that thou mightst not lose the dues of rejoicing by being ignorant of what greatness is promised thee. Lay it to thy heart and farewell. Glamis thou art and Cawdor, and shalt be what thou art promised. Yet do I fear thy nature is too full of the milk of human kindness to catch the nearest way. Thou wouldst be great, not without ambition, but without the illness should attend it. What thou wouldst highly, thou wouldst thou wholly, wouldst not play false, and yet wouldst wrongly win. Thou'dst have great Glamis, that which cries, thus thou must do if thou have it, and that which rather thou dost fear to do, than wishes should be undone. Hie thee hither, that I may pour my spirits in thine ear, and chastise with the valour of my tongue all that impedes thee from the golden round, which fate and metaphysical aid doth seem to have thee crowned withal. What is your tidings?
The king comes here tonight.
Thou art mad to say it. Is not thy master with him? Who, were it so, would have informed for preparation.
So please you, it is true. Our Thane is coming. One of my fellows had the speed of him, who, almost dead for breath, had scarcely more than would make up his message.
Give him tending, he brings great news.
Exit messenger.
The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance of Duncan under my battlements. Come, you spirits that tend on mortal thoughts, unsex me here, and fill me from my crown to the toe top full of direst cruelty. Make thick my blood, Stop up the access and passage to remorse, that no compunctuous visitings of nature shape my fell purpose, nor keep peace between the effect and it. Come to my woman's breasts and take my milk for gall, you murdering ministers, wherever in your sightless substance you wait on nature's mischief. Come, thick night, and pull thee in the dunnest smokes of hell, that my keen knife see not the wound it makes, nor heaven peep through the blanket of the dark to cry, hold, hold.
Enter Macbeth.
Great arms, worthy Cawdor, greater than both by the all-hail hereafter. Thy letters have transported me beyond the ignorant present, and I feel now the future in the instant.
My dearest love, Duncan comes here tonight.
And when goes hence?
Tomorrow, as he purposes.
Oh, never shall sun that morrow see. Your face, my Thane, is as a book where men may read strange matters. To beguile the time, look like the time. Bear welcome in your eye, your hand, your tongue. Look like the innocent flower, but be the serpent under it. He that's coming must be provided for, and you shall put this night's great business into my dispatch, which shall to all our nights and days to come give solely sovereign sway and masterdom.
We will speak further.
Only look up clear. To alter favour ever is to fear. Leave all rest to me.
Exit. Act 1, Scene 6, before Macbeth's castle. Enter Duncan, Malcolm, Donald Blaine, Banquo, Lennox, Macduff, Ross, Angus, and attendants.
This castle hath a pleasant seat. The air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses.
This guest of summer, temple-haunting martlet, does approve by his loved mansionry. The heaven's breath smells wooingly here. No jutty, frieze, buttress, nor coign of vantage. For this bird hath made his pendant bed and procreant cradle, where they most breed and haunt. I have observed that the air is delicate.
See, our honoured hostess. The love that follows us sometime is our trouble, which still we thank as love. Herein I teach you how you shall bid God ild us for your pains, and thank us for your trouble.
All our service in every point twice done and then done doubled were poor and single business to contend against those honours deep and broad wherewith your majesty loads our house. For those of old and late dignities heaped up to them we rest your hermits.
Where's the Thane of Cawdor? We caused him at the heels and had a purpose to be his purveyor. But he rides well, and his great love, sharp as his spur, hath holp him to his home before us. Fair and noble hostess, we are your guests tonight.
Your servants ever have theirs themselves what is theirs, in compt to make their audit at your highness pleasure, still to return your own.
Give me your hand. Conduct me to mine host. We love him highly, and shall continue our graces toward him. By your leave, hostess.
Excellent. Act 1, Scene 7, Macbeth's Castle. Hot boys and torches enter a sewer and divers servants and with dishes and service and pass over the stage. Then enter Macbeth.
If it were done, then 'tis done, then 'twere well it were done quickly. If the assassination could trammel up the consequence and catch with his success, that by this blow might be the be-all and the end-all here. But here, upon this bank and shoal of time, well jump the life to come. But in these cases we still have judgment here, that we be but teach bloody instructions, which being taught return to plague the inventor. This even-handed justice commends the ingredients of our poison chalice to our own lips. He's here in double trust. First, I am his kinsman and his subject, strong both against the deed, then as his host who should against his murderer shut the door, not bear the knife myself. Besides, this Duncan hath borne his faculties so meek, hath been so clear in his great office, that his virtues will plead like angels, trumpet-tongued against the deep damnation of his taking off, and pity, like a naked newborn babe striding the blast, or heaven's cherubim, horsed upon the sightless couriers of the air, shall blow the horrid deed in every eye, that tears shall drown the wind. I have no spur to prick the sides of my intent, but only vaulting ambition, which o'erleaps itself and falls on the other.
Enter Lady Macbeth.
Here, now, what news?
He has almost supped. Why have you left the chamber?
Hath he asked for me?
Know you not he has?
We will proceed no further in this business. He hath honoured me of late, and I have bought golden opinions from all sorts of people, which would be worn now in their newest gloss, not cast aside so soon.
Was the hope drunk wherein you dressed yourself? Hath it slept since, and wakes it now to look so green and pale at what it did so freely? From this time such I count thy love. Art thou afeard to be the same in thine own act and valour as thou art in desire? Wouldst thou have that which thou esteemed, the ornament of life, and live a coward in thine own esteem, letting I dare not, wait upon I would, like the poor cat in the adage?
Prithee, peace. I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none.
What beast was it then that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man, and to be more than that you were, you would be so much more the man. Nor time nor place did then adhere, and yet you would make both. They have made themselves, and that their fitness now does unmake you. I have given suck, and know how tender 'tis to love the babe that milks me, and I would, while it was smiling in my face, have plucked my nipple from his boneless gums and dashed his brains out, had I so sworn, as you have done to this.
If we should fail.
We fail, but screw your courage to the sticking place and will not fail. When Duncan is asleep, whereto rather shall his day-hard journey soundly invite him, his 2 chamberlains will I with wine and wassail so convince that memory, the warder of the brain shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbic only. When in swinish sleep their drenched natures lies in a death, what cannot you and I perform upon the unguarded Duncan? What not put upon his spongy officers who shall bear the guilt of our great quell?
Bring forth men, children only, for thy undaunted metal should compose nothing but males. Will it not be received when we have marked with blood those sleepy 2 of his own chamber, and used their very daggers that they have done?
Who dares receive it other, as we shall make our griefs and clamour roar upon his death?
I am settled, and bend up each corporeal agent to this terrible feat. Away, and mock the time with fairest show. False face must hide what the false heart doth know.
Exit. Act 2, Scene 1. Court of Macbeth's castle. Enter Banquo and Friant bearing a torch before him.
How goes the night, boy?
The moon is down.
The moon is down.
I have not heard the clock.
And she goes down at 12.
I take 'tis later, sir.
Hold, take my sword. There's husbandry in heaven. The candles are all out. Take thee that too. A heavy summons lies like lead upon me. Yet I would not sleep. Merciful powers restrain me in the cursed thoughts that nature gives way into repose.
Enter Macbeth and a servant with a torch.
Give me my sword. Who's there?
A friend.
Oh, what, sir? Might get at rest. The king's abed. He hath been in usual pleasure, and sent forth great largest 2 officers. This diamond he greets your wife withal, by the name of the most kind hostess, and shut up in measureless content.
Being unprepared, our will become the servant to defect, which else should free have wrought.
All's well. I dreamt last night of the 3 weird sisters. To you they have showed some truth.
I think not of them. Yet when we can entreat an hour to serve, we would spend it in some words upon that business, if you would grant the time.
At your kind's leisure.
If you shall cleave it to my consent, when 'tis it shall make honour for you.
Though I lose none in seeking to augment it, but still keep my bosom franchised and allegiance clear. I shall be counselled.
Good repose the while.
Thanks, sir. The like to you.
Exit Banquo and Friant.
Go, bid thy mistress, when my drink is ready, she strike upon the bell. Get thee to bed.
Exit servant.
Is this a dagger which I see before me? The handle toward my hand. Come, let me clutch thee. I have thee not, and yet I see thee still. Art thou not fatal vision, sensible to feeling as to sight? Or art thou but a dagger of the mind? A false creation, proceeding from the heat-oppressed brain? I see thee yet, in form as palpable as this which now I draw. Thou marshalled me the way which I was going. And such an instrument I was to use, mine eyes are made the fools of the senses, or else worth all the rest. I see thee still, and on thy blade indulgent gouts of blood, which was not so before. There's no such thing. It is the bloody business which informs thus to mine eyes. Now o'er the one half-world nature seems dead, and wicked dreams abuse the curtained sleep. Witchcraft celebrates pale Hecate's offerings, and withered murder, alarmed by his sentinel, the wolf whose howl his watch, thus with his stealthy pace, with Tarquin's ravishing strides towards his design, moves like a ghost. Thou sure and firm-set earth, hear not my steps, which way they walk, for fear thy very stones prate of my whereabout, and take the present horror from the time, which now suits with it. Whiles I threat, he lives. Words to the heat of deeds too cold breath gives.
Ding, ding, ding.
I go. And it is done. The bell invites me. Hear it not, Duncan, for it is a knell that summons thee to heaven or to hell.
Exit. Act 2, Scene 2, the same. Enter Lady Macbeth.
That which hath made them drunk hath made me bold. What hath quenched them have given me fire. Hark, peace. Oh, it was the owl that shrieked, the fatal bellman which gives the stunts good night. He is about it. The doors are open, and the surfeited grooms do mock their charge with snores. I have drugged their possets. That death and nature do contend about them, whether they live or die.
Who is there? What? Ho!
Alack, I am afraid they have awakened, and 'tis not done. The attempt and not the deed confound us. Hark! I laid their daggers ready, he could not miss 'em. Had he not resembled my father as he slept, I had done't.
Enter Macbeth.
My husband.
I have done the deed. Didst thou not hear a noise?
I heard the owl scream and the crickets cried. Did not you speak?
When?
Now.
Has I descended?
Aye.
Hark! Who lies in the second chamber?
Donalbain.
This is a sorry sight.
Looking at his hands.
A foolish thought to say a sorry sight.
There's one did laugh in sleep, and one cried murder. They did wake each other. I stood and heard them, but they did say their prayers and addressed them again to sleep.
There are two lodged together.
One cried, God bless us, and Amen the other. As they had seen me with these hangman's hands, listening their fear, I could not say Amen when they did say God bless us.
Consider it not so deeply.
But wherefore could I not I pronounce Amen? I had most need of blessing, and Amen stuck in my throat.
These deeds must not be thought after these ways, so it will make us mad.
Methought I heard a voice cry, sleep no more, Macbeth doth murder sleep. The innocent sleep, sleep that knits up the ruled sleep of care, the death of each day's life, sore labour's bath, balm of hurt minds, great nature's second course, chief nourisher in life's feast.
What do you mean?
Still it cried, sleep no more. To all the house, Glamis hath murdered sleep, and therefore Cawdor shall sleep no more. Macbeth shall sleep no more.
Who was it that thus cried? Why, worthy Thane, you do unbend your noble strength to think so brain-sickly of things. Go get some water and wash this filthy witness from your hand. Why did you bring these daggers from the place? They must lie there. Go carry them and smear these sleepy grooms with blood.
I'll go no more. I'm afraid to think what I have done. Look on again, I dare not.
Oh, I'm firm of purpose. Give me the daggers. The sleeping and the dead are but as pictures. 'Tis the eye of childhood that fears a painted devil. If he do bleed, I'll gild the faces of the grooms withal, for it must seem their guilt.
Exit. Knocking within.
Whence is that knocking? How is't with me when every noise appalls me? What hands are here? Ha! They pluck out mine eyes. With all great Neptune's ocean wash this blood clean from my hand. No, this is my hand will rather the multitudinous seas in Candinine, making the green one red.
Re-enter Lady Macbeth.
My hands are of your colour, but I shame to wear a heart so white.
Knocking within.
I hear knocking. At the south entry, retire we to our chamber. A little water clears us of this deed. How easy it is then. Your constancy hath left you unattended.
Knocking within.
Hark, more knocking. Get on your nightgown, lest occasion call us and show us to be watchers. Be not lost so poorly in your thoughts.
To know my deed, 'twere best not know myself.
Knocking within.
Wait, Duncan, with thy knocking, I wouldst thou couldst.
Exit. Act 2, Scene 3, the same. Knocking within, enter a porter.
"'Tis a knocking indeed. If a man were porter of Hellgate, he should have old turning the key.
Knocking within.
Knock, knock, knock. Who's there, the devils, in the name of Beelzebub? Here's a farmer that hanged himself on the expectation of plenty. Come in time, have napkins enough about you. Here you'll swear for't.
Knocking within.
Knock, knock. Who's there, the other devil's name? For faith, here's an equivocator that could swear in both the scales against either scale, who committed treason enough for God's sake, that could not equivocate to heaven. Oh, come in, equivocator.
Knocking within.
Knock, knock, knock. Who's there? Faith, here's an English tailor, come hither for stealing out of a French hose. Come in, tailor, here you may roast your goose.
Knocking within.
Knock, knock. Ugh, never quiet. What are you? But this place is too cold for hell. I'll devil porter it no further. I had a thought to have let in some of all the professions that go the primrose way to wave the everlasting bonfire.
Knocking within.
Anon, anon, I pray you. I pray you. Remember the porter.
Opens the gate. Enter Macduff and Lennox.
Was it so late, friend, ere you went to bed, that you do lie so late?
Sir, we were carousing till the second cock, and drink, sir, is a great provoker of three things.
What three things does drink especially provoke?
Marry, sir, nose painting, sleep, and urine. Lechery, sir, it provokes and it unprovokes. It provokes the desire, but takes away the performance. Therefore, too much drink may be said to be an equivocator with lechery. It makes him and smiles him, it sets him on, and it takes him off. It persuades him, and it disheartens him. It makes him stand to, and not stand to. In conclusion, equivocates him in a sleep, and giving him the lie, leaves him.
I believe drink gave thee the lie last night.
Oh, that it did, sir, is a very throw to me. But I requited him for his lie, and I think being too strong for him, though he took up my leg sometime, that I made a shift to cast him.
Is thy master stirring?
Enter Macbeth.
Oh, our knocking has awaked him. Here he comes.
Good morrow, noble sir.
Good morrow, both.
Is the king stirring, worthy thane?
Not yet.
Oh, he did command me to call timely on him. I have almost slipped the hour.
I'll bring you to him.
I know this is a joyful trouble to you, but yet 'tis one.
The labour we delight in physics pain. This is the door.
I'll make so bold to call, for 'tis my limited service.
Exit.
Goes the king hence today?
He does. He did appoint so.
The night has been unruly where we lay. Our chimneys were blown down, and as they say, lamentings heard in the air, strange screams of death, and prophesying with accents terrible, or dire combustion and confused events, new hatched to the woeful time. The obscure bird clamoured the lifelong night. Some say the earth was feverous and did shake.
'Twas a rough night.
My young remembrance cannot parallel a fellow to it.
Re-enter Macduff.
Oh, horror, 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 tongue nor heart cannot conceive nor name thee.
What's the matter?
Confusion now hath made his masterpiece. Most sacrilegious murder hath broke up the Lord's anointed temple and stole thence the life of the building.
What is to say, the life?
Mean you his majesty?
Approach the chamber and destroy your sight with a new Gorgon. Do not bid me speak. See, and then speak yourselves.
Exit Macbeth and Lennox.
Awake! Awake! Ring the alarm bell! Murder and treason! Banquo and Donalbain! Malcolm! Awake! Shake off this downy sleep, death's counterfeit, and look on death itself! Up! Up and see the great doom's image! Malcolm! Banquo! As from your graves rise up and walk like sprites to countenance this horror! Ring the bell!
Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. Re-enter Macbeth.
What's the business that such a hideous trumpet calls to parley the sleepers of the house? Speak, speak.
Oh, gentle lady, 'tis not for you to hear what I can speak. The repetition in a woman's ear would murder as it fell.
Enter Banquo.
Oh, Banquo, Banquo, our royal master's murdered.
Oh, alas, what in our house?
Too cruel anywhere. Dear Duff, I prithee, contradict thyself, and say it is not so.
Re-enter Macbeth and Lennox and Ross.
Had I but died an hour before this chance, I had lived a blessed time. For from this instant there's nothing serious in mortality. All is but toys. Renown and grace is dead. The wine of life is drawn, and the mere lees is left this vault to brag of.
Enter Malcolm and Donalbain.
What is amiss?
You are, and do not note, the spring, the head, the fountain of your blood is stopped. The very source of it stopped.
Your royal father's murdered.
Oh, by whom?
Those of his chamber, as it seemed, had done it. Their hands and faces were badged with blood, so were their daggers, which unwiped were found upon their pillows. They stared and were distracted. No man's life was to be trusted with them.
Oh, yet I do repent me of my fury that I did kill them.
Wherefore did you so?
Who can be wise, amazed, temperate and furious, loyal and neutral in a moment? No man. The expedition, my violent love, outrun the pauser, reason. Here lay Duncan, his silver skin laced with his golden blood, and his gashed stabs looked like a breach in nature for ruin's wasteful entrance. There, the murderers steeped in the colours of their trade, their daggers unmannily breached with gore. Who could refrain? That had a heart to love, and in that heart courage to make loves known.
Oh, help me hence, ho!
Look to the lady.
Side to Donalbain.
Why do we hold our tongues, that most may claim this argument for hours?
Aside to Malcolm.
What should be spoken here, where our fate, hidden in an auger hole, may rush and seize us? Let's away, our tears are not yet brewed.
Nor our strong sorrow upon the foot of motion.
Look to the lady.
Lady Macbeth is carried out.
And when we have our naked frailties hid, that suffer in exposure, let us meet and question this most bloody piece of work to know it further. Fears and scruples shall shake us. In the great hand of God I stand, and thence against the undivulged pretense I fight of treasonous malice.
And so do I.
So all.
Let's briefly put on manly readiness and meet i' the hall together.
Well contented.
Exit all but Malcolm and Donalbain.
What will you do? Let's not consort with them to show an unfelt sorrow is an office which the false man does easy. I'll to England.
To Ireland I. Our separate fortune shall keep us both the safer. Where we are, there's daggers in men's smiles, the near in blood, the nearer bloody.
This murderous shaft that's shot hath not yet lighted, and our safest way is to avoid the aim. Therefore to horse, and let us not be dainty of leave-taking, but shift away. There's warrant in that theft which steals itself when there's no mercy left.
Exit. Act 2, Scene 4. Outside Macbeth's castle. Enter Ross and an old man.
70 I can remember well, within the volume of which time I have seen hours dreadful and things strange, but this sore night hath trifled former knowings.
Oh, good father, thou seest the heavens is troubled with man's act, threaten this bloody stage. By the clock 'tis day, and yet dark night strangles the traveling lamp. Is night's predominance or the day's shame that darkness does the face of the earth entomb when living light should kiss it?
'Tis unnatural, even like the deed that's done. On Tuesday last, a falcon towering in her pride of place was a mousing owl hawked and killed.
And Duncan's horses, a thing most strange and certain, beauteous and swift, the minions of their race, turned wild in nature, broke their stalls, flung out, contending 'gainst obedience as they would make war with mankind.
'Tis said they eat each other.
They did so, to the amazement of my eyes that looked upon it. Here comes the good Macduff.
Enter
How goes the
Macduff.
world now, sir?
Why, see you not?
Is known who has done this more than bloody deed?
Those that Macbeth hath slain.
Alas the day! What good could they pretend?
They were suborned. Malcolm and Donalbain, the king's 2 sons, are stolen away and fled, which puts upon them suspicion of the deed.
'Gainst nature still, thriftless ambition that wilt raven up thine own life's means, then 'tis most like the sovereignty will fall upon Macbeth.
He is already named and gone to Scone to be invested.
Where is Duncan's body?
Carried to Colmkill, the sacred storehouse of his predecessors and guardians of their bones.
Will you to Scone?
No, cousin. All to Fife.
Well, I will thither.
Well may you see things well done there. Adieu, lest our old robes sit easier than our new.
Farewell, father.
God's benison go with you, and with those that would make good of bad and friends of foes.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 1. Forest, the palace. Enter Banquo.
Thou hast it now. King, Caudle, Glamis, all, as the weird woman promised. And I fear thou playedst most foulfully for it. Yet it was said it should not stand in thy posterity, but that myself should be the root and father of many kings. If there come truth from them, as upon thee, Macbeth, their speeches shine, why by the verities on thee made good, may they not be in my oracles as well, and set me up in hope? But hush, no more.
Senate sounded. Enter Macbeth as king, Lady Macbeth as queen, Lennox, Ross, lords, ladies, and attendants.
Here's our chief guest.
If he had been forgotten, it had been as a gap in our great feast, an all thing unbecoming.
Tonight we hold a solemn supper, sir, and I request your presence.
Let your highness command upon me, to the which my duties are with a most indissoluble tie forever knit.
Ride ye this afternoon?
Aye, my good lord.
And we should have else desired your good advice, which still hath been both grave and prosperous in this day's council. But we'll take tomorrow. Is't far you ride?
As far, my lord, as will fill up the time. Twixt this and supper, go not my horse the better. I must become a borrower of the night, for a dark hour or twain.
Fail not our feast.
My lord, I will not.
We hear our bloody cousins are bestowed in England and in Ireland, not confessing their cruel parricide, filling their hearers with strange invention, but of that tomorrow, where therewithal we shall have cause of state craving us jointly. Hie to your horse, adieu, till you return at night. Goes Fleance with you?
Ah, my good lord, our time does call upon us.
I wish your horses swift and sure of foot, and so I do commend you to their backs. Farewell.
Exit Banquo.
Let every man be master of his time, till 7 at night, to make society the sweeter welcome. We will keep ourselves till supper time alone. While then, God be with you.
Exit all but Macbeth and an attendant.
Sirrah, a word with you. Attend those men our pleasure.
They are, my lord, without the palace gate.
Bring them before us.
Exit attendant.
To be thus is nothing, and to be safely thus. Our fears in Banquo stick deep, and in his royalty of nature reigns that which would be feared. 'Tis much he dares, and to that dauntless temper of his mind he hath a wisdom that doth guide his valour to act in safety. There is none but he whose being I do fear, and under him my genius is rebuked, as it is said Mark Antony's was by Caesar. He chid the sisters when first they put the name of king upon me, and bade them speak to him, then profit like they hailed him father to a line of kings. Upon my head they placed a fruitless crown, and put a barren sceptre in my gripe, thence to be wrenched from an unlineal hand, no son of mine succeeding. If it be so, for Banquo's issue have I filled my mind, for them the gracious Duncan have I murdered, put rankers in the vessel of my peace, only for them, and mine eternal jewel given to the common enemy of man, to make them kings, the seed of Banquo kings. Rather than so come fate into the list, and champion me into the utterance. Who's there?
Re-enter attendant with 2 murderers.
Now go to the door, and stay there till we call.
Exit attendant.
Was it not yesterday we spoke together?
It was, so please your highness.
Well then now have you considered of my speeches? Now that it was he in the times past which held you so under fortune, which you thought had been our innocent self. This I made good to you in our last conference, passed in probation with you, how you were born in hand, how crossed the instruments who wrought with them, and all things else that might, to half a soul and to a notion crazed, say, thus did Banquo.
You made it known to us.
I did so, and went further, which is now our point of second meeting. Do you find your patience so predominant in your nature that you can let this go? Are you so gospelled to pray for this good man and for his issue, whose heavy hand hath bowed you to the grave and beggared yours forever?
We are men, my liege.
Aye, in the catalogue ye go for men, as hounds and greyhounds, mongrels, spaniels, curs, all by the name of dogs. The valued file distinguishes the swift, the slow, the subtle, the housekeeper, the hunter, every one according to the gift which bounteous nature hath in him closed, whereby he doth receive particular addition from the bill that writes them all alike, and so of men. Now, if you have station in the file, now in the worst rank of manhood, say it, but I will put that business in your bosoms, whose execution takes your enemy of, grapples you to the heart and love of us, who were our health but sickly in his life, which in his death were perfect.
I am one, my liege, whom the vile blows and buffets of the world have so incensed that I am reckless what I do to spite the world.
I and others, so weary with disasters, tugged with fortune, that I would set my lie on any chance to mend it or be rid on it.
Both of you know Banquo was your enemy.
True, my
True,
lord.
my lord.
So he is mine, and in such bloody distance that every minute of his being thrusts against my nearest of life. And though I could with barefaced power sweep him from my sight and bid him will avouch it, yet I must not. For certain friends that are both his and mine, whose loves I may not drop, but wail his fall, who I myself struck down, and thence it is that I to your assistance do make love, basking the business from the common eye for sundry weighty reasons.
We shall, my lord, perform what you command us.
Though our lives...
Your spirits shall shine through you. Within this hour, as most, I will advise you where to plant yourselves, acquaint you with the perfect spy of the time, the moment on't, for it must be done tonight, and something from the palace. Always thought that I require a clearness, and with him, to leave no rubs nor botches in the work, Fleance, his son, that keeps him company, whose absence is no less material to me than is his father's, must embrace the fate of that dark hour. Resolve yourselves apart. I'll come to you anon.
We are resolved.
Resolved, my lord.
I'll call upon you straight. Abide within.
Exit murderers.
It is concluded. Banquo, thy soul's flight, if it find heaven, must find it out tonight.
Exit. Act 3, Scene 2. The Palace. Enter Lady Macbeth and a servant.
Is Banquo gone from court?
Aye, madame, but returns again tonight.
Say to the king I would attend his leisure for a few words.
Madame, I will.
Exit.
Naught's had, all spent, where our desire is got without content. 'Tis safer to be that which we destroy, than by destruction dwell in doubtful joy.
Enter Macbeth.
How now, my lord? Why do you keep alone? Of sorriest fancies your companions making, using those thoughts which should indeed have died with them they think on. Things without all remedy should be without regard. What's done is done.
We have scorched the stake, not killed it. She'll close and be herself, whilst our poor Malice remains in danger of her former tooth. But let the frame of things destroyed, both the worlds suffer. Ere we will eat our meat in fear, and sleep in the affliction of these terrible dreams that shake us nightly. Better be with the dead, whom we, to gain our peace, have sent to peace, than on the torture of the mind to lie in restless ecstasy. Duncan is in his grave. After life's fitful fever he sleeps well. Treason hath done his worst, nor steel, nor poison, malice domestic, foreign levy, nothing can touch him further.
Come on. Gentle, my lord, sleek o'er your rugged looks, be bright and jovial among your guests tonight.
So shall I, love, and so I pray be with you. Let your remembrance apply to Banquo, present him in eminence, both with eye and tongue, unsafe the while, that we must lave our honours in this flattering streams, and make our faces vizards to our hearts, disguising what they are.
You must leave this.
Full of scorpions is my mind, dear wife. Thou knowest that Banquo's and his Fleance lives.
But in them nature's copies, not attorney.
There's comfort yet. They are assailable. Be thou jocund, ere the bat hath flown his cloistered flight, ere to black Hecate's summons the shard-born beetle with his drowsy hums hath rung night's yawning peal. There shall be done a deed of dreadful note.
What's to be done?
Be innocent of the knowledge, dearest Chuck, till thou applaud the deed. Come, sealing night, scarf up the tender eye of pitiful day, and with thy bloody and invisible hand cancel and tear to pieces that great bond which keeps me pale. Light thickens, and the crow makes wing to the rookery wood. Good things of day begin to droop and drowse, whilst night's black agents to their praise do rouse. Thou marvellest at my words, and hold thee still. Things bad begun make strong themselves by ill. So prithee, go with me.
Exit Act 3, Scene 3, a park near the palace. Enter 3 murderers.
But who did bid thee join with us?
Macbeth. He needs not our mistrust, since he delivers our offices and what we have to do to the direction just.
Then stand with us. The west yet glimmers with some streaks of day. Now spurs the later traveller apace to gain the timely inn, and near approaches the subject of our watch.
Hark, I hear horses.
Give us a light there, ho!
Then 'tis he, the rest that are within the note of expectation already are in the court.
His horses go about.
Almost a mile, but he does usually, so all men do. From hence to the palace gate, make it their walk.
A light, a light.
Enter Banquo and Fleance with a torch.
'Tis he.
Stand to it.
Will be rain tonight.
Let it come down.
They set upon Banquo.
Oh, treachery! Oh, fly, good fiancé, fly, fly, fly! Thou mayst revenge. Oh, slave!
Dies. Fleance escape.
Who did strike out the light?
Was't not the way?
There's but one down. The sun is fled.
We have lost best half of our affair.
Well, let's away, and say how much is done.
Action. Act 3, Scene 4.
Okay.
The same. Hall in
So you
the
have a delay.
palace. A banquet prepared. Enter Macbeth, Lady Macbeth, Ross, Lennox, lords and attendants.
You know your own degrees. Sit down. At first and last, a hearty welcome.
Thanks to your majesty.
Ourself will mingle with society and play the humble host. Our hostess keeps her state, but in best time we will require her welcome.
Pronounce it for me, sir, to all our friends, for my heart speaks, they are welcome.
First murderer appears at the door.
See, they encounter thee with the heart's thanks. Both sides are even. Here I'll sit to the midst, be large in mirth. Anon, we'll drink a measure, a table round.
Approaching the door.
There's blood on my face.
'Tis Banquo's then.
'Tis better, thee without then, he within. Is he dispatched?
My lord, his throat is cut. That I did for him.
Thou art the best of the cutthroats. It is good. That did the like for Fleance. If thou didst, thou art the nonpareil.
Most royal sir, Fleance escaped.
Then comes my fit again. I had been perfect, whole as the marble, founded as the rock, as broad and general as the casing air. But now I am cabined, cribbed, confined, bound to saucy doubts and fears. But Banquo safe.
Aye, my good lord, safe in a ditch he bides, with 20 trenched gashes on his head, the least a death to nature.
Thanks for that. There the grown serpent lies. The worm that's fled hath nature that in time will venom breed. No teeth for the present. Get thee gone. Tomorrow we'll hear ourselves again.
Exit murderer.
My royal lord, you do not give the cheer. The feast is sold that is not often vouched, while 'tis a making, 'tis given with welcome. To feed were best at home, from thence the source to meet is ceremony. Meeting were bare without it.
Sweet remembrancer. Now, good digestion, wait on appetite, and health on both.
May it please your highness, sit.
The ghost of Banquo appears and sits in Macbeth's place.
Here have we now our country's honour roofed, where the graced person of our Banquo present, who may I rather challenge for unkindness than pity of the mischance.
His absence, sir, lays blame upon his promise. Pleased your highness to grace us with your royal company.
The table's full.
Here's a place reserved, sir.
Where?
Here, my good lord. What is that moves your highness?
Which of you have done this?
What, my good lord?
Thou canst not say I did it. Never shake thy gory locks at me.
Gentlemen, rise. His highness is not well.
Sit, worthy friends. My lord is often thus, and hath been from his youth. Pray you keep sit. The fit is momentary. Upon a thought he will again be well. If much you note him, you shall offend him and extend his passion. Feed and regard him not. Are you a man?
Aye, and a bold one that dare look on that which might appall the devil.
Oh, proper stuff. This is the very painting of your fear. This is the air-drawn dagger which you said led you to Duncan. Oh, these flaws and starts, impostors to true fear, would well become a woman's story at a winter fire, authorized by her grandam. Shame itself. Why do you make such faces? When all's done, you look but on a stool.
Prithee, see there, behold, look. Lo, how say you? Why, what care I, if thou canst nod, speak too? If charnel houses and our graves must send ours that we bury back, our monuments shall be the moors of kites.
Ghost of Banquo vanishes.
What? Quite unmanned in folly.
I stand here, I saw him.
Fie for shame.
But hath been said ere now, i' the olden time, a human statute purged the gentle wheel. Aye, and since too, murderers have been performed too terrible for the ear. The times have been that when the brains were out, the man would die, and there an end. But now they rise again, with 20 moral murders at the crowns, and push us from our stools. This is more strange than such a murder is.
My worthy lord, your noble friends do lack you.
I do forget. Do not muse at me, my most worthy friends. I have a strange infirmity, which is nothing to those that know me. Come, love and health to all, then I'll sit down. Give me some wine, fill full, and drink the general joy of the whole table, and to our dear friend, Banquo, whom we miss. Would he were here, to all, and him we thirst, and all to all.
Our duties and the pledge.
Re-enter Ghost of Banquo.
Avaunt, and quit my sight. Let the earth hide thee. Thou bones are marrowless, thy blood is cold. Thou hast no speculation in those eyes which thou dost glare with.
Think of this, good peers, but as a thing of custom. 'Tis no other, only it spoils the pleasure of the time.
What man dare? I dare. Approach thou like the rugged Russian bear, the armed rhinoceros, or the hydran tiger. Take any shape but that, and my firm nerves shall never tremble, or be alive again, and dare me to the desert with my sword. If trembling I inhabit, then protest me, the baby of a girl. Hence, horrible shadow, unreal mockery, hence.
Ghost of Banquo vanishes.
Why, so, being gone, I am a man again. Pray, you sit still.
You have displaced the mirth, broke the good meeting with most admired disorder.
Can such things be? and overcome us all like a summer's cloud without our special wonder. You make me strange even to the disposition that I owe, when now I think you can behold such sights and keep the nature ruby for our cheeks when men is blanched with fear.
What sights, my lord?
I pray you speak not. He grows worse and worse. Questions enrage him. At once, good night. Stand not upon the order of your going, but go at once.
Good night and better health. Attend his majesty.
A kind good night to all.
Exit all but Macbeth and Lady Macbeth.
It will have blood, they say. Blood will have blood. Stones have been known to move and trees to speak. Augurs and understood relations have by maggot pies and choughs and rooks brought forth the secrets to man of blood. What is the night?
Almost at odds with morning, which is which?
How sayest thou that Macduff denies his person at our great bidding?
Did you send to him, sir?
I hear it, by the way, but I will send. There's not a one of them but in this house. I keep a servant feed. I will tomorrow, and betimes I will to the weird sisters. More shall they speak, for now I am bent to know by the worst means the worst. For mine own good, all causes shall give way. I am in blood stepped in so far that should I wade no more, returning were as tedious as go o'er. Strange things I have in head, that will to hand, which must be acted ere they must be scanned.
You lack the season of all natures, sleep.
Come, will to sleep. My strange and self-abuse is the initiate fear that wants hard use. We are yet but young indeed.
Excellent. Act 3, Scene 5, a heath. Thunder. Enter the three witches meeting Hecate.
Why, how now, Hecate? You look angrily.
Have I not reason, beldams as you are, saucy and overbold? How did you dare to trade and traffic with Macbeth in riddles and affair of death? And I, the mistress of your charms, the close contriver of all harms, was never called to bear my part or show the glory of our art? And, which is worse, all you have done hath been but for a wayward son, spiteful and wrathful, who, as others do, loves for his own ends, not for you. But make amends now. Get you gone, and at the pit of Acheron meet me o' the morning. Thither he will come to know his destiny. Your vessels and your spells provide your charms and everything beside. I am for the air. This night I'll spend unto a dismal and fatal end. Great business must be wrought ere noon. Upon the corner of the moon there hangs a vaporous drop profound. I'll catch it ere it come to ground, and that distilled by magic sleights shall raise such artificial sprites as by the strength of their illusion shall draw him on to his confusion. He shall spurn fate, scorn death, and bear he hopes above wisdom, grace, and fear. And all you know, security is mortal's chiefest enemy.
Music and a song within. Come away, come away.
Hark, I am called. My little spirit sea sits in a foggy cloud and stays for me.
Exit.
Come, let's make haste. She'll soon be back again.
Excellent. Act 3, Scene 6, the palace. Enter Lennox and another lord.
My former speeches have but hit your thoughts, which can interpret further. Only I say, things have been strangely born. The gracious Duncan was pitied of Macbeth, marry, he was dead, and the right valiant Banquo walked too late, whom you may say, if it please you, Fleance killed, for Fleance fled. Men must not walk too late. Who cannot want the thoughts how monstrous it was for Malcolm and for Donalbain to kill their gracious father? Damned fact, how it did grieve Macbeth. Did he not straight and pious rage the two delinquents tear that were the slaves of drink and thralls of sleep? Was not that nobly done? Aye, and wisely too, for 'twould have angered any heart alive to hear the men deny it. so that I say, he has borne all things well, and I do think that had he Duncan's son under his key, as an't please heaven he shall not, they should find what 'twere to kill a father, so should fleance. But peace, for from broad words and cause he failed his present at the tyrant's feast. I hear Macduff lives in disgrace. Sir, can you tell where he bestows himself?
The son of Duncan, from whom this tyrant holds the due of birth, lives in the English court, and is received of the most pious Edward, which such grace that the benevolence of fortune nothing takes from his high respect. Thither Macduff is gone to pray the holy king upon his aid to wake Northumberland and warlike Seward, that by the help of these, and with him above to ratify our work, we may again give to our tables meat, sleep to our nights, free from our feasts and banquets bloody knives, do faithful homage and receive fair honors, all which we pine for now. And this report hath so exasperate the king that he prepares for some attempt of war.
Sent he to Macduff?
He did, and with an absolute, sir, not I. The cloudy messenger turns me his back and hums, as who should say, you'll rue the time that clogs me with this answer.
And that well might. Advise him to a caution to hold what distance his wisdom can provide. Some holy angel fly to the court of England and unfold his message ere he come, that swift blessing may soon return to this our suffering country under a hand accursed.
I'll send my prayers with him.
Excellent. Act 4, Scene 1, a cavern. In the middle, a boiling cauldron. Thunder, enter the three witches.
Thrice the brinded cat hath mewed.
Thrice and once the hedge pig whined.
Harper cries, 'tis time, 'tis time.
Round about the cauldron go, in the poisoned entrails throw. Toad that under cold stone days and nights has 31. Sweltered venom sleeping got, boil thou first in the charmed pot.
Double, double.
Toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Fillet of a fenny snake, in the cauldron boil and bake. Eye of newt and toe of frog, wool of bat and tongue of dog. Adder's fork and blind worm's sting, lizard's leg and owlet's wing. For a charm of powerful trouble, like a hell broth boil and bubble.
Double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Scale of dragon, tooth of wolf, witch's mummy, maw and gulf, of the ravened salt sea shark, root of hemlock digged in the dark, liver of blaspheming Jew, gall of goat and slips of yew, slivered in the moon's eclipse, nose of Turk and Tartar's lips, finger of birth strangled babe, ditch delivered by a drabe, make the gruel thick and slab, and thereto a tiger's children for the ingredients of our cauldron.
Double, toil and trouble,
Fire burn,
cauldron bubble.
Cool it with a baboon's blood, then the charm is firm and good.
Enter Hecate with to the other three witches.
Oh, well done. I commend your pains, and every one shall share o' the gains. And now about the cauldron sing, live elves and fairies in a ring, enchanting all that you put in.
Music and a song, Black Spirits, Hecate retires.
By the pricking of my thumbs, something wicked this way comes. Open locks, whoever knocks.
Enter Macbeth.
How now, you secret black and midnight hags? What is it you do?
A deed without a name.
I conjure you by that which you profess. However you come to know it, answer me. Though you untide the winds and let them fight against the churches, though the yesty waves confound and swallow navigation up, though bladed corn be lodged and trees blown down, though castles topple on their warders' heads, though palaces and pyramids do slope their heads toward the foundations. Though the treasure of nature's Germans tumble altogether, even till destruction sicken, answer me to what I ask you.
Speak.
Demand.
We'll answer.
Say, if thou'st rather hear it from our mouths or from our masters.
Call them, let me see them.
Pour in so's blood that hath eaten, her 9 farrow grease that sweating from the murderous gibbet throw into the flame. Come high or low, thyself enough.
Offers deathly show.
Thunder, first apparition, an armed head.
Tell me, thou unknown power.
He knows thy thoughts. Hear his speech, but say thou not.
Macbeth, 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 beware Macduff. Beware the Thane of Fife, dismiss me enough.
Apparition descend.
Ever thou art, for thy good caution, thanks. Thou hast harped my fear aright. But one word more.
You will not be commanded. Here's another, more potent than the first.
Thunder, second apparition, a bloody child.
Macbeth, Macbeth, Macbeth.
Had I 3 ears, I'd hear thee.
Be bloody, bold, and resolute. Laugh to scorn the power of man, for none of woman born shall harm Macbeth.
Second apparition descend.
Then live, Macduff. What need I fear of thee? But yet I'll make assurance double sure and take a bond of fate. Thou shalt not live that I may tell pale-hearted fear it lies, and sleep in spite of thunder.
Thunder, third apparition, a child crowned with a tree in his hand.
What is this that rises like the issue of a king, and wears upon his baby brow the round and top of sovereignty?
Listen, but speak not to it.
Be lion-mettled, proud, and take no care who chafes, who frets, or where conspirers are. Macbeth shall never vanquished be until great Burnham wood to hide Dunsinane hill shall come against him.
Third apparition descend.
That will never be. Who can impress the forest, bid the tree unfix his earthbound root? Sweet bodements good. Rebellion's head, rise never till the wood of Burnham rise, and our high place Macbeth shall live the least of nature, pay his breath to time and mortal custom. Yet my heart throbs to know one thing, tell me, if your art can tell me so much, shall Banquo's issue ever reign in this kingdom?
Seek to know no more.
I will be satisfied, deny me this, and an eternal curse fall on you. Let me know, why sinks that cauldron, and what noise is this?
Show.
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 Show his eyes
and
grieve his heart.
His heart.
Come like shadows.
Like shadows.
So depart.
A show of 8 kings, the last with a glass in hand.
Thou art too like the spirit of Banquo. Down. Thy crown dost sear mine eyeballs, and thy hair, thou other gold-bound brow, is like the first, and a third is like the former. Filthy hags, why do you show me this? A fourth, start, eyes, why? What will the line stretch out to the crack of doom? Another yet, a 7th I will see no more, and yet the 8th appears, who bears a glass which shows me many more. And some I see that twofold bulls and treble scepters carry. Horrible sight. Now I see it is true, for the blood-bolted Banquo smiles upon me and points at them for his.
The apparitions vanish.
What? Is this so?
Aye, sir, all this is so. But why stands Macbeth thus amazedly? Come, sisters, cheer up his sprites, and show the best of our delights. I'll charm the air to give a sound, while you perform your antic round, that this great king may kindly say, our duties did his welcome pay.
Music, the witches dance and then vanish with Hecate.
Where are they? Gone. let this pernicious hour stand I accursed in the calendar. Come in, without there.
Enter Leonard.
What's your grace's will?
Saw you the weird sisters?
No, my lord.
Came they not by you?
No, indeed, my lord.
Infected be the air whereon they ride, and damned all those that trust them. I did hear the galloping of a horse. Who was it came by?
'Tis 2 or 3, my lord, that bring you word. Macduff is fled to England.
Fled to England?
Aye, my good lord.
Time, thou anticipest my dread exploits. The flighty purpose never is overtook, unless the deed go with it. From this moment, the very firstings of my heart shall be the firstings of my hand, and even now, to crown my thoughts with acts, be it thought and done. The castle of Macduff I will surprise, seize upon Fife, give to the edge of the sword his wife, his babies, and all unfortunate souls that trace him in his line. No boasting like a fool. This deed I'll do before this call. But no more sights. Where are these gentlemen? Come, bring me where they are.
Excellent. Act 4, Scene 2, Fife, Macduff's castle. Enter Lady Macduff, her son, and Ross.
What had he done to make him fly the land?
You must have patience, madam.
He had none. His flight was madness. When our actions do not, our fears make us traitors.
You know not whether it was his wisdom or his fear.
Wisdom? To leave his wife, to leave his babes, his mansion and his titles in a place from whence himself does fly. He loves us not. He wants the natural touch. For the poor wren, the most diminutive of birds, will fight her young ones in her nest against the owl. All is the fear and nothing is the love. As little is the wisdom, where the flight so runs against all reason.
My dearest coz, I pray you, school yourself. But for your husband, he is noble, wise, judicious, and best knows the fits of the season. I dare not speak much further, but cruel are the times when we are traitors and do not know ourselves, when we hold rumor from what we fear, yet know not what we fear, but float upon a wild and violent sea each way and move. I take my leave of you. Shall not be long, but I'll be here again. Things the worst will cease, or else climb upward to what they were before. Oh, my pretty cousin, blessing upon you.
Fathered he is, and yet he's fatherless.
I am so much a fool. Should I stay longer, it would be my disgrace and your discomfort. I take my leave at once.
Exit.
Sir, your father's dead. And what will you do now? How will you live?
As birds do, mother.
What, with worms and flies?
With what I get, I mean, so do they.
Poor bird. Thou'dst never fear the net nor lime, the pitfall nor the gin.
Why should I, mother? Poor birds they are not set for. My father is not dead, for all you're saying.
Yes, he is dead. How wilt thou do for a father?
Nay, how will you do for a husband?
Why, I can buy me 20 at any market.
Then you'll buy them to sell them again?
Thou speak'st with all thy wit, and yet, i' faith, with wit enough for thee.
Was my father a traitor, mother?
Aye, that he was.
What is a traitor?
Why, one that swears and lies.
And be all traitors so?
Everyone that does so is a traitor and must be hanged.
And must they all be hanged that swear and lie?
Everyone.
So who must hang them?
Why, the honest men.
Then the liars and the swearers are fools, for there are liars and swearers e'en now to beat the honest men and hang them up.
Now God help thee, poor monkey. But how wilt thou do for a father?
If he were dead, you'd weep for him. If you were not, it were a good sign that I should quickly have a new father.
Poor prattler, how thou talk'st.
Enter a messenger.
Bless you, fair dame. I am not known to you, though in your state of honor I am perfect. I doubt some danger does approach you nearly. If you will take a homely man's advice, be not found here, hence with your little ones. Despite you thus methinks, I am too savage. To do worse to you would fell cruelty, which is too nigh to your person. Heaven preserve you. I dare not abide longer.
Exit.
Whither should I fly? I have done no harm. But I remember now I am in this earthly world, where to do harm is often laudable, to do good sometime accounted dangerous folly. Why then, alas, do I put up that womanly defence to say I have done no harm?
Enter murderers.
What are these faces?
Where is your husband?
I hope in no place so unsanctified where such as thou mayst find him.
He's a traitor.
Thou liest, thou shag-haired villain.
Watch you egg,
Stabbing him.
young fry of treachery.
He has killed me, mother. Run away, I pray you.
Die. Exit Lady Macduff crying, murder, exeunt. Murderers following her. Act 4, Scene 3, England, before the King's Palace. Enter Malcolm and Macduff.
Let us seek out some desolate shade, and there weep our sad bosoms empty.
Let us rather hold fast the mortal sword, and like good men bestride our downfallen birthdom. Each new morn, new widows howl, new orphans cry, new sorrows strike heaven on the face that it resounds as if it felt with Scotland, and yelled out like syllable of dolor.
What I believe, I'll wail. What no believe, and what I can redress, as I shall find the time to friend, I will. What you have spoke, it may be so perchance, this tyrant, whose sole name blisters our tongues, was once thought honest. You have loved him well. He hath not touched you. I am young, but something you may deserve of him through me, and wisdom to offer up a weak, poor, innocent lamb to appease an angry God.
I am not treacherous.
But Macbeth is. A good and virtuous nature may recoil in an imperial charge, but I shall crave your pardon. That which you are my thoughts cannot transpose. Angels are bright still, though the brightest fell, though all things foul would wear the brows of grace, yet grace must still look so.
I have lost all my hopes.
Perchance even there where I did find my doubts, why in that rawness left you wife and child, those precious motives, those strong knots of love without leave taking? I pray you, let not my jealousies be your dishonors, but mine own safeties. You may be rightly just, whatever I shall.
Bleed, bleed, poor country. Great tyranny, lay thou thy bases sure, for goodness dare not check thee. Wear thou thy wrongs, the title is afeard. Fare thee well, lord. I would not be the villain that thou think'st, for the whole space that's in the tyrant's grasp, and the rich east to boot.
Be not offended. I speak not as in absolute fear of you. I think our country sinks beneath the yoke. It weeps, it bleeds, and each new day a gash is added to her wounds. I think withal there would be hands uplifted in my right, and here from gracious England have I offer of goodly thousands. But for all this, when I shall tread upon the tyrant's head, or wear it on my sword, yet my poor country shall have more vices than it had before, more suffer and more sundry ways than ever by him that shall succeed.
What should he be?
It is myself, I mean, in whom I know all the particulars of vice so grafted that when they shall be opened, black Macbeth will seem as pure as snow, and the poor state esteem him as a lamb being compared with my confineless harms.
Not in the legions of horrid hell can come a devil more damned in evils to top Macbeth.
I grant him bloody, luxurious, avaricious, false, deceitful, sudden, malicious, smacking of every sin that has a name, but there's no bottom, none, in my voluptuousness. Your wives, your daughters, your matrons, and your maids could not fill up the cistern of my lust, and my desire all continent impediments would overbear that did oppose my will. Better Macbeth than one and such to reign?
Boundless intemperance in nature is a tyranny. It hath been the untimely emptying of the happy throne and fall of many kings. But fear not yet to take upon you what is yours. You may convey your pleasures in a spacious plenty, and yet seem cold. The time you may so hoodwink. We have willing dames enough. There cannot be that vulture in you to devour so many as will to greatness dedicate themselves, finding it so inclined.
With this there grows in my most ill-composed affection such a stanchless avarice that, were I king, I should cut off the nobles for their lands, desire his jewels and this other's house, and my more having would be as a source to make me hunger more, that I should forge quarrels unjust against the good and loyal, destroying them for wealth.
This avarice sticks deeper, grows with more pernicious root than summer seeming lust, and it hath been the sword of our slain kings. Yet do not fear. Scotland hath foisons to fill up your will, of your mere own. All these are portable with other graces weighed.
But I have none. The king becoming graces as justice, verity, temperance, stableness, bounty, perseverance, mercy, lowliness, devotion, patience, courage, fortitude. I have no relish of them, but abound in the division of each several crime, acting it many ways. Nay, had I power, I should pour the sweet milk of concord into hell, uproar the universal peace, confound all unity on earth.
Oh, Scotland! Scotland!
If such a one be fit to govern, speak. I am as I have spoken.
Fit to govern? No, not to live. O nation miserable, with an untitled tyrant bloody scepter, when shalt thou see thy wholesome days again, since that the truest issue of thy throne by his own interdiction stands accursed, and does blaspheme his breed? Thy royal father was a most sainted king. The queen that bore thee, oftener upon her knees than on her feet, died every day she lived. Fare thee well. These evils thou repeatst upon thyself have banished me from Scotland. Oh, my breast! Thy hope ends here.
Macbeth, this noble passion, child of integrity, hath from my soul wiped the black scruples, reconciled my thoughts to thy good truth and honour. Devilish Macbeth by many of these trains hath sought to win me into his power, and modest wisdom plucks me from over-credulous haste. But God above, deal between thee and me, for even now I put myself in thy direction, and unspeak mine own detraction. Here abjure the taints and blames I laid upon myself for strangers to my nature. I am yet unknown to woman, never was forsworn, scarcely have coveted what was mine own, at no time broke my faith, would not betray the devil to his fellow, and delight no less in truth than life. My first false speaking was this upon myself. What I am truly is thine, and my poor country's to command. Whither indeed before thy here approach old Seward, with 10,000 warlike men already at a point was setting forth. Now will together, and the chance of goodness be like our warranted quarrel. Why are you silent?
Such welcome and unwelcome things at once, 'tis hard to reconcile.
Enter a doctor.
Well, more anon. Comes the king forth, I pray you?
Aye, sir, there are a crew of wretched souls that stay his cure. Their malady convinces the great assay of art, but as his touch, such sanctity hath heaven given his hand, thy presently amend.
I thank you, doctor.
Exit doctor.
What's the disease he means?
'Tis called the evil, a most miraculous work in this good king, which often, since my here remain in England, I have seen him do. How he solicits heaven himself best knows, but strangely visited people, all swoln and ulcerous, pitiful to the eye, The mere despair of surgery he cures. Hanging a golden stamp about their necks, put on with holy prayers, and 'tis spoken. To the succeeding royalty he leaves the healing benediction. With this strange virtue he hath a heavenly gift of prophecy, and sundry blessings hang about his throne that speak him full of grace.
Enter Ross.
See who comes here.
My countryman, but yet I know him not.
My ever gentle cousin, welcome hither.
I know him now. Good God, betimes remove the means that make us strangers.
Sir, amen.
Stand Scotland where it did?
Alas, poor country, almost afraid to know itself. It cannot be called our mother, but our grave, where nothing, but who knows nothing, is once seen to smile, where sighs and groans and shrieks that rend the air are made, not marked, where violent sorrow seems a modern ecstasy. The dead men's knell is there scarce asked for who. Good men's lives expire before the flowers in their caps, dying or ere they sicken.
Oh, relation too nice, and yet too true.
What's the newest grief?
That of an hour's age doth hiss the speaker. Each minute teems a new one.
How does my wife?
Why, well.
And all my children?
Well, too.
The tyrant has not battered at their peace.
No, they were well at peace when I did leave them.
Be not a miser of your speech. How goes it?
When I came hither to transport the tidings, which I have heavily borne, there ran a rumor of many worthy fellows that were out, which was to my belief witnessed the rather, for that I saw the tyrant's power afoot. Now is the time of help. Your eye in Scotland would create soldiers, make our women fight, to doff their dire distresses.
Be it their comfort, we are coming thither. Gracious England hath lent us good Seward and 10,000 men. An older and a better soldier none than Christendom gives out.
Would I could answer this comfort with the like, but I have words that will be howled out in the desert air, where hearing should not latch them.
What concern they? The general cause, or is it a fee grief due to some single breast?
No mind that's honest, but in it shares some woe, though the main part pertains to you alone.
If it be mine, keep it not from me. Quickly let me have it.
Let not your ears despise my tongue forever, which shall possess them with the heaviest sound that ever they heard.
I guess at it.
Your castle is surprised, your wife and babes savagely slaughtered. To relate the manner, we're on the quarry of these murdered deer, to add the death of you.
Merciful heaven! What men! Ne'er pull your hat upon your brows. Give sorrow words. The grief that does not speak whispers the o'erfraught heart and bids it break.
My children too?
Wife, children, servants, all that could be found.
And I must be from thence. My wife killed too.
I have said.
Be comforted. Let's make us medicines of our great revenge to cure this deadly grief.
He has no children. All my pretty ones? Did you say all? Oh, hellkite! All? What, all my pretty chickens and their dam at one fell swoop?
Dispute like a man.
I shall do so, but I must also feel it as a man. I cannot but remember such things that were most precious to me. Did heaven look on and would not take their part? Sinful Macduff. They were all struck for thee, not that I am, not for their own demerits, but for mine fell slaughter on their souls. Heaven rest them now.
Be this the whetstone of your sword. Let grief convert to anger, blunt not the heart, enrage it.
Oh, I could play the woman with mine eyes and braggart with my tongue, but Gentle heavens, cut short all intermissions front to front. Bring thou this fiend of Scotland and myself within my sword's length. Set him, if he scape, heaven forgive him too.
This tune goes manly. Come, go we to the king. Our power is ready. Our lack is nothing but our leave. Macbeth is ripe for shaking, and the powers above put on their instruments. Receive what cheer you may. The night is long that never finds the day.
Excellent. Act 5, Scene 1. Dulcinea, anteroom in the castle. Enter a doctor of physic and a waiting gentlewoman.
I have 2 nights watched with you, but can perceive no truth in your report. When was it last she walked?
Since His Majesty went into the field, I have seen her rise from her bed, throw her nightgown upon her, unlock her closet, take forth paper, fold it, write upon it, read it, and afterwards seal it, and again return to bed. Yet all this while in a most fast sleep.
A great perturbation in nature to receive at once the benefit of sleep and do the effects of watching. In this slumbery agitation besides her walking and other actual performances, what at any time have you heard her say?
That, sir, which I will not report after her.
You may to me, and 'tis most meet you should.
Neither to you nor anyone, having no witness to confirm my speech.
Enter Lady Macbeth with a taper.
Lo you, here she comes. This is her very guise, and upon my life fast asleep. Observe her, stand close.
How came she by that light?
Why, it stood by her. She has light by her continually. 'Tis her command.
You see her eyes are open.
Aye, but their sense is shut.
What is it she does now? Look how she rubs her hands.
It is an accustomed action with her, to seem thus washing her hands. I have known her continue in this a quarter of an hour.
Yet here's a spot.
She speaks. I will set down what comes from her to satisfy my remembrances more strongly.
Out, damn spot. Out, I say. 1, 2. Why then 'tis time to do it. Hell is murky. Fie, my lord, fie, a soldier and a feared. What need we fear who knows it, when none can call our power to account? Yet who would have thought the old man to have so much blood in him?
Do you mark that?
The Thane of Fife had a wife. Where is she now? What will these hands ne'er be clean? No more of that, my lord, no more of that. You marvel with this starting.
Go to, go to. You have known what you should not.
She has spoke what she should not, I am sure of that. Heaven knows what she has known.
Yet here, the smell of blood still. All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. Oh, oh, oh.
What a sigh is there. The heart is sorely charged.
I would not have such a heart in my bosom for the dignity of the whole body.
Well, well, well.
Pray God it be, sir.
This disease is beyond my practice, yet I have known those which have walked in their sleep, who have died holily in their beds.
Wash your hands, put on your nightgown. Look not so pale, I tell you yet again, Banquo's buried. He cannot come out on his grave.
Even so?
To bed, to bed. There's knocking at the gate. Come, 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 come. Give me your hand. What's done cannot be undone. To bed, to bed, to bed.
Exit.
Will she go to bed?
Directly.
Foul whisperings are abroad. Unnatural deeds do deed unnatural troubles. Infected minds to their death pillows will discharge their secrets. More needs she the divine than the physician. God, God forgive us all. Look after her. Remove her from the means of all annoyance and still keep eyes upon her. So good night. My mind she has mated and amazed my sight. I think, but dare not speak.
Good night, good doctor.
Excellent. Act 5, Scene 2. The country near Dunsinane. Drum and colours. Enter Meneth, Caithness, Angus, Lennox, and soldier.
The English power is near, led on by Malcolm, his uncle Seward and the good Macduff, Revenges burn in them, for their dear causes would to the bleeding and grim alarm excite the mortified man.
Near Burnham Wood shall we meet them? That way they are coming.
Who knows if Donalbain be with his brother?
For certain, sir, he is not. I have a file of all the gentry. There is Siward's son, and many unrough youths that even now protest their first of manhood.
What does the tyrant?
Great Dunsinane he strongly fortifies. Some say he's mad. Others that lesser hate him do call it valiant fury. But for certain he cannot buckle his distempered cause within the belt of rule.
Now he does feel his secret murders sticking on his hands. Now minutely revolts, upbraid his faith breach. Those he commands move only in command, nothing in love. Now does he feel his title hang loose about him, like a giant's robe upon a dwarfish thief.
Who then shall blame his pestered senses to recoil and start, when all that is within him does condemn itself for being there?
Well, march we on, to give obedience where 'tis truly owed. Meet we the medicine of this sickly will, and with him pour we in our country's purge, each drop of us.
Or, so much as it needs, to dew the sovereign flower and drown the weeds. Make we our march towards Burnham.
Exit marching. Act 5, Scene 3, Dunsinane, a room in the castle. Enter Macbeth, doctor, and attendant.
Bring me no more reports, let them fly all, till Burnham Wood remove to Dunsinane. I cannot taint with fear. What's the boy Malcolm? Was he not born of woman? The spirits that know all mortal consequences have pronounced me thus, fear not. Macbeth, no man that's born of woman shall ever have power upon thee. Then fly, false thanes, and mingle with the English epicures. The mind I sway by, and the heart I bear shall never sag with doubt nor shake with fear.
Enter a servant.
The devil damn thee back black, thou cream-faced loon. Where gotst thou that goose look?
There is 10,000
geese, villain.
Soldiers, sir.
Go prick thy face, and overread thy fear, thou lily-livered boy. What soldiers, Patch? Death of thy soul. Those linen cheeks of thine are counsellors to fear. What soldiers, whey-face?
The English force, so please you.
Take thy face hence.
Exit servant.
Satan, I am sick at heart. When I behold Satan, I say, this push will cheer me ever or deceit me now. I have lived long enough. My way of life is fallen into the sear, the yellow leaf, and that which should accompany old age as honour, love, obedience, troops of friends, I must not look to have, but in their stead curses, not bound, not loud but deep, mouth honour, breath, which the poor heart would fain deny and dare not. Satan.
Enter Satan.
What is your gracious pleasure?
What news more?
All is confirmed, my lord, which was reported.
I'll fight till from my bones my flesh be hacked. Give me my armour.
'Tis not needed yet.
I'll put it on. Send out more horses, skirt the country round, hang those that talk of fear. Give me mine armour. How does your patient, doctor?
Not so sick, my lord, as she is troubled with thick coming fancies that keep her from her rest.
Cure her of that. Canst thou not minister to a mind disease, pluck from the memory a rooted sorrow, raise out the written troubles of the brain, and with some sweet oblivious antidote cleanse the stuffed bosom of that perilous stuff which weighs upon the heart?
Therein the patient must minister to himself.
So physic to the dogs, I'll none of it. Come, put mine armour on, give me my staff. Satan, send out. Doctor, the thanes fly from me. Come, sir, dispatch. If thou couldst, doctor, cast the water of my land, find her disease and purge it to a sound and pristine health. I would applaud thee to the very echo that should applaud again. Pull it off, I say. What rhubarb, kime, or what purgative drug would scour these English hence? Hearest thou of them?
Aye, my good lord, your royal preparation makes us hear something.
Bring it after me. I will not be afraid of death and bane, till Burnham Forest come to Dunsinane.
Were I from Dunsinane, away and clear, profit again should hardly draw me near.
Exeunt, Act 5, Scene 4, country near Burnham Wood. Drum and colours enter Malcolm, Seward and young Seward, Macduff, Menteith, Caithness, Angus, Lennox, Ross and soldiers marching.
Cousins, I hope the days are near at hand that Chambers will be safe.
We doubt it nothing.
What wood is this before us?
The wood of Burnham.
Let every soldier hew him down a bough and bear it before him. Thereby shall we shadow the numbers of our host and make discovery err in report of us.
We learn no other that the confident tyrant keeps still in Dunsinane and will endure our setting down before it.
'Tis his main hope, for where there is advantage to be given, both more and less have given him the revolt, and none serve with him but constrained things whose hearts are absent too.
Let our just censures attend the true event, and put we on industrious soldiership.
The time approaches that will with due decision make us know what we shall say we have and what we owe. Thoughts speculative their unsure hopes relate, but certain issues must arbitrate, towards which advance the war.
Exit marching. Enter Macbeth, Satan, and soldiers with drum and colours.
Hang out our banners on the outward walls. The cry is still they come. Our castle strength will laugh at a siege to scorn. Here let them lie till famine and the ague eat them up. Were they not forced with those that should be ours, we might have met them therefore, beard to beard, and beat them backward home. What is that noise?
It is the cry of women, my good lord.
Exit.
I've almost forgot the taste of fears. The time has been my senses would have called to hear a night shriek, and my fell of hair would at a dismal treatise rouse and stir as life were in it. I have supped full with horrors, thine as familiar to my slaughterous thoughts cannot once start me.
Re-enter Satan.
Wherefore was that cry?
The queen, my lord, is dead.
She should have died hereafter. There would have been a time for such a word. Tomorrow, and tomorrow, and tomorrow creeps in this petty place from day to day, to the last syllable of recorded time, and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. Out, brief candle, life's but a walking shadow, a poor player that struts and frets his hour upon the stage and then is heard no more. It is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing.
Enter a messenger.
Thou comest to use thy tongue, thy story quickly.
Gracious my lord, I should report that which I say I saw, but know not how to do it.
Well, say, sir.
As I did stand my watch upon the hill, I looked toward Burnham, and anon, methought, the wood began to move.
Liar and slave.
Let me endure your wrath, if it be not so. Within the 3 mile may you see it coming. I say, a moving grove.
If thou speakst false, upon the next tree shalt thou hang alive till famine cling thee. If thy speech be sooth, I care not if thou dost for me as much. I pull in resolution and begin to doubt the equivocation of the fiend that lies like truth. Fear not, till Burnham wood do come to Dunsinane, and now a wood comes towards Dunsinane. Arm, and out, if this which he avouches does appear. There is nor flying hence nor tarrying here. I gin to be aweary of the sun. and wish the estate over the world were now undone. Ring the alarm bell, blow at wind, come rack. At least we'll die with harness on our back.
Excellent. Act 5, Scene 6. Dunsinane before the castle. Drum and colours. Enter Malcolm, Seward, Macduff, and their army and bows.
Now, near enough. Your leafy screens throw down, and show like those you are. You, worthy uncle, shall with my cousin, your right noble son, lead our first battle. Worthy Macduff and we shall take upon what else remains to do, according to our order.
Fare you well. Do we but find the power to tyrant's power tonight, let us be beaten if we cannot fight.
Make all our trumpets speak. Give them all breath, those clamorous harbingers of blood and death.
Excellent. Act 5, Scene 7. Another part of the field. Alarms. Enter Macbeth.
They have tied me to a stake. I cannot fly, but bear-like I must fight the cause. What's he that was not born of woman? Such a one am I to fear or none.
Enter young Seward.
What is thy name?
Thou'lt be afraid to hear it.
No, though thou callest himself a hotter name than any in hell.
My name's Macbeth.
The devil himself could not pronounce a title more hateful to mine ear.
No, nor more fearful.
Thou liest, abhorrent tyrant. With my sword I'll prove the lie that thou speak.
They fight, and young Seward is slain.
Thou wast born of woman. But swords I smile at, weapons laugh to scorn, brandished by man that's of a woman born.
Exit. Alarms. Enter Macduff.
That way the noise is. Tyrant, show thy face. If thou be a slain, and with no stroke of mine, my wife and children's ghosts will haunt me still. I cannot strike at wretched kerns, whose arms are hired to bear their staves. Either thou, Macbeth, or else my sword with an unbattered edge I sheathe again undeeded. There thou shouldst be, by this great clatter. One of greatest note seems bruited. Let me find him, fortune, and more I beg not.
Exit. Alarms. Enter Malcolm and Seward.
This way, my lord, the castle's gently rendered. The tyrant's people on both sides do fight. The noble thanes do bravely in the war. The day almost itself professes yours, and little is to do.
We have met with foes that strike beside us.
Enter, sir, the castle.
Exit. Alarms. Act 5, Scene 8. Another part of the field. Enter Macbeth.
Why should I play the Roman fool and die on mine own sword? Whilst I see lives, the gashes do better upon them.
Enter Macduff.
Turn, hellhound. Turn.
Of all men else I have avoided thee, but get thee back. My soul is too much charged with blood of thine already.
I have no words. My voice is in my sword. Thou bloodier villain than terms can give thee out.
Fight.
Thou losest labour, as easy mayst thou the entrenchant air with thy keen sword impress, as make me bleed. Let fall thy blade on vulnerable crest. I bear a charmed life, which must not yield to one of woman born.
Despair thy charm, and let the angel whom thou still hast served tell thee Macduff was from his mother's womb untimely ripped.
Cursed be that tongue that tells me so, for it hath cowed me my better part of man, and by these juggling fiends no more believe that palter with us in a double sense, that keep the word of promise to our ear and break it to our hope. I will not fight with thee.
Then yield thee, coward, and live to be the show and gaze of the time. We'll have thee, as our rarer monsters are, painted on a pole, and under it, here may you see the tyrant.
I will not yield, to kiss the ground before young Malcolm's feet, and to be baited with the rabble's curse. Though Burnham Wood be come to Dunsinane, as thou opposed, being of no woman born, yet I will try the last. Before my lady I throw my warlike shield. Lay on, Macduff, and damned be him that first cries, hold, enough.
Exit, fighting, alarms. Retreat. Enter with drums and colours, Malcolm, Seward, Ross, and the other thanes and soldiers.
I would the friends we miss were safe arrived.
Some must go off, and yet by these I see, so great a day as this is cheaply bought.
Macduff is missing, and your noble son.
Your son, my lord, has paid a soldier's debt. He only lived but till he was a man, the which no sooner had his prowess confirmed in the unshrinking station where he fought, but like a man he died.
Then he is dead.
Aye, and brought off the field. Your cause of sorrow must not be measured by his worth, for then it has no end.
Had he his hurts before?
Aye, on the front.
Why then, God's soldier be he. Had I as many sons as I have hairs, I would not wish them to a fairer death. And so his knell is knolled.
He's worth more sorrow, and that I'll spend for him.
He's worth no more. They say he parted well, and he paid his score. And so, God be with him. Here comes newer comfort.
Re-enter Macduff with Macbeth's head.
Hail, King, for so thou art. Behold, where stands the usurper's cursed head. The time is free. I see thee compassed with thy kingdom's pearl, that speak my salutation in their minds, whose voices I desire aloud with mine. Hail, King of Scotland.
Hail, King of Scotland.
Hail, King of Scotland.
We shall not spend a large expense of time before we reckon with your several loves and make us even with you. My thanes and kinsmen, henceforth be earls, the first that ever Scotland in such an honour named. What's more to do, which would be planted newly with the time as calling home our exiled friends abroad that fled the snares of watchful tyranny, producing forth the cruel ministers of this dead butcher and his fiend-like queen, who, as 'tis thought, by self and violent hands took off her life, and what needful else that calls upon us. By the grace of grace, we will perform in measure, time and place. So, thanks to all at once, and to each one whom we invite to see us crowned at Scone.
Exit, the end.
Wow. Wow, that was so great. Thank you to all our wonderful readers. You all just killed it. The pacing was there, the energy was there in the wee hours of the evening. It is so impressive what you all have just done. So thank you for reading Macbeth with us right now. And we're ahead of schedule by a couple minutes, amazingly enough. That's how great the pacing was, and yet the acting was so wonderful. I want to give a special shout out again to Jessica Warbeck for joining us tonight. It was wonderful to have you with us. And again, to the rest of the cast of this play, there are a lot of wonderful professional actors, but also the amateur actors were just on top of their game. Thank you so much. Because we've got a few minutes, I'm just gonna run some numbers real quick. I'm gonna mute everybody for a moment so we can get this rolling. I just wanna update you on where we're at. Through Macbeth, we had approximately on average 55 people viewing, which over there in London at 3 o'clock in the morning, no, we started at 4 o'clock in the morning, is pretty wonderful. On our Twitter page, we've got over 700 followers. So thank you for continuing to spread the word and all those retweets and tweets about this. There was definitely one tweet where someone said this is the best thing that they've seen all lockdown. That I'm sure that's across all plays, but I'm also fairly certain that's because this reading just went so incredibly well. And also at this point, we've had about 158 donors donate over 5,500 pounds. So we've still got a ways to go because, as we said at the top of this reading, we doubled our goal for this because we've got another 12 plays to go and over 30 hours if my math skills somewhat work. So please continue to spread the word, tweet, retweet, have your friends follow us on Twitter, send out the donate link if you know you've got people who've got some cash to spare potentially maybe and they're willing and able. Anything you can do to continue spreading the word over the next day and a half is going to be really, really very much appreciated. I think I've talked all like the, stuff I can say in terms of what we're doing at this moment. Because we've got about 5 minutes, we're gonna go back really quickly to that moment where we were requesting sonnets just to fill time. Because we wanna be able to do this right, we're gonna try to use every minute of our 48 hours. There was a request to read sonnet 147. I don't know if I've still got Madeline on the call.
Hi, I'm here.
I know I just totally called you out right there. So if you've got the sonnets up.
Oh, I happen to have it right in front of me.
Oh my God, I love it so much. If you would please do a sonnet 147 for us. We'd love to hear your lovely voice.
Sure. Should I look at it first or just read it? I'll just read it blind. It'll be fun.
Go for it.
Sonnet 147. My love is as a fever, longing still for that which longer nurseth the disease, feeding on that which doth preserve the ill, th' uncertain sickly appetite to please. My reason, the physician to my love, angry that his prescriptions are not kept, hath left me, and I, desperate now, approve. Desire is death, which physic did accept. Past cure I am, now reason is past care, and frantic mad with evermore unrest. My thoughts and my discourse are as madmen's are, at random from the truth vainly expressed. For I have sworn thee fair and thought thee bright, who art as black as hell, as dark as night. Ooh, so suitably Macbethy.
That was delightful. Thank you so much for doing that, Madeline. And I think what we'll do is we'll read one more sonnet just to help us with time. But first, this is what's going to happen for those viewing on the YouTube live stream. There's going to be a moment when we end where it will look like the whole thing has gone away and oh my God, what happened? I want to watch more. Don't worry. We'll be back as soon as we can. It's just a tech thing that we have to do at this point, at this juncture of the reading. So just give us a minute or two and we'll be right back on the live stream and we'll start with our next play, Pericles, if I remember correctly. And with that, the last sonnet we'll read for this go around, it was requested, is sonnet 78. And because I'm going to leave soon, I'm going to go ahead and read it.
Do it, Regine, do it.
Okay. Sonnet 78. So oft have I invoked thee from my muse, and found such fair assistance in my verse as every alien pen hath got my use, and under thee their poesy disperse. Thine eyes that taught the dumb on high to sing, and heavy ignorance aloft to fly, have added feathers to the learned's wing, and given grace a double majesty. Yet be most proud of that which I compile, whose influence is thine and born of thee. In others' works thou dost but mend the style, and arts with thy sweet graces graced be. But thou art all my art, and dost advance, as high as learning my rude ignorance. And on that note, I'm going to say thank you. Thanks for being with us. We'll see you in a little bit. Just give us a few minutes to set up, so don't leave. And again, watch, share, tweet, follow, donate, all the things. Thank you so much.
Regine.